right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into another day of the NADPC Division 1. And when I say another day, Jonathan, we are into tiebreaker day here, as we do have 3 teams tied up in NA Div 1. 2 of them have to get to relegation, go down to Division 2. And one of them does get to remain in Division 1. And we can have a look straight into the scoreboard. No asking how you're doing, Jonathan. We need to get to business. As you can see, Alpha, Bait, and SKG all tied up in terms of score lines. Again, one of them has to be able to remain in Div 1. Sadly, 2 of them are leaving.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker. We've seen Alpha go up and down between Div 1, Div 2 multiple times in this year already. Bait, they've managed to hang on, but this tour has been a lot rougher again, with a lot of challenges for the team. And Sand King Gomez as well. Fresh faces, very hopeful at the start of the tour, but not been able to keep up, and having a couple of sub-ins now. So it's always a bit rough, having to change your expectations going into the next tour, but that is the reality of the DPC, and these teams will have to fight it out to see who does manage to remain in Div 1. In NA, it's a tough road, but we do have our schedule to see how this 3-way tie will be broken. We do start off with Sand King Gomez up against Alpha first, followed by Bait, and I believe the winner of the last series, and then Bait versus the loser of the last series, of the first series. So a little bit fixable, a little bit flexible in that sense. We could end up in another repeat of rounds in which I believe we are swapping out casters for that one, but hopefully this resolves itself in one round. Who knows? We could go in for quite the long haul here, as we tend to sometimes do in our 3-way tiebreakers. I believe there was a time, Mike, you and I casted a few 3-way tiebreakers, and it did go into a second round.
Yeah.
I forget what region that was. Was that C? Were we doing C, or?
It may have been. It may have been SCA back in those days. But yeah, tiebreakers can be quite exhausting for everyone involved. The viewers, players, and the casters tend to get pretty exhausted from tiebreakers. Nevertheless, though, I'm personally a fan of unlimited tiebreakers. I like it. I like the idea of it just never ending, and we all just continue to get more suspenseful as the games go on. Speaking about these tiebreakers, John, I don't mean to go back in history for a moment, but I will. These shouldn't be happening, right? Like yesterday's games that we saw between Baits, it's and I'm gonna bring up Bait in particular because it was really their games to lose. I'll tell you, John, it does feel like these tiebreakers just shouldn't be happening. Like Bait probably should have just won 2-1 yesterday in their series. They did not. The last game especially was a painful one to watch, to say the least, at least for Bait's sake. And well, I don't know, John. I mean, I'd like to think Bait is the favorites going into this, but it could be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one, of course. For us to start off with Sand King Gomez versus Alpha, I mean, we've seen these teams before. We saw Sand King Gomez start off their tour up against Alpha. They looked really hopeful going into that. We do have our team comparisons on hand to see how they do match up head-to-head here. And it's been a little bit rougher for Sand King Gomez. I mean, I can't say a little bit rougher. It's equally as bad for both sides. So,
yeah.
Historically, again, Sand King Gomez did manage to beat Alpha. They faced off against Alpha in Div 2 as well. But it does feel like we've gotten a different Sand King Gomez as the tour went on. So, keen to see how this rematch fares. Again, it's been a rough road for both teams.
It certainly has. I mean, at the very least, their averages deaths are exactly the same here, John, which is kind of cool to see between these two teams. Like you said, the stats are fairly even. Like, these two teams have proven to be quite equal. Obviously, average building damage a little bit higher here for Alpha. Chances are they just took an extra racks. I mean, that's basically probably what happened here is, SKG. I don't feel like the average building damage matters too much. Both teams have only one series and lost 6 of them. That's the real stat that matters here, I think. SKG versus Alpha, it should be an interesting matchup. Like SKG, last time around, this was their first series between themselves and Alpha during 2 or 3. SKG did manage to pull that one off. Pretty single-handedly. I feel like it wasn't too hard of a matchup for them to win, as they did get a 2-0. But we'll see if Alpha have rectified anything. Keeping in mind as well, you don't have Yambora this time round. But speaking of players, we do have Lundver still in our player comparison. the off lane's been pretty interesting for both these guys, right? Oh, excuse me,
They're
the mid lane
mids.
has been pretty interesting for both these guys. I feel like Lund he's been doing a lot of work for his team, and still I'd say he's been doing the exact same thing. And you can see by their stats, John, eerily similar between these two.
Yeah, they've had the same impact for both ends. I think their performance for both of the mids have been the most consistent for both of these teams. So I'm keen to see exactly how that does shape up here in this matchup. We tend to see a lot of, say, Storm Spirit from both players, and the Void Spirit, I think, is the similar crossover. Maybe the Pangolier coming out for steal. So I kind of want to see what is allowed true and how each side performs. I think another thing to note, we couldn't do a comparison, but I think the offlanes are also a notable difference between both sides. And I do believe we've got a sub in for Alpha, so we don't quite have the normal Alpha, as, you know, even Sand King Gomez as well have been using, I believe, Jubei still in these situations. So we'll see. We should have our draft on hand shortly. We'll see how both teams kind of adapt here as we do start into our first game and our first round of tiebreakers with Sand King Gomez up against Alpha. Magnus banned out by Sand King Gomez, not too surprising. Alpha taking care of the Bat Rider. Techie's Doom probably bans. If not, then either side's going to pick it up, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Keeping in mind, the last time SKG and Alpha went against each other, SKG did have Doom both games. First game, they picked an Alchemist carry. Second game, I believe they got away with a Medusa. But the similarity in the draft was definitely SKG managing to get the Doom every single time. So I imagine that either team will probably prioritize the Doom pickup if it is available to be taken here in the first phase of picks. Apart from that, literally all the rest of the heroes that were picked up in each draft were different. It was just the Doom that was kind of the the one similarity in both drafts. But we have seen a lot of Doom. You know, it's a hero that just doesn't seem to get out of the meta very easily. Just has so much impact. Has that late game carrying potential as well because of the amount of scaling this hero can have is quite ridiculous, regardless of nerfs or not. And we're going to find out very soon if they are allowed to pick it up, because no, never mind, it is banned out. So Alpha not going to bother with it. I agree with that ban. I think you just get rid of the Doom. They'll get rid of the Deucer as well. We'll see what Alpha do want, as they do have first pick priority, and they do go the techies, right? I mean, I'm not too surprised, am I?
Yeah, this is to be expected now with how the openings have worked pretty much across every region. And this tends to be the priority, if not the techies, then usually the Doom or the Beastmaster. Sometimes something like the Dusa, depending on the team and depending on pick order. So not too surprising coming out there. Of note as well, again, Sand King Gomez are playing with Jubei on hand, and Alpha is playing with Argius, Satoshi not being there for the team today. So Argius, I believe the last time you and I saw him, Mike, was, I want to say 5-man Midas, but I can't remember too well. In the very first DPC cycle, I do remember a good old Argius in that name list. So it's good to see him still being active.
5 seconds remaining.
It's been a long time. I can't quite remember what team it was that we got to cast with Argus in it as well, but you know, it's been a hot minute. So good to see the man back, because SKG going for the Void Spirit Silencer. You know, pretty standard opening right now as well, but a lot of teams prioritizing Void Spirit and Silencer, proving to still be extremely potent in the meta. Just hasn't really disappeared since 7.33C. Rather, just 7.32. Honestly, it was already in the meta, so it just hasn't really left. Alpha, second pick for themselves. Now they've already got the techies opening. They will go straight into the Storm Spirit, this is a Lund special. Like, this is something we've seen Lund play a lot. This time around, Alpha will ensure he won't have the opportunity. To be fair, he is already playing Void Spirit, so it doesn't really matter. But obviously, the Storm vs. Void matchup is something we have been seeing quite a bit of, especially in the past few days. It seems like most players seem to agree that the Storm is an advantageous setup against the Void Spirit, which I would agree with. The thing is, it still feels like a lot of Void Spirits just win out the mid lane anyway, regardless of the hero matchup. I still think it's close enough, and it's mostly due to the fact that you can still outplay the Storm prior to the level 6 mark, especially if you can abuse that Aether Remnant nicely. And just, yeah, if you can land an Aether Remnant with the right clicks, you can deal as a Void Spirit. It's kind of kind of ridiculous how effective this hero can look against a hero like Storm.
Yeah, it feels really good. I think the one thing as well is the item buildup. So Storm Spirits nowadays, you tend to see the Falcon and Witchblade, whereas a Void Spirit really only needs probably just the early Echo Saber. Then you're kind of good to go. Like, the hero doesn't need too much investment, maybe a Bracer on top. So the itemization feels pretty snappy on Void Spirit. Whereas for Storm, it's 2 cheap items, but it does feel slower depending on the game. And a Storm feels much more reliant on a battery source, not something we see emphasized too much in NA, but it does feel like that's the one thing that also kind of makes or breaks how active your Storm can be. In comparison, the Void Spirit, again, doesn't need much. So it just gets a lot more bang for your buck, gets active a little bit faster in comparison to the Storm, which sometimes feels like it's a little bit stymied by its mana pool. So I think that's the one reason that you still go Void Spirit into the Storm, because even if the laning phase doesn't go particularly great for you, your mid game is a little bit faster than the Storm, and that's where the value of that Void Spirit really shines through.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I wonder if they do go for like a Pugner or Keeper of the Light here for the Storm. We'll see. Like, you already kind of said it, but in NA at least, we haven't seen too many batteries for the Storm come up. Usually they just play the Storm as is. Different regions though, they are picking heroes up like Pugner and Keeper of the Light to really ensure that the Storm can just keep fighting, especially in a prolonged team fight. Yeah, you'd love to have a long team fight as a Storm if you do have like a Pugner behind you just life draining you for mana. SKG, they'll have their third pick here. Could just go for a position 4 pickup now. No real reason to reveal too much against Alpha. Depends though. I mean, they do tend to leave Ducho's hero tour last. Speaking of Ducho, of course, he hasn't had the best time throughout Tour 3. He's been, to say the least, focused a lot, I feel like, in most of the games. It seems like there is a bit of a focus on just trying to make sure offlane heroes don't have good time right now. And, well, there's your Dark Willow coming out for SKG. So something a little bit different here from the boys, but this hero does feel like it can pop off at the moment as a pos 4. So I don't mind seeing the Dark Willow too much.
I don't mind it either. It's a decent follow-up stun to your Void Spirit with a Bramble Maze, with the Cursed Crown. So it can kind of help you control the Storm, but it's not your initial stun, I think, is my big issue here. So you're still reliant on either the Global Silence or the Remnant to land to kind of pin the Storm down. It's not like instantaneous lockdown that helps you keep that Storm in place for the rest of the team to kind of collapse on top, which means for the most part you might be tied in more to Global Silence to take these fights. But we've seen teams kind of play around that cooldown just fine. Sand King Gomez, they've picked this hero enough to know its limitations and know the timings you'd have to play around with this kind of lineup. So I'm keen to see just how well they pull off this support duo. Again, the lack of hard stuns can be a bit painful into the Storm Spirit, but Global Silence can handle a lot of that. And you know, if you just land your remnants here for Lund, then it's not as bad. They do pick up a battery on Alpha. We see the Pugna come out. So you've got the Pugna Storm combination. And yeah, you just top up your Storm. You're feeling pretty happy. You have really decent push coming out here on Alpha's end. There is, again, a little bit of a control issue, but I feel like for the Storm to catch the Void Spirit isn't as tough. Right? You can zip in. Vortex is pretty easy to cast. And now they build the Underlord on top of that, so even more hold with a Root on hand, even more durability as well with the Aura buildup. It's kind of hellish to play a lot of physical cores into the Underlord, and Underlord Techies is a pretty damn good lane. Let me tell you, Mike. Pit of Malice plus Blast Off, pretty easy to get aggressive if you do get the Valid Point. Even if you don't, like, just blast off Sticky Bomb while they're in the Firestorm, it's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage, Sean, and it's kind of the thing. Like, I don't think they're necessarily going to find many kills out of this offlane duo of Alpha, but you don't really need to. Like, as the Underlord, you really just want farm. You know, if you can play a passive style of lane where you can just deny a lot of creeps away from the enemy pos 1, you're very happy. And that's the one thing that Techies does really well, is just zone out the opposing safe lane. And you know, if you're gonna have a silencer pos 5, I think it's a really nice position 5 to have in terms of securing that safe lane. But against techies, it doesn't feel like this hero can trade harass very well. So chances are the silencer's not going to be able to do enough. I think you are going to need a position 1 that can self-sustain. They are going to go for the MK, which I kind of agree with against the Underlord techies, but even then it may not be an easy lane. Because this techie's just, if he's allowed to right-click, which with the silencers as his enemy, he probably will be allowed to do so, even for the Monkey King, it's still pretty tough as a lane.
Yeah, it's not the best of times, which is again why I find a silencer pick early on just it locks you in a little bit too hard in your lanes. It doesn't trade the best. I mean, it trades pretty well with Arcane Curse, but you're not the spammiest heroes on Alpha, so you're not getting the maximum use out of the Arcane Curse. You're outranged by the techies. Whoop-de-doo. What a balanced hero with 700 range, so Silencer can't even orb walk attack with glaives. So it's a little bit tricky, but yeah, just a one-on-one up against Underlord is manageable enough for the Monkey King. First few levels are going to feel pretty rough. I think that's where Alpha has to constantly apply that pressure, use that laning advantage. We do have Dutro's hero as our last pick, and you can see the Monkey King win rate pretty damn high. Despite the limited picks, it's been banned out quite a fair bit. But when you do see the Monkey King slide through, it does feel pretty damn good.
Final pickup here for Alpha. It's doing a safe lane pickup. They're going to go down the TA route. Something we have been seeing pop up here and there. And the TA theoretically does look good because of how big the map is and how much more jungle farm there is. But I don't think it's really transferred into like a big win-loss ratio here for the TA. I feel like most games we see it ends up losing. See if it's going to be any different this game around against SKG, who do still have an offlane to pick up for Ducho. I mean, he knows he's probably going to be up against the TA Pugna or the TA Tech. He's either one. Not the hardest lane in terms of like an offlane for SKG. I feel like Ducho should be pretty fine no matter what he picks up.
He has some interesting options here that he could go for. Your usual TA counters could work out, like a Razor. Could be one way to go, although it doesn't offer enough in like aura building.
Oh, there it is.
Venomancer.
I was about to say that was literally, I was about to bring this up. Like offlane Veno, the Cuckoomancer, the original Cuckoomancer is here. So shout out to Cuckoo, by the way. Don't we had the pleasure of seeing the Cuckoomancer during game 1?
Yes,
I was there. I was watching. I saw you.
I was there. Yes, very nice, Mr.
Yes.
Cuckoo. Always fun to talk to him, and there's shenanigans as to what the Rambulan results to afterwards, which is usually a bonding night. The Venomancer here, look, it's a TA answer for sure. My issue with it is it doesn't really play with your Monkey King in the sense that it doesn't really help keep people in Wukong. So you're still fully reliant on your Dark Willow to play with Bramble and maybe the Terrorize to kind of entrap them in that area for the Monkey King to do damage, which is a little bit awkward. I don't think the Venomancer is the best Atos build. I mean, you could Atos Gleipnir, to be fair. It's actually semi-viable on the Venomancer. I just don't know if you really want to go that route for your team. But you can get that done. I think we need to see Ducho really win out his lane. Just apply pressure on this TA very early on. Ensure that the build up for Argus from safe into farm, from lane into jungle farm, is not as comfy as you'd want it for the TA. Slow down the initial build up, stall out the Dragonlance and Desolator timing as much as possible, and play pretty high tempo on Sand King Gomez. Like, this draft does want to run around pretty early on, apply that pressure, take some objectives, take some fights. I would want to see a faster build-up as well on Leonidas. I don't think... I mean, you could go Battle Fury. I feel like where we see Monkey King shine is really in a much more tempo build as a core. Something like Echo Saber, usually just the Echo Saber. You don't need the full Harpoon, but, you know, start off with Power Cards, Echo Saber, run around the map, start to play aggressively. I think if that's something Sand King Gomez does, then they can play this draft pretty well. If not, you run the risk of playing a slower game up against a Storm and a TA, and those can hard carry fast, especially with your lack of control here.
Well, I actually, for once, like this Pos 3 Veno. I actually like the draft of SKG a lot, so I can't wait to see how this one does go. As we do have Game 1 underway. We can head right into Game 1 and see how this best of 3, or rather best of 1 tiebreaker starts between Alpha and SKG. Yeah, I mean, it's very rare for me to say this, John, but I think the Veno pick's really good here for SKG. I could be proven wrong, but we'll see. SKG. It's the thing with the Dark Willow Veno lane, like that's a really annoying lane to have to play against. Like, especially if 9 can land these brambles into the Gale, it is just stupid amounts of slow and damage. Like, Gale at all levels is 50% slow. This is the thing that annoys me about this hero, now that it's actually good. 50% slow. It's pretty ridiculous.
Pretty damn high. It really suppresses you early on in the lane. If you are running like a Pugna, to be fair, a Pugna TA lane is also really awkward. I don't think, you don't really have a direct tie with your TA as a Pugna. Decrep ruins her harassment, Nether Blast griefs her in lane. So I'm wondering how much Takaya can do to relieve that pressure. You probably, I mean, you might be better off actually running Underlord Pugna, if that is one route that Alpha could consider. Although it does look like Takaya will just head up there anyway. Sentries drop, doesn't bother with the D-Ward just yet. Just checking if anyone else will try to jump him. So Takaya does get a nice freebie for himself in the obs. As we do see these lanes start to break out, of course. And as mentioned, it's going to be a Pugna TA lane, which is not something I'm fully sold on. Like,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, you're up against the Veno Dark Willow, which, again, it's already a natural solution to your TA, but I don't know what Pugna does to relieve that lane. Like, you have you have the Blast level 1, you can try to harass. You can't really do much. You just have to probably just cut your losses here for Argus and hope that he farms up, hits his level 3, where it's a little bit comfier, and just don't die. You know, don't go that close up to this Dark Willow, up to the Veno, and hope for the best.
I mean, if SKG play this properly, there's no way. Look at this. They'll jump in, blood grenades there, Argus, I'm pretty sure is just going to die, and he's gone. Ducho, he's going to man up. Takaya is still trying to take down the Veno. I think Ducho's happy to reset, though, as 9 now going to go for the man fight, but Takaya is out with a double kill. I mean, nice start for Takaya, but they do still give first blood over to 9 on the Dark Willow. I think as the Pugna, you're pretty happy with the way that ended out, but I'm not so much sure for the TA, though. Argus going down. And this lane's not going to get easier, John. It's going to get worse. They go in again. Brambles does not land. But Poison Sting is now up, so you've got even more damage and slow coming. And like I said, I think this is going to be a disastrous lane for Alpha. I mean, unless they can get some massive outplays, but I really can't see that happening. Even with that double kill on the Pugna, it doesn't really matter that much, I don't think.
I think the key for Alpha is just try to build stacks up here for Argus. Try to let him catch up in the jungle. And again, just minimize your losses in the laning phase. That's all you can really hope for in this kind of lane matchup. We'll see how well Argus can hold up, but you do have the advantage here for Sand King Gomez, at least very early on. Still take the chance to look at the other lanes, as we were sneaking a peek up top where there was some aggression out. They couldn't manage to pin down our techies here, so Braxy did just TP out in front of our Monkey King. This is Leonidas on the Monkey and Jubei on the Silencer up against Ducho on the... Is that Blessed Kid? Blessed Kid off lane, right? Ah, that's the swap. Satoshi's gone, but Argus plays safe. Blessed Kid on off with the Underlord, along with Braxy on the Techies. Again, the Techies Underlord lane, pretty stable. You're not going to be as aggressive on the Monkey, but you could be if you land every spell. Again, under Firestorm, the Sticky Bomb, and Blast Off, it's going to be a lot of nuking damage. Whether or not you can get on top is another question. Jubei can't do much to zone out, as you'd expect, because Techies outranges, so you can just get free harass, no problem. Underlord doesn't care for the right-click sider. So you're pretty happy in this lane. It's a very static farming lane for the most part. It does feel maybe a bit more secure for the side of Alpha. but no one's really going to be looking to punish early on unless someone oversteps here.
It's coming out top lane. I don't think they can really go for a kill here on Leonidas. In fact, Braxy's forced to blast off away. SKG doing a pretty damn good job at the top lane of finding quite a bit of farm on Leonidas. I feel like this lane could have been a bit more dominant from Alpha, but at the end of the day, Leonidas and Jabay proving to be a little bit too aggressive and just not allowing the kind of plays that Alpha wanted to make in the off lane. SKG, well, Nine's going to move in, take the water rune away. Takaya was there as well. He'll have to run back to the laning stage. In the end, Lund's the one to miss out on the Void Spirit, so SKG do kind of suffer here at the mid lane. But speaking of Lund, John, you look at his CS, he's top of the board right now. No issues whatsoever on the Void Spirit. Sure, still is trying to address this by harassing the crap out of him, but ultimately he is fine.
Yeah, and it's just the dynamic of the matchup, right? If you don't manage to really hammer in your overload, then it kind of feels a little bit lackluster. Lund can just hold steady. Void Spirit already has the bracer, so you feel pretty good, pretty secure. You're not going to die anytime soon. You've got a little bit more damage to pump out as well. And the right-click trades just favor you in the end as a universal type. Now, we'll see how this does relieve down the line. Then you've got Pugna Storm. That does take levels. So that's where maybe getting that double kill for Kai feels better, although he does get clipped.
Takai's down, Blessed Kid's down top lane. Leonidas able to find a very nice pick off on the Monkey King. Yeah, like you said, bottom lane, you also ended up losing your Pugna. And it's just the thing, like this, you can't lane against this Veno Dark Willow. It's gonna feel impossible. And the thing is with Veno, like, because he's universal and he gets a double bracer build, he actually does damage with his right clicks. You know, it's not all about stacking Poison Sting on heroes consistently anymore. This hero actually kind of hurts. Argus is probably not enjoying himself very much, to say the least. I don't think he's had a very good laning stage. 25-2 right now in the TA. Obviously, it is a TA, and they do tend to go jungle and just kind of flash farm from there. But with the draft that SKG have, they could choose to get very aggressive and not allow that to happen.
Yeah, just depends on this build-up you'd see elsewhere, like whether or not Leonidas wants to help you scout around, how fast you get into, say, your Echo Saber here for Lund.
Look at this top lane. Leonidas just chases him down, has the boundless, is going to land it, though won't quite have enough for the kill. Leonidas, he's going a little bit too far. Still's going to zip in.
No
plenty of mana to play with. Leonidas getting a little bit greedy. Is eventually just going to be punished. Blast off lands. Sticky bomb is there. Sometimes you just want to chase the kill, but sometimes it does cost your life as top, or rather bottom lane. They are trying onto Ducho, who's trying to kill off Argus here. The TA is eventually going to drop as Lund has rotated. And Takaya is not going to be safe either. Might just be a double kill for Lund as they do secure it on the Void Spirit. Very nice rotation here from the Void. And so you kind of have the opposite thing happening at bot lane. Oh, even better for SKGs, they even got a +5 out of it. And now Blessed Kid, top lane once again is being chased down, but this time he will not survive.
Yeah, just a lot of back and forths, and Sand King Gomez showing us how well they can play this aggression. Again, this is something that they have to achieve in the laning phase. I think if they didn't, then you'd be in dire straits, but you are off to a really strong start now. You have suppressed the TA quite well. The Dragonlance timing, it does feel like for Argus, is going to be a lot slower than you'd want it to be, which means your Desolator is also going to be late, your Blink's going to be late, your Roche taking's really stalled out. The side of Alpha is just going to have to try to use their Storm as a launching point. Steel's already taken some early activity, of course. Your level 6 is not too bad for Takaya. Like his level timings doesn't feel like it's going to be too far off the mark, at least with all the activities he's brought to his lane. And at that point, you've got to be able to play with your Storm. Like, you will have to watch yourself. Once Jubei has that Global Silence, it's going to be a lot harder to try to play that hit and run. But, you know, you did pick this combination into the Silencer. You have to find a way to play against it, for sure, here.
It's kind of funny to see Ducho on the Veno top of the CS board right now. Just this guy's just having the freest game of his life. Going for the mech build up, I believe. The Greaves on the Venom. Obviously, it's still an aura builder. How far the Venomancer has come, John, from a year ago when I was talking about how trash this hero was. Good times, but not so much anymore. Venom's actually useful.
Yeah, it can be. It's not as niche, although it's still somewhat niche, I'd say. It's not like a pick this hero every time kind of hero. Still like a very certain matchups feel really good for the Veno kind of thing. And TA definitely is just a classic Veno matchup that you feel good about. I think the one thing as well is also the vision you get with the wards can be pretty impactful. Smoke play out from SKG, collapsing bot.
Oh, bottom lane, Argus forced the TP away. He's going to be fine. The Brambles not going to be there in time as 9. Going to be focused here. They have brought the Storm. Still going to cop the Curse Crown stun, but it's going to be just a level 1 stun. Not too big of a deal. Will not last long enough. It still is sticking around just in case they need it for the defense of this tier 1 bottom tower, but maybe they can pick off Ducho. He has stuck around. They know the Storm was there, and now they will know he is still there. And so I don't think Ducho will quite be willing to risk his life, but yeah, he will survive. Like, this Storm rotation, while it amounts to a bit of farm here for Steel, it doesn't really amount to any kills, which is a little bit upsetting for him.
Yeah, but it's not really him looking for the kills, though. It's more of a defensive response as they'll chase forward.
Ducho, you certainly wanted the kill, and Steel will find it. Very, very nice pick off here. Ducho just sticking around for no real apparent reason as Lund also finds a kill himself. Lund picking off Braxy on the techies, but still a more favorable kill, you'd have to argue, here for the side of Alpha.
Yeah, that's the kill you've been looking for. Yeah, you managed to finally put a lid on that Venomancer for the time being, get a little bit of space out for Argus to farm. Not a massive lead coming out here from SKG despite the 5-7 start. They are already getting work done on mid with a siege creep though. They have done a good job of cutting down at mid tier 1 by a fairly good amount. They even drag in Ducho here, so looking to perhaps look for that full commitment. No, the wards aren't the highest level, so they are still a bit squishy, but you do have basically 2 melee heroes, and well, the TA is not going to be helping you there, so it's pretty hard for them to clear out these plague wards. There'll always be a lot of utility coming out from Ducho just because of that.
Pretty even game right now here, John. Like, less than 1k net worth lead. All cores pretty similar in terms of net worth. The SKG is slightly ahead, but not really by too much at all. The thing is, like, the mid and safe lane for SKG have just gone way too well. I say mid and safe lane, even the off lane obviously went quite well as well. And I think, you know, if you're SKG, like, whether you want to set a tempo or not this game against this TA, it does feel like their scaling is just fine going into the late game. So it's, I don't think you're quite as worried about this TA Storm being too much of an issue. Just because TA's, you know, one of its main strengths being refraction just isn't going to feel like it's a big deal this game with the Venomancer. Or even with the Monkey King, you've got an Orb of Corrosion on, which is a nice way of kind of burning through those refraction charges. And so, like, Steel can, you know, become huge on the Storm for sure, but I just kind of wondered, like, against a hero like the Void Spirit, does it really matter that much? I guess we'll have to wait and see. What I'm trying to say here, John, is SKG scaling is pretty good, I would argue, with their draft. I don't think it's a problem.
I don't think it's too bad. It's just connecting all these spells is maybe a bit more of a challenge. Like, yes, the Monkey King's great, but you don't have a great way of keeping heroes in Wukongs, for example. Your Venomancer is great until BKBs come out, if ever you do reach that point, to be fair. I think Sand King Gomez has the potential to just run down and stop Alpha from ever hitting these timings. But if it does drag on a little bit more, it does feel like you're relying more and more on Lund to make plays, right? He's always got to get the jump in, he's always got to get the Remnant off as basically your basic control. Maybe you can also just land a Bramble out from your Dark Willow, and it's just not the most reliable stuns. Granted, Alpha has the same issue, but Pit of Malice is a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier to set up. You've got the Vortex, which down the line with the Ags upgrade can feel pretty significant in the game. Again, these are all pretty long builds. I think the key thing for Sand King Gomez is just don't even try to go into that point in the game. Keep playing aggressive, don't slow down.
Oh!
And find these kills. Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. They both just went right into the minds of Braxy. Double kill for the techies, and it's been a while since I've seen that from our techies. His mid lane, Lund finding Takaya, is going to get caught by a Vortex, but will dissimulate, and here comes Ducho trying to help out. He'll go onto the TA, Leonidas is there as well, and Argus is locked down. They do at least get Ducho, but now Still's in trouble. He'll zip away just barely. But still a pretty nice trade in the mid lane for SKG. They are looking to maybe start pressuring the mid tier 1 tower, and well, they are going to group up. That's exactly what they're going to try and do.
Again, you don't want to rest here. You're on SKG. You want to find these objectives. You want to play fast. Forcing a huge response mid. At the least, you can always top up Steel now. You do have level 6 on Takaya. So your Storm's never going to go hungry. Always going to be ready to zip across now with that support battery online. You do have the early mech up and running now as well on Blessed Kid. So a lot more sustain coming out here as well. Wondering if the pipe's going to be a consideration here after the Guardian Greaves. It doesn't feel like the Crimson Guard's going to be as big as the pipe. At least at this point in the game. The Crimson Guard will still be effective later on, but your immediate concern is that magic output. I would like to see that pipe come through at some point here.
The tier 1 tower getting quite low, but they are going to blink away here on Argus. Alpha, I mean, they are sticking around. Still is 5. Trying to find a way to start a fight here, I think, but no, eventually they are going to back off. Perfect timing as well, because Duto did just pick up the Guardian Greaves, so probably wouldn't be the best fight to try and start, but SKG, they're going to smoke up. They want to go off the spike of this itemization of the Veno, and Argus, does he get out in time? It looks like they're going to find Takaya first, but a nice boundless Leonidas right on target, finding both of them. That is going to be both the Pugna and the TA dropping. SKG doing a fantastic job here already in this first game of the tiebreakers. Blesky just trying to run his way up, but Leonidas is on the chase, ready to cut him off whenever. While it is going to take some time, I don't think Blesky is getting out of this one. So drop the Pit of Malice, but Leonidas getting right to work. Way too many slows available here against the Underlord. Leonidas, he will take another kill on the MK.
I like this coming out from Leonidas. Just Echo Saber into Harpoon, take early activity, join your team. They know the strengths of this lineup, Sand King Gomez, and they're playing to it really well. Argus has to be a little bit more careful. That's his 4th death on the TA. His farm timing's again stalled out by a massive amount. The Desolator he's trying to farm up for feels pretty damn far. He does have the early blink at the least, so you get refraction up. You can kind of try to get yourself out of dodge, but your window is slim. As you are playing TA into the Vanmancer, it's a little bit awkward to try to maximize your mobility here. Sand King Gomez for their part, and this activity, the fact that you're bringing Leonidas in, it's good news. Again, the Harpoon already paying off in a massive way. I'm curious, can you use Harpoon while you're on a tree? You should be able to, right?
Yes, you can.
Does that provide any real benefit outside of doing it out, in fog? Do they get dragged? They just get right next to the tree, right? Do they break the tree from forced movement? No.
No, the Monkey King does not get stunned by it.
Okay, beautiful. He gets dragged
I
out.
don't-
Good.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious if it did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty funny. I was actually wondering when I saw the Harpoon build up, I was like, is this going to break the tree? But no, it does not. Leonidas just jumps off once he uses the Harpoon. So there's that. Very, very nice. Good to see somebody thought about this before this item was introduced.
Yeah, that is something nice. Would have been funny if it wasn't in the consideration, though.
It'd be hilarious.
I think I'll always go back to that. It would be funnier if it did, but it's good that it doesn't.
Yeah, I dare say it is pretty good that it does not.
It's not as
Right,
funny.
top lane. It's not as funny, sadly, Jonathan. So top lane, they are slowly starting to push this T1 tower in. Mucho's going to be a little bit of a menace, though. Just can spam the Plague Wards, and that's usually quite a lot in terms of just delaying things. But it seems like Alpha are slowly setting up to try and secure this Veno pickoff, but there are plenty of TPs incoming from SKG to be ready to defend. As Lund going to have a look for a target. I believe he did barely spot Takaya there for a moment, but see, unwilling to jump in blindly, is just going to leave it at that. So Alpha with a successful retreat will go back into the Radiant Triangle, but unable to find the tier 1, that they might get Leonidas, but a nice boundless strike out from the Monkey King. He'll get the Wukong's command off in time, and now the Harpoon back on the Storm.
Radiant's top tower.
Steel is still going to be alright though. Splash Kid is here, a nice Pit of Malice, the blast off the land as well. The Guardian Group's going to heal them up a little bit, but not enough. They are going to drop. A big Terrorize, however, is out from the Dark Willow, but they are still not doing enough damage. SKG dropping like flies now as Lund's even going to jump in, trying to at least find Argus. But Argus is being healed up.
Life
He'll
drain.
have the refraction as well. So Alpha now able to win up a team fight. They will jump back in onto Lund, seeing if they can find the Void Spirit. He does not have any step charges, and he reveals himself in the end. He is going to drop. Alpha taking a huge team fight in the mid lane. SKG really kind of messing that one up. Leonidas, he was farming quite deep in the mid lane past the river, not respecting Alpha's positioning, and maybe just guessing they wouldn't want to go for the fight, but they do.
Dire are scanning.
And this is where some of the weaknesses of the draft of Sand King Gomez kick in. This is not a draft that's very forgiving if you start to slip up like that. It's not a draft that you can afford to give openings on. You have to execute this draft well. You have to take these engagements in
Under attack.
the preferred manner for yourself every single time, because if you don't, then you're going to lose out on your cooldowns. You're going to be inactive for a little bit longer. You know, global silence down means likely you're not going to be able to take these wider engagements, at very least, that do come out from Alpha. And Alpha with those kills, they've caught up by a fair amount. Your TA has managed to eclipse Leonidas. One downside of that Harpoon buildup is it's very kill-oriented. You can't just sit back and farm up as fast as, say, a Maelstrom Monkey King or the usual Battle Fury Monkey King. It's a little bit slower to recover if you start to drop away from these kills. And for Alpha, they're equalizing well. Someone's got to find Takai in the back line. Like, if this Pugna doesn't die, we see the effects of the healing there. Just topping up your Storm mid-fight, topping up your TA with a refraction up. You get a ton of value from just the Pugna surviving. You need to see Sand King Gomez kind of look for the back line. Tree dance aggressively, perhaps. Get some vision down with the Plague Wards. Get the jump going from one, because if you don't, then the Pugna, in these drawn-out fights, like you talked about with Storm, they enjoy these drawn-out fights because there's a Pugna around. You've got to take care of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to drag out the fight as long as possible here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like, it's kind of like still just has a constant like regen rune going. If the team fight just keeps going longer and longer, it kind of feels like after a while. It's a Kaya. He's not too hard of a target to burst, but certainly is if he stays right behind the team and just doesn't allow you that opening. SKG looking for a 22-minute power rune, but they are not going to get it, as Argus does get lucky with the top power rune, picks up a haste for himself. And Argus now is very close to just being top of the net worth board. In fact, now he is. So the TA fully recovering after that terrible laning stage it had. And now he's actually looking very scary as, well, bottom lane SKG, they've got to be quite cautious here. It's going to be a full-on team fight from Alpha. They've got every member of the squad around to try and go for this fight if they so wish. SKG going to kind of get the memo, I think, as they do look to maybe retreat just a little bit. Poking and prodding on the high ground where the twin gates are, but not really committing quite yet. You are very reliant on Lund being able to start the fights, or even Leonidas. The only person really showing right now is Blessed Kid on the Underlord, as everyone else is smoked up behind him. Pings out for Blessed Kid, but he is the bait here for the side of Alpha. Zip-in is there. Who have they got? It's going to be the MK. Leonidas immediately caught out. He's going to try and man-fight back in the Wukong's command. He's doing a decent job of it. In fact, Steel's dropping kind of low, but no. Leonidas is gone. Lund will be forced to dissimulate out, but they even lose 9 on the Dark Willow. And the chase is on for a little bit more. problem is they are quite low on mana here for Steel, and he does not have the life drain incoming, but they do have the Fiend's Gate to come in, so Jubei is going to go down. Still the chase is on for Lund, who could not step away yet. He's been silenced up, and it looks like they'll have enough for him. Just barely before he steps away. They will find a fourth target here on SKG, and I'll tell you, like that team fight was already going to be quite rough here from SKG's end of things. They try to force it anyway, and it certainly does not pan out.
No, it certainly doesn't. And with that kind of take near Roshan, with the Desolator up on your TA, you just go straight for it here on Alpha. You know, there's not much to stop you. Global Silence, Wukong's had to be popped. And again, for Sand King Gomez, this is the one downside of this draft. Execution has to be on point. You have to follow through from the Global Silence into a good use of the Wukongs, into holding them in with a Bramble, you know, just kiting them around with the Terrorize. It's a lot harder to get that perfection out from Sand King Gomez's draft, whereas for Alpha, it's more forgiving. You can stream in one by one. You've got really strong poke play coming out from the Storm here, especially since, again, there's no real hard lockdown for the Storm to stop him from the zips. Maybe the Bramble Maze actually being your best source here. So Alpha can just choose to take what fights they want to. They can choose to retreat a little bit faster. And Sand King Gomez, they're definitely not far behind enough that you start to feel bad here just yet. But the game does equalize, and it does start to feel a little bit more challenging. One shining point is your build-up on Lund is still pretty solid, along with, of course, Leonidas. So you shouldn't be cut off from your major timings too badly. You have to play as a team here on Sand King Gomez with this kind of draft.
You do, and things are slowed down a bit too much, I think, for SKG. Bottom. You'll slip around on 9, just using himself up here against the trap of Argus. I think they're going to struggle to try and deal with the TA at this point, that's for sure. So Argus has just been doing a pretty damn good job of not taking any Venom spells. Lund. Try and jump in. Meanwhile, top lane, who have they got? Oh, it's going to be another big one. Leonidas. It's going to go down on the Monkey King, and that's the one guy you don't really want to see dying right now if you're SKG. Alpha, I mean, they're just in full control now. 6k advantage. They can just roam the map as a unit. They don't have to worry about their TA so much anymore either. It's just such a challenging position now. Like SKG, it all goes back to that one pick off in the mid lane where everyone was top and Leonidas went to farm mid past the river and everything turned from there.
Yeah, I think for Sand King Gomez, it's just maybe a bit of a misread. They are individually strong, but they need to come together as a team and be strong as a unit. Like, you can't afford to try to play the same way Alpha's doing, which is poke and prod with the Storm. Once they see the opportunity, that's when they call in the gate. That's when they get the backup in. You kind of have to make a move, like on Sand King Gomez. If you make a move, you have to commit to it. Oh, good tree cut.
Oh, not again. Leonidas. Oh, he drops the XD as well. He knows. It's just so unfortunate. Sometimes you just have to drop an XD, John. You know me, I love myself a good XD, as 9's also going to drop. And I think SKG, at the very least, Leonidas is well and truly tilted, John. Well and truly.
Yeah, he must be. I mean, you're just chilling the tree line, you know? You don't expect anyone to cut you down, and suddenly this random storm zips across, breaks your tree, and kills you. Not a pleasant time when someone invades your home like that.
Certainly not, John. Is Lund going to try and move in as the Void Spirit, but really can't do much on his own as the Blast Off's going to land perfectly, though Lund's still jumping, but he's not going to jump far enough. Still will take him out. They go for more now. Ducho just trying to get out of this this top lane. It's barely going to survive, actually. Thanks to the Gossamer's Cape. Still dropping low. Will have the life drain to income and still has the Aegis up on the Storm, so you know, he'd almost rather die, but Takai is just not having it, giving him the full reset. Still trying, but Leonidas now is back up for the side of SKG, so there is a bit more of a higher chance of a defense actually coming out from this team, but it's pretty hard. They'll lose the top racks. Argus even thinking about going back in, but decides better of it. Is just going to back his way out. Now for now, 1 rack's up. SKG, they're not going to be feeling too happy about themselves at the moment.
Nah, they're probably kicking themselves a bit. Ooh.
I mean, there's no Aegis on Argus. No BKB up. Trying to run. Team is incoming. Oh, still's got an Arcane Rune. With the Aegis still up, this is not going to be a good fight for SKG if this keeps up. Still moves in. Jabay's going to be the target of the silencer. He's got no global silence anyway, but they want to just make sure he's dead. Still now just moving in for more. After Ducho, the Veno's gone. Leonidas is still trying to fight within the Wukong's command, but Argus is standing right outside of it. He could not care less about this Wukong's ring. Leonidas is just dead. I don't know if this game's too far gone for SKG at this point, because it sure feels like they can't win a fight.
Nah. Again, this lineup of SKG just could not afford to sit back and relax at any point in the game. It had to be a 5-man deathball, almost start to finish past the laning phase. And at some point you take a break, the TA starts farming up, and you just don't have that connection with your heroes. Nothing to keep them Wukongs outside of Bramble Maze. No hard lockdown to start things off outside of catching with a Remnant, which is easier said than done up against a Storm. Like, it's so much more forgiving for Alpha. Now they just rip the high ground apart.
Still going to be onto the Dark Willow. There goes the mid racks now. The only one left standing is going to be the bottom racks. Leonidas back in. They know exactly which tree he was in, but they are not going to bother sticking around. Just want to reset again. No need to rush this game. 2 racks is up, considering where you were. Like, Alpha's going to be extremely happy with the state of this game now, and of course they do still have a tier 2 tower remaining down in the bottom lane, so you've got to deal with that before you can try for the megas. Also, you've got a range racks up the top lane that's 1 hit away from dying, but I'm sure somebody will take care of that later on, as Ducho is currently being taken care of now. Argus having a really good time getting his revenge, I'm sure, as mid lane. They've even lost to Kaya, and 9 does also go down. Lund. Oh, Fiend's Gate. Silence is up. Lund, he'll step away. More TPs incoming. Braxy looking for a blast off. Unable to get within range, but the chase is on. Lund's got another Astral Step, though. Surely he should be able to get out, though Steel will zip behind him. Doesn't have enough mana to reach him again, I don't think. There's a lot of wasted time by Lund here. It feels like Alpha could have just gone bot lane and just started the push for the tier 2 tower, but they decide to chase across the map instead. Ultimately, we'll find nothing thanks to it.
Yeah. Just again, it's a lot of back and forth. The game state's still really in Alpha's favor, 26-16. I think the next move is just really wait for Roche now at this point. Like, respawn's not too far off. You still have the TA, you've got the maxed out Deso. Crystal is up and running. As well from Argus into the full Daedalus. With a Venomancer, you mentioned the aura build up here, Mike. He's only been able to go into the Guardian Greaves, which is helpful. But, you know, when you think about the big aura right now for physical cores, it's something like the Crimson card. Venomancer is not the highest strength gain hero at all, not even remotely close. So as a Crimson carrier, he's not the best in blocking out that damage. You have to execute perfectly in these team fights as well. You need to see that connection. You know, it's got to be a good Wukong, a good global, good Bramble on top, a good Remnant coming out here from London. All of that's easier said than done.
Well, they have found the Storm, but Terrorize is not going to come out on Steel, and to be fair, I don't think they would have actually had enough to kill him. Still going to be okay. Have the BKB just in case he needed it after the Yules. SKG still not able to find an opening that they can really kind of abuse. With that, I mean, Alpha just need to just play it safe, take their time. They're 20k ahead. Not too much time, of course, but you could certainly think about just waiting for the next Roshan, which is about 1 minute and 10 seconds away. Definitely no rush to just secure the next Roche first. It seems like they're already prepping the areas with mines just to ensure that they have plenty of information if they're coming. And speaking of coming, SKG, they are on their way. Because the mines around are just going to give too much info. Just the sound cue immediately tells you where they are. Wards down here by 9. That's going to be pretty obvious warding though. Alpha is going to move in for a D ward, and Blitzkid will just do it himself. Let's just send some Manta illusions in to try and deal with the mines being placed here by the techies, but 9's going to get caught out. Rooted up in place, and he is just as good as dead. Argus finding his 10th kill of the game is still now going to zip in, finding Ducho, finding the Monkey King. They got him off the tree.
No.
Leonidas is down. They zipped right through the tree line, and still just taking out the tree was enough, as Ducho's going to try for the TP, but GG's called. Leonidas, he's seen enough. Can't quite blame him. Props to Alpha. Pretty rough start for game 1 for Alpha, but they make the comeback happen. SKG unable to make the draft work, and that means Alpha's 1 game away from winning up the tiebreakers here, John. Believe they're up against Bait next.
Yeah, it should be up against Bait. If they get a win over Bait, which I believe they did before in the DPC, that's the 1 win Alpha did manage to find, then they get to stay in. I'm pretty sure that our last tiebreakers still play it for the prize pool difference, but both teams at the bottom then are set to be eliminated. So it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one to see. Again, a great performance coming out from Alpha. You can take a look at the highlights. For Sand King Gomez.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a beautiful moment. You don't tend to see that too often, but when the mines are just right, Mike.
They were perfectly placed. Yeah, go on, John. What were you trying to say before the double kill?
For Sand King Gomez, again, like, this draft it required near perfection. Like, the laning phase, you could get aggressive, you could just be a little bit scrappier because you do have those early level spikes. But as the game scales on into the 15 to 20 to 25 minute mark, then it's all about team unity. It's all about running together, using these spells very well. Because again, you lack lockdown. You don't have a good way of enabling your Monkey King Wukongs to feel massive here. You don't have the best aura carrier in Venomancer. Granted, you can at least carry a Pipe and Guardian Greaves, but not the Crimson Guard. So you lack certain tools that Alpha had in spades and could execute a lot easier on. It was just a little bit tough. That's really why I feel like the Venomancer is somewhat more of a niche hero still, because it requires like a playstyle to it. Like it has to either have a lot of its downfalls or its weaknesses covered by your supports, or you just play around its tempo really well and just try to end the game by 20 or 25. Past that point, it becomes a lot harder to execute.
Well, with that, I mean, Alpha, obviously taking this first game of this 3-way tiebreaker, again, they're going to be 1 game away from being able to actually stay within Division 1, because if they beat Bait in this next best of 1 matchup, the tiebreaker is essentially over, and the last game will be played out for placing. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, Alpha, they won't have to worry about that. They just want the 1 game win here against Bait. But still, we have to hand over an MVP before we get to that stage. It is going to be still on the Storm. Obviously, a brilliant game here from Still, 9-0-11. You know, mind you, he has the Pugna to give him unlimited mana, but props to Still. I mean, it's still not easy to make the Storm Spirit look good in this current meta. And I think Still done a fantastic job of recovering after a bit of an awkward laning stage against Lund. And Lund really just never took off after the initial 15 minutes or so. He just kind of fell off. Whereas Steel just kind of took over and really abused the fact that he had that battery in the Pugna. So big props to him. Hopefully he is able to keep it up in his next matchup, because again, Alpha, they are going to be up against Bait for another best of 1 here for the tiebreakers. And Alpha, all they need is one more win. 1 more win, the tiebreakers are over. They can go to sleep knowing they're staying in Division 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a heartbreaker series, of course, or a best of 1. I mean, every time you think about Dendy getting relegated into Div 2, it's always a little bit sad. You know, again, It's been a rough tour. I'm sure Dendy and his team has the mental fortitude to try to claw their way back up, if ever. But we'll have to see. Alpha's looked really strong in first game, despite playing with a stand-in, despite Blessed Kid going on the off lane. It's still shaping up well. I'm keen to see just how well they can do up against Bait. Again, last time they faced up against each other, it did go a lot better for Alpha there.
It certainly did, but we'll see. I mean, Bait have been looking a lot better in their recent series, I would say, compared to how they started off the tour. So we'll see exactly what does happen, but the history can repeat itself quite often. And like you said, Alpha last time around did 2-1 them. thing is, this is a best of one, so you don't have the opportunity of trying to go to a third game or even a second game. You have one chance as Alpha to try and secure this victory and secure the tiebreakers for yourself. And of course, Bait, if they win this game, considering the state that SKG might be in right now after that first game of the tiebreakers, Bait win this game, they're going to be in a really good position to try and secure their spot in Div 1. So with that, Jonathan, let's head over to a short break, and right after that break, we can be back with our second series between Alpha and, of course, Bait. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day for this best of three, three-way tiebreaker is what I was meant to say here between SKG, Bait, and of course Alpha. If you didn't tune into the first series, Alpha is currently 1 win away from winning these tiebreakers altogether. They just have to beat Bait here to give themselves a basically guaranteed way of just winning out the tiebreaker altogether. Obviously, Bait playing their first series of the day, though. I'd say we're looking to be the favorites of being the favorites of this whole tiebreaker. So see how it does go. But Alpha, I gotta say, John, off the back of the momentum they had throughout that first series, probably looking pretty damn good here.
Yeah, it looked not the cleanest. They did have rough lane matchups, but they coordinate as a team well. Steel basically created a lot of opportunities for them with how aggressive he was in that storm. So I'm keen to see how this game breaks out. I think we've seen a lot of promise from Bait, but again, the last series we saw them in, it didn't feel like the kind of game you'd want to have before going into tiebreakers. We do have our team comparison coming out here as well. So we've got some stats to look at between these teams. And again, Alpha and Bait pretty close to each other. Just a few more assists, a few more kills on Bait, but not huge enough that I feel like it makes a big difference. I think the big difference in these stats is that Bait did manage to drag a few series to 3 games. So that's really why it might be leaning a bit higher in assists, a little bit higher in kills. Not big enough to really, be an actual tangible advantage. Same story here on our number stats, GPM, building damage, XPM. Again, Bait has managed to win a few games in the series. Not necessarily the series itself, but they've managed to find some wins in some of our best of 3. So it does lead to better stats overall just because of that. I think Alpha, they've had the tendency to get 2-0'd a little bit more frequently, Mike.
Yeah, they certainly have been. Still, I mean, the comparison's close enough here, I think, between these two teams. And like I said, I think Alpha going into this matchup are going to have a little bit of maybe a slight advantage considering they are completely warmed up now. They have a bit of momentum behind them. And again, I think they, apart from the laning stage, they look pretty good as we do see the play comparison. And again, it's fairly even. Big difference being the XPM and average last hits between these two of the mid lane. Again, Dendi tends to be more of a farm-orientated mid lane at the moment from what we've seen. And I suppose the stats do reflect that. Average kills-wise, though, it apparently still is able to find pretty much the exact same with less farm. So there's that.
Yeah, I think it's just down to maybe how the game state is as well, right? Like sometimes you do have room to breathe a little bit more. Dendi finds himself being able to build up, or sometimes Dendi's on a higher streak in some of these games. We'll see as we do have the draft on hand. We do have the Medusa and Magnus banned out by Bait. The side of Alpha taking care of the Bat Rider and the Beastmaster. Surprise, surprise, Techies is picked up by Alpha. Bait will go for the Storm for themselves. So an early Dendi pickup along with a battery of the Kotl. Not the best battery in the world. At the same time, Chakra spam is pretty good for a Storm to play with. So it does tie in together. Rather early Storm pick. I'm wondering if Alpha will consider what matchup to go into that. As they've already just played against the Void Spirit matchup. Steel's very aware of the intricacies of that one. Ember still there if you wanted that. I feel like Ember versus Storm is almost always a little bit better for the Ember. For the most part, a little bit more player dependent. But the outplay potential is there, and they will go for the Ember.
I mean, why not? I don't mind the Kotl Storm opening, though. Like, yesterday we saw Dendi really popping off on the Storm, doing some great work. And even though they lost that series, the Storm was not the reason for that, I assure you. And it was Keeper of the Light and Storm together. So they just kind of want to run a very similar style of draft to what was working yesterday. Can't quite blame them for that. I think right now in a best of 1 tiebreaker, there's nothing to hold back. Like, you just go straight for the comfort. You go for what works. You don't hesitate to just pick up what is working for your team here in a best of 1. And that's exactly what they start with the Storm Kotl. Because Alpha with the Ember pick, obviously still really strong, a nice counter towards the Storm. And something we tend to see very, very often against the Storm Spirit. So fair enough to Alpha. Like I said, I just think just go for comfort. You don't have a second game to play in this series against Alpha, so just pick up the heroes that you think are going to work and that you've had success with. I think is the best way to play this for bait.
Yeah, no need to overthink it and draft. Just get something that's strong, and get something that's very familiar for you. Wondering what their pickups will be, particularly for Stominin. I think he's always one of the most interesting characters on bait, just because of his hero pool being probably the most radically different from a lot of support players that we tend to see. So I'm kind of wanting to see whether or not he's allowed to pick up something like his Skyrat Mage. Could be a solution to kind of play fast. Vortex plus Mythic Flare is pretty nice. Ancient Seal is good against the Ember, or basically any Spirit Brother. So I wouldn't mind that too much for bait to dip into. As, again, best of one. You don't want risks. You want comfort. Stominin is completely in the dark again. His mantra is completely off.
It is.
Radiant team.
He's back into peak form here, Stomina, which I can appreciate. No need to turn on the monitor yet, John. The game hasn't started. He doesn't need to play craft. He's like a chess player. This guy. He remembers every pick, every ban. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's it. He knows his all his openings. I don't know how he tells which pieces move without looking at it. But I guess in a real chessboard, you can hear. You can use the spatial audio mic to figure out where exactly, what piece was moved forward, whether or not the Bond Cloud is viable in this opening. And
now
such.
you're starting to get it. Now you're starting to understand, John. I like that.
What is the Dota equivalent of doing a Bond Cloud?
That's a good question, John. That's a very good question. One I don't have the answer to, sadly, but I appreciate the very good questions you have today, Jonathan. Obviously, always ready with the important aspects of every game.
Yes. When we were doing tiebreakers for Southeast Asia in our Boom versus Army Geniuses game, I kept rambling on about Oppenheimer and Barbie being the summer hits.
I bet you did.
Great films. Going to be great films, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't watched either of them, to be fair.
They're not yet out. You know, can't blame me if they're not yet out, Mike. I want to watch some great films. I want to watch Oppenheimer style. I want to watch Barbie with Ryan Gosling. Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, Jonathan. I'm not going to watch it, but you will.
Someone has trash taste and it's not me.
Final ban for bait before we get to see these drafts continue. Spanning out a bit of a mix here, some Underlord, some Disruptor. Anything that makes the Storm feel uncomfortable needs to be removed here, I think. So we saw a Underlord versus, I think it was a Void Spirit matchup. It could have been a Storm though, having trouble remembering, but the Rod of Atos Pit of Malice build, I think it was actually Funnick that played it. And it was pretty devastating. Like, you're just locking down these spirit heroes with Rod of Atos Pit of Malice. It makes it pretty impossible for them to be able to get away. So just getting rid of that hero obviously going to be quite good here for bait. But they are still thinking about this final ban before we can see some more picks come out. Taking their sweet time with it.
I'm a bit surprised Alpha left in the Stominin Skyrat Mage. Maybe they're just not worried about it. I can see bait just picking it up here if they wanted it. They go with the Doom pick, so a little bit different. Go with the Doom, Funnick Doom out. Surprised that hero did last through the bans, to be fair. Tends to be a top priority ban along with the Techies and Beastmaster, but Funnick does get to have some fun. Now, the one thing with Doom is that in certain cases it can be a bit of a slow hero, right? You're farming up normally Octarine. Sometimes you still go back to the Midas, then you go Blink BKB. So there's a lot of sitting back and occasionally joining your team for fights, for the most part sitting in the jungle and trying to farm up. And that is something that Alpha can punish. Like we've seen before, we've seen the last game when if you don't manage to play through the strengths of your draft, Alpha's the kind of team to find that hole and bust it open. So I want to see just how well bait adjusts, how well bait plays with his Doom, what style Funnick brings out, whether or not it's the Aura, whether or not it's the usual Octarine, and just how aggressive he'll want to be, because I mean, in a best of one, I feel like taking a game slow isn't necessarily the
10
best
seconds
route.
remaining.
Like, you kind of actually do want tempo. You want to be always in
5
control of the game.
seconds remaining.
And sometimes a Doom just, it feels like you have to let go of that control for a while you're farming.
I do like the Underlord pick at least here from Alpha. Like, against the Doom off lane, like, Underlord's one of the, excuse me,
Banned out,
Undying.
though. Yes.
Undying is what I was meant to say. Is one of the heroes I think that can really zone out the Doom effectively is the Undying. Sure, you might not be able to secure kills because Scorched Earth just offers so much movement speed, but you can do pretty damn good job of just zoning away the Doom and not allowing the good game that he
5
does
seconds
want.
remaining.
Unless, of course, the Doom picks up that damn mana drain creep, in which case he doesn't care anymore because you'll never have mana to spam decay anyway. As Alpha, they do go for the Venomancer pick as well, so Veno coming out once again. It is probably going to be the POS 3 Veno that we're looking at, which I don't know how to feel about it any longer, considering it's not against TA. Wind Ranger picked up here for bait, so that's probably going to be the Stonebank Wind Ranger, and I don't think there's really much in the way of dealing with this Wind Ranger right now, based off the draft of Alpha.
And not quite. You don't have maybe the best magical damage to deal with a hero. We saw Stonebank play this before. He did look pretty damn good in that hero. And I believe that was the one win that Bait found in their series up against Fault.
Correct.
So I think it's pretty damn good. It's still open enough that you could still flex as a support, but likely we're just last picking something like the Stominant hero, and you can see Alpha expecting the same. For Bait, they are expecting the safe lane to come out here for Argus. For Alpha, you say offlane Veno. I suppose there's a chance you can flex for
5 seconds
offlane
remaining.
Undying, although that
Right.
has not been popular in this patch. I remember it being a little bit more popular in the last patch, right before we got 0.33. But, you know, offlane Undying is also alright. I think if you run... Honestly, you probably just run Undying and Venomancer as your duo. That sounds pretty toxic. Decayed him down, galed him down to death, have one touch of the Poison Sting, and, you know, when you're at 300 HP, you're just dead.
10 seconds remaining.
It does sound a little bit toxic. I don't know if POS 3 Undying is really the way they want to go, but I mean, to be fair, compared to, say, the POS 3 Veno, it might be a good idea. Together, that POS 3 Veno we saw last game round was against the TA. Like, there was a direct counter for it. This time around, it doesn't really feel like there's any counter towards the, for the Veno to focus on. So you don't have that big kind of advantage in the matchup. Like, he might do well against the Wind Ranger in the laning stage if it is going to be a POS 3 Veno, but even then, I think Stonebank will find a way to easily just kind of win that matchup. It's not in any way too detrimental for the Wind Ranger.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they close the draft here on Alpha. A lot of carries already banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
What's really good against Wind Ranger? It doesn't feel like
5 seconds
there's
remaining.
too much that really directly counters the hero. You could go Terrorblade, I suppose, if you wanted to here. They go to Terrorblade. All right. Wow. What a great read, John.
That's why we pay you the big bucks, Jonathan. At the end of the day, I think it's the one counter we have found towards the Wind Ranger is just
10
building
seconds
Nullifier.
remaining.
Like that's what you
Yeah.
kind of have to do against this hero. There's no two ways about it. Like, obviously, a high armor TB is always going to be pretty good against the Wind Ranger, and obviously having Sunder available is always going to be quite nice against her. But ultimately, you are probably going to need the Nullifier to really make something happen against this hero right now.
Do you see Funnick at all in his camera?
No.
Him and Stominant
Him and Stominant, yep, they're together today.
in the dark. That's poetic.
Sometimes you need a bit of darkness in your life, John. It's not always lights and happy times.
Oh, see his hands. See him moving.
You may now
The CM.
CM pick
Okay,
up.
that's
Okay.
you know. This is one thing in the draft that's always weird. When you last pick a support and you last pick a CM, what does that really do for your draft? Like, why did you have to save it?
I think
like-
it's just a matter of they I don't know if they saved it on purpose, but At least it is going to be quite a dominant lane here with the CM Wind Ranger. It shouldn't be too easy for Bleskid to have that good of a time on the Veno, I don't think. It is a pos 3 Veno, by the way, that we're looking at. And like I said, last game around, I thought the Veno was fine, and Dujo did a great job at shutting down the TA during the laning stage. I don't necessarily think it's going to be the greatest pos 3 Veno game this time around, so I don't exactly see a huge counter. I don't see what it's countering exactly, but we'll see what happens. Alpha, they want to try and run it themselves.
Yeah, it's rather interesting they pick it up after just beating the hell out of it in the last game. Maybe just prioritizing the lanes, knowing that scaling will come here from Argus and from Steel. Although, we'll find out how much you can get done here. For some reason, Funnick's back in the real world. Its dominance a floating he's a floating head. I love Stomin. It's just something about him in the darkness, in the pits of Dota, in the pits of NA Dota. It just makes me smile. I wish we had more cameras like his.
Yeah. I mean, with that though, I mean, Bait vs Alpha, game number 1 of 1, that is, between Alpha and Bait. Alpha 1 series win away, 1 game away from qualifying to not get relegated. I say qualifying as if they're qualifying to anything, John. They're not going to get relegated if they can win this game. For Bait, obviously they are avoiding relegation here in this series. If they lose, it is as good as done. They are going down to Div 2. If they win, then they go up against SKG for their chance at securing their position in Division 1. So very, very important for both these teams to try and secure this victory. We are going to have a quick disconnection here from Takaya. Seems like he's having maybe some lag issues. He'll be back any moment, I'm sure. And they are indeed. Surprise, surprise, some lag issues coming out here for Alpha.
He disconnected.
He disconnected indeed. Very good job. My main curiosity still stands with this. There you go. There it is. My curiosity stands with this Venom answer. Like I just people are gonna be like, well, Mike, you said pos 3 Venom was good last game.
Yeah, Mike, you said it was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good, John. They messed up
until it wasn't.
No, it was good. I don't think it was Dutro's fault they lost that game. I'm looking at you, Leonidas. I'm looking at you.
to be fair, I think, like, Venomancer is still one of those things that just feels weird past the laning stage. I think it still has this really sharp timer. It's again, it can carry auras, but Crimson Guard is probably one of the most important auras, and that's awful in Venomancer, just because he really doesn't have too much strength. I was going to ask this. Do you happen to know if Undying goes Crimson, with the way Crimson calculates based on your strength, if you stack the Ks, does that mean you have a higher barrier? Or is it calculating base strength?
I love how you're asking me all these questions when you're meant to be the analyst. I don't know the answer to that. My goodness.
The caster strength value. Okay, so theoretically, Undying is the best Crimson Guard carrier. Or consequently, also the worst if he doesn't get too much decays off in the middle of a fight. Interesting.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. I'm sure it does count. Seems like it should count based off the description of the item. Stominant gonna rush in, not able to pick up the bounty. Takaya was there ready to go. 2 for 2 bounty trade, pretty even start here between these two teams. Naturally, we will be beginning with the mid lane where you will have Dendi on the Storm against Steel on the Ember. This is one of those outplay matchups that we always kind of talk about. Like, yes, the Ember feels like a counter towards the Storm in most games, but that's only once you really have the chains up. For now, during the laning stage, I think Dendi should still have an okay time.
Yeah, shouldn't be zoned out too hard. I think the real key timing for the Ember here is like your Orb of Corrosion. At that point, you can really run down the Storm. You also have to manage your Flame Guard well. Don't walk up to the Remnants. Don't try to dodge out the overload attacks as best as you can. And if you can maintain that Flame Guard, then you have pretty decent just overall harass onto Dendi. As we do get another pause. Lag is the call. Where's my voice line? No voice line, fine. Whatever, man.
Unlucky.
I didn't need it.
I mean, it's usually Funnick's the one that's spamming the voice line you're thinking of, John. Funnick kind of dropping the ball here, sadly.
Yeah, Funnick doesn't spam the SMG one, right? That's just Kasane.
That's Kasane.
Yeah, madman.
I mean, it is quite pleasing to the ear. I think that's JJ Lin singing the song, right? I imagine.
I honestly can't tell you because it sounded a lot more feminine, and I'm not sure how JJ Lin sounds. To be fair,
what do you mean feminine?
It sounded pretty high pitched, like tonal wise. It sounded really, really high pitched. Like, try humming along to it, Mike. Give us a taste of
no, I'm not gonna hum
Michael
along to it.
Phoenix singing.
No, I'm not gonna do that. But it's I understand what you're trying to say. You know, I don't think feminine was the right word for that. You know, it's just sounds like an R&B song almost, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like an R&B song. It's
right.
Just, I know how you want me to describe the voice. High pitched. It's not necessarily high octave. Yeah, okay. It's a higher octave reading of the notes. So
who cares?
It's not the most common vocal range for. I don't know. It does. I don't think that's JJ Lin. I'm pretty sure I've heard JJ Lin in Singapore, but I don't know. Maybe JJ Lin in Malaysia is different. Food's different for sure.
Yeah. But anyway, we were talking about this mid matchup, but nevertheless, I mean, we kind of already went over it. Dendi should still have a decent time. Bottom lane, Takai is going to be there as the Undying. Argus going to be there as the TB against Funnick and Stominant. For now, I think, like I mentioned, I think Takai should be able to do a pretty damn good job of just keeping Funnick at bay with these decay spam. Stominant with the Illuminate going to try and do damage, but it's kind of the thing against Undying. Like, he gets 2 stacks of decay. Illuminate just feels like it does no damage. And ultimately, Takaya, as long as he keeps up in terms of his mana, I think Funnick is going to struggle quite a bit.
Yeah. It's not going to be the most straightforward. At the least down the line, you'll have like your Chakra plus Doom.
Uh-oh.
So you can kind of just keep devouring.
Funnick's dead. Yeah. It's just the thing, when you get level 2 on Undying and you've already got 2-3 stacks of decay, there's just no way to escape it. Drops the Tombstone, easiest kill of his life. Meanwhile, top lane, low dying. Frostbite is there. Braxy trying for the kill. He's going to find it just before he dies. So a nice pickup for him. At least Stonebank is able to trade. Does pick up a kill for himself on the position 1 Wind Ranger. But kills happening all across the map already.
Some laning aggression, which you do want to see from Alpha. Again, they drafted this Venomancer, so you expect them to try to play faster in their lanes and get as much as they can out of the lanes as possible. You are having still a decent time for Dendi down mid, and a slight advantage in the CS, 3 creeps above, a good position to just get the earlier levels, perhaps work his way towards that 6 a little bit faster if things maintain. I think the key thing for Alpha overall is just this lane for Argus.
Top lane, low dying. Gonna get jumped. Last off was there. Problem is, Blesskid is dropping pretty low here on the Veno. Stonebank looking like he wants to try and chase, but the power shot doesn't land. Stonebank, I mean, high fives up from Braxy, but he's the one falling a bit too low. He's gonna Fairy Fire up, but he's taking the full creep wave. Oh, Stonebank's gonna find a double. And in the end, Braxy's high five way too early. Not respecting the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, 1 run off cooldown again. And you don't do damage. Your cooldowns on your bombs just a little bit too long for you to find that opening. No TP as well for Braxy, so he has to walk back into the lane, providing an opening for Bait to just feel comfy there on the solo 1v1. A rather interesting back and forth already. Tree to tree early on. Slight advantage for Bait. And for the side of Alpha, honestly, your bot lane's going fine. Your mid matchup is all right. But the top lane is the concerning one for me, Mike. You want the Venomancer to dominate the lane. You don't want him to trade kills. Even trading kills feels awful for this hero still. So that does mean the enemy laner is not really suppressed. He gets to gain back some of the XP. He gets to gain back some of the farm that you steal away from him by killing him off. I'm not sure if you really feel good about the top lane just yet here for Blessed Kid. You're still happy with Argius's lane. Terribly, it's still doing fine, but Venomancer, and it's such a weird niche hero. At least in this matchup, it doesn't really present its purpose, and we'll just have to see. It does look like we're just gonna see probably the Atos into Gleipnir here for Venom, which isn't too bad as a universal type, but just feels like you could always find a different hero to kind of go that route as a universal type, or just a ranged core.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see if like the Veno does pay off. Right now, it certainly doesn't feel like it is during the lanes, but maybe later on. At least Snowbank isn't farming the best. Like, he still found 21 CS. That's not the worst either. Pretty close, in fact, to the farm of Argus on the TB, who's going for a bit of a chase onto Funny. Funny's going to be just fine. Plenty of armor available with the Devour, but the thing is, he hasn't been able to find the most farm that's doing this game, and I mean, Argus practically has been free farming on the TB. Meanwhile, Takai is going to go for a chase onto Stominant. Can't really do much against the Coddle. Coddle just runs way too quick. 6-minute power rune. It's going to be a pretty big deal, as you do have a spirit versus spirit matchup. Bait already ready to just focus on getting both of them, though. Don't think Steel's going to be able to get away with either one, as top lane Stonebank did end up going down. Dendi, in the meantime, trying to fight for a power rune. It is going to go to Lowdyne anyway. And Dendi is completely out of mana, just being so aggressive to try and secure the power rune. Still barely able to zip away, though. It's going to be fine for now, as Lowdyne's going to be the next target. Sticky Bomb is going to land, so Still can move in for the follow-up damage. The Frostbite again going to lock him down, but with the Sleight of Fist, he's going to have enough to secure at least a CM kill.
Finds himself a good set of pickoffs. Always kind of curious about when you drop the Remnant very close to the tier 1. I mean, it's a nice aggressive position, but it's also very exposed. They don't manage to punish it too much on bait. And again, you're kind of getting what you want down mid now. It was a little bit better for Dendi early on, but Steel is starting to find his pacing. He's got the Orb of Corrosion, which is the key timing. Now your Storm doesn't feel that durable at all. At least you have the 6.
Still a very close matchup here. Less than 1k advantage for Alphas. Top lane, Focus Fire committed here on Blesskid, and as a pos 3 Veno, there's not really much you can do about it. Actually ends up switching his item build as well. Just queues up the mech, so it looks like he's going for the Greaves build up on the Veno, which is pretty standard, but it just doesn't... You know, this is a game where you really doubt pos 3 Veno is going to have the impact you're looking for. And so far, that is kind of the case.
Not sure if even something like the pipe buildup will feel amazing. Granted, you've got a Storm and CM and a Coddle, so maybe not the worst thing in the world. But how fast you hit the Guardian Greaves pipe timing is going to be a little bit interesting here for Blesskid. Already a bit of an early jungle invasion coming out from Steel. Good read, taking care of some of this large camp stacks. Not the fastest clear, mind you, but it takes some of the resources away at the very least. Solo smoke out here. Nice grab from Braxy on the Arcane. And he did see that zip commitment, so really just rubbing it in onto Dendi. Damn, Braxy.
Yeah, why not? Again, it's a 1 game away from Alpha, qualifying for the remainder of Div 1.
Qualifying.
I know, I've said it again, John. I tried to save myself. But
no, I just find it amusing. I'm sorry for finding you amusing to be with, Mike.
Yeah,
I'll be a lot more bored now. Thank you.
You're the only one that finds me amusing, John. Most people just get very, very annoyed very quickly.
I'm qualifying for another day of life, Mike.
Shut up.
Perfectly acceptable usage in English parlance, I'm sure.
Top lane, Blesskid is qualifying for a respawn timer here, John, as he's going to drop. Braxy tried to jump in with the blast off to help out, but he could be in danger. He does have Argus behind him though, so Stonebank just wants to get out. It's going to be fine. No real chance of him dying, though Still does come in, now revealing himself with that Sleight of Fist attempt. Bait be able to successfully walk away with the life of the Venomancer, but now they need to find a way to defend this top tier 1 tower. So support duo they had should be able to do a decent job of doing so though, because you do have a Keeper of the Light. Illuminate spam should be more than enough to make sure this T1 doesn't go down too easily to Alpha. I say that, they are still going for the tier 1, but now without the creep wave, even with 5 heroes here, Alpha decide better of it. They get the hell out.
Radiant's bottom tower is
To play it
under
safe,
attack.
no need to really overcommit here on the side of Alpha. I'm a little bit curious that they've left Funnick alone to just play the bot. So the Doom has recovered fairly nicely, number 1 in net worth as you'd expect. And he is rushing the Midas as well. And nothing to stop Funnick, nothing to punish that solo off lane. You know what? I feel like if you did a lane swap here in Alpha earlier on, placed Blessed Kid up against Doom, you might have been better off. Maybe after those 2 kills came out for the Terrorblade. But you at some point just tried to melt down.
Down to Kaya here on the Undying. Going to be a very easy pick-off for him on the Storm. Doesn't really have Stomin around to give him that mana he wants, but it doesn't really matter. He already got the kill. He'll be pretty happy with himself. Now 3k advantage for Bait, looking pretty strong in this game number, or series number 1, I should say. All 3 cores from Bait sitting at the series number 2 is all the cores on the side of Bait sitting at the top of the net worth board. Though Alpha aren't too far behind, to be absolutely fair to them. Now looking at Dendi mid lane, you're gonna be fine as no chains even came out from Steel, and even then it would have been a level 1 chain, so already long enough to lock him down.
Tower has fallen.
Bottom tier 1 tower in the meantime does end up going down. Top tier 1 remains standing as Stonebank just continues defending that top tier 1 tower. Overall, again, I think Beta are off to a pretty strong start here in this this game against Alpha.
Yeah, not too shabby. They've managed to ride through the tougher part of the laning phase that Alpha couldn't quite bring to full bear. They're getting space out for Funnick to just grow into this massive Doom with a Midas up. Octarine next. Looking just, again, play a farming game and just no punishment onto Bait from Alpha. They're kind of playing this farming game as well.
Top lane, focus fire out. Blessed Kid just could not escape the wrath of Stonebank. And Stonebank takes a fair bit of damage though, so still can try to move in for a kill attempt, but doesn't really have many spells to throw out, nor does have the mana. So needs to get out of there. And I'll tell you, like, so far, this Veno, all he's been doing is giving more gold to Stonebank. Stonebank now 5-1-1, completely uncontested, and with the Maelstrom up, he has plenty of kill-off potential now. I mean, you can't really approach the guy by yourself anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit harder to try to put a lock onto Stonebank. I feel like this could be a viable Venomancer
Is under attack.
Halberd game after the Guardian Greaves. Just having a way of locking in, preventing the right click damage from coming through is pretty damn big, and you don't really have any other core that wants to build a Halberd here. That job should fall onto Blessed Kid down the line. How far down the line, we'll have to see, as the timings are really starting to work themselves to Bait's favor at the least here.
Yeah, they are. Dendi mid lane, I mean, still again with the level 2 chains, but doesn't really have the backup he requires to try and deal with the Storm. Dendi's not really their biggest issue anyway. Like, if anything, they've really got to find a way to deal with Stonebank at the moment. He's the big problem, and he's going to have a BKB rather soon as well on the Wind Ranger. Thing is, with the BKB up, you don't really have a way of dealing with him. Because as long as it's available and used up, it's pretty hard to actually do anything against this Wind Ranger throughout the BKB duration. Lowdyne, chains are there. TP going to be cancelled. Lowdyne will go down. Nice little pick up for Steel. Just a bit of a pick-me-up kill here for the Ember. Will allow him to get a little bit closer to the Maelstrom time.
Yeah, just a little bit of a snack in the form of a CM. A very, very delicate snack that just falls apart once you get a couple of sleight of fits in. But a very nutritious one for Ember nonetheless. Important to still hit those timings. Bait, again, they're kind of just sitting back, building up farm. Space for Funnick is always good. This is something that we know Funnick loves to do. Just play a lot of farmy off lanes. It's Dendi who kind of picks up the pace for the team. And Dendi is inching towards his Witchblade now. with the Falcon Blade up. So you're starting to hit that key item timing for the Storm, where he can have a lot more play, a lot more damage output, some mana to sustain as well. And overall, looking at the lineups, Bait doesn't mind taking it late. It's a little bit awkward into mid-game versus Terrorblade. I think that's the timing that is also pretty damn strong for Alpha once you can get some itemization to flow out here for Argus. They can do a lot more once the Terrorblade has at least a mana to
I'll
up.
jump in, steal. Get away. Have the Remnant ready just in case the jump was there from Dendi, but still level 1 Vortex as well, so the duration's not really anywhere near long enough to deal with an Ember Spirit. So both teams seem like they're more than happy to just take time to farm at the moment. They're not rushing for any big team fights, which I think it favors Alpha more because they're the ones that need the time to get that net worth going. Again, 6k behind right now is Alpha, and that's generally not the best of news. So they'll take some time to try and secure some core items up before they try to force a fight. Bait, on the other hand, like, you also don't mind just taking time to farm. You have a Doom Wind Ranger and a Storm. Like, the late game scaling of Bait is pretty damn fantastic. So absolutely no rush here.
Dire's top tower is
But they are going to just smoke up. 3 heroes running up towards the top lane. T1 tower going down. Stonebank, he's going to go for a shackle into the focus fire. Onto the TB is Dendi now going to zip right in, but the Sunder is going to be used on the Storm. It just may not matter though because they got the Doom off. Argus is down. Stonebank does also go down, so not the worst trade so far, but Dendi is just going absolutely ham. Unlimited mana here for the Storm. Takaya also going to drop. Funnick though is going to go down to steal, but Dendi will walk away with a triple kill on the Storm. It is going to be a 3 for 3 so far. But Stominant is being chased here on the Keeper of the Light, so he might be a 4th kill here for Alpha. So he is still trying to run. He'll take a Watcher away and actually gets out with the TP. Still stuck. Still's actually stuck. That's why he couldn't keep chasing. I was wondering where he was. I didn't even know that little ditch existed.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I wish we could go into showcase view because I am so curious about the elevation in that one. It's yeah,
You can see it.
that's actually kind of sad. Okay, at least has the remnant, but that's a lot of time where he's literally doing nothing. That's the little timeout corner, Mike. That's where you should send. You know, that's my skewer target now. Thank you. That's all the heroes from the skewer.
I always appreciate the fact that like you have little areas like that people just don't think about. You know, it's like Ice Rock had to think about that little area before putting it there. That was definitely like a purposeful thing. It's cute. I like it.
I wonder if it is.
I mean, come on, it's gotta be.
It's gotta be, but you never know. Like the triangle, the staircase triangle trap of death. I don't know if that was on purpose too. It just looks like a couple of prop pieces plopped in, and it creates a very bad negative space for you to be stuck in. That you can be stuck in. This map is... The new map certainly has some enchanting surprises. So enchanting that you can't move out of him.
I like it. I think it's great. Keep it the way it is, Ice Frog. That's what we needed. Dane's out, low 9. Gonna get the classic CM experience. I say that. The Pavais up. He's actually taking through a lot of damage. Eventually, Argus should take him down and still will be the one to take the kills. Oh, they found Stonebank. He BKBs. He'll be able to run. Thankfully, Stonebank going to be pretty happy about the fact that he has that BKB early. Otherwise, that was a guaranteed kill on the Wind Ranger. For now, he is able to walk away from this scenario.
Manages to back off. First BKB charge committed, but not the biggest deal in the world, considering staying alive at this point is more than acceptable for Bait, considering this pacing that their lineup is trying to get. The pressure is on Alpha to try to get something themselves, try to get something done. Get these timings up, start to connect with your Terrorblade, and utilize the big beefy Terrorblade once it does have the Scotty up in trying to siege and trying to take some team fights. So we'll see how long that takes. I think for now, it's going to be a little bit of a slowdown in the game. You find some pickoffs while you can, but for the most part, it is Farm Fiesta Part 2. And, you know, I mean, Funnick's already got the good old Octarine Midas. So the farming never ends, Mike.
That's pretty classic. Pretty classic, I think. Again, these are best of one tiebreakers, John. I think both teams will like play the absolute most conservative way possible. Here we go again to Kaya. End up going down here. Lodine the one to actually take the kill on the CM. So happy days for the CM. Well, mid lane, bit of a group up here from Alpha. Steel and Bleskid both hanging around. No jump in from Dendi. Not going to try to rush this, but does want the power rune. He's trying to get lucky with it, and he will. Very lucky, in fact. Getting a regen rune from himself, you couldn't really ask for much more. So Steel's going to be a little bit annoyed about not finding that one himself. But now with the regen rune up, like, Bait may make the call to go for a big fight again. Because this is, you know, regen's obviously quite huge for a Storm Spirit in the middle of a team fight. They have grouped up again, but it doesn't seem like they've popped a smoke, nor do they have one. Lodine's actually the one holding the smoke, and he's farming top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get aggressive, but the lineup of Bait does feel like it really doesn't mind just farming as well. So if you had to make a choice, farming is safer as long as you're not getting ganked. And as you said, Mike, more conservative games in some of these best of ones, no massive risks. Taking a fight is a risk. This is optimal, safe play, Mike.
Risks sometimes are good, sometimes aren't.
Like if you want to watch a good movie,
yes,
you don't risk it by going to a no-name director. You watch Oppenheimer by Christopher Nolan.
I thought you were going to say Barbie.
You'd watch Barbie with Ryan Gosling, okay?
Roshan's happening right now. Bait are getting away with it quite freely. Alpha, I'm sure they have somewhat of an idea this is happening, but just not really confident in their ability to be able to fight this one out. So now Aegis on Dendi, meaning, you know, on the Storm, having those 2 lives is going to be very, very impactful. It's an absolutely free reset in the middle of a team fight. 7k advantage for Bait, still standing. Mind you, they do have a Doom on their end of things, which is where a lot of the net worth advantage is coming from. But Doom's still a very potent hero right now, so that's not exactly a bad thing. Alpha still in no rush to try and force a fight. They are still taking their time, allow their TB the time to really keep up in terms of that farm. But there is the smoke now from Bait. They've smoked up as 2. They'll have Dendi around the corner as well as on the Storm. He can just zip in whenever the hell he wants anyway. And it seems like they're going to find Bleskid on this Pulse 3 Venom. Shackle not going to land on anything, but Stonebank, a very, very easy kill for himself. There's no way to stop him from doing that. And it's not like Bleskid's working towards anything like a halberd here against Stonebank, so chances are that's just going to keep happening.
Ah, very interesting.
Radiant's
We are seeing
is under attack.
Bleskid farm up for... Well, he had the Ags queued last time, which I felt was pretty dank. But he's going for the actual sane build-up now of Ghost Scepter. Not as fun. Wanted to see the Venomancer Ags in a pro game, because the Venomancer Ags is so counterintuitive, because you have to die. Right? It's like one of the reasons why a lot of people argue against the Warlock Chaotic Offering on death. Because you shouldn't be dead anyway. So you shouldn't invest in anything that comes from you losing. Right?
Stonebank. Oh, he got jumped there. Blast off is out from Braxy, but it's not doing quite enough yet. Lodine finally going down, but it doesn't really mean too much unless you find some big cores. Doom is out onto the TB. Meanwhile, Stonebank is trying to outrun these zombies, but they're just chasing. He should be fine. Dendi zipping in after the TB. Funnick taking through all this damage, will go down, but they have found the TB as a trade. This ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Alpha in the end. But it's really not the worst situation. Like, you got the Terrorblade. It is still favorable for Alpha overall, I think, but considering the position Bait were trying to fight in, I think they might be okay with this.
Yeah, I think it's honestly fine. Like, you got Aegis usage out from Dendi. You managed to find the Terrorblade, which is really the one hero you want to shut down on Alpha anyway, in exchange for your Doom, but he sets up for the Terrorblade. So it's all dandy, good and dandy here for the side of Bait. Alpha, yeah, this game just doesn't simplify as the game goes on. Like, your Venomancer's impact will be mitigated, it does feel like this game starts to go more and more onto Steel and onto Arceus to get something done with these cores. Like an Ember dancing around is pretty damn big. Issue is it's not the freest Ember game. There's a decent amount of hold here. And you've always got the threat of Doom as well, which is not something you manage all too nicely here for Steel. It will smoke up once more in bait though.
Mid lane. Poor old Blessed Kid. Immediately bursted down here by Dendi. Keep in mind, Dendi has arcane runes, so definitely wants to keep fighting if he can, but nobody left to go after. But yeah, this Venom is just a sitting duck. Every time they see him, it's the freest kill of their lives. They just take it every single time.
Yeah. So it's very squishy. You haven't been able to really go for all in on stats. Even your aura play, it's not the scariest. I do like the Wind Ranger Ags coming out here. Like, attacking from Invis is one thing. Really, the 50% physical damage reduction is huge.
Braxy trying to get out. Frostbite gonna lock him down. He's actually still alive though, because Still's gonna jump back in, and now the blast off is there. So you lose Lodine, but with the Doom out and committed on the Ember, maybe they could have kept going. Problem is the position isn't the best for bait. So they will try to retreat and come back another day. It's kind of cut their losses with the 1-for-1 trade. I say losses, but they kind of came out on top anyway. That'll be about it. Again, very conservative gameplay from both sides. Neither one really going too ham.
Yeah, just you don't want to take massive risks in the best of one. It's very unforgiving if you make a play that doesn't work out. And we've seen that happen multiple times before. You could end up losing way more objectives than it's worth the trouble. Just play the farm game, play it safe. Get that build up you'd want here on bait. Maybe just wait out your next Doom timing here on Funnick, actually. That should be the one thing that will allow them to take more fights. You do get the free shard now from the Tormentor for Stomodon. So he's got the recall. You can play all the way across the map now. Just get dragged in to these engagements. Again, allowing inside of bait to be a bit more efficient. Smoke out from Alpha. See if they find something.
We're going to run into Stonebank. That's a great target if they can get started on him. Shackle is there. Blessed Kid trying to move up. Has no way of locking anyone down, however. Lodine instead is going to be the one to get caught. They'll be more than happy to hand the CM over. Because Lodine does tank the gank for the team, and that's not the target Alpha wanted. You know, if anything, they would have much preferred Stonebank, but with a pos 3 Veno, like, you just don't have any lockdown. No. Nobody else is doing it for him either. Unless Steel's around, you literally do not have a way of stopping somebody. It's pretty rough.
And that's why I was kind of expecting this Gleipnir, A2's Gleipnir build-up, just to have a little bit more AoE control, but the aura play not too bad, but again, the Venomancer is an aura carrier. Does feel like it's a little bit less forgiving. You can't be as clutch with these actives to come true. Full Hex up and running now for Dendi, so the game just got even harder. Just to zip in the Vortex to Hex. There's no escape coming through here for our Ember. It's going to be rough for Steel for a very long time, as long as Dendi gets the angles in. They'll smoke up with that item up.
We go zip in. Dendi is there. And we'll have the Underlord. Excuse me, the Undying. I just keep calling it Underlord today. Takaya is gone. I don't know what it is, John.
Well, he does. I don't know, Mike. He does. The Undying does not look like a giant devil demon slug thing with feet. Yeah. But I guess they're both dead. Well, no, not really. Underlord's not dead.
It's not spotted by Dendi. Very nice escape from Blessed Kid. Again, he has not had the most fun times, as he does pick up a Yule Scepter now on the Venom. So at least you have a way of kind of stopping the Wind Ranger in her tracks, you know, kind of get rid of that Wind Run. Actually have a bit of lockdown here as a Veno, a nice way of cancelling TPs or just catching somebody out. Ultimately, you're still in kind of dire straits here as the Yules can only do so much. Like, Dendi's got a full sight device up, so That's not really going to help too much against that, as Braxy has been spotted here by Stonebank hanging around the hot tub. He's going to get caught out, and with the focus fire, Dendi able to just take the kill himself. Again, with the draft that Alpha have, you just don't have the catch. They can so easily disengage, and like nothing can be done about it.
It's so funny because this is what we saw from Sand King Gomez in our first game, right? Like, they had no catch as well. Alpha get themselves in this situation now as well. And it just doesn't feel like you're going to find some straightforward solutions here from Alpha to help them gain some control back. Again, I'm a little bit curious with this build-up here from Blessed Kid. Like, he is just going straight for Ag still.
Yeah.
I get why, because, I mean, if you're dying anyway, you might say, well, have some utility. It's still, you know, I don't know. Like, I've had a lot of people tell me, stop going for things which require you to die, because you shouldn't be dying. So, we'll see.
I think the thing is, he is going to die no matter what, so... Like, I don't think he's just trying to get the value while he can. I don't blame him.
Has he
for
considered
it,
not dying?
Yeah, I mean, that's a serious consideration that he probably should have. It's proven to be quite challenging this game, but I think he should think about it.
Yeah, could be worthwhile.
Alpha, feel like it's worthwhile to fight for this Roshan. They're going to move in. Still, does get a nice chains off onto Dendi, but nobody else is there to follow up with it. That's kind of the issue that we've seen all game with Alpha, is like, even if they can catch somebody, nobody else is willing to jump in. So you just don't have enough lockdown to deal with the Storm this game. That's about it. They just back off again. Like, Roshan's still not up. In fact, I say that it is now. Smoke is there. Bait, they're going to wrap around the long way through the bottom lane, and oh, they could find the TB. Argus going to retreat at the right timing. Bait is still... This is the maneuver that worked against Bait yesterday, by the way. It's how they lost game 3 yesterday, as they do make the jump in on Braxy. He's okay. Stonebank has found the Ember Spirit, though. That means Steel is going to drop. Argus trying to fight, does at least find Lowdine. But now the chase is on for the TB. Stonebank, don't give me PTSD from last night, sir. He is dropping very, very low here, Stonebank, but is able to wind run out just in the nick of time. And Argus is the one in trouble. Argus is going to drop. TB is down. Blessed Kid also being targeted. So is Braxy. No real way to escape. The Funnick about to drop, but is able to tank through the damage output that was incoming. And Alpha basically get wiped. The only survivor is Blessed Kid on the Venom. But Roshan's completely free for them now.
Just kind of gun for it if they want to here. On the side of Bait, shouldn't take too long. Stunts can get the focus fire off. Let's see. Alpha backs against the wall now. This was their game to look for that 2-0 in our best of 3 ties. Just be secure in moving in, or, you know, staying in Div 1. Now, if you lose here, you're not completely out. It will take Bait also winning the next series to break us up in the ties. You never know, but that does put your destiny out of your hands on Alpha. Again, just have to find these openings somehow. Bait, they get everything out. They back off. Again, they play a clean game. No overextensions, nothing too crazy. Just stabilize lane, stabilize farm. Take fights when it looks like you'll win. Back off if you're not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
basics, the good stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
$17k advantage now for Bait. Like, it's another huge lead. This time, though, Bait in favor. With the Aghanim Scepter now up on Dendi, it's just so much control that's offered here for Bait. Seeing how impactful this Ags can be. 2 point, like the blue hole, I believe, is what Snare called it in one of the Chinese games. Blue hole is coming as an arcane rune now going to spawn up here for Dendi as well. Just the perfect rune that he could ask for. Things get even worse here for Alpha for the next fight. That is we'll see what they do to try and combat this. Like, at the very least for now, they are split pushing. They are very split up. They're not looking for a big team fight.
Radiant are
And that's
scanning.
fair enough. There is going to be a smoke though from Bait as they head into the mid lane. They know somebody's going to be around to defend this tier 2 tower, so they're going to hang around there and see if they can pick somebody off. Mind you, Stonebank is not around. He's actually chasing down Braxy at the moment, but barely misses out. As Braxy does TP at the right time. So they know the Wind Ranger's not around here if they want to try and force the fight. The Ember has been caught, but still going to be able to BKB up as now the Doom does come out onto Steel. Stonebank will chase him down. Still trying to run, but can't do it. The Ember Spirit is gone without buyback. It's Alpha are desperately trying to find a way to initiate this team fight, but they don't have any lockdown. Blastoff was already committed as well. That's basically their last stun. So they have no way of keeping up with Bait.
Oh.
It's kind of the thing, like, you have this ultra farm TB, but if you can't stand there and just hit people, it doesn't matter.
Really doesn't. Dota is not a game where every man is an island. You have to connect with your team. There's only so much the Terrorblade can do here if with his lack of control on Alpha's side. Bait, again, not taking too many risks. Just play poke in and out. They'll shove in mid just a little bit with the double siege creeps. They even pop the focus fire, forcing out the fortification. So it's going to be a little bit rough for Alpha if things start to fall south from here now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And for Bait, it's just been, again, steady, clean, not too much risk.
Well, there goes Argus Dendi just taking him out along with Funnick. Doom is now back up and available as well, so they can just keep running at them if they really want to. Mid lane, nice vortex from Dendi, finding 2 targets. I mean, he is out of mana, but he can afford to die. Like, he's got the Aegis up. He'll just stand his ground, focus down the tombstone. Vortex out again. Now Storminen is around to hand over the Chakra Magic when he does need it. Spleskid, of course, is the one to get caught. Beto is going to drop. However, even Takaya barely getting caught by Stonebank. Almost have the TP away, but not quite. They are just stomping this game against Alpha, but not looking to go high ground yet. Again, they are taking their time with this one.
Yeah, not in a rush. They just understand that
Radiant's middle tower
the last time we saw Bait rush a bit, you know, up against Vault, it kind of felt awkward. So it looks like they have learned their lesson here on Bait. Just disciplined, no risks. Play the farm game, play your advantage, and try to grow that advantage
middle
further.
tower has fallen.
Side of Alpha.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, this game just feels like it's so much on just your mid and safe lane that it's not a comfy spot to be in. You can chase. Not gonna be able to catch out our Ember, so we're just back to it.
There goes the mid rats. Basically freely taken here by Bait. Bottom lane, Dendi. Taking a bit of damage, still has the Aegis up, and it's about to expire anyway, so he's about to get a free reset for himself. Overwhelming Blink brought up on Funnick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stonebank gonna move in. Has found Braxy pretty easily. Techi's just deleted here. Stonebank proving to be way too farmed up now. Hitting for about 350 per right click. So, you know, the focus fires are a pretty quick way of going back to the grave. And I think Bait, they might just take the time to take the Radiant Tormentor. Like, why not just secure those objectives? No need to rush. Get bigger and bigger. If anyone needs a shard, that is. And I think the only one that does need a shard is either Lodine or Dendi now, so...
Radiant's courier.
Not the best shards, but you may as well.
Radiant's
You
top
might as
tower
well just take that resource away from the side of Alpha again, choke them out as much as possible. A little room they get out, they manage to push a little bit.
Radiant's top tower.
We will get to that Tormentor. Pop every spell, but should be a nice freebie to come out, and that is your CM shard as well. Some more utility in trying to walk around with that freezing field at the least. Side of Bait. And again, they're in a commanding position. They're just playing to not give an opportunity to lose, just farming up their advantage further and further away.
Dire are
And
scanning.
Alpha, I mean, it's at this point where you can frankly say that the Venomancer just hasn't been a hero for at least 10 minutes, feels like, maybe even more. You're just not... It almost goes down to the point where it almost feels like a 4v5. Of course, it's not quite that. You know, there's still magic damage to play with, but it's not particularly amazing, these drawn-out fights.
No, they aren't.
Stupendous.
31k advantage now. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to feel like there's no real way for Bait to lose this game, but yeah, I think they're being ultra cautious as well because they had that series of events yesterday in their best of 3 series that cost them that guaranteed spot in Div 1. So maybe just making sure that they don't throw the games like they did yesterday, because they were throws with the way they panned out. Like, it was certainly their games to lose. So Stonebank's going to have a run around trying to look for a pick-off for himself, but not quite able to find anything. I don't know if it's really worth waiting for next Roshan for Bait. Like, we're going to find out in 25 seconds when the respawn is going to happen. It seems like maybe that is going to be the game plan, though. Like, they might just say, guys, screw it. Like, just take the Aegis first. Guarantee us a safe high ground attempt. You know, and it could be an early timer, or it could be a really late timer for all we know. I think yesterday they were in prime position for a Roshan, but it was a 2-minute 45-second timer, which really ended up working against them, sadly. We'll see if they have it again, 2 minutes 45 seconds. So another long timer for Roshan.
It just buys time for both sides to, again, try to find something on the map. A little bit easier for Bait than me.
Has it been? He's found himself the techies. Braxy dropping quite low, but it is going to be okay to walk out, as instead they take down Tokaya. The Undying now is gone. Bait retreating though, as Dendi is a little bit too low on mana. Stonebank doing the same. Argus has also used his Metamorphosis, so now they can just freely walk away, knowing that it is going to be down for over 2 minutes. And it seems like immediately Alpha are trying to rush towards the Roshan pit. See if they can find themselves a lucky Roshan, but it is not going to be there anyway. Dendi, Vortex is out. Takai is forced to buy back here. Dendi could just retreat if he really wants, but the chains are out from still to lock him down a little bit longer. It's just not going to make the difference, though. The Lotus Orb was there from Stominen. Stonebank now grouping up with his team. Going to get a Gleipnir off onto the TB. Not able to follow up with a nice Shackles, and that's going to be it. They just get out of there. Again, the Metamorphosis is down for basically 2 minutes. So they will have an opportunity to force Roshan while meta is not available.
They've gotten simpler time to contest that, so keen to see how long they'll wait. If they'll wait the full minute until the respawn's up, which it does feel like you can just kind of take control from this area of the map. Anyway, Alpha for their part, I mean, I think we've talked about this concept before a couple times, where it doesn't feel like you're playing to win in as much as you're playing to not lose. And that's definitely the vibe I'm getting from Alpha just right now. Like, they're not able to take initiative, they're not able to dictate these fights on their own. Once that fell apart, then they just default to farm, which, again, with a Venomancer draft, you don't really want to just sit back and farm here.
They are just simply waiting for Roshan now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
20 seconds away. Still a low Lowdine just in the pit by himself, and just kind of be the observer ward for the team. That's absolutely fine. He's playing CM after all. He may as well, you know, just be an obs ward. Same thing. Well, main group up now for Alpha. Meta is up in 20. Roshan now officially up, but they aren't in position to take it straight away. Alpha are going to have their chance to fight this one out. They are getting started now. It's going to be slow without the focus fire out, and Stonebank is not committing yet. Maybe just saving for the team fight. Alpha are around the pit now. They are lacking their Venomancer, though. He is not here to fight. So they are going to try and do this 4v5, it seems, as Dendi is going to jump in with a two-man vortex out into the Gleipnir of Stonebank, locking them down for quite a while as they have taken down Braxi. In comes Blizzard to try and help out, but it's not looking like a good team fight. Funnick finally going down, but he got the Doom off onto the TB, who's trying to man up. Dendi jumps back in. The TB can't do it. Argus is going to drop. No buyback available. Bleskid will also go down. Still to follow. The only survivor is Takaya. He will be able to TP out in the nick of time. But Roshan's freely going to go the way of Bait now. And after that, of course, they can try for the reset into the high ground attempt.
Yeah. No need to hold back with this big tool now on hand here from the side. Bait, so we've got the security, the secondary life, we've got the cheese ready to go. Should just be able to find something now. And just shrink the map further. You've got the double doom ready to go as well on Funnick. So a little bit more impact coming out there. Just take an objective. That's all we need to see from Bait. Yeah, granted, again, their lineup does scale pretty well. So you might not have to even overcommit, knowing that down the line you'll just be unstoppable here, but they do at least focus fire at tier 3.
They do. Bottom rack's going to go down fairly quickly.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle.
One lane of barracks left. Looks like they're going to go right for it as well. Stonebank. It started. There's going to be a bit of a jump in, but Dendi is out again with the AoE Vortex and Funnick now with the AoE Doom locking them down. This is not the fight that Alpha needed. They are down again. I think it might be about that time to make a GG call because I don't see them being able to fight without their Terrorblade up. He is the only saving grace right now for Alpha, as they are just losing everybody. Only the Ember left. And GG is called. So Bait not allowing Alpha that security of the Div 1 slot. Now Bait are in the driver's seat. And they have a matchup against SKG. If they can beat SKG, then Bait are the ones that can remain in Division 1.
Yeah, I think this is a big win for the side of Bait. Again, they play it pretty safe. They don't take too many risks with this kind of playstyle. Just keep building that advantage, keep building the advantage. And again, they've learned a little bit from their last series we saw them play up against Felt, where it was a little bit awkward. This time, no openings as such being presented for Alpha. And for Bait now, as you mentioned, up against Sand King Gomez, that should be an interesting one. I think that should be fairly close between both teams, although I would lean towards Bait. So I am keen to see just what exactly happens there, because surely Bait doesn't bite the Venomancer bait, right? Because Alpha let the Venomancer through, they win. Bait lets the Venomancer through, they win. Just don't pick Venomancer, guys. It's that simple right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, the first game made sense because they were up against a TA, but then this game, the Veno didn't feel like it made any sense. They went with a basically no stun kind of draft as well. Like, they had Blast Off and they had Chains. Those were their disables, none of which are very guaranteed. So, you know, the draft itself from Alpha was quite strange. Obviously, they did not outright win the lanes, and well, from that point on, they just could not come back from the game. Bait were just always in control of this game here against Alpha, and you know, I think for Alpha, they picking an off lane that didn't come with a big disable was the big issue here. Like, Bleskid was just dying over and over again every team fight. Whether he got his spells off or not, they just didn't make the difference. And I mean, without stuns, like, stuns just win you the game most of the time. You know, just drafts without stuns, generally not my favorites.
Yeah, I understand, Mike. Especially since you're a Spirit Breaker player, that here has theoretically infinite stuns, you know, with very low cooldowns. So theoretically, that's the best here in the game. We love harping on about that. In fact, I would like to see that go past the first phase. Just let someone pick up the Spirit Breaker, let them run around, and create some havoc on the map. Because quite frankly, with you, Mike, I've watched a lot of Highbreakers today. I'm pretty damn tired of teams going conservative. It's very understandable. I just wish we had a team like, I don't know, maybe with like High Shaggy on it, where they just do whatever they want in tiebreakers. You know, it's like just play the game. But to be fair, this is something that we've seen from Bait. You know, we know Funnick likes to farm more since Tour 1. We know that the activity maker tends to be Dendi. Stonebank can also be on and off an activity. And again, I suppose considering their last series Bait had against Felt, they didn't want anything silly to happen there. So they play their cards safe, and it does lead to this win. Just one more left. If Bait doesn't win the next one, Mike, that's where things get a little bit funky, because that's another cycle.
Could be another cycle. We're going to have to wait and see. As of course, we do have the scoreboard up. One thing we didn't get to look at quickly, but big scores here. MVP needs to be awarded here for this game, and I think we are going to go with Dendi on the mid-storm. I mean, this guy's just been so consistently good on this storm throughout the past couple days. I think Bait will probably just prioritize picking it up again if it is left with the Keeper of the Light in this next matchup against SKG, because why not? You know, Dendi's putting up some real great performances over the last couple of days with this Storm Spirit, and I think he can just do it again, you know, in this third series, and just try to secure their spot in Div 1 for next tour.
Yeah, I think Dendi, again, he's been a shining light for Bait. He's just looked better and better as the tours go on. Now he's looking like a pretty top-tier mid. I think he's held a lot of his matchups really well. And I'm keen to see whether or not that's something Sand King Gomez will opt to respect ban. Just a few of the Dendi heroes, the Storm in particular. We'll find out, though, pretty soon, Mike, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our series number 3 between SKG and Bait. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our maybe our final series of the night. It's going to be between Bait and SKG. I say maybe because if SKG managed to pull off this victory against Bait, then we do have basically a repeating cycle of tiebreakers. Another 3 series at the very least. And if Bait managed to win this one, Jonathan, they secure their spot in Division 1 for next tour. And I'll tell you what, by the way Bait are playing, and sadly by the way that SKG played their initial series, it does seem like Bait are going to be looking to be the heavy favorites going into this matchup.
Yeah, I think just been a bit of a struggle for SKG with a change their team is undergoing. Bait look a lot more solid after their series up against Felt. We can see some team comparisons to see some of our stats here between two teams, and it's again fairly similar. A little bit better coming out from Bait in terms of assists, a little bit better in deaths, a little bit more in kills as well. So just overall, again, better for Bait simply because I believe they have taken a couple of games off from their losing series, and they have been able to drag these games on for a little bit longer as well. So they've managed to put up quite a fight in most of their games, whereas SKG, it's been a little bit harder for them to find a grip. I'm pretty sure our GPM, XPM are also within that kind of range. Yeah, just a little bit better for Bait, even building damage. So Bait favorite for sure. I think Sand King Gomez, again, it's been a rough road for them overall after coming in from Div 2, like coming in as mostly unknowns from Div 2 into Div 1. And hopefully the team is using this as a learning experience. We do have our player comparisons to look at as well as we do. I believe we're looking at our mids once more. Dendi up against Lund, which is interesting because I feel like there's a lot of overlay with the heroes that we've been seeing. I mean, it's mainly Spirit Brothers, but both of these players are very fond of something like that Storm Spirit. So wondering how high a priority that is, if it's worthwhile a first phase pick, because again, both sides have been able to utilize the Storm pretty damn well.
That they have, Jonathan. I'm sure it's going to be I'm looking for the word here, Jonathan. A contested hero, I think, is the word I'm looking for here for Storm. But nevertheless, you could also just ban it out in the first phase if you really want. As the stats are there, pretty close enough. I think Dendi, though, pulling off a bit of a victory if we are comparing stats, but that's not the victory that really matters here, John. The victory that matters is going to be in this game number 3. SKG playing for their lives in Division 1. Bait doing the same, but one game away from securing their position up for next tour, as we do have the draft here and now. I wonder if they do get rid of the Storm, because otherwise I'm pretty sure one of these teams will just take it for themselves.
Yeah, it's a top priority for both sides, but do you really want to get rid of the Storm first, letting through something like the Techies, letting something like the Doom, the Beastmaster through? It's like, it's kind of pick your poison. So I'm wondering what poison either side will pick. We shall see, as Monkey King is banned out by Sand King Gomez. So maybe just setting up for something specific on the off lane here. Bait taking out the Dusa. No big surprises there either. Let's see what else they have in mind. Techie still in the pool? Okay, Doom is the priority for Sand King Gomez to ban. Bait, do you let the Techies through? Do you let the Storm through? What's the call?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of focusing on those comfort picks of Bait. Obviously the Monkey King of Stonebank, one of his favorites, and the Funnick Doom, not something to be messed with either. Medusa ban is there for Bait. One more to go, and we'll get right into the pick phase. They get rid of the Magnus this time around, which, to be fair, we do see SKG running often enough, so they don't want to have to play against that. Sand King Gomez, they're just going to take the coddle away. So now Bait, they could still go for a Storm Pugna if they are adamant on having Dendi Storm. Otherwise, you still have a lot of broken heroes, Techies, Void Spirit, Wind Ranger, all of them are there to pick up.
10 seconds remaining.
Spirit Breaker even is there to pick up as well, which, you were kind of calling it out last game, like, can it make it past the first ban phase? Well, here it is. It's available to be taken by Bait if they do want it, and we know Funnick will probably enjoy playing it as a POS 3, and we've seen Stominanen playing it as a POS 4 before as well. Though Stominanen does have to work on pressing the S button at times, but, overall, I think it's still a pretty strong opening duo. If you even wanted to go Techie Spirit Breaker I think that's a pretty strong opening duo for Bait, but we'll see what they want. And they're going to prioritize Batrider Beastmaster instead. So screw all that. You know, they don't want the completely busted heroes. They're going back for their comfort picks again.
Yeah, Stamina and Batrider coming out fairly early. Maybe a small chance of it being like a Dendy hero, but for the most part on Bait, we have seen Stamina play that on the Pawns 4. A Beastmaster plus Batrider lane does sound pretty fun. Like all the slows with Napalm, with the Boars, if you can go for the Boars here. Can be pretty hard to run away from, so I like the aggression Bait is kind of setting up for themselves if that's a support. If it's mid, yeah, some matchups still work out for Batrider. Flexible enough. Sand King Gomez, this is the point where you should just pick the Storm. This is your last chance to pick that Storm, and there it is. Before it gets banned out, Storm Kotl in play. So you have very strong comfort here for Lund. And again, you have the battery on hand. So now I'm wondering what Bait will do. Batrider versus Storm is... I've heard this argument from Winter and Adam, and they feel like Batrider versus Storm should be not Batrider favorite. And it's a little bit harder to run around with the Firefly with a Remnant. With our Overload, there's a lot of slows. You just don't get to be on top of the Storm as much. But I have seen Batriders kind of win the matchup as well. So just kind of depends on the player if they can read that. If Bait are still thinking about the Batrider as a flex pick. What else is there? There's the Pango, there's the Void Spirit, there's the Ember. If none of that's banned out, Bait could just slide into one of those. We shall see.
It's kind of the thing though, like it's not going to be like a Batrider versus Storm Spirit in the mid lane anyway. So I think with the fact that you have Lasso and Roar available against the Storm, I think you've got multiple ways of catching the Storm Spirit this game anyway. I'm not too concerned about that. If anything, I'd like to make sure that SKG pick up stuns unlike Alpha did last game. I think any draft without stuns is generally like a pretty risky maneuver to make in terms of drafting wise. But yeah, I mean, you know, sure, I agree with Winter and Adam, like the Batrider doesn't necessarily counter Storm anymore, but this is probably going to be a support Batrider that we're looking at anyway, so yeah. I don't really think that's too big of a deal. I think the threat of Lasso is still going to be there, whether the Storm likes it or not.
Yeah, I do agree. Do see the Wind Ranger band along with the AM, so just covering their bases here for the Storm. Dendy kind of rallying his team around these bands. You mentioned Stamina never pressing the stop button on something like the Spirit Breaker. My man can't see the stop button, Mike.
It's true.
Can you blame him? I don't see a single glimmer of RGB or anything in that dark pit. It's just darkness.
Props to him, like not going into the RGB meta that's been for the last 2 decades. Just no RGBs for him. He's a man of business. He wants the pure darkness around him, and I appreciate that. Probably shouldn't be saying that because I've got some RGBs around me right now, but
hell yeah.
Making fun of myself now, Jonathan. RG. Yeah.
You're a gamer, Mike. A real gamer now, okay?
You could call it that, I guess. I literally only play Dota, to be fair. But
what a gamer. That's a god gamer right there. Only one game.
Yeah, I mean, there's that new game that came out that everyone's playing right now, but I just, it's a trashy genre, in my opinion. Anyway.
Does have a lot of trashy loot.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? It's a bit like that. At least you don't need a mobile phone to play. Bait esports, final ban.
You don't have a phone? Do you people not have phones? Mike?
Greatest quote in history, for sure. Bait esports.
Memorable.
They'll get rid of the Underlord. Bait, third pick.
Dire team pick.
Some support surely, as now the Silencer comes out, so life's becoming even more challenging for Lund on this Storm Spirit. They are making it as hard as humanly possible for this Storm to be able to do anything throughout this game. And I appreciate that, because like if any team knows how strong Storm Kotl is in NA Div 1, it's probably Bait, because they're the ones that run it the most. So they are just picking up every counter towards the Storm, just not making sure that Lund is not going to have a good game.
Yeah, just make it challenging. My one concern is you don't really have laning stuns here, Mike. Sure, you've got Lasso, you've got Roar, you've got Global Silence, but in the lanes, you don't really have, just a low cooldown stun to throw out to keep someone pinned down. So that is my one concern with Bait. And again, chances are you're just running a pause 5 silencer, pause 4 Bat Rider, so I don't necessarily see an easy solution to just give yourself some early control here. For some reason I was thinking of Sven, but I don't know if that's something Bait will want on Stonebank. That's probably the one hero left from the core position that can stun up for you. And we'll see what Bait will do. Sand King Gomez, I had a funny thought. I don't think you'll ever do this, but you've got Kotl. You could go Pugna. Kotl, Pugna, double battery.
Terrible. That sounds
Two batteries are better than one, Mike.
That's true.
Double A.
That is true, John. That is a double A battery right there. Thank you for that. They're gonna go IO. So I mean, they do give you a double battery. Yeah, the double A battery strat is here. I give it to you, John. They've done it. It has the same problem I had last game, which is, support duo without stuns.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward. They actually pick up the Sven and Sand King Gomez. There you go. That's the core with a stun. They take it away from Bait, so you don't have that option for Bait. No Monkey King either. Anything else with a cheap stun? Venge Core, which sounds awful. But Venge Core would have a cheap stun.
It doesn't need to be cheap. They just need some disable. I mean, I think they're fine now. I still don't like the support duo SKG's got. All right, sure, you've got unlimited mana for Storm. I'll give him that. But the Storm is against the Beastmaster, Bat Rider, and a Silencer. It's not like he's gonna have the ability to just zip around all the time. It only takes a few seconds of lockdown to kill this hero off quite quickly, even with an IO behind him. So, well, there's your another counter now. John, the puck comes out. Even more counters towards the Storm.
Yeah, that's a lot of hate. But they do want to manage that. We've seen what Storms can do on this patch once they pop off. It's also a pretty good solution for the Sven, right? You can just kite around the Sven with Dream Coil. You can jump in and out. The Sven can't really chase you once he's silenced up. So I like seeing this from Bait. I think Puck, of course, a classic Dandy hero from all the way back.
Yeah.
Can never go wrong with that one. I'm just thinking, what's a Stonebank here? Why is it always at the end of drafts Dominant decides to float? Decides to ascend and grace us with his presence.
Well, it's his pick as well, right? Oh no, he's playing Bat Rider, so never mind.
5 seconds.
We are looking for a position 1 for
Wait.
Stonebank.
You've given me an idea, Mike. A revolutionary idea. Bat Rider, Universal Hero, safe lane, Gleipnir pickup.
No.
Shard.
No, John. That sounds very bad, John.
No. Yes. I see it. I see it.
No, don't unsee it, John. That's not good.
I see a lot of things, Mike. My eyes.
It's not good, John.
My eyes are open just as Dominant's lights are on. It's time. He will ascend.
Final ban out. They banned out the troll here from SKG. Bait still banning out offlane heroes because that's what SKG are lacking. Something for Ducho to play.
Hey, dude. They actually respect ban Dutro's Mars, which it is a hero that Dutro enjoys. I don't think we've seen him take too many wins in Mars, unfortunately. We'll have to see what the pickup is. What other interesting offlanes are left? Deuce is gone. Spirit Breaker has made it all the way through. Could be one way to tie in with this global strat you have with relocate plus charge. Could be one way. There's some interesting things. If you think about Spirit Breaker, right? You could charge and get recalled back. I don't know why you do that, but you could. There you go. Let's go.
My man. There it is.
Charge recall.
I mean, all jokes aside, Io Spirit Breaker can feel pretty busted with the added movement speed you give to the
10
SB.
seconds remaining.
It's can be quite hard to go against this style of draft here from SKG. I like it. I mean, at first I was with the first 3 picks, I was pretty like I was not too happy with what I was seeing, but now that it's rounded off here from SKG, I kind of like where they've gone with this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily good enough to beat Bait in this game, but it certainly gives them a decent chance, I think.
It does. I think the one thing with SKG's draft is that it's very execution heavy, right? You have to coordinate as a team. You have to be on the same page when you get this relocate play out. And they go Lifestealer on Bait, hero with natural spell immunity, or I'm sorry, debuff immunity. Does well against these strength heroes, does well against pretty high regen heroes. You can just constantly lifesteal on Mr. Lifestealer. Yeah, I do like that. I think you do have interesting lanes coming out here on the side of Sand King Gomez. They will still keep Io plus the Sven, and you will run Spirit Breaker plus a Coddle. I honestly would have preferred Io Spirit Breaker and like a Sven Coddle. I think Sven with Chakra is pretty scary with a free spam on Stormhammer. We'll see how much they can get out. I think overall, if I had to just look at these drafts, I would lean towards Sand King Gomez as well, Mike. The issue is, with the level of execution this does require in, say, the mid-game, not so much in the laning phase, but in the mid-game, I think it requires a lot of coordination, and that's just something that we've seen Sand King Gomez kind of fall flat on, right? Like, and we've seen some drafts where it looks good in the lanes. It does require a lot of coordination by mid-game, and it's just a struggle to kind of get all the pieces together by that point. So I would still say Bait favored, but the draft definitely a lot better in Sand King Gomez.
Let's see how it all pans out, John. It's going to be a fun game here, I think. Could be the final game of the night, or it could not be. We could have another 3 series coming up. So let's wait and see, as we are going to go into game number 3 of the day between Bait and SKG. You know, I wasn't saying I was favoring SKG's draft by any stretch, Jonathan. I'm just saying I liked the way they ended it. That's all I'm saying. Just so
I think there's a difference with favoring the draft and favoring the team. I favor the draft for sure, actually. Okay. Favoring the team, probably not still. I don't think this draft is playing to SKG's strengths. I think, again, it's been a little bit disconnected with having the sub playing in, with how we see them execute on. It's just not as smooth for SKG, and I think Bait has shown a little bit more consistency as a team. Well, we'll just have to see. I don't know why I'm so entertained by the thought of recall charge, Mike. I don't know why. It's entertaining.
You tend to think about some pretty stupid things, Jonathan. So
Thank you.
I'm not too
I try.
That wasn't a
try.
compliment, John. It really wasn't.
I don't care. I don't care. This could be the game for Phylactery Spirit Breaker with recall.
I mean, I guess, why not?
Trying to see what kind of reaction I'd get from you. It's like just bewilderment.
I'm just so done, honestly. I can't take it anymore with you sometimes. It's just some of the things you say are just beyond me. I just can't understand it.
Beyond the summit of my mind?
Oh, John, stop. They're already dead. Let them go, John.
I can't.
Anyway, mid lane. We're going to get started here. Dendi, of course, against London. Storm versus Puck matchup. See, the Puck are countered towards the Storm, but that's really when you hit level 6. For the laning trades, it does feel like it just goes either way, based on who plays better in this matchup.
I think it usually actually feels a little bit better for Storm. I think a Puck is just really awkward with wave clearing, the orb. Pretty costly in mana, consistent cooldown as well, so you're not able to spam it out as often, say the Remnants as the Overload to apply some harass. First level is alright for Puck. Level 3 is when the Storm should start to pull ahead, as we tend to see, depending on how aggressive you decide here to play as Dendi. But they did pick the Puck into the Storm, so I'm sure Dendi, he's played a lot of mid, should understand this matchup fairly well. Hasn't changed too much throughout the patches at the least. I'm keen to see. I'm curious to see how much they get out.
Yeah. We'll have a look at the side lanes as well. Like, bottom lane, you've got Ducho and 9 against Lowdyne and Stonebank. Stonebank choosing to play the Lifestealer here. Not going to be too rough of a lane, though in terms of CS, he hasn't gotten off to the best start. The thing is as well, considering you are up against the position 1 Sven, it's not like you're going to be able to flash farm anywhere near as fast as the Sven. So I think you are relying on trying to make the Puck Lifestealer combo work. And speaking of the Puck, Dendi going after Lund, a couple hits away from killing the Storm off, but we'll go back towards the creep wave. So creeps were underneath his tier 1 tower, but Lund is stuck on very low HP. Dendi, if he could land an orb, would probably mean Lund is going to die, but won't be able to get it. Now Lund has the bottle up, so he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, just going to be able to reach in up a little bit more. Still has the 1 Tango as well with a Fair Fire. Not too much in danger territory. Could deny coming out from Dendi as he orbs away on the other side. Oh, just ensuring the refill's not going to be up there for Lund early on. Still taking a look at the last lane we haven't really talked about up top. You are running that Stoneman Batrider along with Funix Beastmaster up against that Sven Io that we've been talking about for Jubei and Leonidas. And this one is pretty steady for Sven. I don't think he gets shoved out too hard. The board buildup will have uses here, so there can be some pressure. And again, board plus potentially just Flame Break, potentially just playing with a slow into Firefly. It can be a bit scary. The issue is I don't know if you can really burst through a Sven with Io regen on. It's a pretty tall order.
Certainly is. You don't really want to give these Lotuses away to Jubei on the Io. It's kind of annoying to have to play against an Io that gets these Lotuses every time because just so much regen provided to Leonidas. Jubei will be able to get the first 3-minute one. Happy days for him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All lanes right now going pretty well in favor of SKG, I think, as Stormman going to pop a Firefly, but it's that they were trying to chase down the Io. Blood Grenade does end up landing on Jubei, but he can always just tether away from the Batrider, so the kill attempt's not really going to be there. Instead, Funnick will just start creep skipping while he can. Does find himself a nice courier to take down. There's the wards of Jubei being removed from the game for a little bit. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a TP forced away here from Ducho. Even a rotation out from 9. 9 just trying to run his way towards the water runes, it seems. He's going to try and secure one for Lund this time around, and even gives him the top up with the Chakra Magic. So Lund going to be a pretty happy mid laner at the moment.
Yeah. Gets the battery play early on, and just feeling good. Again, a bit of a passive start from both sides. Nothing too crazy happening just yet. The lanes starting to feel a little bit better coming out for, I guess, it's hard to say because it's rather even. You are pulling a little bit more ahead on Stonebank, but you kind of expect that on the Lifestealer lane for the most part. Should just be able to farm up. Although
Stonebank in a bit of danger, but no Lucky Bash is coming out for Ducho, so they can keep trying to chase. It seems like they will try to pressure Stonebank way back. 9's going to be there with another Illuminate, and that's going to land on the Silencer as Ducho getting the bash this time around on Lowdyne. Lowdyne going to go down. First blood secured for SKG. Ducho the one to take it on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's a good start for Sand King Gomez. Early tri lane already being made. Good trip across the gate here for Jubei, as he knows there's not a big serious kill threat onto the Sven at this point. Just a little bit too durable with the power treads up and the wand for stats. They aren't really able to look for some punishment.
Oh, Twin Gates is there. Jubei going to be just fine to go through them, as Stonebank obviously no way to stop him from just channeling the Twin Gate. SKG off to a really strong start. Like, look at this Sven. The CS is just so high for him at the moment, sitting at 40 and 2 as Stonebank trying to back off. Ducho already committing the charge, won't have any follow-up to it. But comparing the Lifestealer and Sven Farmjohn, this does not look like it's going to be the greatest game in the world for Stonebank if he doesn't keep up.
And that is something that the Lifestealer that just doesn't excel in. You mentioned it at the start, but your farming pace on the Lifestealer just doesn't get that much faster. At the least, they find this kill onto Lund. They manage to pin down that Storm and just kind of stop some of that early momentum from becoming a little bit too unmanageable. You do manage to draw it out 1-to-1. You scout out the stacks here as well. Pretty good movement out from Stominan to figure it out for the team. Whether or not they can capitalize on it, though, is a different question. As overall, despite trading back, the lanes are still better coming out for the side of Sand King Gomez. Well, I say that all the other cores of Bait have managed to equalize a little bit more. It's only really the Sven that's running away, which is to be expected. It's a Sven with cleave and to play that jungle very fast. The question now for Bait is, how do you manage that? Because the Sven will always be like at least half an item ahead. We've got to find some way to kite this hero around. We've got to see the connections of their own on Bait.
Stominan was trying to take the Wisdom Rune and did actually get it. In fact, he might survive. 9 the one to go down first. Stominan getting plenty of value out of his life. Lowdyne also able to TP away, so happy days. It's a double Wisdom Rune plus a support kill before he dies here in the Batrider. You've got to be happy about that.
Yeah, you definitely are. The supports of Bait, they're going to need as many levels as they can get. Just finding these Wisdom Runes is pretty damn impactful for the side of Bait to try to hit those level 6 marks earlier on. Sand King Gomez, I mean, they're still in a good spot. This is a ton of space to come out for Leonidas. We have seen what happens when that Sven is left alone. When Leonidas in particular is left alone, his farming patterns are pretty solid.
Oh, zip in, Funnick. Plenty of vision here with the charge being channeled. They're incoming. Funnick unable to get within the 2-2 tower range, but is still kind of being dived here as the Stormhammer does come in, and Ducho's there. They will secure the Beastmaster, but now Dendi's showing up with a Dream Coil, locking down a couple. He will find 9 on the Keeper of the Light, but now needs his own way out. He's going to be able to get towards the left side of the map and be just fine, but now they jump right back in, finding the Silencer. Lowdyne is down, Stominan being the next target. No bashes coming out from Ducho, though. They can't really lock down the Batrider long enough. Still, a pretty big team fight for SKG. And just buying even more time for Leonidas to get back to farming. And, you know, with the way these kills are going, like SKG, they're going to be off to a really strong start.
Again, it's very easy for them to execute in the laning phase. What I do want to see from the side of SKG is just how well this coordination maintains as level parity starts to be reached by Bait. Item parity starts to be built up as well. I think that's where things can get a little bit more interesting. Although, again, rather even game. I'm more than happy with that coming out here for Sand King Gomez as well. Your triangle is still intact. We have this flash farm coming out for our Sven down the line.
Speaking of the Sven, I mean, Jubei's just going to hang around with him. Try to secure that level 6 on the IO, and it's kind of annoying because they missed out on the Wisdom Rune, so it's going to take a little bit longer for him to have relocate up. I guess he could just soak XP here. It's not going to be too big of a deal. And they might try to intervene with these Ancient stacks being taken. 9's going to show up. The large creeps are still standing, so Leonidas is going to pop the God Strength, try to take as many as he possibly can. Then he is able to jaunt away with the orb, and SKG actually backing off preemptively. Not feeling like this team fight's really working out. They are going to find a double damage rune at the least, so they might change their mind pretty quickly. Lund is going to bottle that one up. And now the team fight would just be infinitely better for SKG with the double damage, but yeah, it seems like they're just not interested. They'll wait for another time. Come back later, see if you can find a better team fight for yourselves.
Yeah, that is something that we have seen Sand King Gomez be pretty disciplined about. You know, they again also play a safer game. A lot on the line. It's relegation for Sand King Gomez. If they do lose, there's another tiebreaker if they do win. So I understand this position of just wanting to get that farm. Bait, though, not waiting around here. Already smoked up.
Ducho's onto Stonebank by himself. Beta rushing towards Land, who may get caught as the coil is going to land. He'll snap it immediately, trying to escape the grasp of the lasso. Oh, but Jabei's there. Jabei buys the time. He is still alive. Just barely, even without the relocate up. Lund is going to survive through this. I can't believe it.
That's a massive commitment out from Bait. Having the global sounds taken out as well means that you're not going to be taking any of these fights for the next 2 minutes. A big opening coming out here for Sand King Gomez. And all they have to do is just zip away. Okay, just not even forcing the fight out. They play it safe. And the safety net once again pays off here. Just get to go back farming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now, still hanging around here. Stominant, he's going to be spotted. Trying to swipe the stacks away from SKG, but he's only going to be adding fuel to the fire by giving more gold away to Lund now. Leonidas is going to have absolutely zero problems taking these stacks on his own, of course. And now you hit the level 6 timings of the support duo of SKG. So the relocate plays can start happening along with Leonidas. He's already farmed enough to get involved in these fights if he really wants to. Just with the Echo Saber and SNY coming out, he's going to be a bit of a problem. And Bait, they're in a pretty weak position at the moment, even with just a 1k disadvantage. You know, Stonebank's behind, this Sven's getting a little bit out of control. And Bait, you know, they need a team fight to really swing things back their way, but they just haven't been able to find one.
Stupendous.
Yeah, it's getting a bit slow going. Sand King Gomez constantly on the aggression, and there's smoke play out here.
They're trying to find Funnick. Funnick not realizing they are smoked around him. Gonna get charged now. No way of juking this one out. He is just gonna die, and of all people, Nine's gonna take the kill on the Coddle. Still a huge pick off though.
Yeah, maybe you don't mind it too much going to the way of Coddle. You can make use of that farm pretty well with the aura item buildup. It's still a worthwhile investment coming out here for the side of Bait. For the yeah, it's again a little bit slower for both teams, despite some sacrifices being made. Side of Sand King Gomez have been playing with this aggression really well, which again, this lineup should be trying to achieve that aggression. You've got the Spirit Breaker in hand. You can't just afford to sit back and wait for things to happen. I do like, again, we didn't even mention this as well, but Coddle plus Spirit Breaker, we've seen this a couple of times. Even without the Ags, you've got that ridiculous cooldown on charge. So you can kind of just go over and over again here if you wanted to on Sand King Gomez to really apply that pressure.
You can. Mid lane, a lot of attention being brought here from both sides. Want that power rune real bad, and it's going to spawn top, so the Envy is probably going to go the way of SKG. Coil is going to catch 2 of them. The leash already snapped on the Storm, but he's going to be fine thanks to Jabei. Stonebank trying to move in, but here comes Leonidas. The Infest play is there, but Leonidas with a great Storm Hammer. It's going to land on 2. Stonebank, a complete sitting duck, is going to drop a triple kill for Leonidas on the Sven. And the mid-tier 1 tower, it is just completely gone. Huge fight for SKG. And suddenly a 5k advantage their way. Because Leonidas, he is not done. He finds Funnick. Stormhammer's going to land. He tried to roar to get up, but Funnick's not going to have a chance. Lund's going to drag him back. Leonidas is literally just farming the dominated creep while he's at it. He's not even hitting the Beastmaster. Doesn't care for it.
And again, I'm enjoying this aggression coming out from Sand King Gomez. For Bait, they did win the last game by playing it really patiently. This kind of lead can snowball out of your hands very, very quickly. Just because this aggression is just self-sustainable from the side of Sand King Gomez. There's not much that stops them. Especially every single time Global Sounds is down, you just don't really have the counterplay you'd want here on the side of Bait. Sand King Gomez, the execution is looking a lot better than you'd expect. Full Octarine up and running now as well on our offlane for Ducho. So even more spell spam. It almost feels unnecessary to have the Octarine, but still helpful.
Yeah, you do see this build up sometimes with the offlane SB, and I mean, it does help, like having all these low cooldown spells on a lower cooldown. Never going to feel too bad for the Spirit Breaker, and it's kind of the tale of the meta right now. Is just this Octarine build up is just so cheap all of a sudden that you just want to build it on every offlane if you can. Dendi being charged. They're going to have plenty of vision here on the puck, who's going to try and jaunt away, but the charge is still going from Ducho. He does have a phase shift. He'll pop it. The blink away is there, and he's going to survive. But now Funnick's in trouble. So SKG may need to be a little bit cautious because Beta looking to try and TP in and fight back. They've got Jabay controlled up with a lasso. Jabay, though, still alive, just barely. Will finally go down. Lund also dropping. Lund is going down to boot. Bait have won a pretty big team fight, and it's still going. Ducho is going to try and charge away. He's going to be okay in doing so, but 3 down for SKG. A team fight that Bait desperately needed.
Yeah, they make it work their way. They punish the overextension from the side of San King Gomez, and you know, all that aggression was looking good, but again, as you approach the 15-minute mark, it does take a lot more in communication. It takes a lot more in playing as a unit. The Global Sounds was there on Bait to bail them out. Again, that's the one conditional you have on Bait that's massive. Like, if you have Global Sounds, then the Storm is going to be susceptible, even to an extent. The CK not going to feel as comfy there as well without the spell spam. So I want to see Bait keep punishing like that. Whenever they have Global Sounds up, stick together. You know, at some point, the side of San King Gomez have shown us in the series that they want to take these fights more often. That is something that you can make use of here on the side of Bait. Just try to farm a lot more efficiently. You are still massively ahead in Leonidas, but again, that's a huge lead, but it's not a team net worth lead. It does lead to some issues down the line here.
Top lane, looks like there might be another fight to break out. Smoke is there, stun is out, Dendi's been caught, Lund is out with the follow-up Vortex, Dendi barely alive for now, but not for long. So SKG not intending on slowing down anytime soon. Do pick off Dendi as there's going to be a charge out, at least onto Funnick's dominated creep. But nobody else going to follow up with that. They'll just walk away with the T1 top tower being taken out here by SKG. You know, all this time has bought Stonebank some more time to catch up to the farm of the Leonidas Sven. While Leonidas is still outpacing him quite a bit, you are slowly getting to that point where Stonebank can start to feel like an issue.
Yeah, he certainly can. And take a look at a little bit of a replay of that jump in earlier as well. Just a little bit of that pick off there. Roche now opening up for the side of San King Gomez as well. And they can clear this out at a moderate pace. I don't think it's the fastest in the world. It's also not the slowest in the world, mind you. So, didn't have too many issues. The side of Bait, not even getting scan out. They're not even looking for contestation on the Roche. Perhaps not even aware of it. They will smoke now, but go in an entirely different direction.
Yeah. Roshan now. Way just giving the way of Lund. Smoke. It's going to be repositioning kind of Smoke here from Bait, but they could run right into SKG here in the mid lane. Would be a 2v5 scenario though, so Ducho might be just charging right into his death. We did have the bulldoze off in time, so he still made it out just barely as they are trying to kill him off. They'll commit a roar here onto the Spirit Breaker. He will finally go down, but SKG trying to fight this one out. Leonidas has jumped in, but he doesn't have the God strength. It's such a forced team fight from SKG, and they are really paying for it. They've lost the Aegis. Lund gonna zip away though. Should be fine. He was silenced for a moment, but it's not going to last quite long enough. Meanwhile, speaking of being deep, Dendi should be able to get away here. Leonidas not able to get a follow-up stun. With that, Bait getting a successful team fight once again. We'll move into the T1 mid tower, and Funnick will just slowly take it down.
Got to push for himself. They will find a tower eventually. Not much Leonidas can do besides clear out the creep wave. So Bait, despite a little bit of a topsy-turvy start, and despite being a little bit behind and looking at that Sven, everything else is kind of lining up for their favor. You've suppressed Lund well enough. You've suppressed Ducho once more. So all of that aggressive early diving might be biting SKG just a little bit more here if they're not careful.
Yeah.
I think the one thing for Bait, again, they're kind of playing around these cooldowns, especially the global silence. I think whenever that's off, that's when Bait needs to look for these fights. Start grouping up together. You know, catch some of these heroes off guard, catch the Storm off guard in particular. Try to clean up from there.
Well, SKG, they'll take the free shard from the Tormentor for now. Charge was out into the Bat Rider. Stominan's going to be okay, though. It does get cancelled off. Free shard the Wave 9. So now you have the recall available in the Keeper. It's going to feel quite nice, making sure your teammates are always with you.
Yeah. Charge recall. That's not necessarily... Well, that is one way to make your teammates with you, I suppose. But I don't know if anyone's ever going to do it, Mike. Would you recall your charging Spirit Breaker?
No, I wouldn't do
good?
that, John.
Why?
He makes his own damn decisions. Cancel your charge. Regen. Oh, it's going to be baited, though. Immediately they make the jump in on the Storm. Lund going to pay for the regen with his life. Another big pick off for Bait. The net worth advantage is only 2k. Like, all this net worth is on Leonidas to make matters worse. So if you get this Sven pick off in a team fight, so much of the net worth is just gone for SKG. It's like Bait, at least they're much more even between all three cores. I just can't say the same, though, for SKG at all.
Yeah, it's pretty lopsided. They've hedged all their bets onto the Sven. Mind you, the itemization is there. There's a lot you can do here, and they will smoke. They want to make use of the Sven while it's strong. God's Rent is ready. Halberd on hand with a BKB Blink and a Harpoon. This is a strong point for Sand King Gomez as long as these fights don't go as scrappy as they have been going.
TP's away from Bait.
Tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
SKG. Group up down to the bottom lane. They want a good team fight to take this bottom tier 2 tower. Stominan's been pinged out here on the Bat Rider, but he's in a very nice defensive position, so it's not easy to make the jump in. SKG instead going to get started on the bottom tier 2. We'll force out the glyph at the least. Doesn't seem like Bait really want to try and defend. They kind of just rotate across the map. So they're still just playing the farm game, maybe just waiting for Stonebank to reach the point where he has a nullifier up. And that way he's a much bigger problem on the lifestealer, because then you just really can't kite him out at all. SKG, they are going to get away with the bottom tier 2 tower for free. Not the biggest deal for Bait. They can afford to let that one go. But for SKG, just one step closer to trying to force another rotation of these tiebreakers.
Yeah, and again, they've done a fantastic job of playing to the strengths of their draft, looking for this aggression early on. Bait, though, have been starting to find some punishment. With this kind of lineup, I mean, you could probably just try to go late, but they will smoke here on Bait. You really don't want to take these chances. Infest bombed at the ready with your puck as well.
Jump in, Lasso is out onto the Spirit Breaker, and with the silence from Dendi, he's really got no way out of that scenario, so he's down once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bait now have the opportunity to take the tier 2 top tower themselves, and it seems like that's exactly what they'll be doing. The tier 2 top is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
It's a steady shove in. And this does clear up the top area of the map a little bit more for Bait to kind of farm in that area as well. Cut off a resource that Leonidas wants to make use of. And again, just equalizes the game. Less than 1k lead for Bait. You are starting to feel a little bit of that momentum kicking back in for the side of Bait. I do like that we are seeing the Radiance or the Nullifier being built up early here on Stonebank. So a lot more counterplay to come out. And for the side of Sand King Gomez, again, your investments are still paying off on the Sven. The issue is just making use of that investment has been much more challenging than it ought to be. But it does lead to this very, very simple and pretty close game, 10-13, and just being as patient as possible here.
Well, net worth lead now swings the way of bait again. It's one of those games for SKG where it's like you wait too long, you start to go a little bit wrong. Stonebank now has the nullifier up going into the basher, really trying to ensure he can lock somebody down forever. So we are going to have a pause coming out. SKG probably having some lag issues again. I don't know, I'm starting to feel like SKG have waited a bit too long to really press the advantage they had. Mind you, like, Leonidas is still well and truly the most farmed hero in the game. But it's the Sven issue. It's kind of like you get kited a little bit, you're in trouble. Like Stonebank with all the items he's getting, he could be a real problem for this Sven very, very soon. And Bait obviously know very well, as long as they deal with Jubei on the IO, the Sven isn't anywhere near as big of a problem. So SKG looking maybe for a smoke. I'm gonna pop one as 5. Dendi would be a great target. Looking at the orb, Lincoln's broken. Dendi is fine to jaunt for now, but Lund eventually does find the vortex into the Stormhammer, though Dendi, Nether Strike as well, 4-staffed away. He gets the phase shift, he's gonna be alright. He'll blink out. They could not secure the puck. And now Bait, maybe they want the team fight, but they are still retreating, still trying to do with something. Ducho finally goes down. Stonebank, he'll take Jabay as well. Now Leonidas, he's not as tanky as he once was. He needs to get the hell out of there, and he will TP. They had no cancel for the TP from Leonidas, but this is what I was just talking about. I think you may have missed the timing you were looking for as SKG, because now Bait seem like they're in a pretty strong position.
They really pack in. They start to find these kills to drag out the fights, and they just put SKG in a very awkward position where they want to full commit, but doesn't feel like they've got nearly enough tools, nearly enough control to kind of take it. Bait taking out the secondary tier 2 now. And only the bot remains fully intact for the side of SKG, and 10-12. It's wait. We're looking at the replay. I'm sorry, I've got the game kind of shrunk in. See how that fight breaks out.
Oh, bottom lane, Lund. He has found Dendi. That's a huge pick-off. This is all happening while Beta taking Roshan as well, by the way. So they find the puck again, sure, but Bait, they have got a Roshan. SKG, maybe not realizing it was happening, but they do go through the twin gates eventually. Looking for a fight, knowing the puck is down, they're going to zip forward. Lund doing it by himself with a double damage rune. Will get a vortex off onto the silencer at least. So they do find Lodine. I think they would have liked a lot more than that, but they'll have to settle.
Yeah, they don't overstay their welcome. BKB TP's out from the side of Bait. Hold on to that secondary life. And out the side of Sand King Gomez. A really awkward spot, because again, we've seen Bait, the execution is there. For Sand King Gomez, it's like we talked about from the draft, Mike. At 15 minutes onwards, 15 to 20, that's when this draft needs you to work together as a unit. You know, if you're going to go for the relocate play, you want to tie that in with your charge. You want to be able to retreat fine with a recall if somehow you are in a world of hurt. And for the most part, it's been Bait that have had that understanding on the map, that has been able to read this movement coming out here from Sand King Gomez. And everything's paying off. You know, you've got the blink up. And Stominin on the Bat Rider, he has been initiating quite well for the team. We've got the good old, that's just standard build-up coming out here on our silencer. Just the Provis. Full Solar Crest done is pretty damn big for the silencer though. And more protection coming out here. And I don't know, for SKG, it's just, yeah, they just default to a passive style, which sometimes the bait does it, sometimes the bait decides to play faster and punish you for being slow, and that's the kind of bait we're seeing right now.
Here you go, bottom T2 tower now going to be under siege. Bait getting closer and closer to being able to secure their spot next year for Div 1 in NA. There's the T2 bottom tower, and they could try to go high ground. They've got the Aegis cheese up. Everyone's available. All spells are up. They are going to move in. Stonebank. He'll make pretty short work of this tier 3 tower. All by himself, as he does pop a rage a little bit preemptively. Just a little bit afraid of Ducho moving in. That's going to be a tier 3 tower down. Not wanting to lose a team fight, they will reset. You could certainly try and force this as bait, but again, considering how close they are to securing their spot, they probably do not want to take any unnecessary risks. So instead, Torment time. Let's take this away from SKG. They'll get away with it quite easily now. Lodine able to pick up the most useless shards in the game. It's a support silencer, that is. And Bait, I think they're ready to try again for the high ground attempt.
Everything is ready except for the golden songs, but it does go off cooldown now. You've got a lot to cover your bases here. But yeah, they play it safe. They just stand Stonebank in, kind of get this done. They don't put themselves in a situation where they can be taken back to Sentinel low.
They've got the Coddle. 9 is down. Ducho rushed in to try and help out, but now he's been caught. So he does waste quite a few spells here on the Spirit Breaker. So Bait maybe needing to back out of here as Funnick getting controlled up, does eat the cheese, but it may not be enough. So Leonidas will take care of him. And now they want more. Zip forward. Lund not able to find Lodine, but he does reveal himself. So Lodine going to give a bit of a freebie here to SKG. Is now Stonebank hoping for a bash on the breakup, but they're not going to get it. He just TP's out. No lucky bash for Ducho. So Bait is still losing a couple targets, forcing a buyback out of the Coddle, but overall a successful high ground defense here from SKG.
Yeah. They only lose the range racks, not the biggest deal in the world. Bait, I do appreciate how balanced they're taking this approach, just kind of poking in and out without overcommitting too much, without being, punished for this aggression.
Charge out. Stonebank, he's going to be the target. Keeping in mind, he does have the Aegis available right now, so still for another 20 seconds, he will feel quite safe to continue going after these kills as Ducho still being heavily targeted. Coil's going to catch out the Coddle as well. He will break the leash. Nine's going to try to run. Nullifier is available now on Stonebank, but he doesn't really even need it. Use the inherent slow with the Ghoul Frenzy. It's going to be more than enough. 2 now down for SKG as the Aegis does end up expiring. I say 2, but the chase is on now for Leonidas. Stominan's got a lasso, but just needs to get within range for it, but he had no blink up. It was on cooldown, so Leonidas is going to be just fine. But Bait, they have drawn a line out through the mid lane, looking to try and go high ground once again, maybe. But they don't have the Aegis, so it could be risky.
I think they could carry a lot of risk here. They are just hanging around with that smoke for now. There is a counter smoke out from the side of SKG as well, so not going to fully attempt this push.
Leonidas bought up. Leonidas bought this overwhelming blink out, so he's got no buyback gold, but it seems like he doesn't need it. Stominan and Stonebank immediately getting deleted. So Bait, they didn't seem prepared for this fight. Like, Dendi was top lane, just hitting creeps. Meanwhile, Lodine goes down, and so does Funnick. So SKG fighting back again.
They punish that split up from the side of Bait, and that's one thing where Bait has been trying in these wider engagements, if not the pickoff game for themselves, clumped with a couple of heroes. And now they're being slowed down. They are being punished side of SKG. Yeah, not quite enough to drag the net worth all the way back their way. But it's a marginal lead now for the side of Bait. And SKG for their part, again, it's been a really good mix of aggression, sometimes maybe a little too aggressive, sometimes getting caught off guard. They've got the space now to shove in mid up against Bait. And for Bait, I mean, they still shine in these single target situations. It's just finding the right target now is starting to be a bit of a challenge. We're not seeing too many moves out from the side of SKG, and that just makes it harder to read them. You know, like, especially considering the global response factor here from SKG, it's just not, it's not the comfiest for Bait to try to go too far out.
Invisibility.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have to play a little bit more carefully. Leonidas is proving to still be a massive issue on the Sven. So if they want to go for a charge on Stonebank, the smoke is there as well. SKG, this could be a huge fight for them. Scythe the Vice is out. They've caught the Life Stealer, but the Global Silence is going to make it hard to burst him down. Still, never mind. They've got it controlled up. Stonebank is down. No buyback. If SKG realize that there's no buyback available, they can try for high ground.
They've got the opening. They can push really fast with Sven as well, though. You're not going to have God's Strength for too long, but should still be able to get some good chip damage onto the objectives that Bait have been holding on to really well. And for Bait's part, again, it's both of these teams. I emphasized it more in SKG that coordination has to be on point, but it does feel like Bait are starting to default to some old behavior, streaming in one by one, you know, just kind of not working together to take control of an area of the map as a team, and just trying to play it a little bit greedier. So, keen to see what adjustments they make here, as we do have another pause.
Yeah, we do. Leonidas still having some issues apparently, so wait this one out. Hopefully everything gets back to normal very, very soon. 6k advantage right now for SKG. Prime position for them to try and make the comeback of this game happen. I mean, there are two tier 3 towers down, like in their base, plus a range racks is gone as well, but it's not really that big of a deal. They have some great pushing potential here with the Spirit Breaker, Shadow Blade, and quite frankly, there's not even like super creeps up yet. Only the range creeps are stronger down at the bottom lane, but that's not really a problem. Very easy to deal with for SKG. I think the main objective for both sides is probably going to be that next Roshan, of course, which is going to be up in about a minute from now. And Bait obviously going to be pretty well aware that they cannot allow this to go the way of SKG based on the way the game's going right now. Yeah, whoever takes the next Roshan might just have this one in the bag, especially if your name is SKG at the moment.
That just gives them access towards the high ground, towards trying to equalize the map control a little bit more, and just having this safety net. You know, like, you've managed to get this hyper investment going on your Sven. Would want him to have some of those secondary objectives as well as the secondary lives available. Although, I suppose there's an argument to be made that Sven's a little bit of a weird hero for that as well, being a transformation hero. It really depends on how well you can time your usage on the God's Strength overall, which I'm sure they've got a good read on it on the side of SKG, as they just default and wait for that opportunity to present itself. Bait for their part, again, holding on up top towards that area, ensuring that no one slips by and tries to rip through the waves. But the smoke out now from SKG.
Charges there on Lodine though. So they're going to have vision straight onto the silencer, and it seems like, oh, he's going to stop. Ducho obviously doesn't want to charge into 5 heroes at once. Needs to wait for his team, but they know exactly where Bait are right now. Bait maybe have no idea where the side of SKG are though. Just trying to hang around the vision. Lund, he's jumped in on his own with no vision at all. Lodine is going to get jumped immediately on the silencer. He does get the global silence off in time, but he should go down and will. As they're going to try and deal with Stonebank on that life stealer. He's already out of rage. They've controlled him up. Meanwhile, Lund is dropping quite low, but is somehow still alive. The Illuminate heal keeps him up as well. He'll zip out of there. Oh, Bait, they are falling apart in this third series.
Yeah, this is
2 down with that buyback.
not looking good.
Hex out on Dendi. They've caught out the puck now. He's going to try and jaunt away with the orb. And he will be able to do so. But Roshan, it is going to be open now for SKG. Leonidas has already started.
Just going in solo by himself. And it's already doing a good amount of damage. Not going to be able to melt to this one. Bait in a very awkward position, Mike. If they only needed one more win, and it's looking like Santi and Gomez are the ones to rally back. We'll find out Aegis for themselves. Secondary life up and running now on Lund with the cheese available. Ready to get topped up by Jube. And again, like it's like you mentioned, they only really lost the range racks earlier on. They've still got everything else left. It's manageable. They can look for more on the high ground. What the output they have. They've played really well with this constant aggression coming out from Santi and Gomez. On the side of Bait, it's just we see some moments of brilliance, you know, coming in. We see sometimes they manage to take these fights, but we're stuck at the point where it's becoming pretty hard for you to just play around, you know, global silence, playing around this single target control. Whereas for Santi and Gomez, like the difference is night and day. You could just keep charging in and out over and over and over again with the Spirit Breaker on hand. It's just constant ways of breaking up these fights, constant ways of finding new openings. Rather interesting we see the Bloodstone coming out on Lund. I don't think we see that too often, but it does have its uses, I suppose.
I think with the you see the Spirit Breaker just charging across the map. Like this is the beauty of this hero right now is you hit this stage of the game where you could just keep charging and clearing out all the side lanes. No matter how much you split push, Ducho's always going to be around to make sure that he pushes back. It's a great feeling.
Yeah. Just always satisfying. Charge true.
Another charge out. Ducho is going to kind of run into Bait this time, I think.
Oof.
That's
Bounties.
cancelled. Love those bounty rates.
300 gold per player just off of 3 bounty runes. Must feel nice.
It's pretty nice. Wisdom rune's going to spawn up. Both sides probably going to go for that. SKG, though, they are grouped up mid lane, so maybe looking to pop a smoke here together. They're still definitely the stronger team with the 17k advantage. Being patient with the smoke, but eventually we'll use it. Lund's got an arcane rune, still active for a little bit longer, but it is going to wear off before the fight starts. If you can catch the silencer first, like we saw last team fight, it's just so much easier to just take the fight. They will know Dendi's up at the top lane because he was split pushing, but he is going to TP out in time, so unable to catch him out. SKG, the smoke is going to amount to nothing. Seems like Bait are going to be in a position where they try to force them to fight high ground into the Radiant base. Whether SKG want to take that risk, though, entirely up to them. It just doesn't really feel like they do. Instead, they can just spend their time growing their net worth more and more, and that's kind of what they're doing right now.
We're just clearing out the jungles, getting that build up. Still going on. There's Sven, Leonidas. Got the refresh shard still ready. WBKB is set to go. Even just God's Rent in your secondary life does feel massive here if they've managed to find that. Bait. They're just on a little bit of a warding run. Does look like the smoke's not going to lead into anything major here. And then again, that is just a Ninja Gear smoke anyway, so you probably don't mind too much. And so control on the Mac back. The one thing for Sand King Gomez is they don't have the most time left now on the Aegis. So we could end up having to wait for another Roshan here, Mike. It does feel like. Again, neither side wants to give this risk over to each other. So, leads to that conservative play after some really good jumps in. I do respect this route from the side of Sankin Gomez, because we've seen so many teams just play overly aggressive, get punished for it, lose out on their opportunity. No room for such mistakes here for Sankin Gomez.
I mean, the thing is, though, the Aegis is going to expire in 30 seconds. So you might be handing over an opportunity to debate if you're not too cautious now. Because I do feel like it's gotten a bit too late. Plus, Lund's very close to having the full Ags up on the Storm Spirit, so I think it's just better off securing the farm for that instead of trying for the high ground when your Aegis is about to expire. It seems like they'll agree with that kind of choice making. They'll do the same.
I'm getting a second
The mid lane bait have come out of the base.
Stupendous.
It is in Sven's DNA to clear out fast. So, and the value is coming in for or Sven should be able to, again, well, once they're comfy enough to take some risks, find some opportunities for themselves here. See if anything breaks out. They are clumped around.
They're going to try now. Ducho. It's moving in. Bait. Another strike. It's going to land on Stominant. Zip is there as well to side the Vice from our Storm. Ducho, though, dropping very low, but Lund is still going. They find Stominant. Ducho is somehow still alive, but is finally going to go down. He can just buy back and charge, though. Stominant also buying back. Harpoon play on Funnick, dragging him right back into the arms of Leonidas. The Nullifier slowing down the Sven quite a lot. Lund's still going. Funnick's in trouble. The Beastmaster is going to drop. He will have buyback for the next defense if necessary. They might even find Dendi. Zip in, Lund. Oh, he didn't have the mana for the side of the Vice. Nevertheless, SKG going right for a dieback on Stominant, but Stominant is able to create the gap. Instead, they'll try after Stonebank on the Lifestealer. He's proving to be a little bit too tanky, but no, never mind. They've got the control. Stonebank is down. No buyback available on the Lifestealer. He's 700 gold short. And so the mid-racks is going to be claimed by SKG. So they look to find a secondary racks in the bottom lane. And they should be able to get away with maybe even Megas. Like if this POS 1 Lifestealer never buys back, you know you've got a free Mega Creep situation going on here as SKG. I mean, even without the God Strength, it's kind of hard to see Bait defending without that Lifestealer. But SKG, they might still play it very safe. And it seems like they will.
I do appreciate that from SKG. Again, understanding there's not a lot of leeway for mistakes here. You don't want to give these opportunities away to a team like Bait who can capitalize on it. So just go for the reset, keep that farm game going. No big deal coming out here on the side of Sankin Gomez as they are firmly in control of this game. And they just get to do what they want right now. Side of Bait, it's a little bit rougher.
Mid lane, Lund. Lund is getting caught out on his own, but the BKB keeping him alive as he will zip away and zip back in now. Bait, the ones looking to retreat, it seems. As the Spirit Breaker causing massive issues in the middle of this fight. Funnick's died back here on the Beastmaster. Lowdown at least TP's out in time, but SKG, they've got a Beast down for 100 seconds without buyback. And they know about it too. It might be about time to go for those Megas.
It's the best opportunity you have here right now on Sankin Gomez, and they will go for it. They're just a little bit off, but should be able to break that backward soon.
They're going to try and go on Leonidas. Stonebank, though, he really doesn't have the damage right now for the Sven. It's going to take a lot of control for Bait to be able to kill off this Sven this game, as the Dendi puck has been caught. Infest is not going to save. Stonebank now forced to retreat himself. Will turn back onto Ducho. Dendi has brought back. Lasso's going to hold down Ducho, so the Spirit Breaker will die. And that will be a dieback on Ducho as well. It's now Bait looking for another. Might just find the Keeper of the Light. And they will. 9 is gone. Leonidas and Jubei trying their best to run out, but Lund's just jumping right back in. Finding Lowdown in the backside. Will pick off the silencer. Meanwhile, 9 did buy back. He might die back immediately as Stonebank just rushes the Keeper. Trying his best to outpace Stonebank, but Stonebank's got him. Lund in the meantime kills off Stoneman on the Batrider as now, well, Leonidas, he might be forced to man-fight Stonebank, but Stonebank's still going for it. It's a very slow process as there's just too much armor. In fact, the relocate out from Jabay, leaving Lund behind. What?
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah.
Lund's gonna go down.
Middle tower has fallen.
Here we go again. Leonidas is back. I mean, they may not win this one. Jabay gonna go back towards the Sven. Dendi can't help because he's protecting the Ancient at the moment. Leonidas back on Stonebank. Stonebank's gone now. He has buyback and will commit it immediately. Thing is, the Mega Creeps were incoming, so Dendi could not be there for the fight. He needed to defend the Ancient.
But it's such a costly fight. Come out here for Bait. Multiple buybacks being sent out. You're still in a strong position here on the side of Santi Gomez. Just only really still just dropping that bot racks, the range racks to boot. Not the biggest deal. And I have to say, Santi Gomez have looked like they've bounced back in. They're finding a lot of success in this game. They're making it hellish for Bait to play this game.
Stonebank lost his courier as well. That was the Abyssal Blade recipe that was on it.
Oh no.
So, I mean, he didn't have the full Abyssal Blade anyway yet, but you get my point. Now with the recipe gone, it's impossible to actually make the item. Roshan gonna go the way of SKG.
Mortality is mine.
Aegis Cheese and something else. Only the Ag's Blessing, I think.
Yeah.
Over here now.
They do pass it on, and they've got the AoE Vortex now.
Well, they already had it. I mean, he's just gonna take the Blessing.
Stupendous.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Free up the slot. And side of Bait, I mean, this game, it's a difficult game. It's not unplayable, but I think the angles Bait have been finding have just not been as clean as what we've been seeing from Sand King Gomez, or as hassle-free, right? Like, you just send your Spirit Breaker out if there's an opportunity. Hey, follow through with a Storm. If not, well, just back off. You've got Bulldoze. You're not going to be stopped from just walking away. Side of Bait has to show us a way of finding these fights. Maybe the lasso on your Batrider with the Ags could be the way. Pull them all the way back to your fountain, perhaps, or one by one. Isolate them. Use the power of your heroes to just run down as well. Like the constant aggression, the healing coming out from SKG is just really hard for Bait to rip through. When do they start to feel a little bit better? I mean, they've got 26 already up and running on Dendi. You can Dream Coil True the debuff into, which is great, but it doesn't feel like you've got the follow through. Like, you're not hitting hard enough on something like, say, Stonebank's hero in comparison to a Sven with God Strength and crit on the Silver Edge. That's just much higher DPS. The Lifestealer enjoys a slower game, but it doesn't really have that burst play. Like, it enjoys slower engagements, but the burst tends to come from your teammates, and right now it's not looking like it's enough from Bait to rely on that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna go Divine Rape beyond the Lifestealer, you know?
Yeah.
Back's against the wall. You've just got to do it, you know? Just pick up the Divine, hope for the best once you have that up. It's a lot of damage.
Radiant's courier.
He's kind of... oh, no. Now Funnick loses his courier. There goes the Heaven's Halberd.
That is not ideal right now for the side of Bait.
Can we not see is the Ag's Stormhammer that bad that he won't just buy it out on Leonidas? Like, he has 11k gold in the bank right now on the Sven. It's just this Ags, I guess, can be pretty game losing, so they'd rather not buy it.
But you can toggle it on and off now, can't you? That was the change to it.
Oh, well then, you may as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just playing it safe. Maybe, I don't know. Just, does he have enough with buyback? He does.
Well, there's an Ags now coming out on the Keeper of the Light, so Will-O-Wisp is available. Like, everyone on SKG just so far. Like, this Io with a heart up. Like, how are you even going to kill the tether target? He's got a heart up with a Holy Locket and a mech. It's like, what are you going to do? The Vladimir's offering
like
from Jabay. It's just huge. It's dandy. Oh, he's sight the vice.
Oh, my God.
That's a dieback.
No
He's
buyback.
gone. It's all up to Stonebank. He's going to try. It's looking pretty tough, though, as they do go in. Lowdyne immediately looking to go down, trying to get towards the fountain. Is somehow going to make it, but they're just zipping in. Stonebank, Stomping, they're all gone. GG is called. And that means, John, there's a second round of tiebreakers happening because no team won twice in a row.
Yeah, no team won twice in a row. Sand King Gomez rally after a very rough first series for themselves. And Bait, they falter a bit after looking pretty damn good up against Alpha. The aggression from Sand King Gomez just looking great. So they force it out. They stay in Division 1 for now. They extend their lives, Mike. Round 2.
That's a tough one for Bait. I mean, there was a good point in the game where it felt like they were making a bit of a comeback, but yeah, just a few rough moments here for Bait does cost them, and SKG proving to be the better team, at least for that game against Bait, which does mean we're doing it all over again between these three teams to try and figure out who deserves to be in Division 1. Obviously, it's a very, very close affair between these teams, and I mean, props to SKG. Like, going into that series, I think you and I both thought that Bait should be the heavy favorites, and they had just come off a pretty strong win against Alpha, but SKG, I mean, they went back to the drawing board. Leonidas said, pick me Sven. I'll carry this game myself. And that's how it kind of felt. This Sven was just hitting way too hard.
It was, but I think it also just came down to, again, how Sand King Gomez played. They just played hyper aggressive, right? Like, they constantly run in. They maximized their global presence with the IO relocate. They maximized the battery potential with the IO plus the Kotl. And this is one of the games where I feel like Ducho was really the great enabler. Like, he was just all over the map as the Spirit Breaker. We've talked about the struggles Ducho's had on the offlane in this past tour. It feels like we didn't see any of that in this game. Like, the team has looked coordinated. Eventually, they stall out enough for the damage on Leonidas to just be ridiculous. But really, it was just down to the activity we're getting from London to Ducho. Like, these guys are connecting on the same targets, are charging in like madmen. And your options for punishment from Bait, while they were there, and a lot of those were just single target pickoffs. They'd relocate in, and by that point, the guy you're trying to save is already dead. So, yeah, it's a lot. It was a very topsy-turvy game. I think this is probably the closest game we've had in our tiebreaker series.
Yeah.
And it was very entertaining, but it's not entertaining for Bait.
No.
They have to do it again. Sand King Gomez, this is where it turns into a marathon, right? Like, one best of one, sure, fine. Two best of ones, you're playing, it's fine. Now you have to do another two best of ones for a team. Yeah.
It's not fun.
I mean, it can still be fun, you know. Though it is a fun game, Mike. What do you mean? What are you playing, Mike?
Not when you're playing for your life in Div 1, John.
That is true.
I mean, sure, you could buy a
Stakes are
slot,
stressful.
but you'd rather not pay money if you can avoid it. So, Bait. Well, I mean, they've got to reset here mentally. It's a tough loss for them to take, but every single team so far has been one game away from making it through this situation. Is we obviously have to hand that MVP, and the MVP is actually going to go the way of Ducho on the Spirit Breaker. You know, John, sometimes you pick a hero like Spirit Breaker and you get the MVP. He did a great job. He did his job on the Spirit Breaker. Look, is the hero broken? Maybe. You know, but he'll get the MVP just because.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think he did play to its strengths, to be fair. Playing to Spirit Breaker's strengths isn't particularly difficult, but I think he made it look very nice. At least, you know what it is, Mike. 2 buttons. Well, 3 buttons to press.
No need to personally attack me, John. All right?
You're just trying to live through the success of Dutra. You're like, oh, look at that. I can do that. I'm an MVP. Ha ha ha.
I can do that. I could. You know,
Wow.
I'm gonna say it, John. If I was in a pro team right now and they chose me Spirit Breaker, I'd be able to do that too. I'm just gonna look. It's no disrespect to Dutra. That's all I'm saying is I'm a fantastic Spirit Breaker player, John. I'm probably one of the best out there. Let's be honest. Anyway, with that, we are going to head off to a break. Ladies and gentlemen, good news is we do, in fact, have a schedule first for you guys. In case you weren't aware, SKG versus Alpha is going to happen again, then Bait versus Alpha, then Bait versus SKG. So we're basically, we're having Groundhog Day at the moment with this tiebreaker. So we're going to do it all over again. Luckily for everyone involved, Jonathan, we're going to be leaving now. The lovely Lyrical and Trent are going to be joining everyone for some casts of the tiebreakers. So those boys are obviously always fantastic. Jonathan, love the boys from the USA, and I'm sure they're going to have a great time doing these tiebreakers.
Yeah.
just when you thought that you were done with Div 1, they pull you right back in. And it's going to be Alpha facing off against Sand King Gomez as we continue the infinite tiebreakers. And Trent, we've taken over. We've replaced our Southeast Asian friends, MLP and John. They are off to bed. And we are going to take over for the rest of this. How you feeling?
Getting up, maybe,
Yeah, that's true.
for them.
One of the two. You never know.
It feels good. It feels good to be here. Yeah, you guys want to see some heroes? We got heroes.
Exciting stuff. So I think everybody that's here was here for the last round of them. We already know they had a ton of games that got played. Alpha obviously ended up taking that first one, lost to Bait afterwards, and then Bait were on the verge of knocking out Sand King Gomez, and then Sand King Gomez made the comeback and were able to even up the series. So 1 versus 1 versus 1, the rock, paper, scissors effect is happening fully. And now it's going to be an entirely new set of drafts. We'll see what ends up happening here. But Alpha, they opt to ban out the Batrider first, Sand King Gomez taking away that Techies. Of course, in their first match that these two teams faced off against each other, let me just open back up the draft. It was a Magnus that got banned out by Sand King Gomez. So one of Mag Medusa Doom is going to be left in.
Oh, well, there goes the Doom. So, yeah, your first question there, answer, at least about him. I feel like at the end of, at least for us, we did a lot of Western Europe as casters. For the most part, we did a little bit of China. I think we did a little bit of NA before, too. But we definitely saw near the end, I feel like a lot of centralization around Medusa. But, okay, we're not going to worry about it. It was like Medusa's Shadow Demon was really becoming the new sort of like checkmate thing that we had going on at the end of the drafts there. People were pretty determined to try and figure that out. And then you got to keep talking about Darkseer. It was great. But other than that, it was Mag Void Spirit, who are now both in. So there you go.
So they instead decide to go for the Storm on Alpha. So that leaves in Mag Void Spirit if they want to run it on Sand King Gomez. The other heroes that sort of were high priority in the last game were, of course, the Silencer and the Techies, no longer in that pool. We'll see what they decide to go for here.
And what is it now? How many games in a row has Storm been picked? I feel like he has been really showing up here tonight. I kept checking in on the game, seeing like, wait, are we going to be here? Like, what's going on here? But this will be 4 games straight that they have had. Sorry, 5 games straight that North America has had Storm.
Kind of crazy.
That is definitely kind of crazy. And in all of those instances, was Void Spirit also still in? That's kind of cool. So that they're, okay, he was picked first in Sand King Gomez at least. They certainly like Storm more though. That is for sure. I guess if you don't have the Mag, the Storm is a little bit better. But we're certainly Void Spirit fans, I feel like, more so.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're definitely taking their time with it, burning through some reserve. They go for the Mag. Do they want to run the Void? Yes, they will. So the pretty classic combo, Alpha obviously knew that this was at least potentially coming. And their answer is to say, okay, we'll take the Storm and give them a mana battery. So both times pumping up these mid laners with some type of acceleration.
And same thing now. This is 3 games straight, or 3 games before this straight. It was Storm Pugna and then Storm Coddle tonight. So Storm has won every game of this tiebreaker tonight so far. So according to that logic, Alpha will be victorious here.
Good to know.
That's what we've determined.
Love that.
It's just that easy, it turns out. All you have to do is pick Storm and a mana battery, and you'll be victorious. So the other benefit here is not only is, of course, Keeper Light very good with Storm Spirit, keep gifting over some mana there, but it's pretty good versus any sort of a Magnus lineup. Right. The eventual Aghanims is really strong versus Mag. It helps disrupt RP plays and everything. But then the main thing, of course, is that you just have this blind all the time now as Keeper of the Light versus Empower damage that's either going to be coming from the Mag or his friends.
I mean, I still think that there is this like danger of Coddle being found in the backline. But yeah, you're right that like if they're able to sort of be the ones initiating on Sand King Gomez in particular, then it feels like, you know, maybe there's going to be a harder chance for them to get these big damage dealing spells out that just completely destroy Alpha. And also just super mobile at the start from Alpha too, right? Like Coddle's just very fast running around the map. Storm, obviously, incredible mobility. We'll see if they can get maybe some vision-oriented heroes. You always like the Clockwork. Are you a fan of that guy?
I'm a huge Clockwork fan. Yeah, that guy's definitely still a little underpicked. I think he's a super solid position 5. Definitely depends a lot on his laning stage though, and like what you're hoping to get. Like maybe in a Storm game, it can. I mean, I want to play it with a Storm because you sync up so well together, but some of the carries that you might want to play with Storm don't go so well with the Clockwork. That's one of the only downsides there. You know, we lost all the range core meta, so Clockwork kind of fell off.
True.
It was more fun when you just had like Drow morph in your lane every game, and life was good.
Well, we'll see what they decide to end up pairing together with that. But of course, it's going to be Sankey Gomez that have the first pick out of the last phase. Already banned out Legion and Anti-Mage and Skywrath against them. Now trying to figure out what they want to spend their last ban on. Hero that probably deals with whatever they're picking. And kind of have the luxury of just being able to take a support after this and wait for Alpha to reveal more info first.
Yeah, they tried the Dark Willow last time in a very similar situation. I don't know how much they lost that game, obviously, versus the Alpha, because that's why we're here. But I'd be curious to think, like, you know, would they think that was part of the problem? Do they think it wasn't the issue and that the mag will help solve things since that wasn't a mag game because they had banned it out earlier?
10 seconds remaining.
It's not the most reliable disable versus a Storm. It requires someone else to set up for you. But it's also hard to get good disables versus Storm these days because it feels like a lot of the better ones are kind of weaker heroes. It is a sick Nyx game, I will say, though.
Right.
Coddle and Storm, you know, that feels pretty good. But Nyx is a 4, doesn't lane that great with mags, then you're losing some of your flex in terms of where you want to put those Magnus, so it can be tough.
Taking a lot of time for it. What is Jubei going to play? If they decide to take the 5 right now, have to wait and see. God, they are really spending a lot of time on this one. The Underlord was a big part of what gave Alpha the win in that first game as well. It looked pretty freaking solid for them paired together with that TA. But you could argue that some of that was just sort of more to be something that, could survive any type of lane and did okay against the monkey.
Radiant team
The monkey.
Mirana.
Okay.
Not what I would have expected. I guess benefits, it can flex as 5 or 4.
Right.
Moonlight Shadow has a crazy amount of value anyway. It's not just all about the arrow all the time as Mirana. I think we saw that a lot, like from Tundra, especially at TI, just really abusing this hero. Not always going for the big arrow chaining combos with like an Ember or something. So you can still get some benefits. She does weaken your lane a little bit, but she can trade okay with a 4 Coddle. I certainly would like to have someone that helps her hit the arrow in lane if she's going to be a 5. I feel like they're probably going to put her 4. Maybe they go Shadow Demon after, but again, Shadow Demon versus Storm's kind of annoying because you don't do that much in terms of disable, but a 5 that helps set up would be sick. Maybe a Bane? We had a little bit of Bane, you know, your guy?
That was in China, though. There's no way they're playing that over here. Surely
the
not.
The Shadow Demon's good now, though, versus
That's a
Bloodseeker.
good point, yeah.
Non-stop dispelling the Blood Rage. That's pretty good.
I'll say that the Mirana feels like incredibly generic to me. The Bloodseeker feels like it reveals a bit more about what this like safe lane is going to look like. Although I guess you could still flex it if you wanted to. It could be an off lane, but CM paired together with it now. Lots of mana.
2 mana. Yeah. Maybe we can get a mid Pugna and we'll throw a Storm in the offlane. Offlane Pugna, offlane Coddle, 4 Pugna. There we go. That's it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, 5 CM, 1 blood. Good.
10
good.
seconds remaining.
And the Storm never ran out of mana again.
5 seconds
Wow,
remaining.
they have a lot of magic damage and some pure from the Bloodseeker. Somebody better be buying a pipe.
Yeah, feels pretty likely. Interesting.
Though, God, the Nyx is so good. If he wasn't so bad.
I kind of like it. It sounds interesting.
It's not that he's bad. It's just he's kind of one-dimensional. I mean, you have to get like a ranged safe laner, like a, I don't know, what would I want with the Nyx these days? Like Shadow Fiend is still kind of good, but then in a game like this, I mean, Shadow Fiend's actually kind of okay here.
You could run at 4 though. Put Mirana in 5.
Radiant
Yeah, but then you're a
team
Nyx mag.
Yeah.
So they have played the clock before. So when you mentioned it, I was kind of excited because I looked and I was like, ooh, they have played it. It would be nice.
Yeah, I like this.
So Gomez is going to grab it. And again, it is an issue in terms of like the lane setups. Clockwork is more forgiving than Nyx, though. You can still play like a Lifestealer or something, like
10
some other,
seconds remaining.
some more normal position 1, like a melee hero and be fine with it as long as it's a relatively strong guy, like a Troll or a Lifestealer.
Right.
Troll actually looks kind of good here.
Dude, It's trolled.
I know you're never allowed to say that,
Dire team ban.
but he kind of looks okay for
Never.
Satan Gomez. I'm just saying.
Never. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's a bait. It's a trap.
He is a trap. He's a total trap. I completely agree. Oh God, they played Troll. They picked Troll
Don't
5
do
days
it.
ago.
Don't do it. It's not worth
10
it.
seconds remaining.
I really like Saint King Gomez's draft right now. Like, it feels like it has so many different ways to initiate and set up fights in a late game. And Alpha's is sort of strange, right? Like, Storm zipping in is like your main source of initiation at the point. It feels kind of bad.
Honestly, I'm surprised that they didn't take the Venomancer. I mean, I wonder if that's why they picked the Mirana. It was this idea of just like, in case they Veno us on this phase. I thought Veno looked kind of good. But I guess they didn't like it. I mean, they did lose their last game with the Veno, but fair enough. Maybe that's all it was. It just like leaving the offlaner at this point, because like the big offlaners that are left in my eyes are like Beastmaster is the hugest one that stands out
Right.
for Alpha. Kind of hard to counterpick in lane. Like, you can't really like ruin his game because you got multiple builds. Dude, actually, yeah, Beastmaster's definitely the ban. Because like they have Coddle and CM for Beast too.
The one thing that I'm worried about for Saint King Gomez is making sure that they just don't get rolled over in lanes. Because I think if they get to the mid game intact with this draft, I feel really confident about it. But yeah, Beastmaster could be something that sets up for so much pain very early. Coddle, Beastmaster in lane sounds really scary. See if they go for it.
Tide would have been equally pretty annoying too, though. Tide benefits a lot from getting the chakra. You can like double spam Anchor Smash, and it would have been a little bit more of the pacing that they want. Plus, he still farms stacks, which I think is important because they can set up a lot of stacks right now between these two supports. Like whoever's on the off lane can just go and like do a quick stack and stuff. Even though Crystal Main's a little slow, she can still get there as long as your off laner has a little bit of like survivability by themselves, and she can help like push out the wave or something and then go do her thing.
Okay.
What is better than Beastmaster? To me, just feels so good in a best of one. I feel like I'm happy with a Beastmaster because I can play all stages of the game.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything that would make me want to flex this Bloodseeker to an off lane. They go for the Wind Ranger. Interesting.
So either one Wind Ranger or one Bloodseeker. They can shift it up here. They can flex those between their 3 and their 1 since they're both pretty solid in either role, right? I mean, I would say the Wind Ranger is much better as a 1, so I'm assuming it's a 1 Wind Ranger and a 3 Bloodseeker, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Dude, Shadow Demon's so good right now. Anyone play Cormorana?
Oh my god. Okay. Leonidas playing on the Naga Siren. What do you think about it? How do you feel about this?
Naga? I mean, again, best of one. I feel pretty comfortable with this hero in a vacuum. I like having heroes like this in a best of one because she can sort of play all time. He's like, yeah, she's pretty greedy and she likes to farm and stuff, but sometimes the Naga Siren shows up at early parts of the game and just kind of blows stuff up. Helps control a lot of space. Really important for the Roche as well, which of course, like, whenever it's a best of one or there's high stakes, games tend to get a little bit slowed down, so it's really helpful to have that. We don't have a techies to similarly control that part of the map like we usually do. Plus, they already have the flares, so right now I see some excellent control across the map here from Saint King Gomez, but they are going to be a little bit more delayed compared to Alpha. Alpha are looking quite speedy at the moment.
Right. And I think there is something to be said for the idea of taking a draft that like doesn't really have a time limit on it. And I think with this Naga pick, they're pretty safe going into the late game no matter what. The question I have is, does it solve the problem of like getting ran at? And I feel like that's something that Alpha might do here on the kind of early side because, you know, they want to build a bunch of stacks on Saint King Gomez. They want to farm those up with Empower, you know, give Naga Siren time. Are they going to be able to deal with that pressure coming in? We'll see.
Yeah, I think the other option, like maybe you could have done like CK or something. I'm trying to think of like heroes that also pair with Mirana and let you do arrows because that's definitely part of the benefit here of getting this Naga Siren too. So I think that's pretty cool.
All right, well, let's get ready. We have, at the very least, 3 more games that need to be played. Alpha facing off against Saint King Gomez. We're already in the infinite scenario. which is always a little bit fun. There's a pause at the start, so don't worry, you're not missing anything. You just get to hang out with us for a bit.
They're not just staying for the dance moves?
No. But your dance moves are very blessed. A blessed kid,
Thank you.
if you will. That's a reference to the Wind Ranger here.
One could say.
Oh my goodness gracious, Trent. I don't even know. I'm feeling like this might be the swap up. And the thing too is that these teams, I feel like, again, playing for relegation, 2 are going to be knocked out. I kind of think that we could get, even if like Sank and Gomez win this, I could see it like becoming infinite the other way. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that
100%.
could absolutely happen.
I mean, I thought it was over. Like at the start of that last game, I was like, it would have been fun. Like I was kind of looking forward to casting, and then I was like, no, they're not gonna get it.
Right.
Bait are gonna win. But then no.
Did not happen. Well, we'll get a whole new storyline coming out right now as teams ready to get going and back underway. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch this.
Of course, we didn't really talk about that. They got some momentum here as well, right? Sanking Gomez. It was a pretty wild end of a game. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, momentum wise, because like they had the big comeback and then it was a little messy near the end, but that's only because they were like, ensuring they got megas and stuff, and then things get a little bit dicey. But they got the W in the end. They're probably feeling pretty good. And Alpha, meanwhile, their last game was a loss to Bait. So like you got to play the people who just beat the guys you lost to. That can't feel too good.
No, it's true. Well, and the other thing too is
timed.
Got to back out. Careful. 9 running in, spots a couple. Braxy charging up that Illuminate Blast, connects onto the Clockwork. He's in trouble. Starting to fall already. And can they get in range? The Blood Grenade didn't quite connect. That's crazy. I can't believe that missed. But one more hit. That's going to give Steel the first blood. So a good start for the Storm Spirit.
It's good thing they had a Bloodseeker. They're not getting that kill. They needed that vision.
So I wanted to mention the thing that you were talking about there. In game number 1, when these two teams were facing off against each other, Sanking Gomez had a pretty good lead built up at around that 20-minute mark, and it all just went back the other direction. So something else to sort of consider is that the sort of long break that they had, where Bait had to play 2 games back-to-back, it gave them time to reflect on that loss and, maybe come into this one with some better energy. Let's see how it goes.
And the lane setups, the Wind Ranger is going top to go into lane versus the Naga Siren. Okay. I like this. Getting a little aggressive here. With the help of the Cobble, gonna try and annoy her. Then again, that also means that 9 gets a matchup versus the Crystal Maiden as a Clockwork. And I gotta say, that feels fantastic. She's so slow, dude. She's 280 right now. This guy's 310 with battery assault. Like, get out of my face.
It's definitely going to be some bullying going on over here. And you didn't see it actually chased down and dead. I just beat the crap out of him. And now Arceus in trouble too. Gets forced back by this clock. It's going to be a big creep wave pushing into the Bloodseeker.
Guys, when the stars align and my kids all sleep and someone else is looking after them and I play Dota, I'll tell you what, you just pick Clockwork, okay? And at level 1 with battery assault, you literally just run at the 2 enemy heroes. That's all you have to do. I watched a bunch of pros. I learned the secrets to this hero in lane. It turns out you just hit them with battery assault at level 1 and there's not a lot of heroes that can do anything. She died so easily.
Yeah. Come in with the Blood Grenade too. Keep that slow going and then easy pull off to the side. Yeah, this is looking like already a pretty good start down bottom. Granted, Bloodseeker's still getting, all the CS here, but when they come and contest for this wave, it's going to be a little tough. In fact, slow down there, little Misty. They got you caught in the cogs and about to die back to back. TP still on cooldown. Can they get in range? Yes, because as you said, it is very slow movement speed on that CM.
Oh, man. I love Crystal Maiden. Love playing that. I think she's my most played hero. But, man, if there's a Treant in the lane or a Clockwork, it's bad. Like, if you don't get the first blood and you get some fast boots, this is what happens. And it's very hard to get out of this situation unless you have double aggro. But remember, Arceus started with the Thirst to help them get the first blood. So he didn't have that initial spam of the blood, right? Because you think about if you start this lane level 1 with Crystal Maiden and Bloodseeker, there's an opportunity to maybe do, Crystal Novas and Blood Rights and just like mass spam, but they had to do Frostbite for the first blood as well as Thirst for the first blood, so you're starting at a laning disadvantage.
Well, that of course did set up Steel to have a better time, but you can see in spite of that first blood, he's actually getting outlast hit in the mid lane, 14-3 versus the 12-0 on Steel. Just get a couple more there off the back of that remnant usage, but a little bit frustrating stuff as the flag bearer creep taken away from him too. We'll have to see how this next couple of minutes go for the Storm.
Yeah, and of course a bit of a mobility choice here, rather I guess a lane mobility choice here, putting this Wind Ranger up top. A little bit of a North American classic, the evil genius, putting Arteezy in the top lane all the time like they used to.
The Shopify, the Spotify, you mean? Excuse me?
Yeah, but they haven't since then. I'm saying old school, bud. Old school. See what I'm saying? Back when they were EG, Arteezy used to farm up here like half the games, and no one else really did it as much. They were just obsessed with putting him on this Radiant side off lane. Map was a bit different then, but some of the advantages that you got was stacking the Ancients from the support was a lot easier. Now there's two camps. Oh, Jubei with the free hand. No tracing on that arrow. Oh, but he can't get the sentry killed in time.
Sad. Yeah, so that one gonna be there still, unblocking this. Very annoying.
He can get it in time, though. He
block it.
has a sentry.
Yeah, it's true.
So if he wanted to block, he could have. I guess he just doesn't. He's just going to arrow it, I guess. He's like, yeah, I'll farm that.
Easy. Also, depending upon how the sort of lane goes, they could even use it to pull. Yeah, that's what they're going to do here.
It
So
is
that
tough,
action's
though, as you
working.
can see.
Right.
God, man. Easy denies here, though. Both of them getting a couple in. 4-6, though, for the Wind Ranger currently. So looking pretty solid up here.
Yeah.
And no more blood lost in the bottom lane. I'm a little impressed. Kaya's almost into the boots of speed there on that Crystal Maiden, so we'll have a chance of surviving.
And, a level behind the other cores, but realistically, she's on the same plane pretty much as the Clockwork at this stage. So it's not the worst thing in the world. And even going to get boots now. Feels pretty good. But, I mean, probably not going to see the CM come and contest for the Wisdom Rune, if we're going to be real about it. That's something where I feel like the Clockwork's going to have the advantage.
Oh, man. And Braxy, on the Keeper of the Light, he tried to stack the hard camp. It has been blocked out, though, by Jubei, but he didn't even try in the Ancient camp. I'm not sure why. He didn't, do an Illuminate on the Ancients. Am I crazy? Why would
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he thought it was blocked or something. He was convinced. I'm not sure.
Arrow thrown randomly in the mid, but as they go for the skewer, down bottom, connection. CM gonna go down. Bloodseeker trying to stand toe-to-toe against this with Storm Spirit dying mid. It's pretty freaking swift. Has stick charges too, already popped, but not taking any damage. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Vanguard, it's a lot of damage block. Get out of there on the mag.
Yeah, in mid lane, that was just that little bit of damage needed from Jubei coming in here. The right clicks, no arrow connection, I don't believe. I think it was just finishing off there from the Void Spirit. So looking solid for them is down the bottom rune. 9 and Braxy duking it out here, but 9 Steel's still level 5, so you can't close this gap.
Chasing, gets the slow. Is it gonna be enough? Has another Frostbite available. Connects it there. But ends up going down. Braxy gets the kill.
Not quite able to deny himself here. And yeah, 6.5 minutes. He saw the ping come out there from Clock saying, look out. He's scanning. He's wondering if they're running the Crystal Maiden through those Ancients up to his Wisdom Rune right now. But the scan doesn't hit, so
yeah,
he might be happy to find that out. Meanwhile, Radiant side, it looks like Braxy should be doing another stack and then heading over to the Wisdom Rune. Has not realized it is blocked, though.
Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating there.
Okay, all right, now watch Braxy. Does he not? Why isn't he illuminating the Ancients? Can they just not farm the Ancients? I guess they just can't farm the Ancients. That's really the issue. So he doesn't want to give them away. Aha, that's the big brain move. See, this is why you just always assume they're smarter than you guys. Because they are.
It's nice.
Dude, I would so be stacking those anyway. Like, am I wrong? I'd be giving those up to that Mag Void Spirit team so fast. Dude,
Yeah,
I'd be losing all this gold for my team.
Love to see that. and then you yell at them when it doesn't, when they don't farm.
Yeah, guys, the stats.
Well, Wisdom Rune did go over the way of Sanking Gomez there, but they haven't taken the other one on Alpha yet. So just sitting there marinating a bit as a Rupture on to 9 forces back that Clockwork. Going to be an easy bring down. Even with Jubei coming down here, can't do anything to keep that clock alive.
Yeah, finally get their vengeance here. As mid lane there, I was getting a little worried for Steel, but no rotation coming through, so we're good. Lund is kind of lurking there nearby. Is now being all alone here on the mag.
Dire's middle tower is under
All right, just feels a bit more comfortable getting up in his face. Still haven't got their Wisdom Rune as it's being pinged out there, but no one's invading to take it, so it's okay.
I always wonder, it's like, it sounds like a horrific idea, but then back in my head, I'm like, oh, think about the efficiency if you wait till 14 minutes. You know what I mean? Get double the value out of it.
I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, I don't
Even
think
if
so.
no one gets it, I don't think it's worth it. I think the earlier XP to hit 6 is just way too sick.
Yeah, sure enough.
Although, I mean, it sounds cool. Obviously, it's, you know, free interest, guys. It's just money.
Passive income,
that's
as they
money
say.
right there. Yeah, it's not passive right there. That's active income for sure for the Naga Siren, but it also looks pretty good. And 9 is going to be doing some double stacking there on the Clockwork over those Dire Ancients as well. And looks like Jubei's also stacking. My goodness.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gold in the bank here for this Dire team. I mean, they got Meg, Naga Siren, and Void Spirit here.
Yeah. This is what I'm worried about for Radiant is how do you contend with this? Because I feel like if you just passively let this game continue, Sanking Gomez is going to get huge. And in fact, they're not even going to passively do it. They're going to make kills happen at the same time.
See ya.
Alpha, I am really worried about their mid game.
All right. In the infamous words of Sir Action Slacks, or at least the song he played all the time, gas, gas, gas. That's going to be the plan here for Alpha. The RP is popped out here.
Okay. Gonna
Imagine.
go through the gate. Bye. And then there's somebody waiting on the other side.
Now go back
Hello.
through.
How are you doing, blessed kid? Good to see ya. Okay. That was interesting.
It's nice to get, you know, another core involved in the kill.
$10 minutes coming up. A bit of an overextension by Mag if I've ever seen one. And it's going to be rune spawning top regen. Steel will see this. 9 just going to have to take it. Nice, the rune, in fact.
Yeah, no chance at it there. And you can see as well, Leonidas here is level 9, so just gets the point in the song as they're trying to rotate their way up here. Won't have a free chance at a kill. Steel's going to be a little bit too late for that one if that's where he plans on going. This is the time you want to be pressuring, though. Like,
Yeah.
Blessed Kid has the Javelin. Ready to start hitting into this tower. Looks pretty free. Maybe this is their time.
You can see that it's going to be a similar story coming out from Alpha, or excuse me, of Sanking Gomez of just saying, okay, take that area. We are going to farm up and build stacks. As they jump mid. And again, finding Braxy here just makes the move over, assimilate, back away, Rupture, gone. Okay.
I
They force
love
rotations.
this. I love forcing this fight while your mag is farming this humongous stack. Because he's just like, just go, Clockwork, just go. Just see what's up. You know? He gets hit by the enemies, but I can promise you they are gaining more right now. Because Storm TP'd mid for no reason, too.
Right.
At least Braxy's getting in on the game right now. He's also farming up some stacks. Unfortunately, he has to donate a couple over to Steel so that Storm can get in this game, being the second lowest core. To be fair, their tri-core is all pretty much exactly the same, honestly. Steel, Blessed Kid, and RGS are all relatively close here.
Right. Mag getting this farm on gets him into his first item as well, I think. Coming on out, at the very least, the quarter staff. So yeah, this is starting to feel like, again, you're giving up some of the map right now, Sanking Gomez. They did lose that top tower while the Naga Siren farmed backwards through the entire side of their jungle. But it's a smoke up now, and they want to make another move. Gonna head through the gate and see if they can find somebody bottom. Interesting.
This would be such good timing, too. I mean, they're a little early for the 14s, but him being at the Ancients, being relatively low, would be a great find for them. Especially if he gets greedy here, right? With the Thirst.
Oh yeah, it's a good
Oh,
point.
what a Rupture. My goodness, that was max range.
finds 9, and the jump in from Steel. It's an
He's
easy
getting low. He's getting low.
breakdown.
They see him.
They spotted him and in trouble. He's just going to give up this entire stack, it looks like. But now, bringing in the Void Spirit, going to find the Shackle, and now the turn. With the CM ulti, it's more than enough. Oh, things were looking good for Sanky and Gomez, but Alpha, they hit the perfect timing.
Dude, don't come back. Just let it go, man. Let it go.
Oh, that has got to be so frustrating.
That timing could not have been better for Alpha. All the finally punishing some of this greed. Imagine if he'd have died too, just from the thirst vision. He's lucky he did. Steel did not need much more. That comes back to them helping to control these runes, right?
Right.
Like they had the shield rune that time for the Void Spirit. Like if Storm has a rune there, Mag's dead. Any rune. He just needed the bottle charges.
What a really nice collection of plays coming out from Alpha to sort of punish this greed here. And now building up a slight lead. Of course, they kind of, as you mentioned, need to keep the foot on the gas a bit.
How is Bloodseeker ahead of Naga Siren? That's crazy.
304,
I mean, he farms really fast once he has Maelstrom too, and obviously he's 304 too, and he's got way more assets on the Naga and lane creeps on Bloodseeker. But jump in,
hook shot. It didn't connect right away. Silence now as the CM is already dead, but can they do anything here with the Void Spirit? No. 2 gone for the CM. Sanky and Gomez not having the answers right now for Alpha.
Yeah, getting ruptured for Void Spirit, sometimes it can be okay, but it's in these situations where they're just trying to like isolate you. There's not much you can do. Like sometimes in a big team fight, you can play around it. You just need like a little bit of mobility and your allies are there to back you up. But in tiny little skirmishes like that, you're basically just dead. Like, what are you going to do? There goes that tower. So Alpha, certainly being the Alphas now. And again, going to be able to control the Wisdom Rune. Looks like Ducho will probably just grab the one that's over on SKG's side. And the Radiant will grab it on there for Alpha. So Braxy getting some XP for the 2 lords.
Yeah, I need to get that up for them and sort of keep this ball rolling. Kayet moves over.
He could be dead. I mean, he's got to be baiting. I mean, they just smoke it behind him now, so...
Right.
Looks like a 9 isn't convinced here as they send in the illusions.
Oh, the stomp. That was pretty interesting. 9 looks very dead now as they run into everybody. Arrow connects onto the Storm. Steel might be able to get a second for this if they can connect onto Mirana. No more leaf charges. Power shot, but the right click was already there. The DD on Storm. Keeping them strong.
Gas, gas, gas. Alpha turned on the gas. Jump splash kid. Well, that's a lot of damage.
Thought about going in. Doesn't decide to, but doesn't have another Astral Step. He's ruptured. He's going to die too. Yo, it has been like 6 or 7 kills in a row. Sanky and Gomez can't get anything moving.
It all started with that twin gate play bottom.
Yeah.
Showing up, pushing the tower, killing them the Ancients, and then immediately getting back out on the map, going back top, trying to kick Leonidas out of his safe space. And what was looking like a mediocre Tricore from Alpha previously is now rising to the top of this table. Void Spirit quickly falling behind. And the only person holding strong up there is Leonidas, who will TP right back up top and continue farming. Gonna have to find some solution here in the itemization. Currently thinking about Norkid.
Yeah. I mean, there's, a lot of good there. You can see Storm, obviously. No dispels yet. Bloodseeker does have the Manta done. And the BKB coming out for Blessed Kid is mainly going to be for that Storm, seeing if they can punish Steel on the over-aggression.
At least the benefits is they do have the supports for good initiation, the Clockwork, and the Mirana, so hunting like this can go well. See if he can juke this out here. Flare into hookshot. Oh, we got greedy.
And now
Dude,
9.
he just rips those ruptures.
Yeah, he does not appear to care all that much. Does get the Clockwork out of there, but the jump forward RP connects onto 2. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Does not look like it. Everybody starts to die. Jubei to fall. It is another time where Seahem has died and many heroes from Sanky and Gomez go down after.
She caught that arrow, man. I got this.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, this is for you, team. Everyone else is going to do way more damage than me. It feels like they can just do no wrong on Alpha. They just throw out these spells and instantly rotate Power Ranger style.
Yeah.
They know they're fighting 5v4. Leonidas is, let me read some big old numbers to you here. 0, 0, 0.
I know. Yeah. Well, 253 though. Look at that. It's pretty good.
He's recording one of those ASMR videos. Just gonna put this up on YouTube later. All you hear is the gold. Faintly in the distance, allies are crying and dying, but screaming in pain.
Right.
But all he can hear is just ching, 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 ching. Whoosh,
I mean,
whoosh.
the scream in pain is part of the ASMR, right? Surely.
Well, I mean, it's not you screaming, so it's relaxing.
Yeah.
Hey, I know this one. Voice Spirit Dies. I've seen this one before. That's a rerun.
True. Yeah, it's a painful rerun at that. Jubei runs into an illusion. I really like what Argus is doing on this Bloodseeker. He's sending out these Manta illusions to scout for ruptures ahead of him. Very, very cool.
I like it when they battle the
Radiance
Naga Siren illusions, although they don't win.
Right.
The illusions definitely win.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. So far, so good for Alpha. Granted, it is only a 6k gold lead, and we've seen a lot of these situations where a team builds up a lead with these like fighting mid-gamey style cores after the laning stage, and then when you get that first big item, everything falls apart.
Well, you know what the solution to that is? Buy
What's that?
big item.
Okay.
RG's working on the Radiance here. Excellent Radiance game. Always good versus Naga Siren, but double that up there with the help of a Magnus who has some power. That's going to give you a ton of value in a game like this. So, solid choice. It does mean that you might want to relax a little bit in terms of like diving and stuff, because although you've been getting all these kills, you haven't actually progressed like any of your kill potential in 3,300 gold.
Right.
So, can't get too wild here. 9, trying to hold this space, but I don't know. It's a long way to, or a long time to sit here, so I think he's just out.
He did have really good wards down in this area too on the side of Sanking Gomez, and in fact, I think Mag almost turned that scan red, heading on over to the enemy Ancients. It is going to be Alpha continuing to push down this bottom lane, but Mag has been able to finish his blink.
You think they steal Tormentor?
On Alpha?
Yeah, do they just go up here and take this?
Yeah, maybe. Why not?
I feel like they probably can. But it's also, it does open an opportunity, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that is the issue.
Yeah, I think it's not super important, but if it comes to them, then why not?
I mean, SKG are thinking about moving up towards theirs. I mean, obviously there's still another minute until the Wisdom Rune's there. They're going to go for it.
Okay. Yeah, and then I think that does kind of force Alpha's hand a bit to make them feel like they need to take it. So Mirana gets an Ags. Not the best Ags in the world, but, that extra leap charge is kind of nice.
That's unfortunate. Clockwork would have been a lot better.
Right. And then the Coddle Shard for the recall.
All right, one of these shards is slightly better than the other between the two teams. Although, to be fair, Crystal Maiden also would have been better. That shard's dope. I mean, benefits of the Mirana one. I mean, as you said, it kind of feels like it's just the leap, the extra leap. Oh wait, but now it doesn't break invisibility. I forgot about that.
Right.
So that's kind of cool.
Also, you can do the autocast thing to change and choose which direction you want to go, which I will say is it's a nice quality of life upgrade if you're used to it and stuff. It can get a little bit wonky if you aren't used to casting it, but
and actually hitting the spell.
Right.
The other thing.
Are they going to try and sneak Roche here? I mean, this looks like they're setting up for that. That would be a crazy play to do. I mean, they're thinking about it. Okay.
It's not bad. I mean, again, this is one of the things about having Naga Siren, right?
Yeah.
Like, you get Roche. It's fairly safe. If they find you, you can just bail pretty consequence-free versus this lineup of Alpha. They don't really have any way of dealing with you.
It's true.
They're still getting a lot on the map at the same time right now, though. Like, the Radiance is up. He already has 1,000 gold. He's looking at upgrading his Maelstrom into a Gleipnir.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll just say that I think if I'm Alpha in this game, I'm wanting to get that first Roche for Storm and giving it up I'm sure doesn't feel great, but they are still getting a lot on the map.
Because like the Bloodseeker is progressing, but when you look at Storm's items, it's like, I mean, I don't really want to fight that much until I have BKB, and that's what Aegis solves. You have Aegis, you love fighting without your BKB. That's like the whole point. You want to get in there and tank some damage, make them think they can do something in a team fight. But is that the heart too? Okay, Leonidas is hitting the timing right now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what he gets to the tier 2s. Oh, the ring. Give him the Aquila. Pulls out the token and grabs it.
That's pretty nice. You are, I think right now, King Gomez. I mean, it's still terrifying, right? You're 8K gold up. There's a Radiance Manta on this Bloodseeker. They're going to have BKB soon on Storm. But like you said, there is this window.
All right, Jube, this is all you. You hit that leap.
Okay.
That 170 damage. This is where it all begins. RP into leap.
Right. 4 of them, man.
Into leap Starstorm.
Ba-doo, 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 ba-doo. Shoot out 4 of them. Sounds sick.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What are you gonna do? They're knocking on the door.
Yeah. Tower already taking a lot of damage. Nobody's come to contest this.
Blast Kid is 250 gold away from Gleipnir. I'll be there soon. I don't wanna. I need a farm.
I know that this is one of those things where you just want to get your item. And I mean, King Gomez is pushing not super fast right now. We'll have to see what ends up happening. But they're getting damage onto this tier 3 tower.
Dude, Jetpack would be so good right now. If he had Jetpack,
they have everything.
He'd be zooming up those cliffs right now. Like he's gonna buy it because it's just so good.
They have Gleipnir.
That's an offensive Orchid. Orchid's the CM.
Pulls in 1. That's a good one to get the Bloodseeker. He's getting some of that evasion.
Nice
and
hook.
Immediately catches him there in the hook. Do they have enough damage to follow it up though? Blast Kid, focus fire, and the shackle lands onto the other 2 cores. Oh, it's so much damage. The Song of the Siren comes out too late, and now shackle back off cooldown, but doesn't get the BKB full duration. So in the end, they lose 3. Alpha still showing that they're the strong ones.
The thing about Naga Siren is you just need them held in place, and you can output a disgusting amount of damage, right? Like, if they're in place and the illusions are hitting, you can do it. But that game, or that fight rather, just got completely pulled apart there. The hookshot was decent. It helped control the Bloodseeker. He couldn't run rampant, but even when he's controlled, he's still doing a lot of damage with the Radiance. As long as he's hitting someone, he's chaining some lightning. And then Wind Ranger, of course, the double shackle. I mean, what more can you ask for? Plus, the early Orchid usage onto the Crystal Maiden didn't really help either.
Right. And I mean, you look at sort of the way that this fight is going to break down. If you can't burst the Bloodseeker, you know, with all that evasion coming out and everything, he's not dying. He's just not going to go down. Going in for the Shiva's Guard next. He is so farmed.
I think it's done.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it is done. Whoa.
He is so freaking farmed. Yeah, I don't know how you
know what he's missing.
Like, how do you kill him? What? They need more leaps.
Dude, he should just get a Dagon 5, honestly. Like, with the Blood Rage, all his other... I mean, he's so rich. Come on.
He can go a lot of different ways with this build. Eventually, Bloodstone sounds good. Just gets the Rupture onto the Naga Siren with the Aegis in hand. Still a minute left. Pops the illusions. Tries to back away. Bringing him down lower and lower. Has to back out of there. But eventually, she is dropping low. Not quite dead yet. The long range zip looks for a hit. The mech is out. Unitas is in, but Seal already using a full amount of his mana. CM already dead. Naga Siren comes back. Is this the fight that they've been waiting for? Now stun onto the Wind Ranger. Pops the BKB, and now the Focus Fire starts to burn. Will go down. It was looking okay with Steel not having much mana, but they just have too much damage.
They're all dependent on the Naga Siren at this point, and that single target disable being locked down, and then just like, yeah, he's just running through the fight, torching everybody, and then freezing them right after an RGS. He's the flash freeze. And solutions are dwindling right now for SKG.
I mean, it's a little bit tough, right? Because in a way, you had just this super strong early game coming out from Alpha, and it felt like King Gomez was going to be able to make something happen with like that Aegis getting pressure down there, but Alpha just waited for their timing perfectly, and now they just control the map.
It's interesting because this is a lineup on the side of Alpha that you could find a lot of flaws with on paper, because you're thinking things like, you know, what are their disables right now? Like, their hard disables are basically like Rupture to like force a fight, Shackles, and getting CM in for like a root. Plus, they don't have the best frontliners either. Like with the build that the Bloodseeker starts with a Maelstrom, and then he's trying to make some space for a Storm and a Wind Ranger to get in. They're just, all of the heroes are actually like very similar in nature. They all kind of want to play fights the same way, where it's like a little bit in, a little bit out. And they just did a really solid dance in these fights because they don't have a super centralizing figure until Arduous has become Mega Farm. Now he is the central figure of these fights. They all revolve around him, but they didn't have this, you know, Clockwork Hookshot or Magnus RP or something to really build it all around. It was just those little skirmishes and smaller plays that built them into this bigger lead. And it's just, it's the kind of lineup that we've seen fail a lot.
Right.
Because of that.
Totally. And I think it's, again, worth reiterating a bit as they might have caught somebody here. Yes, tries to back away, but no way to cancel that TP as of yet. The Atos hadn't been delivered. And then also seeing the Clockwork get out of harm's way. I mean, I think that it was really, really impressive seeing Alpha come in under that timing that Sank and Gomez were going to have before those stacks were completed, before that Blink Dagger was online and Mag, and just punish the shit out of them. They really beat them down in that early part. It was super good to see. Nullifier done. How much does that change things for you?
Great versus the Bloodseeker for sure. That is definitely one of the best things you can do versus him. We talked about with the Shadow Demon. It can really slow him down. Unfortunately, at this point, he's still dealing a lot of damage even without the Blood Rage. So removing that isn't going to make the biggest difference. But it helps remove a lot of the defensive capabilities of anyone trying to save. You got these Pavises.
Yeah.
Got Force Staffs. Those are getting dealt with. You got the Bullwhip, you know. Dispel that Bullwhip buff. Goodbye 18% movement speed.
Oh, can they do this? The hookshot misses, but they find the RP. The jump all in, trying to take this man down. He's not dying. He's so low, but he's so fast. He did so much damage, gets away. Bloodseeker with the Radiance, with the Shivas, the Icy Hot build is very strong. And now gets out of there at the last second, baited that Void Spirit perfectly. Unreal.
How does he get so low?
Focus fire, done. Oh, God. That one's gotta hurt. And then recalled back into the fight. Jeez.
Jeez, that was actually crazy. I mean, I'm out of there after that happens. This game, I'm calling it. Like, he was so low. He was so close to death.
Yeah. They just don't have the damage. Not there. I mean, what's crazy about that is when you look at like all the little instances of damage, the missed hook shot might have been enough damage to actually kill him. That's that's gotta hurt. Jeez.
Wouldn't have mattered though. I mean, there's still so many other heroes here. There's so many more strengths other than just Arduous. That fight probably still gets mopped up.
That's true.
Then, the continued pressure here, thanks to TP Home Recall, gives them their first racks, believe it or not, folks. I know it's probably been dominating for a while. But to continue the domination, Steel has finished out the Aghanim Scepter here. So the jump in and grab. Set up for the easy peasy shackles. The double Gleipnirs. They can just lock these guys in place forever.
Yeah. Double blue hole into the Gleipnir is very painful. So much electricity. It's a problem. And if it continues this way, this will be the, sixth game now that Storm Spirit wins? They jump under a ward. Oh, God. So much damage out. Void Spirit tries to escape, already dead on 9. Another jump. They find the vision. Get the kill. 25,000.
Yeah, so Bulby Storm's fourth win of the night, and he'll have won 5 of the last 6 games in the NADPC. But for tiebreakers, Storm rules all. That has been the go-to today. Is he Arcane Runes and is getting Shock Red. Incredible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Taking this down the lane. And, I mean, the sort of answers that you've got at this point for Sank and Gomez, they just don't have the damage. They really, really do not. and it doesn't feel like they're going to be getting it anytime soon.
But wait, Leonidas.
Radiant's
What?
middle tower is under
The
attack.
wisdom rune.
Oh,
It's still there. They're winning so hard they don't have their wisdom rune.
go get it. Quick,
A
Sankey
classic
Gomez.
problem of victorious teams.
You can do it, I believe. Maybe. Let's see. Does Naga just go get it? I think here's the thing also, like if you're close to a big level like that, like the Naga is, I feel like you're more likely to try and go get it.
You just tell Mag to do it. It's okay. Wouldn't that be tragic if he doesn't see?
Go check it,
Radiant's top
please.
tower is under attack.
No, Mag, go back there. Oh, it's frustrating.
Tragedy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Apparently nobody wants it, as the Aegis is
Yeah.
claimed.
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone just assumes someone else got it. It's okay.
Are scanning.
So bottom lane, Alpha getting set up. As we've seen a couple of times in this entire set of tiebreakers here, very much playing the safe style of Dota. In these best of ones, you can't afford to get too aggressive and go high ground when you might accidentally throw the game. It's definitely happened before, and it could happen again here.
It could happen to you. You wouldn't download a car.
Oh my God.
You wouldn't go high ground without Aegis.
But they have Aegis.
That's why they're going high ground.
Okay, I see. I mean, they have
I know.
Arrow?
It's a PSA, okay? Leave it alone.
All right, fair enough.
The FBI, you know, I remember reading that thing. They're going to fine you up to $250,000 or something. It was a big number.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah. It's very intimidating. Especially on VHS, because the letters looked a lot bigger.
Pull back in that Bloodseeker. Got him. But the Titan Sliver or P, pretty good. The damage is there, but at the end of the day, he's still going to have the Aegis, and people just die all around him. Nobody from Alpha is going down. Leonidas also to fall. Just like in 300, it is going to be the bottom racks dying.
Oh, spoilers.
I'm sorry. Well, you know, Thermopylae is the thing that happened, and you can read about it.
That doesn't sound right. That couldn't be true.
GG. Alpha gonna take game number one. So far, the same breakdown that we had in the first series of games.
Yes, if the dire high ground was the hot gates of Thermopylae, this is pretty much exactly what happened. As it is the Alpha, which
Right.
makes a lot of sense. As well, I guess it doesn't make sense because Alpha will be closer to the Greeks and their descendants as opposed to the armies that were invading. So, but
Right.
Xerxes wins. That's who wins.
Good. Love
The
that.
great
for,
Xerxes.
Love that for Xerxes. Who would Xerxes be in this game? Who was the Xerxes of
Argeus,
Alpha?
100%.
Argeus?
Definitely Argeus. Yeah, except the real Xerxes probably didn't get his hands dirty, and Argeus definitely did. So,
Okay.
Definitely an impressive performance here from our Bloodseeker player.
Fair. Okay. Well, it was a pretty impressive showing. I think, again, looking back at these early points here, everything kind of fell apart for Sankey Gomez. I felt like with those stacks being built up, all the farm there again, it was going to look good. And then by this point, 17 minutes in, the game was feeling very close to over. Tough stuff.
Man, but I wonder what they would change. Like, I think the Mirana pick was a bit tough. I think that like she does cover a lot of bases, but she doesn't give you a lot of direction in terms of just like she's not gonna help you in the lanes that much. You know, she didn't really have a mid that she plays that well with, really overall.
Right.
Because you kind of need that bit of a like Void Spirit almost wants someone else to set up a little bit more. Arrow isn't that reliable, just going to an 8th Remnant or something like that. And they weren't able to abuse their Moon Knight Shadow stuff because they weren't really progressing the map at all. They were trying to sit back and chill. They didn't really have anyone who wanted to make plays across the map and go alongside this Clockwork and the Mirana. So Clock ends up just like feeding his body a few times, which I thought was going okay because they were gaining a lot of gold and XP on the side of Sankey Gomez. But when Alpha turned it on, they turned it on. And all the problems we see in this draft that could be there from Alpha, like you can lose this game for sure if you make any mistakes going for these early aggressive plays. But they truly had the best possible scenario, going down bottom, catching the Mag of the Ancients, getting the tier 2, heroes TP in, they all die, and Arceus just goes nuts. He just in one of those Bloodseeker games that just becomes almost impossible to lose because he just ran away.
Right. A couple record breakers, actually, you can see just the sort of breakdown that we had of everything. 9 definitely had a bit of a rough time on that Clockwork. He felt like he was always the one that was having to scout out in front, try and find people, couldn't get the right angles. I think I remember like 3 missed hook shots or something like that. But I do feel like he was in the right place a lot of the time in terms of where he needed to be. It was just those sort of clutch moments, couldn't quite pull it together there. And as you said, Arduous just 12, 0, and 17 had a heyday with that one.
He was our guy. I actually didn't notice that Steel's the only other person that died other than Tokaya, the Crystal Maiden. Well, nice feeds, honestly. That's good feeds from the Crystal Maiden, protecting the cores. But this core, that's an MVP for a reason right there.
Absolutely.
I mean, what else is there to say? Great randomization as well, going from this Maelstrom Manta back for the Radiance, just to ensure things. Plus, it just, you're farming so fast. It's super solid versus the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
The 0-2-0 Naga Siren.
Poor guy. Yeah, and I think that there probably is a way that draft could have maybe worked the way that Sand King Gomez built it, but I also think that I wonder, I guess I should say, if Naga Siren maybe was like too much prepping for the late game. Because I think we both were like, if this Void Spirit Mag gets to the late game, they're going to be fine, but can they actually get there? Do they have a carry that wants to fight with them early? And they didn't have enough people to be able to bring to the fights. A rough time indeed. Well, I think that is going to get us closer here to this next game. As you can see on the schedule, still at least 2 more that need to be played. Bait versus Alpha is what's going to be coming up next in the very near future here. And then, of course, Sand King Gomez is going to have some time to think about what they want to do in this next series against Bait. So if you keep in mind, again, what happened last time, Bait won the next game. And then it was Sand King Gomez that were able to make a come-from-behind victory to win in that third one.
And then we do it all again.
Yeah.
What happens if it goes again? Do we get to hang out and stay? Because I don't want to go anywhere. I want to see this thing through.
So, well, we'll have to find out.
I'm good for like 4 or 5, I think, rounds of Infinite.
4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah.
So 12 to 15 games of Dota.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Damn mind. All right, we're gonna go to a break, everybody. We'll be back with our next one coming up very shortly. Hello and welcome back again, all you wonderful people out there. We are here for game number 2 of the Infinite Tiebreakers, which is technically game number 5, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
Trent. Which is
Wow,
pretty
that was
cool.
some tough math, bud.
It took me a second. My brain's cooked. It's all good, though. We got ourselves a pretty interesting one, though. So Alpha just came off a very, very strong victory.
10
This
seconds
time
remaining.
around, they are going to also have first pick, similar to what happened before. Very
5
nice
seconds
game
remaining.
sign you threw up there.
My A
And,
for Alpha.
and we are also going to be having. So last time around, they were also able to secure themselves an early Storm Spirit. We'll see if it's going to be given to them again by Bait, or if Bait are going to opt to ban that one out. Obviously, a lot of other high priority bans here as well.
Don't really know how to make a B.
Dire team ban.
B.
Seems a lot harder.
B.
Oh, that's a lowercase b. Is that like an uppercase b? It's
think
kind
it
of
could be
close.
uppercase
I'm
B.
getting dangerous to gang signs. I think you're right. I'm going to offend somebody.
It's terrible.
Wildcard
Really bad.
Yeah.
Gaming's turn to
Unbelievable.
ban.
That's what they think of when they think of Halifax.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
bans in the last time that these two played, it was the Doom was let through the entire way, and Bait actually got it in the second phase. This time, that hero is going to be
10
banned out
seconds
first
remaining.
phase by Alpha, then Medusa Techies. So a lot of the
5
heroes
seconds
are going to be
remaining.
let through that weren't last time. So Batrider, Beastmaster, and Mag still in the pool.
Okay, but how can he keep getting away with this? Could it happen again? Could Storm Spirit win a 5th game in a row in these tiebreakers? Like, what do you do? I mean, if they open, let's say if Alpha first picks Coddle, you know,
Right?
what are we doing here, guys? What's the plan? Like, do they steal
Question.
it? Should you just ban the Coddle and make them go like Pugna?
To be fair, though, I think Alpha takes Storm Spirit no matter what if it's open in the first phase.
Dire
Even
team
yeah, I guess because they banned the Pugnus. They're gonna give them Coddle Storm. Oh no, they're gonna give them Storm. They're gonna steal the
Yeah.
Coddle, but they won't go
Pango or
Coddle
something.
CM.
They'll go like Coddle Pango or something.
Wildcard Gaming.
Surely.
Maybe they go Animage. Maybe they just hard because like no one's picked it that early yet, right? Because it always gets banned immediately after. Maybe they go AM +1 and they're comfortable doing that offlane anti-mage, similar to how we do it versus the Deuce. But I mean, it's not like you can flex Storm though.
Right. No, you
Although
can't.
even offlane anti-mage would kind of
10
ruin a Storm.
seconds remaining.
Right. I think. I mean, I feel like
5
Pango
seconds
is
remaining.
just that good that it could be the way to go.
Wildcard Gaming's turn.
Well, they're definitely stealing Coddle. We know that much. And I like the Pango idea. The Pango is very solid.
Yeah.
Pretty good hero.
I mean, they
Annoying,
could do-
good with the Coddle.
Like you said, they could do Coddle AM though, and then still leave that open because you could have Pango as the option to take in the second
10
phase, or you
seconds
could go
remaining.
like Ember or something. Maybe not a great matchup against Storm, but you know.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder, I mean, Bait have done the Coddle Storm before. What's, I mean, I saw they were playing Puck earlier. That was obviously the one where they were not successful versus St. King Gomez.
You know what you do here, Trent?
What do you do?
You drop
Denny
a mag
AM
on
in.
him.
Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Oh,
They just do
go
the Ember. Okay.
Ember now.
Yeah, this was my question. This is why I was looking at their hero list, because I wanted to know if they've been playing a lot of Ember. And they had been, but they've been losing all those games. They lost 3 games straight with Ember. 1 versus Dog Champ and 2 versus Cybercats when they're playing Pinnacle. So the Ember has not been looking super hot for them, but it is one of the best combos with the Coddle. Into the Storm matchup, though, it's a little, I don't know, I think it's kind of meh. It's like okay. It's not like a hard counter to Storm.
Right.
But now you're almost certainly not going to get your chance at the anti-mage if you wanted it.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Although, to be fair, Alpha, having taken this Underlord this early, now they have to spend a couple of bans to
10
protect it,
seconds
right?
remaining.
So Monkey King, probably Ursa's going to need to get thrown down there as well.
5 seconds
And then you've only
remaining.
got one more ban. So do they actually take the AM out at that point? I mean, they definitely could, but it might leave something else open that's pretty good for Bait because they have to spend a lot covering this Underlord.
Yeah,
Dire team
yeah, that's true.
ban.
I think the AM has to go, though.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty surprised if they let that through.
Wildcard
If
Gaming's
Bait decide to
turn
do it,
ban.
yeah, they take it away. I think that's a good call. And then the other question is, do they spend that last one on the Ursa? Because it kind of let's bait get whatever they want in the second phase then.
Yeah, we've I feel like we've seen the Ursa one quite a few times, and the Ursa hasn't I don't know, it hasn't taken over the game as much as I would expect. I do think it's still worth the ban though. I think there's nothing, because I think Ursa and Ember also have pretty good timings together, because the Ursa can go for that Battle Fury build as well, but no. They want the new kid on the block, this Wind Ranger, which has also been looking fantastic.
Okay.
And the isolation that you can get. I mean, we saw how much of a problem it was for the Void Spirit. He would just get shackled and just die. Even the super farm Naga Siren, shackled, die. It's just so much single target focus. It also pairs pretty well with the Keeper of the Light too.
5 seconds.
A lot of low cooldowns you can double up on in niche scenarios. You get we'll often see a chakra into a second shackle. You know?
Yeah, true enough. Get you so much early harassment there. And also leaves open now a bunch of other really solid heroes if they want to out of that off lane, right? You don't know what your matchup is going to be yet, but the potential, at least for that Beastmaster's there. Okay. This is another great combo. So much spam. If they run the Caudal Batrider together, whoever's in that lane is not going to have a good time.
Wow, are Alpha just the best Rubik team in the world or something?
5 seconds remaining.
I
don't know why why ban that?
I mean, they picked it a lot, so I guess they're just comfortable on it. That's really all there is to it.
Okay.
Maybe I was gonna say it might be Pango related, but Bloodseeker's still in, which I don't know. If I'm Argius right now, I'm just I guess the bad is there for a reason. Oh, they've also picked this hero quite a bit too on Alpha.
Okay.
Sky, it's picking up stock in pretty much every region, honestly. I feel like you go there now and you see all these position 4 Skywrath mages. It's just super heavy damage. It pairs really nicely with most offlaners, especially any offlaner that has a little bit of disable, because you can just keep the spam going, and just the root of the Underlord is going to help with that too. It's certainly a very bullying lane right now. So have to keep an eye on that potential Ursa though here.
They wanted to run it at least. They definitely could pick that one up for bait. But Alpha, looking for their other support most likely. I guess that they could just take their core, their carry right now, since they don't have last pick overall.
Wild card
Get double
gaming
countered
has
anyways.
turned.
Nope. Take the Lich.
Lich instead. Okay, very safe support. So quite a few options open on the carry. There's still Slark, there's still PL. If we're worried about the bat, because we're presuming the bat's probably gonna end up being a 3, but of course it could be a 4. It could even go mid for all we know, but obviously you don't want the mid versus Storm Spear. That's a bad matchup, so one would hope it's not going mid. So it should be bat 4 or bat 3. And yeah, you are right though. It's kind of surprising they didn't maybe go for the Slark, for example. Because Slark versus Bat, Ember, and Caudal is pretty good. I'm surprised to see it's even still in. It feels like it would have been a really good Slark game. I guess but like you said, you don't want to get double counterpicked on that core. Even if it is really good for the game, you don't want to get a ban. The fact that there's still Slark, there's still PL, there's still Naga Siren. We have some dispels to think about versus this Bat Rider, and they'd rather just work around that a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. They're using a lot of this reserve time to try and figure out what they want to run right now. With the overall last pick, gets a little bit spicy as far as who you can take.
Yeah, I like Alpha keeping this fast because I want to put the pressure on, and they go back for the Sven. He returns.
Interesting. So they decide to keep the flex between the 3 and the 4, as opposed to locking in that hard position 4 and then sort of having the last pick for carry.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I mean, maybe a bit inspired here, of course, by Sanky Gomez. That was their last loss. They had the L to the IO Sven.
Right. Dude, I'm telling you, I think this actually could be a really good Darkseer game. I know I've said it before. I know I'm going to say it again. But seeing Bates lineup, I am mega down to play it this game.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably going to pick a hero Darkseer's good against. Oh, you're saying for Alpha. I see. I thought you were trying to do some
I'm saying for bait. I'm saying
Oh yeah,
swap
yeah,
Bat
yeah.
Rider to-
Okay, good.
to
Yeah, I agree.
5 seconds
For a second,
remaining.
I got confused. I thought you were like trying to do some real wild shenanigans. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think it looks very solid for bait. Because if it's any agi carry that you're halfway decent against, it's going to be really solid.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Slark matchup
You can do
as a
fine there.
Darkseer gamer?
I think that it
Team pick.
basically you can bully if you know how to play the matchup right. But it is one of those matchups that can go bad very quickly. So if he's not super comfortable on Darkseer, it can snowball out of control, and then you're just feeding. He has a billion agi, and your team reports you. Not that I've been through this
Seconds
before.
remaining.
No, not not that that's ever happened to you. It feels like a really good Faceless Void game as well. Like
For
whenever
Alpha?
I see Lich, yeah, I always think
Yeah.
of Faceless Void. Downside is laning versus the bat, though. The Naga is also really tempting. I mean, I know they just beat a Naga Siren, but it looks pretty good now. They'll just Void. Yeah, that's
There it
good.
is.
Good hero. Good hero.
Darkseer is very good against Void. Vacuum the whole team into the Chrono. Pretty cool.
That's right. That's right.
Funnick, do you dare?
I mean, the
Really
bat
good.
matchup's also pretty good, though, so I feel like it's almost not worth it, you know?
I mean, it's Funnick's two most played heroes of all time, Darkseer and Bat Rider.
Dude, what about Shadow Demon, though? Oh, the Timber comes out. Oh, snap.
Interesting.
Isn't that one of Timber's better matchups? Sorry, I meant to say Void's better matchups because like Time Dilation owns this guy and he does all magic damage. I'm kind of surprised that that comes out this late. I mean, it's still Timbersaw. Like this hero has other.
I wonder if they try and lane swap and put him against the Underlord, maybe.
Potentially, yeah.
That would be the only thing that makes a lot of sense to me there. But Funnick saw something that he liked. And granted, the one plus side of this too is that you've got like, physical damage reduction from Lich. Timber doesn't care about that. You've got Underlord that you're going to be really good against with the Whirling Death. But I will say, it feels like they have the heroes that can kill a Timbersaw between Storm, between this Lich, Skywrath Mage.
Between all of them.
Like, there's a lot of magic damage in there. We'll have to see how he does it, though.
It's like a ridiculous amount of magic damage, in fact.
Yeah.
Like, it almost doesn't get better than this. Like, you got max HP burn on the Underlord. You got Chrono into Biga Nuke from Skywrath Mage. Like, big damage all over the place. Feeling pretty good.
True enough. Well, we'll have to see what ends up happening. Also, gotta just throw this out there for some context of this game. Of course, for Bait playing late into the night now, it's getting pretty freaking late over there in Europe. And then, of course, for our boys over there on the side of Alpha, it's I think about 7 p.m. in Peru or something along those lines. So as this sort of tiebreaker scenario keeps going later and later, we'll have to see if that fatigue plays any role in it. Something to watch for as we get ready to go into this game at number 1 of the best of one. Bait versus Alpha. Bait, can they make the win happen again and get us close to a, again, 3-way tiebreaker that's going infinite?
So if Alpha wins, it's over.
Yep.
Okay.
It's over.
Oh, Bait. Bias caster, initiate. I want more games.
Can they do it?
Yeah. Oh, dude, is he still gonna die?
Ooh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute now.
Really?
They're all walking into a lot of magic damage. This is going to go down, but 2 heroes caught with that blood grenade. They won't be able to get any return.
That was the most
Faceless Void
ambitious
was-
wait a minute I've ever heard in my life. Wait a
Well,
minute.
all right.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
let me
He's surrounded by
explain.
5 heroes.
Let me
Wait a
explain. Let me explain.
minute. Okay.
Faceless Void was always going to die, but the wait a minute was, are they going to get 5 return kills? Can you imagine? Yeah.
We need more blood grenades.
Are they going to get 2 runes apiece? Wait a minute now.
Begins.
Wait a minute. It's going to be 3 going the way of Bait.
Go next. All right, Funnick. Win this
Oh,
game.
and they get a ward.
Oh, and the ward. Oh, my goodness. That's a lot of gold.
That's big.
Look at that XP. He's won in almost a half.
Jeez. And Dendy got the first blood, too. Didn't even mention that.
Well, true.
Too busy making fun of me for my wait a minute trend.
I was. And I stand by that. I'd do it again.
So messed up.
Obviously, some really common lane matchups. You're all used to seeing Batrider Sven versus Sky Underlord. Super standard stuff here. And loading, had the flame break for the level 1 play. Doesn't matter too much as a support bat, but we'll try and trade some damage back down to the Sky. Mid lane, Dendy's advantage here. Not looking like much of an advantage right now.
Did get the bottle brought out, though.
Yes, that's the big difference, yeah.
Still a little there. Actually, Steel is going to be putting a lot of pressure on because he didn't get his bottle transferred over right away. It was in his backpack, so he didn't get to heal back up in between. So a little bit frustrating for Dendy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I missed the CS because of it, too.
I mean, this is always a bit of a tough matchup for Ember regardless, right? You get your flame guard broken pretty quickly by the Storm, which is why I took the slight level 1, but...
Yeah. And Storm also just has really high armor, like weirdly high armor. So for like the hero he is, it can be kind of annoying. Lodine getting pretty low, but has to get in there to fly on top and
please
put some damage in there. I mean, he was. I wasn't trying to do anything. It's just life.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this bottom lane goes, though. Like, you're seeing Funnick already getting bullied up top too. I am a little worried about Bates lanes now that I'm looking at the way that this is going. I mean, Sven is still farming, but there's some denies and they got pulls going off.
Yeah, I don't get this Timber. I think this Timber just needs like mad stacks. That's how I see this Timber game working out really nicely. Like, and you have the hero for it in Keeper of the Light. You can definitely go and get a lot of double stacks going, line it all up, farm that later. But he's going to need a big kickstart there to try and punish. It just looks like such an annoying Timber game. And he's going to have to get a pretty early Dispel, too. Oh, there you go, though.
That's how you do it. The Moon Lord cometh. And manages
sure as the sun rises.
to take down a quick kill there. Very nicely played. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch what his itemization is, because he obviously had last overall pick, saw something that he liked in the draft, and was able to already get a kill here. We'll have to see if there's something else that we were missing in terms of what he liked out of everybody.
I think what's doing him best right now is just putting that pressure on the early levels. 4 Faces Void is anything he can do. Like there's no threat of being bashed right now or time locked or anything. Is Blessed Kid, yeah.
Goes down. Loading's going to give up his life, but you are perfectly happy with that, showing the value of this Batrider support.
Funnick, ooh, he goes in a little bit here. Time dilation's out.
Does have Healing Lotus. Had a bracer in his backpack to get extra value.
That was like their last chance too, because he's gonna be level 4 in like this creep right now. So
yeah.
I mean, I assume he was gonna put 2 points reactive, but now that I think about it, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just like try and regen his way back up. No, he's taking the second point. Okay, never mind. Another play that happened during all of that down bottom was that Stoma came up top and stole the bounty rune away from Steel, so he didn't get a bottle refill. Now Dendy trying to get in there will grab it. So Steel has been bottle empty for a very long time. He might need a support rotation in here pretty soon, and that's exactly what Braxy's gonna do. He's run all the way to home. He buys himself a Clarity, and he's gonna have the TP mid.
Very frustrating, but the bottle refill is there as Takaya, goes down. That Timber Chain right in time, finding him. And Faceless Void, I mean, kind of getting bullied here through these early levels. They managed to find the kill on the Blessed Kid on the bottom side of the map, has Time Walk back up again, but I think he maybe dies to it. Careful, Time Walk.
Okay, that was sick.
Death used, but Funnick has to back away.
That was a crazy Time Walk.
Yeah.
I thought he was dead. This is nutty. He does have Bracer and the Ring of Health now, though. So Funnick, like if they're gonna kill him, it has to be now.
When he's low, can they do it? I don't think it's gonna happen. It's too
Void's
hard.
Courier. Get it, Stoma under the tower.
Well played. And now that's Tranquil's done for the Coddle. So a pretty great start across the board for Bait right now. 5-1 at 5.5 minutes. And you can see, I mean, Dendi, having dealt with a lot of the worst of this, is close to level 6 now, but so too is Steel. Going to get it slightly before Dendi, it looks like.
I mean, what can he do right now, right? I mean, he gets a Tango pass over from Steel, but the rune's up in 10 seconds. If it's top, this is a really bad situation for Steel.
Trying to make the move. Dendi, close. Got him there with the root. Gets level 6, just barely off the creep that died. Oh, man. That was very close.
Yeah, the rune ends up being bottom, but they can't secure it for Steel because Lodin also rotated through. They know the only way Storm gets back in a game like this is getting those runes. That's what the hero wants to play off of, especially when he just has had no bottle for minutes now. He is feeling quite worthless. Many bashes on the Funnick up top here. He's going to need a few more, though. Mango pop for Takaya. Do they have the damage?
He has healing Lotus.
So.
Ready for the turn, and that was Time Walk already used, as you said. So Funnick wanting to run this guy down, gets him there. Funnick killing it on this Timber Saw. The perfect last pick, apparently.
Dude, the lane, like, he is owning this lane. It is so good with the Coddle. Like, all the problems that Timber would have with this just gets solved by Keeper of the Light being there and throwing out these chakras, just that little bit of help. And yes, it's a bad matchup versus Void, but most of that's going to come later. It's going to be Chronos and big magic damage and cutting through that armor. They're going to bring the Storm. They want to pop this Pinata up top here.
Gotta go for it. Make the move. Connection is there. Doesn't have. He was so close to that Vanguard and is just going to die for his troubles. So good rotation by Alpha to shut that down. It does come at a cost, though. That's double Wisdom runes going the way of Bait. And they're even going to make a move now onto Blessed Kid. Try and take him down. Will be able to get the kill, but not before losing Nodan first.
Yeah, he'll wind up getting some XP and gold, but the overall transfer over to Stonebank, I think, is still worth it for Bait.
Dire's bottom tower.
Get this Sven moving here. This Sven who has a Mask of Madness. It is complete.
Ready to farm.
And like you said, they also got double Wisdom, right, too? Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That could be a bit of an issue for these supports on Alpha, trying to make something happen in this game. Timber is almost level 6, though, and is going to have that fully completed Vanguard just about now.
Ruining this Void's game is just so important as well.
Dire's top tower
Well,
is under
particularly when we're thinking about, like, the supports not having their ultis, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what's he going to do? He chronos into, like, a concussive shot?
And they need to be playing off this Underlord right now, but this is, you know, like, do they have the damage? Not really. Like, Storm needs to be here for this, and, well, how does Storm get there? Runes. Guess who has the regen room? It's not Storm. It's Dendi.
Stun. Onto one. Braxy being brought low, but just going to be fine. Loading, turns, continues the burn and the walk away. And Steel just AFK farming. That's all he can do.
He can't, he's not getting runes. This is the worst feeling as a Storm. Because runes allow him to come to these plays and get involved right now, and he's just not getting anything. Total rune control here from Bait in the mid lane has really set them up, and a lot of that comes from Funnick, because he's giving full freedom to the support of Stoma to just roam, do whatever he wants, and that also means that he set up these big stacks. Stonebank is just in and farming.
That is exactly what you want to see for Stonebank. Taking now the big Ancient stack as well, made that big move over, so clears out the entire multiple stacks. Now, Funnick is going to get found here. They're not really doing that much to him at all, though. He's not caring.
No, he's got a bud coming, too.
Yeah.
You know, you want Funnick, you get the horns, all right? And that's Sven. He's got big horns, and he's scary. And he sees red.
So farmed. It's absolutely crazy.
He's a bull. Yeah, he's very farmed. Dendi just toying around here in that bottom lane. Oh my god, a rune! Da-da-da-da.
He got one.
Illusion rune. Actually, solid game for an illusion rune. You know, he can make some plays.
Time dilation, buying a little bit of extra time here for Faceless Void before he has to jump away.
When you're digging real deep. Ah, it's a solid illusion rune game.
I mean, it's how it goes sometimes.
Void's got his glove of haste coming for the Midas. Everything's fine.
True.
Now it's a party.
This bat
Funnick.
has lasso. Stay back.
Yeah.
Dire's top
No, it's
tower
a real
is under
problem.
attack.
5,000 gold lead now, and not really any easy way to get back into it for Alpha, it feels like. They can play together, but no level 6s yet for either of those supports.
Are fortified.
This is
Funnick
what I foresee
pushing top.
happening.
Top tower
They try and chrono Funnick with an Ancient Seal and a Mystic Flare if he gets 6. Even if they kill him, he immediately comes back up top, and then he can't die.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
So I think this idea of pushing bottom and dodging is a better idea. Because without 6, like Braxy's just chilling mid. I do think Braxy needs to die. He shouldn't be allowed to be 6 for so long, or sit here mid for so long trying to get 6.
Right.
Like this guy's got minus 2 armor when Ember hits him. So
True. But yeah, they are taking this mid tower now though, and he is definitely just soaking a little bit of XP here and there. So manages to get away with one a bit, while top tower also goes down. The gold lead is continuing to build, and Alpha do manage to take that bottom tower, but I mean, they're just kind of getting bullied out of the map.
it also doesn't achieve that much for them, unfortunately, because they can't farm the camps as fast as what Bait are doing. Like the territory that Bait are controlling up top with Timber, Funnick's just farming up these camps. That's leaving all the other ones like near the Ancients for Stonebank. He's getting gigantic right now. They're just keeping this pressure up mid. Annoying steal.
Super frustrating to play against. Down to half HP, while simultaneously up top, they're pushing onto Argus, forcing him to get any type of reaction from people, and still doesn't have his Midas. Meanwhile, Chains connect again onto Steel. Does have a decent mana pool. The Chain Frost bounces, but it's not enough. Finding this Lich, turning onto him now, Funnick. Just gonna get that kill. There is no answer to this at all. Meanwhile, loading does go down. So they managed to find themselves a nice little kill there with the Scarith Mage combo together with the Underlord.
And they can't even attack him under the tier 2 tower. At 13 minutes. Like, they know. Great recognition by Funnick on this pick, honestly.
Mid. Steel goes onto him, seeing if they can take down this Coddle and they'll be able to get the finish. But Dendi shows up, wants to make a counterplay, and Timbersaw there to help with it. Steel is completely out of mana now. And Chain Frost already used. They get the Chrono connection. Mystic Flare. Dendi, he went too far. Oh, don't look now, but suddenly Bait losing a couple of heroes, and Funnick, there's no way he should be dying to this. There's no way. Okay, Stick Charge keeps him alive in the end, and now Stonebank shows up, able to find himself a kill. A DC from Storm and Lich. Hopefully he'll be coming back in just a minute, and the Skywrath.
Yeah.
But still an important kill taking down the Ember.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. I love the placement there of the Mystic Flare, intentionally just getting the Ember to make sure they got that kill.
Right.
That was really nicely done. Because if that gets split between him and the Timber, of course, that's a pretty big risk. Maybe there's a chance you get both, but it was too risky. So I like the idea of just securing the one onto Dendi to try and get something going back your way in this game. The kill went to the Faceless Void as well, which, again, great for them. That's so much better than it going to Sky.
True.
He's still the lowest on the cores, but at least he got something back for himself.
I mean, I think that there's something to be said for Bait playing this a little bit too casually almost. It feels like they definitely were, thinking that they could make that bullying move and didn't end up bringing numbers or respecting the potential damage that Alpha had in the rotation from the Underlord in particular. That massive amounts of magical damage that's coming out from the Firestorm really caught him off guard.
Yeah,
So-
that in combination of having the mech too, since they don't really have an equivalent happening right now on the Radiant. Although I see Stoma has a mech now.
Okay.
So there you go.
Fair. Waiting for everybody to reconnect. Alpha got to get back into this game here.
Imagine if they had the Mystic Flare. Or sorry, the
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying.
Chain Frost.
Yeah, the Chain Frost. Yeah, you knew. See,
I
I
know.
know. You're
I'm with
big
ya.
brain.
I mean, here's the thing, right? there weren't that many options I could choose from because they don't have that many damage spells on the side of Alpha.
They don't have that much to work with. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough out here. And I mean, again, like that's the kill that they're going to get for the next, almost over 2 minutes, probably. Because I don't see Ember dying without Chrono. Like, what do they have to lock down the Ember in this game? There's nothing.
Ancient Seal.
Yeah, man.
Level 1.
Sinister
Gaze. Level 1. Maybe NA's onto something here with this whole Storm Spirit thing too, though, because by the same logic, all these stuns reduced. Storm out of control. Thank you, Phonic, for the update.
He disconnected. Have you seen the he reconnected?
He reconnected. Yeah, that's the best one. That's the simple things in life. That's true comedy.
It is.
Yeah, those are my two favorite, without a doubt.
Although I will say, the one team that's in this tiebreaker that is not playing in this game, Sanking Gomez have very good voice lines as well. I was a big fan of them.
You guys, if you guys out there have any suggestions or desires for talent voice lines, you should let them know.
Wow.
Let us know.
Look at that.
We could maybe work them in if they're good enough. I mean, mine are always so bad.
Just gotta
never think of anything clever
GPT.
enough. Oh my god, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. That's a way better idea. Why get broke chat when I can have woke chat GPT?
There it is. That's the one.
Has anyone made Twitch chat GPT yet? Probably. That sounds
I'm
disastrous.
Sure. I'm sure it's bad.
It's a dark and dangerous place.
Terrible.
Just kidding. You guys are great.
No,
Mostly.
chat GPT is what
Some
I'm
of
talking about.
Except for the spoilers. Hey, spoil this. It's a pause. All right? Maybe it's a 5-minute pause. You guys don't have any info anyway. Stop ruining the score for everybody.
Wait, what happened?
Get out of my chat. You're the reason everyone has to close chat.
Yeah, that's true.
You right now, type in the score.
Yeah.
Just go away. No one likes that.
Boo!
Okay? Boo!
Boo! Maybe that will be the
Boom.
voice line later.
Maybe that'll stop. Yeah, just boo. Actually, I think they said no. I think someone tried that. They're like, you can't just boo.
That's messed up. There's so many applauses though.
Yeah, I know. We're supposed to be positive.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Man, so waiting to hear if there's any updates as to what it was that happened. Because it does look like this
he disconnected.
He disconnected.
That's the update.
We
did have an
when
update.
he reconnects. Jeez, man, I'm very happy that Mike and John did not have to do the second series because I'm pretty sure they'd be corpses at this point.
They were sounding like they were needing some. I mean, Mike's he's a papa now. He's a new
That's
dad.
true.
That guy's running on no sleep doing 6 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever games.
Yeah, that's a good
Chris,
point, man.
Sometimes with a newborn, you're just up then anyway. It might have been convenient for him.
That's true, but you have to be at the computer, right? Which I think is a little bit rougher. So
Not for you. It's rough for your partner.
Oh, okay, I see. Got it.
Yeah,
Well, I meant if they had to be right there next to you, like if you have to hold on to the baby, right?
Well, I don't think that's going to be happening.
No, maybe not.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've tried it a
Did
couple
you-
times. It never goes well.
You tried to cast while having the baby there.
Yeah.
How did it talk to me about it? What happened?
What do you think? I cried. I've never tried it with a newborn. I did not try
Okay.
that. I have
All right.
tried it with my younger kids, and like maybe if they can't talk and only see a few words, and they just start grabbing the mic, it doesn't work.
That's awesome. I love that.
They get too excited. How dare
fair.
they get excited?
Unbelievable.
Data yelling at colors on the screen.
Kids
Oh,
these days. He reconnected.
thank you. Wait for the voice line. Phonic better have that bound. You can't have one without the other.
It's
To
true.
be clear.
God, I want it now.
1 out of 3.
Well, they all DC'd at the same time, which tells me that they're coming back. We're ready. We're ready.
Come on, Phonic. Hit it. Say the line, Phonic.
Say the line. Oh, my disappointment is immeasurable.
All right, everyone. You're going to have to go to the wiki and find the voice line, and you'll just have to do it yourselves. I'm sorry.
He reconnected.
There it is. You don't have another tab open? That's just lyrical.
But did I sound that good?
Yeah, it was spot on.
Let me try again.
No, I'm not doing it.
I don't want to ruin the. Hold on.
That's what the setup was. All right, we're back.
Here it connected.
There it is. The newest Dale. Oh, right. Someone was dying. Forgot about that. Nice cut from Stoneback onto the lich there.
Love
Kaya
that.
goes down. A lot of deaths today for Kaya. Most in victory, of course. 8 deaths on that Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
They were fantastic deaths.
Radiant
Oh, hey, it's Wisdom Rune time. Ooh, Lodine. Get him with the pause.
Loading.
Saying, oh, you forgot.
Loading. You got him.
Man, that
And
stinks.
if we all remember, if we are the biased casters here, we want Bait to win so that way we can go for another round of Infinite.
Yup.
If I remember right, I think the longest Infinite tiebreakers that we had was an SA one where it went for 3 rounds.
I
that
think
right?
so. Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that is true. And they did it 2 seasons in a row. They went, it wasn't 3, but they had the multiple 3-way ties.
Right.
But yeah, I would love, I think we should break that tonight.
I would actually be down. Here's the thing. If it's only one more round of tiebreakers, I don't want it. But if it's 5 or 6, then I'm mega down. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to have the second most tiebreakers. Nobody cares.
I remember one time
Yeah.
I was watching the NHL playoffs, much like I'm watching Funnick right now with smoked enemies nearby. Oh, we never changed into them. Can they do anything though? It's the perfect
He
spot.
disconnected. Oh, no dispel for our man, and he gets punished.
That could not have gone better. Right next to the camp. Actually gets a chance to use the Chain Frost, and they need every bit of damage they can get. Oh.
Big.
All right, hold. Anything else here? Or no, looks like Stoma's getting out.
Oh, got him. Oh, Steel on the mark.
Dude, they got him with the Kobold. The prospecting Kobold just got himself that kill. That was sick. Nice scouting there.
Good old Kobold.
He's doing work.
He's an honest day's living.
Oh, I was going to say, who was that? But wait, oh, that was the
It
Coddles.
was
Never mind, I'm
Braxton.
dumb. Wait, what?
Oh, isn't it Braxton's?
Oh, yeah,
I'm
okay, never
crazy.
mind. I'm not dumb. Nope. No, I'm crazy. I was being dumb. I just thought Coddle also to shovel. Thought I was really
Got
stupid
it.
for a second. Yeah.
No, you're good.
All right, cool. Who just bought a gem?
Believe in yourself. I don't know who did that. My God,
I
he
see
has
Coddle?
believes.
He bought a gem.
What a god.
Whoa. Stoma. I mean, he gets the ward. Let's go.
True.
God, that's risky.
I mean, I guess if they're up 5k right now, the main way they lose as they just destroy that Faceless Void up top is by being on a ward like he just was, you know? That's
Yeah.
the only way that things go poorly. Or this. Yeah, this goes pretty poorly too. Okay, that's unfortunate for Dendy.
Well, it's kind of like you said before, where it felt like they're playing a little bit loose. I mean, they're really
Yeah.
close to Octarine Core, so they're still a bit out. And I mean, Loading can't kill this Steel Storm, right? He's just fine. Should be all right.
Steel. Just still trying to play around this middle of the map if he can. I'm impressed with the way that Alpha's been able to sort of keep their map not fully destroyed yet. You know, a couple of these rotations in, finding kills on key heroes, it's pretty impressive to see.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see if they can continue it. It's certainly just, they have to just keep doing it, right? It's like the only play for Alpha right now.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
Finding those kills when Chrono is up too might be another thing, because they found the other kill on the Ember with, you know, just the 2 points in Anciency. We were beaming about it before, but it ended up happening. So does he have anything to break that? They're going to play together now. Bait following behind Funnick.
Under attack.
He's going to need to reconnect with the rest of this team. It's an arcane rune gotten for Dendy.
You saying
do they
Funnick
find?
needs to reconnect? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, that's the one.
So then when he comes blazing into this team fight, you can say it.
Yeah.
That would be
He
pretty good. That'd be
reconnected
sweet.
with the
That'd be
fight.
sweet if he did it.
Dire
We'll
are
see.
scanning.
You're spoiling. Finds one. Bless kid. They move in. The lasso onto the Skywrath Mage, but not quite enough damage. But look out, he reconnected into the fight as Blessed Kid in trouble. Steel chased down. Dendi has another remnant left. Can't quite get there on top of him. Yes, has to be careful, but stun. Wait, what? What the hell was that?
I believe that was the power. I have seen that happen before.
What? We're going to see a replay of that if we can.
It's the power of Faceless Void. I believe it's because he started the mobility of the Time Walk, and as he like first moved that tiny little inch, the projectile catches up to him and hits him.
Because he's going backwards. Oh, I see. Oh my God, that's crazy timing. Because if it's a second later, then it just follows him to wherever he time walked to. Oh my God, that has got to be so frustrating for Bait.
Close one. That's it's good to be invulnerable, you know?
Yeah. True enough.
The worst part is he might have like panicked and defensive chrono there too to maybe try and escape it and still died. And I feel like they need this chrono so bad. I mean, I would get it if he did it because obviously he needs to keep farming because he is like one of their big hopes this game and he's very far behind. I'm sure he feels that, but he lives to get a Maelstrom.
Yeah.
But Funnick takes their Ancients.
And maybe even going to try and steal the Wisdom Rune. Steal. Oh, good connection right there. Easy bring down. And now turning their sights onto this Lich, onto Braxy. They don't decide to go high ground. Faceless Void not showing on the map, but Funnick coming in behind, finding that Lich. And with Dendi chasing, it should be more than enough. So they'll get one.
He tried the old, no one will expect me to go south.
Right. Bam. Drain some of that mana first. Blessed Kid. Funnick on him. Tries to TP out. Do they have anything to break it? No. But look who's looking for a Wisdom Rune. Loading. Wants it.
Are they going to lose them again? It's looking like it, isn't it?
Right.
Braxy is just sitting up top next to Faceless Void, just saying that, like, you know, if they try and gank you, I'm here. We can turn with Chrono, get ourselves a kill. Loading's going in. Blessed Kid sees him, but he's going to be too late.
That has got to be so frustrating.
They're going to kill him, but...
Damn. Mystic Flare right on top of it. Has the Lotus, but yeah, they do get that kill. Still, another Wisdom Rune taken.
I mean, that was a lot of XP. They got 1,200 or 1,400 XP from that, so that was actually worth, right? Because he gained 1,600 for his team. Nah, I guess it's not worth it, is it? Well, then, yeah, add on the gold. That's 629 gold. Would I buy? Yeah, I can call it worth. Except then now Sky had a TP as well, so and now Sky has no TP, so that costs him 100 gold.
Opportunity cost, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
the
never mind. It
problem.
wasn't worth it. Loading's the goat.
Yeah. Divide the 1, multiply the 0.
Equals goat.
Yeah. Equals worth. Funnick.
They are hunting Funnick. I don't know if you can hunt him, though.
He is out of there.
He appears to be the predator, not so much the prey.
Wow. The goat?
Wait.
Goats are prey.
Hold.
See the goat, the prey,
Not
We
to a
will
blade
see.
of grass.
looking for an opportunity, a moment, one shot.
him.
Can they do it? Oh.
Oh, they see the goat run away.
They're gone. That's how it goes.
Yep.
That's how it goes. Get that? Hello? Trent?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
That's how it goes.
That's yeah, no, it's I heard you.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Just
You're
making
just
sure.
trying to ram down every pun that you can. But I'm not a sheep. I won't just follow.
Sorry, it was a little bad.
Yeah. I think you need to work on your puns.
I like Goda. Oh, you. That's good.
Yeah.
Funnick going in.
Oh, he's just a kid.
And a blessed kid indeed. They root up a couple, try and get in there with the Mystic Flare. It finally comes out, but Stonebank, the BKB, the turnaround. He's a big, strong guy, and he runs at all of them. Loading is actually the one that gets the double kill, and with a few hits,
Oh.
didn't do it in time.
You see, kid was good because that's also a GOAT term.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I just want to point that out in case it was lost on you.
Very nice.
Because every
Wasn't
every
lost
joke's
on
better when you explain it.
That's right. That's
I
what it
actually
is.
forgot that his tag was Blessed Kid. That was a complete
That's pretty sick, right?
coincidence. Yeah.
Dire's
Yeah, I was very lucky. Probably shouldn't have said that part, but that's all right. Roche will go the way of bait.
Yes. 24 minutes is coming up. They are looking to take complete control over this game. Nobody has been tormented yet, but I have a feeling that Bait might come on in and steal that one away from Alpha if things keep going their way.
I think that Argius was sufficiently tormented, I got to say. With that top lane, he got
That's a fair
tormented.
point.
Yeah, he's in the dungeons. You know, he should just take the place of that cube, and the cube should be out on the map farming.
Dire's
Right.
bottom tower.
Yeah, he looked
fair.
good. All chained up and floating there.
It's a little
Faces
interesting
boy
there,
can
Trent.
float. Yeah, all right.
Interestingly
Oh,
enough,
God, no.
he disconnected. Oh, these poor guys. I don't know what's happening with them. It's got to be a little bit frustrating, I'm sure.
Very, of course. How could it not be? I mean, it's frustrating for Bait too as well. Like you kind of said, you know, they're pretty tired. They're looking to get some games going here. They still got another one they got to play immediately after this.
That's true. Oh, 4 minutes of pause left. Admin's on it. Let's go.
Let's go, Faust. I think he's a Guilty Gear player. Or I think it's unrelated to Faust from Guilty Gear. Probably unrelated.
I don't know what any of those were.
Let's hope it's unrelated because the Faust players you wouldn't like them. They're like,
Okay.
they're kind of like a Peach player. Yeah, they're kind of like Peach. They're peachy.
What's
They throw items. There's RNG.
What's the corollary for Dota? What's their hero in Dota?
I don't know. No one has like sufficient enough RNG to be annoying.
Okay.
Because like, all right, I'll describe him and you tell me, okay?
Okay.
So
All right, I'm
he's
ready.
like a maniacal doctor with a giant scalpel, like a spear, okay? And
Okay.
he throws items, but the item is random. So each
Okay.
item has a different effect. So they're
Okay.
kind of like almost like throwing runes. And they can be, and the enemy can pick them up or you can pick them up. And they have bonuses or hazards depending on what the item is.
So I'm thinking
And he's got
then,
long reach, but he can move pretty fast.
I'm thinking Arc Warden with
that's
that
pretty good.
rune creation ability he
Uh-huh,
had,
yeah,
but that's
yeah.
just a part of his base ability instead. That he every like however long he can just randomly pick up a random rune.
Okay, we can go with that. That's pretty solid.
Okay.
Thank you for helping that. So yeah,
problem.
imagine that someone liked Arc Warden, right? I mean, you'd be concerned.
What a monster!
Yeah,
Check that
You
person
wouldn't wanna
into
be
the
around
mental
that.
asylum.
yeah.
Jeez, can't even imagine. What a psycho.
That's what I'm saying here.
I'm with
Hopefully, you know, I've set my watch to 4 minutes here.
Okay.
So that I can take over the admin's job. I'll let them know. They
Okay.
probably
You won't.
appreciate
You
that.
won't. I think the thing that's going to be interesting to see here, from my point of view, is if Bait do manage to run this back and take the win. Again, they were on the verge of making it through earlier, and it was like Sankey and Gomez come from behind crazy victory. How much were Bait up in that game before?
I don't think it was like a massive goal. I would say it was like 8K at the highest,
Okay.
maybe.
Yeah.
But it was like pretty solid looking. I was like, oh, this looks good. But you know what? They went high ground a little early. They kind of rushed things
Yeah.
a bit. That's how I mean, again, I was sort of like checking in because I was also telling my kids and getting them to bed.
Right.
But that was my perspective on the game was like, oh, I thought Bait were going to like win this. But
Yeah.
then they just lost 4 heroes,
really did.
died, and they just never got back in control.
That's fair, man. And I think that's, at the very least, it feels like Bait have responded pretty well. And the fact that they don't have to play like one game back to back after that loss probably helped them recover a lot, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And in a similar way, what's sort of interesting was that Sank and Gomez came in, you know, ended up coming in off a win in that match against Bait, and then sort of kept that adrenaline high and then ended up losing the next one against Alpha. So the momentum is definitely feeling like it's pretty evident here that like when you win one, maybe you start to like feel that, oh, we're right on the edge. We're maybe going to do it here finally. And then it just slips out of your fingers. Tough.
I ate 3 pistachios during that monologue. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm ready for the long haul.
Well, we know what happens in a long haul, though.
What happens? Any info, bro? They have 4 minutes. It's
You can ask Suns fan about it.
okay. Yeah. I'll ask him. Yeah.
How many left? We're finding out.
He reconnected.
Here connected. They're back.
1, 2, 3. Time. Oh wait. Hold. There gotta be zero just now.
All right, unpause it. Let's do it. It's time. The time is now.
And I mean, imagine me bait right now, 0 right now, and you're just like, so like you guess. So like,
Yeah.
you gonna
How's it
like,
going?
do I hit it? Like, oh, my finger slipped. Oh, we probably shouldn't re-pause it though, because like,
Yeah. True. Tough stuff there. He reconnected.
oh, you know it's a classic when you're like looking at their Steam profile.
Oh!
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
You like look at their profile. They're on your team. They you see offline.
True.
Or this profile's private, and you're like, I'm not waiting. That profile's private. Sorry, bud. You lost your chance.
I think that there is something to be said for like in the ranked versus unranked though, right? Like you don't unpause, I feel like in ranked Dota, but if you're playing unranked Dota, I feel like it's more acceptable.
Did you guys hear what this guy just said? You don't unpause and rank Dota?
Yeah. Don't unpause.
That's
in ranked.
adorable.
That's messed up.
Well, I mean, you don't, but surely everyone else does.
Dire's middle tower is
you
under
don't want to like, you know, want to be honorable about your MMR teams.
You know what Slacks does? Is he offers to PayPal people to unpause and keep
Oh
unpausing.
no!
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
Phonic,
the worst
this is not the
timeline.
time to laugh. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
He's just in character. He's role play.
To be honest though, I think that was more of a, you know, you're sort of bound by what the laugh track is of your character, and I think that there is something about like that, you know, dark comedy of feeling rough about stuff. Oh, are you guys gonna use your pause
Stoma.
time?
Stoma. We get 5.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Bless
Wow.
kid. Very
Claps
happy.
in chat. Claps in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You know what? They understand. They understand and think about circumstances, I feel like. Maybe that
True.
are out of your control. And
True.
you're just trying to play Dota.
Yeah.
And it can be very difficult. So I think they're sympathizing a bit with the current plight of Alpha. Well done. Well done.
Well, 17-11 is still the score line. And I will say from my own, you know, point of view here, it would be interesting to see how a 2v5 would play out, though. You know what I mean, Trent?
All right, let's analyze here.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do
So
it.
how do you do it? You definitely just do Faceless Void.
Yeah.
I think Faceless Void, Lich, and Sky is one person.
Okay. I
Right?
would. Well, so here's the only thing that I would say. Can I use the toilet? We'll find out.
Oh, he's bartering. It's going to cost you 5 more minutes.
Oh, I love that. So here's the thing that I would say. I think you put Faceless Void on like Shift Q, right click through the jungle. That's the play, right?
Hold on,
and he just
sorry.
like he just hits.
Stoma, wait, Stoma is here asking if he can use the bathroom. Stoma's laughing while simultaneously tip like 3 chugs of an energy drink.
Oh no!
And it's like, bro, this could be you. Like, you,
Yeah.
come on, think. Your
true.
allies in trouble here. All right, sorry, continue.
Well, I was just. I mean, there's nothing of value from what I was.
I'm
saying,
sorry.
to be honest.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He was backing out.
back. Poor guys. Rip Areno. Unfortunate. So they. Oh. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
By
minute. This game
golly,
started with a
they're
wait
gonna
a
get
minute.
back.
It's not going to end with a wait a minute.
So I'm
Maybe I'll wait
wondering.
5 minutes.
I'm wondering. Do you get your
And I
pause
wonder-
time reinstated between games?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
I think. I actually don't know, but I assume you do because it's a series-based thing, usually.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But if you
Oh, they're
don't,
back.
yeah, don't give 5 minutes. That's for sure.
Quick, play. Quick,
Go.
go. We're in there.
All right. Now that they've managed to fully get their 5 players back in the game and meet the bare minimum to try and play Dota, they are still down 14,000 gold at 25 minutes. Now losing their Tormentor.
Yeah, Tormentor's gone. Who was it that got that one? It was a Bat Rider shard. So he can right click during Sticky Napalm. Love that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Say what now?
He's got his shard.
He can do it during Flaming Lasso.
That's what I
You
meant.
said, yeah.
That's what it is.
That's the one.
Easy. Oh, Braxy. Hello. How are you, sir?
Give him a little high five.
Tower is under attack.
Are they going to go for the other Tormentor? Kinda cool. Is it going to work, though? It looks like eventually they're getting there.
So that's Coddle or... who was the other one?
Probably
Was
Fun.
that-
Oh, no, it would have been
Yeah.
Ember.
Yeah, Ember.
Well, 26 minutes coming up on that next round of neutral items. They have some team fight oriented stuff. Bless Kid right now, most farmed hero on their team with the Crimson Guard, with the Greaves, with the Halberd. There's some stuff that they got working here.
It's true. Don't look at Sven though,
Oh, no.
because he has a lot of net worth, guys.
That's a little
A
scary.
lot of net worth. He's a big boy.
Actually, I like the almost Silver Edge, too. If he gets that done, ooh, doggy.
Yep.
That's going to be a
Radiant's
big old
top
hit
tower
onto
is
that
under attack.
Underlord.
Stoma finds Kobold here. Gonna
Okay.
Bring along with him. Got some gold. Just prospecting.
And stacking
yeah.
up camps, too.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they double stacked again on the opponent's Ancients. Just for Stonebank to farm it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
God, he is so farmed.
Okay, they need to get Lich Chain Frost level 2. Okay? Almost doubles the bounce damage. That's
Okay.
big. That's damage. All right, we got to get there.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Brax is going to run into Funnick again. This did not work out very well for him last time. He did not
No.
insta-TP. He would have died anyway because Dendy was coming. He's going to try a high TP, but
Got him.
Dendy's not going to let that one go.
Very, very nicely played. And they have the relocates to pull them around the map now to keep this pressure even more impactful on Alpha. So recalls abound, Stonebank farming, bringing in timber to keep the lanes shoved, and Alpha, it's just not many places for them to go.
This is the league that never ends.
Dire's
Da-da.
middle tower is under attack.
Just run on my friends. Some
Dandy
people-
got a wisdom rune, and now he's running in.
Top tower is under attack.
He'll be running in forever because
And Tokai is dead again.
Lasso,
This is the
lasso.
league that never ends. Oh boy.
good.
All we're missing is another disconnect. Oh,
That's
Lodine
true.
got to find a courier.
Has been
Gil.
killed.
Well played, well
Dire's
played.
middle tower is under
All right,
attack.
at this point, it's a waiting game though. As Alpha, strategically, you want to stall this out as long as possible.
Okay.
You need to exhaust the opponent. You need to take advantage of their time zone issue and maybe hope they haven't been doing a great job of, climatizing to the times that they've been playing it over the past several weeks, which they probably have been, and it might not be as effective as we would hope.
I'll be ready. I'll be real. Like, these are professional gamers, okay?
Professional e-gamers, as Lacoste would
Professional
say.
e-gamers that are
Athletes.
as gamers in general, we are not naturally attuned to the sun. There's no way that they haven't been staying up all night playing Dota. It's just
That's
what
true.
happens, man.
Yeah.
They're ready. Peak
It's like-
physical form.
Yeah, it's like if you took LeBron's physique of the NBA, that's these guys, but for gamers. It's just
Yeah.
the pinnacle.
That's right.
Think of Dendy. He's basically LeBron James.
True.
He's
Well,
still doing it.
and
Dendy's still in the playoffs. sort of.
You're right, actually. The Dendy is actually the LeBron James of Dota. I think that's pretty fair.
Actually,
like
it's probably
that.
Puppy, to be honest. Because he just like keeps making it CI.
I guess that's true.
And you're like, you're old, man. And he's like, nah. And you see LeBron dunk, except when he missed that dunk this year. I can't believe he missed that dunk. That was wild.
I mean, these things happen.
It's like, oh my God, I'm aging.
Getting old.
Oh, Stonebank. Look at him going with
Ron.
his angle on the turn. He's not concerned about saving Dendy. He's looking for the angle.
Yeah, he was waiting. Ooh, BKB get out. Chase down Funnick on him. Funnick in trouble. Funnick, Mystic Flare, damage there, but not enough. Funnick living. Funnick, the Dennis Rodman of Dota, is gonna get brought down. Now that is a freaking comparison right there.
That's pretty good.
The Moon Lord himself. As they find themselves blessed. What the hell?
Did he?
That was a
that play?
misclick. That was a misclick. And that is loading dead. I'm pretty sure that was a misclick.
I mean, he might have. Did he think he had another? I didn't look at his items. Did he think he had another hit coming? I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That was wild.
They still end up somehow gaining net worth out of that period of time somewhat, but it's a big explosion of it for Alpha.
It's just so much XP as well. It's like a 5K a 5K XP swing. Oh, it's a lot of experience.
Pretty huge.
Okay, unexpected. And that will be one more item here pretty soon for Blessed Kid. They do the old glyph TP here. Catch up to Blessed Kid, but no TP cancel means he'll get out.
It's away. Aghanim Scepter done on the Ember as we get closer and closer to the next Roche. It's gonna find out what the timing is on that in 14 seconds. As Steel
1 minute and 13 seconds.
Steel stunned, dropped. 1 minute.
101.
You were close. That was almost
there.
10 seconds away. That's pretty solid.
I have to do over 300 games until I statistically will get one right.
Well, that will be about
300
by the
roast
end of our tiebreakers today.
Yeah, perfect. All right. If I get 3 a game, it's only
Yeah.
going to take me 60 games.
True. No, that's not true. It'll
Yeah,
take you
it'll be
100.
180. No, there's not 300 seconds, bud. It's base
Yeah.
60.
No, 300
It's 3 minutes.
will take you 100.
It's not like the microwave.
Blessed Kid, follow him. Oh no, the lasso. They go for it. Tries to get away. All he wants to do is go through the portal, but to no avail. Wait, loading? Sorry. Oh, Stonebank. Oh my God.
They're just dropping like flies. He's the fly swatter.
And 5 seconds until Roche is back up as they continue their domination around.
All right, make an NA stack. Tag yourself, fly swatters.
Ooh.
Fight fly.
I
Thoughts?
like that.
Defeat
pretty good.
fly. That's a good gamer tag. Fly swatter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's better if there's somebody named Fly in it, but it doesn't have to be there.
Well, I mean, that's why I said NA stack. Be fly.
Right. Well, I mean,
Oh, you're saying on the same team.
well, no, I just meant like in general. Like for
Yeah,
any
yeah.
game.
So you can swap
For
fly.
any.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to try and swap fly though. He's a formidable opponent.
That's true. Not in the game, he's a little bit less buff and scary though.
Yeah, no, he doesn't get the buff heroes in the game.
No.
Outside the game, he's Sven.
Yeah.
Inside the game, Crystal Beam.
Yep. Well, inside the game, LeBron James and Dennis Rodman making
Same
their
thing.
move. As they are ready to run down these lanes. 25,000 gold lead.
Oh, hey, look. Stonebank's going to do it again. Oh, his blink was back up. I thought he was just going to keep running north and find someone. Instead, he'll just kill ancients. He has done that a lot, too.
He has the God Strength talent, too.
Oh, yeah, level 25. Yep.
Very strong.
Let's see. 161 strength. Goodness.
That is quite a bit of damage there, Trent.
Why is Defiant Shell 7 all FPs, by the way?
Why? Because, I don't know. I don't know.
That's a great item.
It actually is so sick for him too. Like,
Oh yeah, it's insane.
Under attack.
that's so nice.
You think about being like a fast attack speed hero with like small damage, and it's kind of
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You're tiny or Sven or something like that. Like,
Right.
You know, it goes from to.
Although, to be fair, I think a lot of people would not go for the immediate like counterattack on Sven, right? So it's more for like the farming oriented side that it's really good. Arceus, I don't know about that one. Oh, Steel is in some trouble too. Tries to get up close, but won't be able to get you. Can they find
Dondo.
another? Alpha, they find a wisdom rune for the first time in a while. Chains it hits on the Tormentor instead. Oh, that's so annoying. Poor Dendi. That should have been a kill. He'll get an
It's
active
like,
charge.
the goalie, the posts are the best friend. Sometimes
Yeah,
the Tormentor's your best friend. He caught a puck.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. You were probably thinking of a soccer goalie because you were a soccer goalie. Oh,
Yeah, I
didn't
was.
think of that. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird that
I
your
also-
brain's wired in such a ridiculous way that you would immediately think of hockey.
Dire's bottom
I also played lacrosse though, which is somewhat similar to hockey.
That's all right. More acceptable.
Yeah. There. Lasso. They find their man. Stonebank. Silver Edge out. No more atrophy aura. Although the Lotus Aura back away. Ember under control. Faceless Void back up 10 seconds. But will there be anybody left to fight with him? The buyback is there from the Lich, and that is enough to force back some of Bait. With Chrono up, they're ready.
Well, they pretty much threw the entire kitchen sink at Dondo there, but I believe he had a cheese. So yeah, pop that to get himself right back up there while they were all focusing on the Underlord. They threw everything else at Denny, and he still survived, and then came through for the help on the finishing control there of the Underlord. So easy peasy, lemon squeezy, as they look to take their first set of racks.
Very good Chrono, but the damage, it's just not there at all. Chain Frost ends up bouncing back onto all of them. Oh no, Alpha, not like this. The Chain Frost is killing them in the fountain. Oh man, that one hurt. And that is going to be most likely game as Bait look to close this out and send us closer and closer to a second round of these tiebreakers.
A second
Unreal.
round. A third round, one could say. That's what you meant, right?
I was just talking about for us because we only did one.
Oh, I see. Okay. My
Said
bad.
us, as in
Yeah,
you
okay.
and me. I don't care about
what
the
about the
viewers.
people? Don't leave the people out of us. They're us too. They're just Dota
not-
fans here to
not
watch
today.
Dendy win and Funnick flamethrower some racks.
Bow, 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 bow. They're in on him. Blessed Kid in some trouble. Rooted, pulled back in, broken, and now the steel pull on himself. He disconnected is the call from Funnick as they turn their sights onto the tier 4 towers. And all we need now is Sand King Gomez to win against Bait, and we are going to be going to that third set of tiebreakers, barring a miracle here because the throne is being hit.
Dude, they are really playing for the long game here. Do you guys have them all muted? Do I have them all muted? All right, there's the GG. It actually comes out here.
MMR is just a number. As
Well.
the longest 38-minute game that I've seen in a while. But Bait, all they need now to be in Div 1 is win one more game.
those
One
smiles.
more game.
They're so happy.
Look at them.
They look awake. They don't look too tired.
Fair.
Water.
True.
Denny's checking his hair, making sure he still looks good. Check. Definitely does.
Wouldn't know what that's like.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
Happens out here. Man, Trent, what a freaking game. I'm wondering if Bait managed to win this, though. Are they going to even stick around for the interview? Just going to fall asleep in the midst of it. We'll have to see. But 13-10 at this point, and Bait never really looked back from here.
No, what were the best looking parts for? Honestly, I don't know. It felt like I thought the Timbersaw wasn't going to be that great. I was like, if he doesn't do well in his lane, or if he gets bullied at all, he can have a rough mid game because of all this magic damage. Yeah, no, Funnick shows why he's comfortable picking this hero and why this hero has just seen so much love across the DPC. He crushed his lane with the help of that Keeper of the Light. Definitely made a big difference having him in the lane to just keep shockering, getting out that bonus damage, and just eking out those early kills. Very well played.
Very well played. You love to see that. And I agree in terms of like I also did not see what this Timbersaw was going to do. And I think that a testament to Funnick and understanding what needed to happen in this game, that Coddle was going to enable him so well, and then they just completely took over early. And a second time now that we've kind of seen these lanes become, I mean, it's why everybody focuses on them so much. Really, really important stuff there. But yeah, a big beatdown coming from Bait and Alpha. Now they have to sit on the sidelines. If Bait win, they're out. They're gone. Sankin Gomez, though, they've had some time to look at this, and of course, they're going to be coming in maybe a little bit fresher than the boys from Bait.
And most importantly, of course, who lost?
Alpha.
Storm Spirit.
Oh, good call.
Finally lost. All right, the curse or the, I don't know, the gift, whatever you want to call it. The blessing. Either
Okay.
way, it's over. Storm finally loses in these tiebreakers. Just took a 5th game for it to finally occur. And why did he lose? Because Stonebank's team set him up so nicely. But you know what? He clutched it on that, Sven, I got to say. You know, he was in there when he was needed to come and close out this game.
Right.
He showed up.
I think I was really impressed with Loading, too, in terms of what he got done in that game as a support bat. I always feel like it's like, oh, you can put it in that role, but he really made a lot of solid moves around the map. I was very impressed with the bat. Your thoughts?
Yeah, 100%. I haven't been able to watch too many of the support Batrider games. I feel like a lot of the times it's been a bit of a liability. Other than when like Sox was playing, I feel like Sox has looked really solid on it. But Loading, I could really see, like, especially in the way that he was set to lane it in the 5. Like, he had a bit of a tough matchup there because against the Skywrath Mage, like, they're going to have a lot of damage coming from that hero the whole time. But found their moments and really pressured Blessed Kid. Like, his game got very hard early, which was a direct contrast to Funnick, who was just popping off to start. And that really opened up the rotations for his supports, and he could be happy about it. And because Funnick's support was rotating happily, Alpha supports had to rotate in sort of a begrudging way, leaving Blessed Kid alone even further. And then just, like, being alone versus Bat sucks if you don't have a dispel, even if it's a support. So.
Yeah. I think we'll take a look at our MVP from the series, though, Trent. Which, of course, is going to be the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, 1.1K XPM, and 8-0 and 11. And I got to say, the other thing about this that stands out to me is that Stonebank, I feel like, gets a lot of crap sometimes. This guy, people make fun of him. You know, he gets pushed down in the cafeteria. He gets his lunch taken away, shoved in a locker. And he came out here. He went to the gym, you know, started lifting those weights. He started reading, you know, some philosophy. Started, like, you know, taking himself seriously.
Which philosophers would you say specifically?
I would
like
probably, the good ones. That's what
the good ones. Really good.
Really good one.
There's so many that I don't want to like miss any.
I don't want to. Yeah, it'd be weird, right? And then he just came out and he's like, I'm gonna hit those creeps. So very impressive stuff. As we take a look at the schedule for the rest of today, it might not end here. This might not be the end of it. I don't want to jinx it, but if Bait lose to Sankin Gomez, this game that's coming up in just a few here, we're gonna go for another round. But if Bait can close this one out, if they can manage to find a victory over the one and only Sankin Gomez, we are going to be done with this. Bait will stay in Division 1. We'll have to wait and see, though, as we get ready for this next game to take place. Obviously, need to give those guys a little bit of time. Trent?
Yes.
You don't get to talk anymore because we're going to go to a break.
Okay.
On a few. Oh. And we are back, you beautiful people out there, ready for another game. Try game number 3, game number 6. Will we go to a game number 9? That's all to be decided now as Bader facing off against San King Gomez. How you feeling about it, Trent? Which way do you think we're going to go?
Well, we could go to game 8 as well. Because like if the person who wins first also wins second, there could just be 8 games. You said 7 or 9.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So-
Well, how about this? Do you think there's going to
Okay.
be a game 7?
I think there's going to be a game 9. That's what I think.
I think there's going to be a game 10.
I
Wow.
hope.
Team ban.
I'm down.
So again, I think that this would mean if they go to this third series or third set of games, that would be tied then for the longest tiebreakers in these DPCs so far, if that happened.
In
Pretty sure.
just this season?
Well, no, overall in the DPC.
Oh yeah, okay. You know, you said this DPC, so I was confused. I just wanted to
Right.
ensure. Yeah, got you.
Find
All
out.
right, good.
So this was the choice. They decide to still take the Coddle Ember in the pool. So they take away Coddle Ember from Bait, and it sets San King Gomez up to have a bit of a different lane. This does leave in a couple of things, though.
Oh my goodness, we're really just it's becoming its own meta in a sense with this whole like
Oh, yeah.
Storm Coddle thing, you know. Like we're moving away from the general DPC stuff here into a little micro meta, a little tiebreaker meta. But even with Storm losing that game and Bait beating it, they still don't want to deal with it.
No, which is like somewhat understandable, to be fair. It's like super annoying, it feels like. Interesting. Well, they take the bat. So that was obviously very solid in the last one. And then immediately into the techies, one of the heroes that's left in the pool.
Yeah, that's the big thing, of course, being banned out very, very often. And that goes in pretty much every region all the time. So this is the third techies of the tiebreakers so far. Alpha got it in their first 2 games, won one, lost one. And now Bait are going to have it versus San King Gomez. So they've defeated the techies once before. That was they lost the techies before, my bad. So they have not defeated techies yet today. That's a little different. Versus the Bat Rider techies, they're going to start with the Ember Spirit. So just said Dendy put a pretty good show on there. A lot of magic damage right off the bat from Bat and techies. Not a lot of super solid lockdown. I will say Ember, you know, pre-level 6, you could definitely see a blast off or 2 getting in there for a stun, but with the help of Flame Guard, shouldn't be the worst overall matchup here. And of course, it's just this combo of the Coddle. That's so nice.
Right. And it enables a lot of other heroes depending upon which way they want to go with it, too, right? There's a lot of other offlaners like we saw in the last game that can sort of be enabled in the laning stage by this Coddle. Something else to watch for. Beast?
Yeah, I wonder, Hand of the Draft looks really annoying right now, too, right?
Yeah.
Because you have this Phonic Timber that they want to ban out because they just had Lodian play the Bat. They want to ban out the Dendy Queen of Pain because it's one of those better ones. And then there's also like the Dendy Puck, which, I mean, that's a little bit of a back and forth matchup in comparison with the Ember because Ember has stuff on Puck, but it's also one of Dendy's best heroes historically. He already tried to play it once tonight. Didn't succeed for them in that game that was close, but could see it again. But then there's just the question of, where's this bat going? Is this bat for Phonic already? So then they have to consider, are we looking to pick one of these anti-bat heroes in lane? Is that even worth it? I still have 10th overall pick from Bait. It feels like you're kind of forced to consider the off-lane bat, but it still feels kind of unlikely that Bait are even going to send it there.
Well, it's true. Yeah, and I think that's like no matter what, that lane feels like it could be really crazy if they do decide to run the Phonic bat with the techies. Like, I don't know who you take that sort of survives through that and feels okay because it's freaking spooky, man. Very spooky.
All right. Well, they still banned out that Mirana, which I thought was one of the problems, honestly, for San King Gomez earlier. So,
right.
I just don't want to deal with it. I feel like it kind of limited their options there from their support duo. But it does pair really nicely with the Ember, so that kind of makes it a little bit more, that was something they were lacking when it was a Void Spirit mid, so that does make a bit of sense. Can also lane okay versus support bad if they wind up in some matchup because of the 5 or the 4 shenanigans between these two.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually like leap away and not be overly pressured.
Yeah.
And it's Bait who have the pick out of this. You probably just pick your anti-Ember hero mid. so that you don't have to give away the bat's positioning.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, so the only question is if you would think about doing a Huskar, right? Because then you might save that for the end of this phase.
Wildcard Gaming's
Or you
turn
pick a
to
really flexible hero.
Dire team
Yeah, it's a possibility too.
I was actually gonna say Dragonite. I was actually gonna say Dragonite because Dragonite's really bad, but he is flexible, and
All
it
right.
would give
We
them
are
the chance.
going to a third tiebreaker series.
Dude, there's no way. Wow, DK. Okay, so I shouldn't say he's really bad. I actually think this hero's fine. I do think he's very underpicked right now, but
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know why people are shying away from him. Maybe because the mobility of the mid hero feels pretty important right now.
I also think there's been a lot of resurgence in some of these like single target save heroes, right? Like Legions all over the place. We've seen Shadow Demons, Oracles made some comebacks. And so like when you have these sort of single target control heroes, it feels like they're more easily countered nowadays. Even just Force Staff's being bought, right? Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. 1%,
Look at it.
1.4 ban rate. Nobody cares about this guy.
Oh, this must just be for NA, huh? He just has not been there. I think he has 8 total picks overall. I was looking. That's it. And he's a 37% win rate across the entire
Yikes.
DPC right now.
Ugh, nobody likes that.
It's not going too well. People have been trying in the pubs. Typically, it's just Midas, Manta. A lot of mids and position ones going a similar build. Offlaners will still do like Blink eggs, but it's basically the same thing, honestly. Let's be real.
I am really concerned for Bait just not being able to do things if their lanes go poorly. You know? Like, if they get off to a rough start, what's their mid-game like look like? You know,
Dude, they'll have Huskar. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they need to at this point. That's what it feels like. Holy moly. But you pick that Dragonite, right, as sort of that answer for the Ember you're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Ember rotates. You take his tower. Ember doesn't do well in his first couple rotations. You still stay kind of even. You have that solid stun for him. It's still a really good stun. You know,
Right.
you combo that with the techies. It looks good. Uh-oh.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Did they learn?
So that was the Sven last time, right? I was Sven. Took the win for Sanking Gomez. Who is spamming that voice line? Oh, it's Dendy and Lodine. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, Beta really spamming the voice lines. No voice lines so far for Sanking Gomez.
Not a one.
In the zone.
Eyes on the prize. There we
Now, why are they taking so long here? What's the other play? I mean, there's so many traditional and crazy wild IO heroes. What could they be thinking? Are they thinking they don't want to reveal it yet? Are they thinking we need to pick Sven now if we want it, but it's Sven into potentially a core bat, and that sounds kind of not fun? Should they go Slark?
What about
Slark looks kind of okay. They definitely need lockdown with this core, or the other core, like the offlaner, because like Coddle IO support duo is doo-doo support. Oh my goodness, that's a combo.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. It's a lot of team fight. Also, Batrider can't get out. That's a bonus.
It's also another situation where this Coddle combo can be good with the Mars. It's like the same thing they had with the Timber setup, where like I wasn't sure what support was going to go where. Like they could have done Bat Timber and probably done okay, but it would have enabled the Timber as much as the Coddle did. And now they could go Io Mars, which is really strong, or they could go Coddle Mars, which is also really strong. Io Mars, I'd say, is maybe a little better. It really just depends on what the offlaner is going to be. And the carry, though, revealed. It's the
Okay.
big bear. We finally see him. Talked a lot about him.
I do think that there is some pretty incredibly strong things that they've got going here in regards to like just that single target burst. It does make me fear that they may have left things open for like some illusion hero at the end to just like take over this. But I don't know. We'll see. I like
Good Slark
Ursa
fan.
though. Big Ursa fan.
He's I don't know, he's an interesting hero these days because he still wants to build that Battle Fury, obviously, but
Right.
he feels pretty happy just You can still secure those earlier parts of the game for your team with the help of like the Roche. That's always going to be very important. You still get that big damage if you have enough control. He jumps. Still can't get over that.
Yeah.
First he tumbler toys, then he leaps on you.
Rawr.
You go for the troll after. Pretty notoriously annoying matchup there for an Ursa. Really, probably like the only carry in the range. Well, I mean, I was gonna say in like the melee form, that's not a range that Ursa hates, but I guess troll is a ranged hero. But it's not really his ranged form that annoys you.
5 seconds
Well,
remaining.
time will tell what ends up happening here.
All right, don't PL. It looks tempting, but don't do it. Okay, this then.
Is that much better?
I mean, at least he's farm stacks early and stuff. PL, I think people just look at it and they say like, oh, there's Bat Rider and there's Ursa. Like PL's good here,
Right.
and then you just have a bad game because you pick PL. And now Huskar.
Ooh.
Huskar would not have been looking too hot at this point. As the draft moved on and some more heroes popped up, you know, I think there's a little bit of risk there if they wanted to go too nuts. So plus they could have like shifted things around and done some wild laning. So it'll just be a Funnick Marcy instead, which is also pretty exciting. Lodine takes the tech. He still was on the Bat Rider, so it is support, but it's swapped around there. Okay.
Dendy seems to be in a good mood. Stonebank seems to be in a decent mood. We'll see if they've got what it takes, if they've got enough here. On the verge of staying in Div 1.
I like Sand King's draft better.
Yeah.
I do. I think we might go on.
So talk to me about this. There's one element to this that I feel like is really important, and that's, can Bait get the blow up at the start of the fight? And when I see Dragon Knight, I see Marcy giving, the tag team over to Stonebank, and they jump the same target, that hero just explodes. I don't think that a relocate comes out quickly enough. Maybe, the blinding light pushback's going to be there, but I feel like there's a chance at least.
All right, well, hear me out here. What does Sidekick do on Marcy? Please enlighten me.
It does
I don't
damage,
actually know.
and it gives you lifesteal.
It does bonus damage and lifesteal.
Yeah.
What does Ursa already have? He already has damage. He doesn't need damage. Sidekick and Ursa is like, it's okay. But I wouldn't say it's like a mega busted combo. It's not going to.
It's true.
Ursa's already got that stuff going for himself here.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the synergy isn't as high as you'd hope. Then again, when there is a big old war cries coming out, maybe that extra damage will give them the little oomph they need.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just going to come down to how they play it, what the vision looks like, which is going to be pretty important to see. And, just who plays better, Trent? Who plays better? There's only
what
one
we're
way
here
to find
for?
it out.
Does it not end in the draft?
No,
I thought
not
that game
yet.
was just over. It's just a simulation
I wish.
after.
That'd be pretty cool. But that simulation is about to take place right now as we're already into the game. Let's get ready to go because there might be a big fight that's about to take off. Look at them.
Psych. All right, so everyone warded and no one saw anything. They're all really close to each other, smoked. Well, I say everyone warded. The Radiant got a pretty deep ward there.
Oh. I way.
Ooh, that is good.
I just ordered some Mexican food too. Yummy. I way.
Inspired, were you? Yes.
That's right.
Bias caster strikes again.
Exactly.
Wants another round.
Ready for it. Well, Bait up on that high ground, waiting for Leonidas to dare show his face. But it won't be happening. Or, I mean, actually, they see him. They very much see him. But he doesn't see them.
It is a sin that Leonidas is playing Sven and not Mars. I mean, I get it, but...
Battle begins.
That's Roman, Trent.
No, but like the original one has a very Spartan-looking shield, doesn't he?
That's Roman. How dare you?
Yeah, but he is... I mean, I know like it's Ares or whatever, but like, have you seen the default shield of Mars is very Spartan. I'm just saying.
Right, it's Ares, not Mars, though.
I
That's
know.
who the Spartans would be going for. They wouldn't. If you said the Hail Mars, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
I know, but it's the same guy. It's just a different name. And
no.
Yes, Mars is Ares.
No, Mars is not Ares.
What?
Mars
Yeah,
is
they're just-
Mars.
No, they're the same dude.
No, it's Mars.
All right. You punk.
Well, we'll keep an eye on what it is and
On Ares.
Yeah, let us know in the comments.
Don't forget to hit the bell for the algorithm.
As they head off across their merry ways. And we'll have to see how this mid lane goes. Because again, DK, the answer that they came up with, but it's going to be Funnick taking down Jubei up top. Bait. They don't want to play another round. They want to end it right here. Oh my God, he didn't get the kill on that creep.
Yeah, can't be too surprised, can we? That Funnick's getting first blood after game 1. Okay, so my main concern actually for Bait was who I saw playing what support, but they have fixed it for me. Because I thought they were going to put the Bat Rider bottom, and I didn't like it.
Oh, okay.
But I thought that like last game they were just swapping it up. I guess I should have known when I saw the players pick it. So Stoma, I think the Bat Rider top is awesome. It is way better than being down bottom. Because he's just bullying this Sven, whereas I feel like the spears would have been very annoying and like the general pushback from the Mars.
Right, of course. It does feel like they've come up with some pretty good answers, at least as far as the side lanes are concerned. Getting that first blood, a big part of it, loading, takes down man, the myth, the legend, Ares.
Damn, that's actually crazy. That was such good timing on the level 2 there. Couldn't make a play to save himself.
Interesting start. I want to remind everybody, again, Bait need to win. And in their last match, Bait came out to a pretty significant lead over Sand King Gomez and then ended up dropping it while they're trying to go high ground. So even if it's out to an early lead, no lead is safe in the NADPC.
And what hero pairing did they lose to? You ask.
Oh.
Fan of the chat. It was Iosvet.
That's right. Can they do it again?
Can they get Jubei again?
Looking for him. It's brought down low. Oh, no more mana though.
He's like, is he Roche? You there? Ah, nuts.
Oh no.
You Bay?
He didn't have another play there. That's unfortunate. Funny.
Oh, Leonidas.
Stun.
All right, that was actually sick. I like that.
Oh, good dodge.
Twinkle toes!
With the step back. Love to see that one. Does have another stun again in 2, 3, 1, 4. No, it's back up. Didn't decide to go for it.
4 more games. You heard it here first.
That's right. But yeah, in spite of the 3 kills, it's actually not that significant of a lead right now for Bait. They're definitely ahead on these lanes, but it's not by like a huge margin yet. The main one is just Mars, who's a bit behind.
Oh, down bottom.
Can they do something here? Trying to get him. And in fact, they will take down 9. Okay. I mean, those kills, they're not significant until they start to become that.
That was a good attempt on the pushback, too. Blinding Light, both loading and Stomac sort of a little bit closer to the tower, see if they get some additional damage, but couldn't quite get there. 4-minute water runes here. Stun from Dendi.
Ooh. Oh, Root. Well done. Was able to get that one.
Wow.
And
A high-speed
also,
chase in the river.
Is under attack.
All right. That's big, though. Ember gets the double refill.
Yeah, I mean, it is a DK. Really, it's just going to hurt Dendi's CS. Like, we're assuming he's still going to survive, but he's just not going to have much to work with the breed fires and the stuns. It's not just his CS, but the denies as well, of course, being the most important thing, especially for Dendi, notoriously.
True. 4.5 minutes, and he is definitely taking it to that Ember a bit. Only one more deny than him, actually. And you can see that down bottom, trying to keep that distance away from the techies, but a creep wave coming in, sinking Gomez's off lane. And rooted underneath the tower. There's no way it's going to be anything.
A wee bit of stacking there as well from 9, just to get things started.
Nice.
Obviously going to be much needed for any Sven lineup here. Going to be looking to get everything stacked and sorted here.
Right. Well, and Jubei is actually even stacking the sort of camps that are behind that tower too, which is the other nice part that they've got going for themselves. But Leonidas gone on. Jubei tries to get some separation, manages to get away from it.
Yeah, Funnick not quite having the mana. Gets a clarity delivered now. Hard to really get a good use out of this. His lane does push in, so now's probably his best chance, and he will pop it. So we'll be able to get a bear, or a chance kill chance at a kill in a bit. Whew, English. Dendy hits 6 mid.
You're nailing
Fun's
it,
a
man.
little low, but no stun ready to go. 6-minute runes.
He's there. Push back. And it's a regen.
Oh,
Big. Bait have some big stacks, though. They have some real big stacks done by this bat. Backs away, is going to try and pop that regen rune in just a moment. And going to be back up to full.
So quite a few heroes mid here. Still my Jubei
Okay.
still hanging around, but yeah, regen, level 6. Not a lot of killing supports on the side of SKG.
Right.
It's Coddle and Io. The Techies rotation also not coming to that mid lane since he's been a little bit busy down here. Trying to secure Stonebank a good time.
Right.
He's been doing great, top of the board.
Also trying to sort of keep Ducho down a little bit, right? This Mars is the lowest of the cores at the moment. And doesn't really have that many avenues to get free ways back into this game. It's going to need to come off the back of kills because it's not a hero that farms super well.
That is true, but at least he'll have Jubei to help out a little bit on the Io, like in between
Yeah.
farming stuff with the Sven. Like he can still make pretty decent plays. Like, has some good synergy with the Mars.
Right.
And so we'll start farming it up. Has 2 points in the Stormhammer, but just hit 6 now. So gonna get a 3rd point in the cleave as he swings away here and works towards his first item. 9, bounce back.
Weird combination.
They're
They
so
went
deep.
for a fight at the same time and are going to get punished incredibly hard. Stonebank in trouble as they find him there and kill him off. So Ursa running in, got the cornucopia, went on Coddle, while Techies was simultaneously going on Mars. Just a miscommunication there.
That's gonna sting too. Dendy, of course, gets a lot of free pressure on your mid tower there too while you're rotating. So at least there is some advantage there for bait, but clearly you're taking that as sinking Gomez. Rune spawns up top. It's an invis. Someone's gonna grab it. Jubei gets
jump away
D-ward
from
at the same
loading.
time though.
I was loading, trying to make something happen there. Ooh, stun as he went for the tether up to the high ground. And that is going to be enough for Jubei to get brought down. Well played by Dendy.
Yeah, it's not enough damage there on that slight. I'm gonna pay for that one, but the Chakra's here to help him out.
Yeah. I'd have thought about diving that if they didn't have that mana bank coming in his way.
Oh, buddy. The item choice for Funnick. We saw this from Zai. The eggs on the earlier end for the Marcy. And it was so good because in the game where we saw it with Zai, nobody was building Dispel.
Right?
Just the way that the heroes are playing the game, there was no point for early Dispel at all. No like Lotuses from the allies or anything either. And basically you just get so many silences. It's really hard to play against. And I like it because he has this Ursa who also wants to jump into the fights. He has this DK too. So you're not like the lone tanky initiator. You're all just kind of, you're all hybrids, right? You're all a little bit of offensive power and a bit of defensive power there too. And it works very well in synergy. The issues will be if they get to a point in the game where the Sven is farmed or the Coddle gets some gold going and you have like that Will-O-Wisp come out. Those 3 heroes all do struggle a bit versus it. But at the same time, you can also just like blow it up as Ursa and Marcy. So nice hit.
It's a nice connection's going to be there. Loading in trouble. Dives to the neutrals and gets some farm on his way out. Nicely played there. Getting out of trouble.
Dream.
Now, Trent, you mentioned the Marcy getting that Aghanim Scepter and how Zai was able to do it. Now, I do remember casting that game, and if I remember correctly, Liquid lost horribly.
Well, I mean, like details, my man, details.
Okay, all right.
The Marcy looked really good. I'm sorry, the Aghanims looked really good.
All right, okay. Well, speaking of, Marcy turns to fight, but Funnick still strong
Listen,
and in
when
charge.
that Axe comes
and
out, all right?
looking for
when the
that-
Axe is out.
It's, well, we'll see. Lodine went in for the kill, but not quite going to work out the way he wanted. They keep on just bringing kills their direction. Yes, take this farm, Leonidas, please.
Please do not feed the animals.
Jeez. Sven, feeling mighty strong.
Yeah, wasn't Stonebank just on top? Like, what? Oh. And this is before he's gotten into his investments. I mean, 9 is over here again. Do they have good vision here at all? Or they have that ward on the pillar. That is pretty nice. So Beta are gonna know about this. They're definitely gonna come back again. They're already pinging it like, yo, we gotta get over here, guys, because there's another stack of ancients.
Right, and it'll happen so quickly too. But Ember, TP's out. Realizes the danger. Going into an early spirit vessel too on this Ember Spirit. We haven't seen this build in a while. I like it though.
I was just trying to think about that in this game. It's pretty interesting. I mean, you really never see this. Like, I'm picturing like, it's like maybe some heroes where it feels like super strong against, but this is an interesting one.
Dendy in some trouble. Well, maybe not. I thought, I mean, usually if you run at somebody, I thought that there was sort of a reason, but it didn't end up working for him.
But like, if he gets rolling, this is a really cool item because they have life steal from the sidekick. They're, Ursa generally winds up with some life steal some way or another. Got DK's regen. It's really strong.
That is going to be an easy one, but the rune is going to spawn up top where it's going to be the haste. And yeah, I kind of am curious if
Leonidas. Can we watch his gold?
Yeah, let's see it. 730. 7,300 was where we started, and
oh my god,
gonna end at just under 1,000 more than that. That's pretty good,
dude. He still has another stack he's running to.
Yeah. That's a lot of stacks.
I mean, look, Bat looks impressive. 10 stacks, but it's by himself. It's teamwork on SKG.
They're all doing
16 stacks.
And this is a Blink Dagger done now for the Sven. He's 1,400 gold ahead of 2,400 gold ahead of the Ursa, who has the Battle Fury, I think, coming out. He's born with one of those on Sven.
Right out of the womb. Hazardous.
True.
Into the tower. All right, TB coming in from Dandy.
Stun. Out. Arena, back up. 1 second. Can drop it if they need to. They might bait this one out here. With everybody showing up, they are pretty strong on SKG, but not going to turn yet.
Yeah, no point fighting into the unleash, right?
Yeah,
let that go. This Ursa's overpowered and running at you. He can't jump you. He's never going to catch up. Save the arena for they actually get in.
Dire are scanning.
Just like this. They will see Marcy on the top lane in a second. It looks like they want to stick around on San King Gomez and take this tower. And as you mentioned, with no unleash, it appears that Bait are going to let him have it.
You guys like tiebreakers?
Hey,
you guys like tiebreakers out there? You guys want to go for a third round of tiebreakers?
I mean, it might just happen.
I'm feeling it.
It might just happen. My burrito will be here soon. I will be ready.
I got some boiled eggs upstairs.
14 minutes. Wisdom runes up. And Dendy, he's feeling like he needs to scale in this game, trying to go towards that Midas. This is going to leave a long window open where the only real fighting item that their entire team has is a Blink Dagger on DK.
I do think it's correct. I think it's a good choice. Yeah. Because, like, this is just how DK works. It's okay to do this.
Arena.
That
missed on the spear
to hit.
But stun. God strength onto Dendy. Wants to get the kill. Turns on the loading. It's a lot of damage out there. The stun with the lasso, but they keep the train rolling. Dude. Big jump in from Funnick. Holy moly. But do they have enough? This unleash. They're onto him. The heal. It's not going to be there. Jubei did not have enough heal. They felt strong, but Dendy, he lived through it all. LeBron James of Dota. He does it to him.
Oh my god, Dutro's going to be lying in bed tonight looking at the ceiling. He's just going to see that spear.
Oh, man.
And then he won't see it because it'll have whizzed right by.
Oh.
Hello, I am Duchu Spear number 3069.
Oh, no,
That's
not
an old
that.
name. That's an old
Anything. And it was Funnick originally, right?
No, it's Sing Sing Arrow.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought it was Funnick.
Come on now. He threw some arrows in his day, mostly Wind Ranger ones.
Look at this. How close Dendy was, but the saves coming in from their buddies.
Oh my
just
god.
making the difference.
like he's dead. He's definitely dead, obviously. And then what a play by Funnick. Like, how often do you see that much of an impact from a Marcy landing? It's just this build with the offlane where you max the rebound first, and that's the dream situation there.
Yeah. Doesn't get much better than that, and has the Aghanim Scepter done now too. So the next fight is going to end up looking even scarier potentially. Oh, Sand King Gomez, scary stuff.
They're baiting out this attempt of the Blink Arena as well.
Ooh. They will have an illusion rune. I mean, to be honest, with the Aghanim Scepter done now in Marcy, I thought they weren't going to be able to fight, but an illusion rune might be enough to like let them maybe take a fight.
It is insanely impactful, actually, if he survives long enough to use it.
But is that actually going to happen? No. They did not have the heal. Jubei was down bottom with Leonidas, helping him farm up, and no mech save coming out. They're relocated at the same time. They're relocating for a wave.
Dire's top tower
That was such
that
a
hurts.
sacrifice of space for Bait. Like, they were all just sitting mid. They were so confident that Sand King Gomez wanted to make some sort of a play happen mid, and they made the right call. It was basically just a hard read. Like, they were just holding. You described before, like, oh, all they have is Blink TK. Well, yeah, it's true. Then they had Blink Lasso, and it's like, oh, nice. Let's just do this, and made it a whole lot easier. They still needed all that damage. Like, that's why everyone's sitting there mid, but you bring them all, you get the kill. And that's going to put some doubt into the minds of Sand King Gomez. Leonidas at least is still farming.
Right, and they have been here before, you know? I think that there is still a lot of sauce that they got on their team for Sand King Gomez as this gets later and later. You know, they have this Sven-Io combination that can work wonders and can hunt people down.
They need to fight this Roche, I think. That's like the big hope. But I don't think they're going to. They can't. I mean, they have the Blink Arena, too. They have relocate in 20 seconds. It's going to be too long. They're smoking towards it, but it's an Ursa. And this is the dire side Roche. They could buy back. They could TP into this. But all they're going to get is the scraps of a fight after. Well, maybe.
It's a chance.
Bash.
I mean,
they need bashes.
The bash, that's what they need. Slow it down in any way possible.
Roche,
Stonebank,
come on.
Hidden Roche, they're running through. They want the bash. He gets the bash, but it doesn't matter. It's just a bash that's going to bait them into worse position. Oh no, the silence was there before the arena. The Marcy Aghanims. Lord have mercy. The bash, it was their undoing. Oh no. Yo, Funnick, he knew.
Is it over?
I don't know. It might. Are we free? I don't know if it's going to happen.
Oh, my goodness. Excellent play by Bait, though. I mean, they recognize that even though it is dire side and that can be a bit spooky, like, you could say, like, oh, why don't you just wait until it's Radiant? Like, you have the advantage and everything, but yeah, you just won that last fight. You're feeling strong. You've picked up a couple of big items. You're ready to push another one. You know that they don't have these dispels. They have no way to deal with this Marcy Aghanims. Sven does have the BKB, but everyone else is just like hung out dry. Also, just not having the relocate right away too. Like that was tough. Couldn't get there maybe as fast as they wanted. Struggling a bit with these earlier arenas here too. And I believe that was an instant stun from Dendi onto the Mars too.
Right. Well, and I think too,
and then the silence.
The silence is like it's just it's such a good early pickup. It is having so much value. And you can see Sand King Gomez, they have to go for these types of plays. The silence is there. It's like, how do you deal with this?
That is so cool.
So he pops Unleash and then casts Tag Team on Batrider, which silences it.
Yeah.
And then that sets up for an easy thing.
Yeah, they had Lasso on cooldown. It was on cooldown for like 8 seconds or something when they started that.
Yeah.
And they're still able to get that kill like out of the fog. Oh, that was so nice.
And on such a low cooldown. All right, I'm convinced. I'm going Marcy now.
Yeah, yeah.
Darkseer is no longer my friend.
Yeah. I am Whistle Girl now. No longer Conehead.
No pointy head for me. Damn.
Dire's bottom tower has
Well,
fallen.
bottom tower goes down and a 9K gold lead. So again, the way that this went poorly last time was Bait going high ground too early. And we have seen Ursas occasionally fall off, but this is a really substantial lead right here.
Yeah, and one can imagine they're probably going to be a little bit more cautious on this go. That being said, it is a Sven. It is an IO. They just need that one little opening, and he can still slice and dice you up.
Yeah.
He's getting into that damage. The Chrysalis will be next. Arena down bottom. They're looking for a kill onto Dendi.
This would be a nice one for him. Turn, punch, damage. Is it there? No.
Under attack.
They don't have enough. So Arena used, Relocate used. They do get a BKB charge out of it, which is important.
Radiant's top
That was the
tower
9-second
is
one.
under attack.
Yeah, it would let them maybe get back out on the map right when the arena comes back up. That could be something to try. I mean,
But bait, they want to make a play. And looking, but Lone backs away,
Are scanning.
will not get found. At least
not yet, at least. Yeah. There's a blink force at Bat Rider. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's only one camp to farm over here, and they found the one that he was in.
Dire's middle
Damn,
tower
dude.
is under attack.
And he's ahead of
Scary
him now.
stuff.
Stoma has leapfrogged London net worth. He is having an incredible game on this Bat Rider.
Yeah. And maybe this spirit vessel coming back to haunt them a bit, as they have not been able to get what they wanted out of it.
Dire's
Hitting the tier 2 tower, force out the glyph. Zenking Gomez just going to try and play band-aid solutions at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
Perhaps
But-
a little too big brain on the build here.
You have the Chrysalis now.
Yeah, in
It'll-
combination with that Orbit Destruction. The damage is there. They're smoked up again. This is bait, you know? Playing forward here. 30 seconds left on the Aegis, though, so that is why they want this fight. Maybe looking to dangle a little bit of a bear here. He shows mid. Denny's going to pop the smoke, then instantly blink back. Unless he gets caught first somehow.
Smoke wearing
So
out.
he's got the faster fingers. This old man still got the clicks. Now they're just out of there. All right.
They leave. Looking for... They thought that there was a smoke going top. And they're hoping to bait out their Ember a bit.
Yeah.
But
They
of
move
course-
through some Radiant Vision, but it doesn't pop in time.
Dire's middle tower is
Of course, bait are the masters, as their name is bait.
Yes, of course.
That works.
That is logical and innocent.
Okay. And bait, they're just playing together. They know what's going on up here. It looks like they're not going to fall into the trap. But Roche, 2.5 minutes until it's capable of respawning. We find out what the timing on that's going to be, and it looks like they want to try and wrap around and steal away that Tormentor. So
That's a
they
tough
are.
one.
They're keeping the map pretty well spread, while bait hold on to the mid tower, not deciding to deny it. Hoping that somebody's going to come and rotate for this. Nobody's showing up yet.
I mean, 9's showing right now in vision. Yeah, okay. Like the tower was seeing him, so they know exactly where they're all lurking.
Right.
Dire's bottom
Checking
tower
for wards at the moment here. They're just de-warding their area, checking some mines. And they're
in.
going to send in the Ursa.
Moving in. Gotta be careful. Remnant away, but the chase is there. Dendi finds him. Do they have enough to bring down that Ember? Close, and yes, Ember gone. And Stonebank just popping the BKB, running in, finding another. Leonidas turns, wants to find the kill. The big turnaround. Oh my god, the damage is there, but Funnick, does he have enough to survive? No! He gets brought down. Jube is in there on him. Turns to hits. They won't have the damage to burn through Dendi. But a huge win suddenly for Zenking Gomez.
It seemed a little unnecessary to send the Ursa in completely alone like that. I guess he thought his team was going to jump with them, right? Which makes sense. But they were still busy killing the Ember. And then bait, I mean, they're killing the Ember. They don't really notice the Ursa has popped in rage. They kite that out really nicely from Zenking Gomez. And he got left there. Once the enrage is over, sure, many heroes still scared of the bear. Sven, this guy hits pretty hard, as he just showed. That was all Sven. 7,500 damage. He did almost as much damage as the entirety of bait in that last fight.
That is kind of crazy, and speaks to what we're talking about, that this hero, if they're grouped up, if they're in a bad position, Leonidas, can he be the carry that they need? I mean, everybody else is just about holding people in place. Time will tell.
Or dying so that they come in closer so that
Right.
then Leonidas can kill the enemy team.
That's fair. And I mean, they also have like, Solar Crest, which is online for the Coddle. That's going to set up for, either more damage on a particular target or giving Leonidas more of those smacks. Scary things.
Shine on. 70 attack speed. That is a lot. Roche going to spawn in 52 seconds.
Oh my God. If this is an instant spawn, though, can you imagine? Big goes to check it. What's it going to be? All right. A minute and 27.
He's very optimistic.
Yeah.
I got nothing better to do. I want this Roche. Oh, you know what else is good about doing this? Is if they scan.
Yeah.
Can force a whole maneuver there.
He's going to head out of there. Bait recognizing that they are playing for Roche. But these next couple of minutes are going to be pivotal. Ooh, down bottom. That was Funnick that jumped on the Ember, but couldn't quite connect onto him, but popped Unleash. And now, with no Unleash, opting to go for a smoke play.
And you know what? They need this fight before Funnick has Basher, too. Because that is something that can still ruin Sven.
They don't turn red on the scan, but they know that they're up here. And Marcy doesn't have TP for 40.
Okay, there's
if
Basher
they run
on
into him
Stonebank,
here.
though. There is Basher on the bear.
Do they realize it? They don't realize. No, instead they're going to run into Funnick, though. Funnick completely solo.
He's on the board.
Pops that BKB, does not have TP, wants to get to the rest of his squad. The jump away, Stonebank gave him a target. Leonidas finds the bear. They see now that the Basher was there. Now the pull on to Coddle. The spear, it's out. Connects onto both. Both supports gone. Stonebank waiting this one out. He's got his BKB and Rage finally now popped. But Leonidas, he's strong. He can stun him after they come out of that BKB. The turn, the bash, but the double kill is there. Sand King Gomez. They did it again. They find their moment. 4 dead. Oh, Bait. You're in so much control of this game, and now Roche is available.
The finessing around this map, that ward placed down, getting Funnick, popping this bad BB, it's so similar to what happened last time. Where last time it's a bad enrage, it's forced out early, it's kited, and then I actually don't understand how Leonidas stood here in this and just watched this bear. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like right here, Funnick jumps out, he got strength in, he goes invis, and watch this, he's like, not yet. How? How are you so patient here, waiting for this Mars Arena? Like,
That's so sick.
Actually insane.
That was so good.
Like, this is so important. This keeps you in Division 1. And he holds. He's so confident they don't have vision.
Hold the line.
Oh my God.
Leonidas.
This guy's, he's like Iceman. They're rewriting history here. This time the shields hold.
Oh my God. Down to 2K gold lead and Sanking Gomez running away. Bait, they wanted to take that fight after the Roche. Can they find anybody? Oh God. Oh God. Oh Lordy, Lordy.
Sorry, that is smoked.
That is a scary pause. Okay. So no blink on Mars. I think if they break this, they haven't broken smoke yet, so they don't know where they're here.
No.
But if Stonebank blinks immediately, he's just gone. They need to buy 4 seconds. Oh, they jump it. All right, yeah, he's gone. He's mega dead. Everybody else gets out.
Running. Oh my God, he stops the farm. He stops the farm neutral. Oh, jeez, bud.
This guy's crazy. All right. Big turnaround. What a freaking swing. I still think Bait is in a strong position though, right? You've got Midas Dragon Knight, you've got Battle Fury Ursa, but we've seen some of the ways that this like Sanking Gomez lineup can function.
And again, the basher for Funnick too. Like,
right.
That will be huge. It is insanely busted on Marcy. Stonebank got crazy unlucky. I'm just saying, I was watching this guy try and go for bashes. They weren't coming out. So what I'm saying is he's saving up bashes for later.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but he is 4,000 gold behind this Sven. Sven now done with the Satanic, while Ursa's still working on his. I mean, the amount of damage that's going to come out from Sven in these fights is going to be insane, particularly if he's shining, if you've got the IO overcharge on him. Like, this is some scary stuff.
Imagine if he bought Butterfly. Just saying.
Right?
It's actually such a good Butterfly game. Imagine if I was an Agi hero right now.
Crazy. My goodness.
And they're working on the halberd, though, of course, for Ducho. Like, their control is their punches, so halberds and evasions are incredibly strong in this game.
Right.
Also, like, some ghosts, maybe? I mean, okay. Oh, this is spooky. This is spooky.
Who do they
Aegis
find?
is on the Ember. He is an Invis rune. Okay.
Find Dendy. Force staff. Stun. Control. Dendy gets away. That's BKB. Double of
he
them
missed the
used.
jump.
Funnick. Turned upon. Have to be careful. Arena down. Keeping them at distance. Scary stuff as the enrage is there. The follow-up stun and the BKB. The bash comes out, but look at the damage. Look at the damage onto him. Loading down low, but not dead
He's
yet.
disarmed.
Leonidas turns the disarm, but it's enough to get the kill onto the techies. Dendy, no more BKB around, means he is going to be controlled. And, well, Leonidas up on a cliff, but will be brought down soon.
This was their game plan. They tried to bait out Dendy. They took the bait. They baited. It didn't work. They threw Dendy in the water like he was just chum, and the shark showed up, and then they took his friend too.
They baited, but they sank King Gomez.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god. You're so right.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
From the mists of the sand, they appeared.
That's right. Well, relocate down bottom. They want a tasty target, and they're going to find it. Immediately turns. No BKB for 40 more seconds. Funnick tries to get away. The rest of the team grouping up to get over here. They turn on to Jubei, but break the tether, and now the turnaround stun comes out. Jubei is going to die to the Batrider, and, well, there's still action going on. They have kind of given away the game as they also lose the Mars. Funnick will fall, but it comes at a cost.
Yeah, they still have a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so I think this is kind of okay if they get back in, but Funnick is a really nice kill. But yeah, it felt like they probably could have got a little bit more out of it. You know, I was noticing that last fight, one thing that I forgot to mention after was Funnick really struggled without the shard. Like, I could see he couldn't get a good rebound because he was trying to do it off of Dendy, and like the range wasn't quite right. And that's why he ends up missing that stun, which they've been so impactful for the team in a lot of these engagements too. He's not able to land that stun before some BKBs come out. And, you know, maybe, I guess, what's the Tormentor story for them?
They can get the Tormentor, and it would go to Marcy or Batrider.
Oh, Bat got it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's big because, again, you look at Marcy's gold right now. She wants this Basher done and then also getting the shard, and she would have both of them if it was transferred over to her. So
Dude, I can't believe
a bit unlucky.
Stoma is a higher level than Marcy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like XP wise, that is, wow. He has had an incredible game on this bat. I gotta say, this is the best quote unquote support bat because I actually can't believe he's still in the support gold territory. It feels like he has just been cruising this entire game.
He really
playing
has.
so well. He feels like a core.
Yeah, and if he can get to that Aghanims, that could also make all the difference in the world. But we'll have to see what ends up happening. Aegis is about to be reclaimed now. And again, maxing out on all of these halberds. They have one done on Mars, trying to finish this one on Ember Spirit too. He's pretty close. Can make a big difference in these fights. And then, of course, on the side of Bait, we're seeing the Dragon Knight with those mass amounts of Aghanim Scepter illusions coming out soon as he's trying to get into the Yasha after the Aghanim Scepter. We'll have to see how it goes, though.
And the respect on the bat brings out the Lincoln Sphere for a Sven. Doesn't feel great.
Is under attack.
Does not feel good, but it's a necessity. He needs to be swinging. And they like these fights, they still kind of feel like they have no right winning some of these.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
Yeah.
has fallen.
Sven's swinging, you know?
His top tower
Pretty
is
freaking
under
hard.
attack.
All right,
No,
babe.
it's true.
Is this it? Is this back in the game? The other halberd is just delivered right now.
Oh, but the vision advantage is in the favor of San King Gomez. They get the lasso to start onto Coddle, trying to blow
silence.
him up. And then the turn, the stun is there onto Mars, pops that BKB, but they're leaving him for dead. The rest of the team trying to run away.
Don't take them
TP
down.
out, Jubei does manage to escape. Okay, so they lose two. That could have been so much worse for San King Gomez.
Yeah, 100%. That it all fell apart because when Mars went in, he didn't preemptively BKB. He got silenced by
Right.
the Marcy pulse, and then that little hesitation, just everything breaks down. Expecting a faster BKB in the next one.
Bait, I mean, this is their moment here, you know? You're 3K gold up. They obviously gave away a lot of ground over the last 10 minutes or so, but they are still very strong.
That got spotted, though. They know that ward's there 100%. The
Yeah.
creeps found them out. And that's what they need right now so badly is they need wards on that outer perimeter around the base because they
Right.
want to utilize this Bat Rider. But their vision is lacking because they've been shoved back into a corner because they keep losing all these consecutive fights in a row. And the one ward they get down is about to be dewarded. Man, what do you do? I mean, they're going to try and buy a gem on loading, but yeah, their vision is struggling.
You know, one other problem that they're going to have on Sanking Gomez is they don't have boots on Sven right now. He sold out to get that Lincoln Sphere.
Oh my God, that's like...
That was close. That was very close to Funnick getting that kill. But now they know where they're at. Playing into this vision's a little bit scary. Do they have an idea? Ward drop down. Bat Rider just out of range up on that high ground.
I don't think they have many smokes left. I think that might be their last one. So this will be a little bit painful for them.
If they can get a good ward down. I mean, it's so much of this comes down to vision and initiation. And right here, Bait have really good vision, but they know that Roche is back up again soon.
Neither team has smoke for 4 minutes. This is the last one. And it's expiring right now. So right now, wards are just like going to win this game.
Ooh, blink away. Nidas goes invis. Tries to back out of there. And Sanking Gomez, they're better set up with their vision now. They're in position. 30 seconds on Roche. Illusion Rune will scout it out when it comes back up.
It's going to last long enough. It'll get them there, but they're closing in on the side of Bait. They have this bat jump.
Baiting out loading. Buyback status. Techies has it, Bat has it. Steps forward.
Still no
Tries to
shard
get-
on Mercy.
What vision they can't. Bat Rider jumps,
Oh
trying
my
to
God.
find somebody, but he didn't get anybody. And then Funnick, he's caught. He's in trouble. The turn, the stun, the damage. Funnick tries to get away. He's pretty fast. Leonidas is there, though. The double kill comes out. Can they find more? Do they even need to find more? Sanky Gomez chasing, wanting to get him. Stonebake runs off to the right, and that keeps him alive. But that should be Roche.
I think he laughs at the Lincolns.
Oh,
he jumped.
man.
I'm pretty sure he jumped last at the Lincolns.
Dire's top
What a purchase here from Leonidas. The immediate punish there, too. I mean, he has the Force Staff on the bat, too, but obviously, at least I think that's what happened. That's what it looked like it was, but it was clearly just a massive bout of chaos. And what a spear from Ducho, by the way. Catching the jumping in Marcy.
Oh,
Gives
yeah.
time for Sven to get off the BKB. The whole fight is just controlled and over, and now they get the Aegis, the Cheese, and the Refresher Shard. So,
Oh, my God.
a lot of games, maybe you want the eggs, but I don't know. This feels okay for a Sven lineup.
Yeah, I think for Sven in particular, absolutely. I'm a little surprised that Leonidas is queuing up the strength blink, and he's actually going to buy it out, it looks like. I was thinking that he was going to go for a swift one since he doesn't have like any movement speed.
Dire are scanning.
That is
guess
true. But there is an
work
arena,
helps.
so, hopefully they just don't move.
That's fair.
We'll go with that. What are BKBs anyway?
True. All right. Less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Sanking Gomez trying to push us through a third round of tiebreakers here.
Yeah, and again, like you've been saying, they're still not in the clear. Like, the way these fights are breaking down, like that lasso, that connects on someone, that fight could have went their way.
Oh, yeah.
It's entirely possible. You also had, not only was lasso spent and didn't get a kill on anyone important, you had the Marcy immediately take it down. I don't think he popped BKB.
Right.
He just died. So, two of your biggest things just went completely unused there.
Dire's bottom tower is
They
under
still
attack.
hold the lead. And Sanking Gomez still just needs Sven to do it all.
Yeah. I mean, eventually they do start to become like stronger on these other heroes a bit, but it is all the Sven show pretty much, right? Ember's going for this like Shiva's guard build next. He's like very much utility at this point.
Radiant's
This is
It's
the
all
world's best
Leonidas.
pet to edge sword game ever.
Oh yeah. Oh,
60
that's really
attack
nice.
speed reduction
Wow.
versus Marcy, and like every little thing will help. Like just anything to stop these bashes. Oh, this
Jumps
is dangerous.
in. Control. Got him. Rooted. Going to fall. They get the kill on the techies. Yeah, and I mean, on the other side, you look at what Ursa got. Ninja gear, in a way, can be pretty valuable, but as far as finding that jump, but when it's a head-on-head fight, Stonebank, I don't think can stand toe-to-toe with this Sven at all.
That's true. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that they didn't jump in there. I thought that bait were going to go.
Dude, he hits so hard when God's Strength comes out. Now with 25 online,
Yeah.
Sven, like, what do you do?
Dude, what is this damage with this? Like, I mean, like you said, you got the overwhelming blink instead.
Radiant's middle tower.
This damage must be huge.
Having the refresher shard, he is going to unload. Leonidas walking high ground. Dendi pops the ulti. Starts
What do they
sending out
do?
these illusions.
Oh
Jump in.
my god, what a jump play.
Good blink back.
Oh.
Saw what was coming.
Yeah. Because, like, if he blink 4 staffs and then lassos, then he just can't move. And they're just going to, like, he'll just die.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to be able to pull Leonidas anywhere where he can die with his 4,388 HP.
And San King Gomez, they're playing the safe. They force everybody back into their base, then go to push out these side waves.
Yeah, look at this
They-
wave up top. Oh, juicy.
They're doing what they need. And as much as, like, you know, we talk about it all being about Sven, there is still room to grow on the rest of the heroes for San King Gomez. They just do the job of keeping people in place better and better as time goes on. Do you think there's some worry, though, of, like, Dendi eventually becoming a problem? He's going into this AC next. Like, I am seeing that be a pretty valuable solution here, paired together with, you know, Ursa Nullifier and everything.
It again, like, the way that San King Gomez have won these fights, they have been up against it every single time, in my opinion. I feel like they have had the harder fight. It's one of those games where, like, a team loses, but before they come back, we say something like before, when they're down so much, we're like, well, they have to win like 5 fights in a row right now.
Right.
And it needs this needs to happen, this needs to happen, and this. That's what's been going on. It's literally, they have to get a good arena off. They need to blow up a core. I think you even said it during the draft. Like, that's how they win this game, and it is happening. It's kind of for both teams, right? We have Lasso into Ursa, and we just have this Mars into Sven. It's San King Gomez that are executing on a similar plan. Oh, wow. That's a pretty tanky Sven, huh?
Radiant's middle
When he has
tower
a shield
is under
room.
attack.
Yeah. And that lasts a very long time. Yeah, that's 6,000 damage or so you need to get through. No big
You
deal.
should just go fight the fountain. Just
Yeah,
see
right.
if he can kill it, you know?
Take a chance, live life. But bottom, play, Funnick. Wants to save BKB, but does eventually pop it there. Down to 6 seconds.
Oh, Lun? Just cancel the TP?
Radiant's top
Okay.
tower is under attack.
All right, everything's cool.
Radiant's top tower
It looked like it was accidental, but I'm not sure. Anyway, they don't stop to grab the Tormentor. They just go away. The Vlad's is done. That is crazy good for Sven.
Whoa.
Io's got it to help out. Best friend.
Leonidas walks in, invis, bait, they're all
Look
by
at
him.
Jubei. Jubei! Big kill.
Caught for the moment. Dead. Does have buyback, though. Can get in this one if they want to take this fight. Root their connection onto 2. Looking for the control. Marcy tries to get away. Stonebank tries to run out of there also. The spear is going to connect, catches him onto a tree, but they take it down. A really good blast off from Techies. Ghost Scepter backs away. Loading TP's out. Oh my God. He almost got away with that one. But they manage to get the buyback out of the IO.
Dude, what is Leonidas doing? Bro.
He is...
Bro, relax.
He is ready. He is very ready, but they see him.
Picking up his bro.
All right.
That was a 6 save. The reactive taser in combination with the blast off is such a good escape option. It's actually just like hitting the eject button in the fighter jet. He is the parachute. And Stonebank
true.
is just getting out of there. Like, he was getting hit onto some trees. And you start to see this BKB wearing down a little bit for Leonidas.
Ooh, bottom. Arena down. Joe backs away. Funnick tries to get out and will be able to. So that's double BKB used, but also Arena. You know, I will say, though, the way this game is going, because there's so long until Roche, I feel like the biggest problem in that fight and the person that's hurt the hardest is Jubei. Having to use his buyback there hurts a lot, I feel like.
It does, yeah. That was a great grab from Soma. He's finally finding some impact after a while. They also immediately used the Nullifier, too, to try and make sure there weren't any additional saves there from the Caudal with the Glimmer and the Force. So great commitment there from Stonebank on the Ursa. I gotta, prayers in the chat here for Funnick. He just lost another Tormentor roll.
Oh, no.
It was to Dendy. I mean, which is fine, but man, I really feel like he just can't use his jump right now.
God.
It would be so helpful. Good
Lasso.
grab again. Stoma coming back in the second half.
This is what they need. This is so clutch. And if they can get away, Spear. Okay, things getting weird. Blink back and out. But yeah, Stoma getting that jump. That's 2 supports dead now and no buyback on the Coddle either.
His Lotus Orb was on the Courier. He'd bought out.
Of invisibility.
And Roche, 23 seconds away from spawning here. It's going to spawn in 16 seconds. It's going to be a fast one, Lyrical.
And it's going to be on Dire's side. So again, the sort of...
This is my guess, by the way. I can read the clock. Just to be clear.
Okay. Well, I mean, no matter what, it's going to be on Dire's side when it first spawns.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, the math checks out. All right, here we go. 16 seconds. Ready?
Now...
Oh my God. Oh my
God.
goodness.
Oh my God, Lodi's going to check it. Dude, does he go in there and check it? This would be enormous. There's
he's
no way
checking.
they expect the instant spawn, and Stonebank's right there. Oh, Bait are gifted 1. That is
no.
enormous.
They were gifted one by Stoma with his lasso kill.
Wow. Unbelievable. That is crazy. That is so huge. What a
Who did you give the
turnaround.
refresher to? I guess Dendy. Yeah, Dendy. Yeah. Oh wait,
Nice,
Funnick.
give it a Funnick.
Ooh, that's actually pretty sick. Because like the double BKB, he needs his BKB to do work.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Dendy can kind of just exist as a flying dragon a bit. Oh, man, what a swing. And suddenly, Bait, they're back in it. And they're sieging with the Dragon Knight Manta. This is legitimately, a push where they don't have to risk much.
Yeah, Ember did just buy a full Shivas. He kept his buyback.
Okay.
He had 50 gold extra. Ducho not doing it yet, though, on the Mars. I'm curious if he's going to try and send his courier out.
Right.
Because he could at least get the secret shop item and then be prepared to buy refresher in the base.
Dude,
For
I
now,
don't know
he's
if-
just going to hold.
I don't think you go high ground here if you're Bait. As much as that was such a huge win for them, there's all these things that can go well. They can maybe even try and siege with DK illusions. If they get jumped and lose, that's it.
Yeah, it's not a friendly place to fight, They can buy back on the side of Sankin Gomez, and they don't have any options on the Dire. I mean, when Sankin Gomez go aggressive, they're going to have recall, most likely available, based on the Spirit Form, of course. They're going to have those buybacks that they can have. Boots of Travel on the Radiant, I don't think they have any other than Dendy. Yeah, it's just Dendy. Maybe Bat will get some soon-ish, but...
Ooh, Funnick caught. Jumped upon by Stonebank, though. The turn is there. Pops the BKB, has to back away, jump forward, once again Jubei, but the stun and the turnaround is there. Jubei lives through it. Stonebank, you're in pretty far, my friend. With the disarm, the slowdown, can they chase him out? This Ursa in trouble. There are no buyback on Funnick or Stoma. And Ursa, he's gonna go down here, most likely stunned and gone. Oh, Funnick went in, and they spotted him. Oh my God.
I actually thought it was going to be such a good target for Bait in their eyes. Because he has the refresher shard. He's got the BKB. And I was thinking, okay, if he survives this can be good for them. But I clicked on Leonidas. Leonidas had a hell of a lot of green auras and no reds. He got some Furious Waves on him, but there was nothing that stopped him swinging. He just started going. And that's it. I mean, he's just going to maul them down. He actually just eviscerates them. I can't believe they're spending their way to another victory.
Yeah, that's
Sun's spending their way.
Sun's spending their way. That is crazy.
Like NA Dota does.
I mean, gem down. That is such a huge win. And now the line is drawn. Go down mid. They know what they need to do. There is no buyback on this Bat or the Marcy. Now, of course, Sankin Gomez don't know this. And Bat does have buyback in 100 gold. There's a bounty rune up top that they could think about, but I think that at the very least, Sankin Gomez are going to try and push to make them respond to this. Surely.
Surely.
We'll have to see. Ursa, buyback is available, but they have the refresher on Mars.
Radiant's middle tower.
Ready to go up, take down this tier 3 tower. How lucky do they feel? Exactly. Trying to slow down Leonidas. Do what they can with this Frost Breath slow. I mean, it is
slowing him a
very
lot.
annoying.
It is
another-
crazy to think this is like a max farm spend right now.
Yeah,
There it goes. Now it's kicking in. The slows are gone.
they're going to pop it. Ready to push in towards bottom now. And of course, getting 2 sets of racks would be a huge win. They're just going to get the one, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
man.
Do you think Jubei's going to get spirits buffed at all, by the way? I mean, I know the IOs have been complaining, but damn, dude. It's so bad.
Level 20, I don't know spirits.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, it's true. The hell does
Like-
it do for you?
I don't know. They're just there.
Oh, God.
Everything else is so much better. I'd rather just have stats.
Look at this.
I mean,
Win probability.
universal.
We're just about at 50-50 here at 50 minutes in. Life and death on the line. Sand King
And
Gomez
another smoke. Oh, Dendy,
Fighting.
Dendy.
shows, jumps. BKB, he's holding it. He's holding that BKB, but the stun there onto 2 in the turn. He's held that BKB for a bit too long. Batrider dead again. Dendy chased down. Dendy under fire.
Fly.
Dendy,
Fly,
he
you
is
fool.
going to go down. Sand King Gomez, they keep finding their way forward.
Through the mines. March through. They're not even hitting them. It's a point of pride. Okay, you can right-click them, guys. Okay, it is stacking magic resistance.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary there.
Just keep an eye on that.
But Leonidas, buyback comes from Dendy, and then the retreat back from Sand King Gomez. Taking it slow, taking it easy, and building up this lead. Unbelievable, Trent.
All right. Any lotuses? How are those looking? Anyone saving some? I mean, I see what? We got 1 on Techie's got a greater healing lotus.
There are 3 down bottom, and I think 5 up top in those fountains.
That's quite a few. It's, making its way to a block.
True. Oh, man. What a crazy game.
Ooh, double bounty rune find. That's nice.
Always feels good. So here's the thing is that I feel like this game very easily could go to the 60-minute mark, get tier 5 neutral items. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends in like 5 minutes, one way or the other. Either team could be done in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Sand King Gomez, though, because all I see is buybacks and a coddle. And I think ram your faces into that Radiant base.
Yeah. They don't have it on Dendy. And Stonebank, he's out of the base.
They're smoking.
He's out of the base. They find one. They jump. They get them both. Marcy's gone. Just like that. Techie's too. He's going to fall. Stonebank, I don't know if he can do this one alone. There are no buybacks on any of these heroes. Only Techies. They don't have a creep wave, which is the one downside. So they're going to run out for the moment with Mars. No, they're just taking the buildings. They don't care. Who needs a creep wave when you got raw power?
Well,
As
they still kind of do.
Well,
It
they're
would be
taking
nice.
racks without it.
It's coming.
They're moving on in.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Stonebank back in the base. But these moments, Sand King Gomez keep finding them, and we are on the verge here of another run back. Mega creeps, they're there. Buyback on Techies, 45 until Marcy's back up. They don't have the gold. The spear
These
connects onto
spears.
both of them. And then the disarm, the stun is out. Techies in trouble, but they set their sights onto those racks, find it there. Megas are out. And the control, the arena is down. Double BKB, it has to back out for a moment on that Ember. But with them all gone for a moment, Sand King Gomez want to close this one out here.
There's no BKB for 15. Phonic will be back. But Leonidas is determined.
Yeah, he just ready to go. And of course, Stonebank, no BKB for 70. They move in. Remnant out. Lone pops another round of it, miss on the spear, but the buildings, they can't dodge away. They cannot get out of there. The jump in from Funnick, gonna throw all their worst. The silence is out, trying to do what damage they can. It's pretty good, but the buyback comes immediately from the Coddle. And now the chase down. Stonebake turns on to Leonidas. Leonidas starting to fall. Wait a minute. They bought back on Coddle, but Zenki Gomez in a little bit of an awkward spot here. They don't want to buy back on the Sven. So they're going to hold.
They gotta get him right here.
Do they lose another? Ember? Remnant? The Abyssal Blade is out. The control is there. And Ember gone also. Hold on a second now.
Bit of chain feed?
Maybe a chance. I mean, obviously, they all have buyback, but you don't want to be giving up kills like this. They are mega, though, and Ancient exposed.
They are indeed. We do need a secret agent mission to get this gem in the Dire base, or the Radiant base as well.
I don't know
But no one has sent a courier yet.
Interesting. Bait, they hold. They hold. If they can hold out 5 more minutes, they can get tier 5 neutrals. And maybe that will convince.
Not buying back. I think that was the right call.
Yeah.
Like, oh, and look how much vision they saw. Actually, I guess it is dissipating. A lot of these wards are from an earlier excursion. They're actually going to lose most of these by the time their allies are back up.
Roche, 50 seconds until it's capable, or until it's going to respawn, actually. And you got to imagine Sand King Gomez are going there.
All right, Bat will have the lasso, which means that Sven won't be safe because he's going to lasso the Io, and the Io is going to lasso the Sven.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good point. The Aghanim Scepter will be done.
Is he going to buy out? Is he going to put it all? He's buying out. Double eggs, also for the Sven. He still has 7,500 gold.
Yeah.
This guy just got it all in checking. Nothing in the savings. He's not letting his money work for himself, you know?
Marcy finally gifted the Aghanim Shard by virtue of that Tormentor.
All right.
And Roche, they are waiting for it. It is going to respawn right now, but they don't go in to check it. Or do they? All right, they do. Yeah, they're going to go get that now, most likely. Leonidas going to head back in towards that area.
I hope Jubei gets a kill with spirits.
Level 2 spirits, yeah.
Yeah.
Level 24 for him. What a crazy game.
Refresher, Roche.
What a freaking crazy game, Trent.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, true enough. So, Funnick and Ursa both have buyback. Zenki Gomez in a very dominant position with these mega creeps. But, you know, the team fights, they're not easy to win, I don't think, for Zenki Gomez.
They're not. Like, just think back at these fights and how they're starting. It's just arena on 2, instant stun, Sven kills them. That's what's just happening. They just keep getting it.
Yeah.
If they don't get these incredible initiations, it's like, yo, Mag, can you just RP 4 heroes? That's basically what's happening. And he's just doing it.
Yeah.
They're just coordinating and hitting these spells.
Oh my God. Playing under vision. Bait wanting to find him before they get to the base. Jubei, he's the one that's there. They spot the Coddle. Lasso there onto both. Do they have the damage that they need? They get the follow-up stun out. And the cheese, it doesn't matter.
To what
That's
cheese? Lactose intolerant.
Dead. 2 dead. Oh, Trent, what are we seeing here? Now the stun onto both of them. They buy back on the Mars, and now the jump in. Leonidas shows up, though, wants to turn the tides of this fight around. Dendy, he's going to run out of BKB soon, and now Stonebake onto him immediately for the control. But do they have enough? Pops the refresher, tries to back in and get away, and Leonidas gets out of there.
Wait, Stoma.
Maybe.
He's still there.
Hex.
Oh, he goes there
Hex is
instead.
out. But look at him. Stonebake jumps into the save. Leonidas, he can't believe it. Jump in, looks for the stun, but the stun comes out from Funnick instead, and he's gone. Dead for 100 seconds. Bait. They will not be denied, or will they? Stonebake turns onto the Ember, wants this kill desperately, but that is going to be enough. Forces out that buyback. Stoma doing what he can. Funnick trying to get on top of him, but do they have the damage? Do they have the control? Dendy looking for the blink, is going to have it in 1 moment. They're saving this Sven's buyback, but pops it now. And the Hex comes out. The control is there. Leonidas on him. Finds 2. And now looking for the 3rd is going to get it.
Oh, get the
So
Mars
that
out.
is the comeback, but it is still scary to go any further. They don't have Io. They don't have Coddle.
That was Mars's dieback, dude. He just barely lived. Oh my goodness, this is insane. The Trickster Cloak magic resistance keeping him alive.
Dude.
What do you got to do here now, Stonebeck? He's got to find some crazy play. He just needs the bash. He just needs it. He's got to get this, I guess, Ember, but he's going to buy back, and he'll be right back in the fight. How do you kill this Sven?
Just like we need to look at the graph real quickly at where we have gone throughout the course of this game. It started again the same way. Bait came out to an early lead, drops off hard. Sanking Gomez fight back till the very end, make it happen. And last time around, Sanking Gomez won in this position. Bait trying to rewrite history here, see if they can force it. We're at 60-minute items. It's coming out. Anything can happen.
Leonidas going to stack up these ancients and then take them.
Yeah.
He is in the know.
He's doing
and
it.
They're even scanning, wondering like, okay, make sure they don't come over here. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Send home the tokens.
What is he at?
It's so weird seeing the tokens. Dude, bruh.
Bruh.
you can't.
My man.
He's like, how do these work again? FPS. All right, guys. So, do you right? I'm just joking.
All right. Do they get any chance to go and find some right now for Bait? Stonebank can, they have to keep these waves shoved out. Somebody needs to buy a Midas, clearly.
All right.
It's the only way.
Best ones, Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield seems insane. Right. Specifically, Sven Mirror Shield would be amazing. He's probably going to want damage, though. But, like, the Mirror Shield, when you have the Aghanims, does anyone else have Ags I'm not thinking of? No, he's the only one, right? Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, no, Ember had the last game. Yeah. Because I was thinking if he can bounce back some of these spells.
So the other thing that could make the difference in this, Ex Machina apparently is the choice, which is pretty freaking good.
Wait, what?
Holy crap.
Wait, did he choose it?
How did he choose it during the pause?
You can do it during a pause. It does that thing where I think it does that thing so where it advances one frame. But yeah, he definitely chose that during the pause.
All right.
But his teammate was 1DC, so it's cool.
Yeah.
We're chill.
Ember, Ags done, coming out to him now. They need to get all their items. And for Bait, you have to go find some. You see Stonebank running out here to the side. He's going to try and clear these up. Obviously, lower chance to get them, but...
Oh, can he go to the hot tub? Is he too scared? He's TPing back into the base. Look how scared he is. They have no idea where they are. I love that play. He's like, I'm not losing this game by running past that creep wave.
It's understandable. Fallen Sky for the Mars.
Okay. So it's 1 second, right?
Yeah. It's a bit of a weird one. Waiting on Ios to see what he goes for. Any others here? Coddle doesn't have one yet. They do have a fourth, but I don't know where it's at yet.
Did they lose it? Can you imagine?
So Coddle, or rather Io and Ember are both deciding what they want to pick up. They have their tokens, but they haven't chosen yet. All right, Io goes for the Stygian. Let's go.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. He's 25.
That is kind of hype.
Yeah.
And Arcanist armor for the Ember.
I wonder if he didn't have Book of Shadows.
I was thinking about Book of the Dead, man.
Also true. I was thinking Book of Shadowing yourselves to just please like
Ember.
survive.
Ember jumped upon, caught for the moment. Do they have the way to save him? So far, looks like they will. Stonebank pops the refresher, immediately tries to turn, take down Jubei. Very tanky on the IO, double rounds there of the arena. Funix back into this one. Stonebank running low. I don't know if he popped his items early, but his BKB is wearing off. Doesn't have Enrage either. He's under control, but the turn loading there for the save, but will it be enough? The turnaround stun there onto two. Sven, he can't hit anybody, but pops the BKB, turns to fight now, takes down Stonebank, gets him gone. That is a dieback. And with Ursa gone, surely this is what they needed to end the game. Funnick wants to turn and do it all on his own, but he does not have the damage. The spirits are flying, and we are going to go to a third round, Trent. Unbelievable. GG is called. Run it back.
Oh, man, when they got that rush in 20 minutes, I thought it was over. I thought it was done.
Oh.
I thought no one could do this. How could they win?
Unbelievable.
Oh, let me see these faces.
I don't know if they're look at Lundy's like, God dang it. This is great. I love this. Oh man. And I am curious to see what Bates, maybe they can get in like a nap during the first game of the series or something. Who knows? Oh, Trent, we are blessed today. We are very much blessed. I was gonna stream.
I was gonna sleep. I was gonna be all responsible and stuff, but I would much rather be doing this. I'll tell you what. Oh, tiebreakers. Wow.
Tiebreakers.
There was a game that did happen. It was an hour and 2 minutes. It went up, down, left, right, pretty much every direction you could imagine. Who would you pick as an MVP?
I think it has to be Leonidas. Yeah, just
fair.
for that one play that you were talking about, even where he held that Shadow Blade for so long. This play right here.
That was crazy, but think about this. How did he get to swing in every single fight?
Just by
That right there, Ducho. That right there. These arenas. Okay, remember? Like, they all enable Leonidas. They make him look good. No human should be able to hit this many arena spears on Mars. Do you guys know how bad Mars is? Do you guys ever see this hero? Do you know why you don't? Because he's bad. You remember that one time he missed a spear and they almost lost the game?
It's true.
On Dendy in the mid?
You're not wrong.
And then, did he miss another spear? The answer is no. He did not miss a spear after that spear. I can say with 60% what's certainty. That's the word.
Confidence interval.
Yeah, confidence interval.
Well, things got crazy towards the end. I'm down to take Mars as the MVP. That sounds fair enough to me. And I think the thing about this is that it's going to get even crazier. This third round.
Oh, look at this. Look, what's that? What's that?
Bam.
Tell me what that is. Another one.
True. Super impressed. I think that this is where, to be honest, I think I'm favoring Bait in this final round here, because I think that there's something to be said for like that sort of captaining mentality.
Plot armor? What are you going for here? Like, bro, they're losing. They just lost.
I know they lost, but I think that there's a tenacity, something about it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. Maybe I shouldn't call who it is that's going to win the whole freaking thing at the start of another round. But this has been a crazy one. Here's
my opinion on this game. If Funnick had have gotten that shard instead of Stoma, they win this game.
Wow, big.
That's my opinion. He did so much better once he got the shard. He hit so many more jumps that were impactful and controlled the Sven in important moments in that game. But by the time he got it, it was too late. Didn't matter.
Look at this. This is a moment where I thought the game was over too, and then it just wasn't. Came back in, hit a couple. Mars living on nothing. Insanity.
Yeah, this was crazy. That was his dieback.
That's so
barely
nuts.
lives. And then this IO save, Jubei, shoutouts. Played a great game with the IO. Can't be forgotten here. That was a nice save. Comes in, gives him a big heal, then they target the IO immediately, and he's like, see ya.
I wasn't sure, but it looked like Stonebake might have used his refresher early in that last fight also. I mean, obviously, these games, it just becomes so insane in the late stages. It's hard to keep track of everything for these players to get everything done. But what a freaking showing.
Dude.
And what else?
The Svenags, that carried hard in that late game. When he had the no boots and he couldn't move and he went to Strength Blink.
True.
It really came down to that Aghanims. That did a hell of a lot of work for him.
Unbelievable. Well, Trent, I am drenched in sweat.
Good.
So I think that we're waiting for these highlights to replay. But before this next game, I'm going to need to go change my shirt. And I'm sure that these players are going to need a little bit of a break too. We still have some more time before the next round is going to start back up. But we are playing them tonight. We are already in the lobby for the next one as we get ready for this action to unwind. And to be honest with you, in these crazy late game scenarios, in these best of ones, this is the type of Dota you're going to see. People are going to get freaked out. People are not going to want to push high ground. It's going to go to 60 minutes. We got 3 more of these under us. You ready, Trent?
I sure as hell am. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of TI Dota. I would say if there's anything that North America Division 1 tiebreakers towards Division 2 reminds me of, it's TI Dota. It's total chaos. It's basically of the same caliber.
Absolutely. I love it. Big fan. 3rd round. I normally don't get to do a bunch of rounds of tiebreakers. I'm pretty stoked about this. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is nice. And someone's going to be getting a call right now that's like, listen, there's a chance that
Right.
Someone's getting woken up. Either that or we'll just keep going.
To be
Either way,
honest,
it's fine with us.
I think that probably the players at a certain point aren't going to be able to do anymore. But you can see right here, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Pacific time. We are continuing these on right now. And when I say right now, I mean in about 10 minutes when we are back from the break. So we're going to head off to a break. And when we get back, we're going to run it all back again. See you then.
Pistachios.
And welcome back, all you wonderful people out there in the Dota 2 world. Trent, I got some questions for you. Is this the one that they've been waiting for? Is this the moment? Is this what Suns fan was warning us about? You can go over to his stream right now, I'm sure, and ask him. But Trent, we are actually,
Yes.
I thought the game was going to start, and then the lobby just crashed. Oh my God, no.
Yeah, it wouldn't be third round of tiebreakers if the lobby loaded on the first try after going live.
True.
That would be crazy.
But we do have a third round of tiebreakers that are happening. A rare thing. I think that it's only happened 2 other times, if I'm not mistaken, and it's always ended after 3. It's never gone to the 4th round. Unless I'm wrong about that, and somebody can tweet at me and tell me if I'm wrong about that.
Which we probably are. Who knows?
But I'm just going to say it with confidence, folks. That's how you get places in life. Just lie.
Yeah, relentlessly.
Yes. And viciously.
I'm like scrolling. I mean, we got time now, so I'm just like going back and scrolling through them all here.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I see a lot of multiple rounds in S. I'm just going through SA because I just assume it was in SA. Seems like a safe one there.
There were some more that happened in Western Europe, obviously, in like the early tour. I think Tour 1, Western Europe went to 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that.
That's right. Yeah. That was pretty good.
That one was particularly crazy because we were covering China at the same time. So you'd go from like Western tiebreakers that ended at like 1 in the morning in Romania and then like be up at, 6 in the morning the next day. That was a crazy one.
That's good. That's good stuff right there.
But no, this one, I think this is going to go the distance because I think we're getting a 4th round. I think it's going to happen.
You think we're getting 4?
Yeah, I think so. And also,
I think this ends.
Really, what do you think is going to be the end? What's
Okay.
the final moment?
At first, I thought Alpha just 2-0. They just went first and second. But then I rethought and I used my brain
Okay.
for the first time in many years.
Nice.
And what's actually happened is Sankin Gomez is going to win because then it doesn't switch the order, right? Then it's still Alpha versus Bait. And then Bait's going to win, and it's going to be Sankin Gomez versus Bait in a best of 1
Right.
for all the marbles. Those marbles being staying in Division 1.
Radiant team
That's what's going to happen.
That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. So you think that Sankin Gomez, after taking L's all day to Alpha, are going to buckle up their straps? They're going to buckle up their boots and lift themselves up and win?
10 seconds
Like the
remaining.
bootstraps of Coddle on those cowboy boots.
Okay.
He does have cowboy boots,
Oh no,
Feel like we don't talk
gonna
about that
mag
enough.
boy. Oh, really? Cowboy boots, huh? Yeehaw!
You know who loves cowboy boots? The cowboy. Oh, it's beginning. Cowboy
Yeah.
boots. Ember.
Who's that? Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
So I assume that's what they're considering here. Is all right. Well, what if we go
5
Mag
seconds
Silencer?
remaining.
Will they want to pick Ember?
Right. Yeah, I mean, all of those normal combinations start to feel a little bit worse with this, right? You'd be thinking about the Pango too as one of the possibilities, but one thing that is left in, it's the snake.
What's that?
The snake lady. They didn't
Dire
ban her,
team
Trent.
ban.
You know what? Oh my God! It's the snake lady.
The snake
it's like
lady.
you're like a snake charmer. You just made her come out of the ground.
Ban.
All right. So for context, this is in case you're just tuning in. Good morning, C fans. Welcome. Nice to have you. It is a pleasure for you to be joining us at North America. I know you don't always get to, but welcome. We have had at first it was the Storm Spirit tiebreakers. Storm Spirit won the first 4 games straight. And then in the 5th game he lost, and then he got banned in the first phase for game number 6. Medusa has been banned in the first phase, unsurprisingly, in all 6 of the first tiebreaker games.
Yeah.
But has now made it through. Now, I was talking a lot about Storm and his
Dire team
shenanigans.
ban.
Please keep note, Keeper of the Light has won 5 games straight. He was
That's
not
nuts.
picked in the first one, but he has then been picked in the first phase, be it first overall or he got picked 6th, as in
Right.
like with the 2 pick, and he also got picked to close the round, as in where the
10
Medusa was just
seconds
picked. So wherever he's been picked, he has won.
5 seconds remaining.
And I think that, we talk about the potential here of like, all of the
Radiant
spammy
team
goodness
back.
that you can get with an Ember or what have you. But spamming Mystic Snake sounds insane. That sounds crazy. That sounds like a bad time. Alpha, though, I'm assuming that they knew that this was possible. I did see somebody make a face that was like, ugh, right before the Medusa was picked. So I'm hoping that wasn't, oh God, we didn't ban Medusa.
5 seconds remaining.
And that they knew that this was possible, because there are a lot of opportunities here, right? You've got Mag that's going to be played, so you can build like some Agi hero that goes into a Diffusal Blade, and then you're getting really good value there. Maybe that's what they're looking for.
Maybe, but don't we know there's 3 heroes that Medusa doesn't like? Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, there's 4. Pango counts. I'll put Pango in the category of being a pretty good counter.
Okay.
Pango, okay. But our main 3, Anti-Mage, Darkseer,
Yeah.
and Shadow Demon. Now, Silencer Shadow Demon sounds like a pretty disastrous support duo. Don't get me wrong. But versus Medusa, if they go back for like a Bloodseeker or something on their own team for Saint King
Right.
Gomez, maybe there's enough value. I don't know. We've seen that Shadow Demon versus Medusa, and it just ends her.
Yeah.
She's so sad.
Do you like the idea of taking a Shadow Demon here for San King Gomez themselves? I mean, I also don't know how much they play that hero in NA right now, but it feels like it could be pretty good. Purge off the shield crash, take off in power.
You know what?
What's that?
Wait, who had the Rubik banned? Was it Alpha's Rubik that was banned? It was, right? They're not
Yeah.
the Rubik. Yeah, Alpha are the Rubik players. I was gonna say, because if they were real Rubik believers, it is a pretty sweet Rubik game for Saint King Gomez. But that hero's dead, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. And we're gonna
He's
get
going to
Tiny
sleep.
instead.
He's going to sleep. Oh no, it's getting late. Leonidas, wake up. You got to play some Dota. He's like,
5 seconds.
guys, I'm done. You picked me my hero. I'm going to bed. I play Medusa.
Yeah. Medusa, I sleep. One time I was paneling and I fell asleep, and they came back to the camera with me still asleep on a remote broadcast.
no.
And Jack,
He's like, what? What? Clockwork.
Clockwork. My
Okay,
lane?
good.
Yeah, okay.
Looks good. Okay. That's
Yeah, all right, that's fine.
Oh, no. This poor kid. Oh, Trent, how are we doing this?
10 seconds remaining.
What are we doing to these poor kids? Making them
3.
play video
5
games?
seconds
I know. Well, that's what happens. You just got to close out the series, and then we don't go to tiebreaker loops.
Back in my day, we played Pong for hours. One time, it bounced 6,000 times.
I love
But
that.
I didn't want to lose my quarter.
Now you just sounded like Coddle.
Or Sunspan, one of the two.
Yeah, true enough.
Coddle keeps winning. Who's going to stop him? What are you going to do, Alpha? What is the play here? You got yourselves a Magnus. What are you doing with him? Are you making him 1? Are you making him a 4? Are you making him 5? We've seen quite a few different styles of Magnus. Or are you just going to be boring and make him a 3? If he is a 3, I'd like a 4 that does stack. Shadow Demon.
Sounds
Don't
pretty
pick
good.
Mirana. They're going to pick Mirana and lose. That's
No.
my theory.
No.
Yep. True combo.
I don't know if I believe it, to be honest with you.
Alpha were the Sky pickers. They picked Sky earlier. That looked all right. They did lose that game, but I wouldn't say Sky was the problem. They just got kind of walked over by bait. Funnick had the greatest Timbersaw game of all time.
Yeah. He was killing it in that one, but had the Coddle there for that extra acceleration, which was also a huge boon to them.
Dire team banned.
Won't have access to that this time. Ooh, that's the other one.
Okay.
Nifty.
Okay.
How nifty
Not
is
a
that,
hero we
Trent?
get to see very often.
It's really
It's pretty
nifty.
nifty-gifty. Yeah. Gets an Aghanim Scepter. Does a little copying. Can be good. Has mobility
10
versus the
seconds
Clockwork. That's
remaining.
always nice. Plus Kid seems a little
5
unsure about it.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a fan. Interesting. Well, that does reveal all of the cores now for Alpha. Still going to be looking for that last support, most likely position 4. Saint King Gomez, they're going to have to reveal their hand before that comes out. So Tiny mid, most likely, with Medusa in that carry position. And then we're looking for a 3 for Saint King Gomez. I mean, Darkseer doesn't look
knew
bad
that.
for them either. That looks
Actually
really
looks good.
nice.
Team banned.
Yeah, he builds. It's getting banned for sure, though, right? Because he builds Greaves, which is very nice, and it's versus Morphling.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no way that gets through.
I will say the lane can be a little bit tough sometimes with Silencer just spamming out the Arcane Curse on you, but he has Clockwork, so he should be fine if they decide to go that way.
Oh, I was thinking of. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that's true.
Although,
Kind of
I
locked
mean,
into that.
to be fair, it could be Medusa with Clockwork too, and then they could put Coddle with Darkseer.
Yeah, I think they kind of have to put that. Is definitely the problem. Is that I think the Medusa and the Clockwork probably lane better together.
Yeah.
You really don't want Medusa Coddle as a lane. I have seen that go
10
so
seconds
disastrously
remaining.
before. I think it has to be the Clockwork. It just plays way better together. So then that makes me less sure about the Darkseer too, because you can't really abuse the Iron Shell and lane that much.
Yeah.
So yeah, the
Underlord?
Mars. Underlord's not too bad. I was trying to think of heroes that like Coddle synergize well with, like Tide.
Hmm.
That
Yeah,
one's
it could
pretty good. It'd be that actually he buys Greaves. He interrupts like RP and stuff too. Don't pick Abba. That would make me upset. We saw some people trying that one lately a little bit versus the Magnus, but there's the Silencer for the double overlaps. That's not too solid.
Right. The thing I'm a little bit concerned about for Alpha is that there is going to be this very strong timing that we've seen time and again with the Medusa getting the Manta done, having that Butterfly done, and how to Alpha deal with that. You've got the pullback from Mag that you can do, but I don't know if they have enough damage to sort of burn through this Medusa with
I'm
like
kinda
all
liking.
Liking?
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the Tide, Tide Meteor Hammer, like you're saying, and you just go. That
Yeah.
seems kind of sick.
Yeah, that could be strong. I'm down. Headshot. I think everybody else heard that too. That's crazy.
I definitely did. I still think Shadow Demon looks pretty okay for Alpha though.
Yeah. It maybe is like not super active is the only thing that's a little scary about it.
Damn, they banned the Centaur instead. Great hero with Medusa, actually.
I think it still could be good. It's not like the best game in the world if you don't get to play with
10
Clockwork, but
seconds remaining.
maybe they feel confident in us in Medusa Keeper that they'd be willing to do it,
5
which
seconds
might be a
remaining.
bait.
Yeah. I don't know.
Radiant
I
team
want to say Tide, but I've also seen Tide just look so sad. No, they're doing it. All right. Okay. Well, now the Purge looks even better. Let's go.
Oh my
All right. It's my pick versus your pick, bud.
Yeah.
My pick wins. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I secretly hope that Darkseer loses. That way he can get buffs. Okay. So I'm
such a
pretty okay
traitor.
with this. I'm pretty okay with this.
Traitor
Now-
to your own kind.
It's true. The one thing that is sick about this is that he is going to be able to run around and maybe even steal some stacks. He is very annoying for being able to steal some stacks.
True. It is a good Darkseer game. He has Greaves versus the Global Silence. He has the replica of the Morphling. Well, I guess, the illusion of the Morphling. Plus, he's a great counterplay to Magnus. If he's not caught inside of the RP, you can very quickly find this, because Mag wants to draw people towards their team, and suddenly there's this, counter vacuum play that comes out. Even if you don't have Blink, we've seen Darkseer be totally fine these days without it because of his high speed, mobility, and stuff. So,
Right.
that can look really annoying. The Shadow Demon is really good versus the Medusa, but you can't just super tunnel vision onto that. It does have some weaknesses. It's really good at making stacks. I think if you're taking advantage of that as well, with the fact that you have a Magnus, that could be solid. So I'm expecting the Mag to get really farmed. I think he's going to need a lot of space this game. And steal... That's what worries me about Alpha's lineup, is the Pango, Silencer, Shadow Demon. What do they do in that stage of the game before they're interacting with Medusa? Because Medusa's
Right.
she doesn't exist at the start.
Yeah.
So as a threesome, that's not the most intimidating. What are they going to
Right.
do? They're going to disrupt into Rolling Thunder and just hope there's stuff to bounce off of? Or I don't really see the big combos. That worries me a little.
Well, we'll see if they have what it takes to sort of make these early game plays happen before Medusa comes online, if they can build up a lead and then also be a counter to her as well. Or if Sanking Gomez is going to flip the script and finally take a win over Alpha. Can they
They're
do
all
it?
chatting.
Let's get into this game right now, because there is a little bit of all chat going on right at the start here. Leonidas says out to everybody, round 3 fight. There's some Ducho spammed as well. Love to see this. Teams are ready.
Respect to Ducho right there. I mean, Tokaya saw that Mars. He's like, oh, my goodness.
You know what is so crazy? We even went so long that we had to get rid of our Swedish obs, and we got the some NA obs in now as well. So that's how long this series has been going on for.
Everyone. We brought one of our own.
He's gonna be killing it. All right, so let's see. Taking a look at the way that these lanes are gonna work out, you do have the mag follow-up skewer after a disruption. Could be something kind of cool to pull somebody into tower range. See if it happens.
So what you're saying is they get put into the void and then they get pulled towards somewhere more dangerous.
Yes.
Seems pretty
Battle
frustrating.
begins.
It's a lot of heroes in the river.
But going to be getting a couple bounty runes.
More than a couple.
Hey.
Triple.
Big,
Woo.
big. Love to see that. So yeah, 3 for 1 on those bounties. Sanking Gomez off to a good start.
Now, I was saying, some of the issues with the little threesome they'll be running around there of Shadow Demon, Silencer, and Pango. I didn't have my chance yet to flame Tiny. Who picks this hero?
Yeah.
This hero
That's a good
loses.
point.
He does not do that well. In his last 570 matches in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he has a 39.5% win rate.
That's terrible.
And
That's
it's
awful.
mostly mid. Yeah, it's quite bad. He's losing a lot of games.
It sounds like it's all mid.
It has not been going swimmingly for the hero. What are the problems on Tiny? He's, in my opinion, he kind of feels like a Dragonite that just doesn't scale the same way. Like Dragonite gets Blink Midas, and then he gets all these like cool things that he does with his ulti and illusions, and in the end, he does a lot of the same stuff. But what Dragonite lacks in damage in terms of his spell combos, Tiny obviously gets. He just gets like massive explosion. But you have to be very consistent, and you have to keep getting kills with the Blink. If you get kills with Blink on the DK, that's great, but you're still going to Midas. If you don't get kills with the Blink as Tiny, your team loses.
Right. No, and the entire thing just from there feels like you can't do anything towards it. Can see some of those illusions already getting spammed out. You know, I'm going to tell you, it's early goings in this one, but I think that your pick is going to be stronger than my pick. If I'm going to be completely real with you, because that Shadow Demon disruption, it is going to wreck Leonidas' day as this game goes later and later.
It is one of my favorite things to watch so far this season. I could not believe how much damage it was doing.
Yeah.
Like, we had a Shadow Demon versus Medusa, and the game. Oh, yeah, and he bought Butterfly. So we got to make sure that doesn't happen, right?
Right. So that was the build.
Bad.
Can't go Butterfly in this one. Have to go like some Maelstrom or something else like that to try and not make your illusions unkillable, unless they buy like 2 or 3 Dagons on Sanking Gomez or on Alpha.
Mate, grab it.
Goes down. So first blood taken there. Blessed Kid makes the move. Finds it. Easy as can be.
Keep it simple. Set up, skewer, done. And how's this mid lane going here as we're taking a look here? Pretty even. I mean, it's Pango versus Tiny. This guy's got a tree. This guy's got random little swashy buckles all around. Using the shield crash early too here.
Radiant structure.
No points in the lucky shot at level 4. I tend to just getting some big old damage here. And he's really hitting. We got one more bottle charge as we approach the 4-minute water runes here. Down bottom. How's your Darkseer looking?
I've been keeping my eye on him a little bit. You know, he's getting his farm. He's more than I was fully anticipating. And the help from 9 definitely is pretty important. But, you know, Morphline's going to free farm. That's what definitely is feeling like is going to happen here.
Do you have any tips for him as an expert Darkseer player for when he watches this VOD?
You know, not that many. No, I don't.
Nothing
as a
yet?
matter of fact.
Or like,
No,
you don't
I'll
wanna...
let you know, though. I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. Or did he have to pay for that? Is that like...
Yeah, exactly.
Is that coaching?
Yeah, that's
okay.
coaching. Don't worry. You can hit me up. My DMs are open.
Yeah, okay. You can find him in the coaching tab if you guys just open up your client. Lyrical's just chilling there sometimes. Darkseer only. He just reports anyone that's not playing Darkseer.
It's like the worst bat signal ever.
You just join. It's some like brand new player like Chris made. You'd be like, well, first things first, I'd probably just like abandon and pick Darkseer.
Let's try again.
Call me then.
Well, you know, one hero that is hoping to get off to a better start than this is going to be Leonidas. You know, he was taking a little napski before the game started, and right now only 15 last hits. They're doing a good job of sort of harassing him, making him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, he slept through a wave. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. DX?
DX.
Oh, no.
Not again. All right.
Oh,
so
right. Alpha was the team.
yeah, we have lore now. These tiebreaks have been going on for so long that we have lore. So what happened before is that Alpha had some disconnects. Unfortunately, they had 3 players that were disconnected at the same time every time, multiple times versus Bait. They did go through all their pause time, and then Bait graciously gave them 5 more, and they did manage to get back in time and stabilize, and we didn't have any problems other than 2 pretty long pauses.
Right. But in that time, as you're mentioning, it was Bait that had to give them the reserve time, up to 15 minutes of it. And you obviously get new reserve time every game that's played because it's basically a whole new series that's being played. But if the games start to go kind of long, there is some concern here that Alpha might have trouble getting their whole team playing together with them. We'll have to see.
Already back. That's good. They got to budget this time wisely. They got to hurry. Yahweh!
Some other lore that people might be interested in. My Mexican food never came.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys missed out. You missed the lore.
Yeah.
On that long break.
Leonidas? Oh, that was a lot of damage. 5 stacks up. Yeah, they delivered the wrong order to me. So rip.
Yeah.
But still fine. As we do see Leonidas take a lot of damage from that Shadow Demon. Already just the Shadow Poison building up. But not
You're
that
not
many
gonna-
stacks yet.
You're not going to tell them the whole truth? What happened?
Radiant's courier.
I don't care. They're fine.
It's fine. No, it's just dark lore. I mean, Suns fan probably would have told them. That's fine.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Where are my stacks at? How many stacks do you get
Okay.
from Coddle?
I was
He's
gonna
got
wait
good
for
stacks.
I was gonna wait that
Yeah.
one out as long as I could.
Yeah, stack. What about Radiant side there? No stacks.
Not
no
so many.
stonks, indeed. And well, the stacker is away. The offlaner will get hit a little bit, and we got a TP mid there. Unfair things happening as the support comes to refill the bottle.
That's right.
Very cruel.
9 is building up another round of them also, though. And again, you get a couple of points pretty early here. And actually, he is going to have that one blocked out. So 9's going to need to get the D word in the middle of that campament. Avalanche. Juve picks up the Arcane Rune there on the top side of the map as the roll comes out, but pushes the Tiny to the low ground, and he TPs away. So keeps himself all fine and surviving.
That was nice recognition there pretty quickly. I'm just like, oh, nice. You know, I'm just going home. No support's filling my bottle. I'll do it myself. Didn't get the rune anyway because Jubei was forced to take a top before he get disrupted. Braxy makes a nice play to go in and steal that bounty rune, though, as Jubei was just going back through there.
Yeah.
So well done. Leaves a ward, and Jubei not going to plant one down, thankfully, on top of that.
Well, the other thing that's coming up now that we always love to talk about is going to be those 7-minute runes. And we'll
Shadow
have-
Demon stacks into runes.
Yep. 9 is going to realize probably in a second here that his camps are blocked out. Oh, no, he got the D word on it already. All right, so he's good. So another round of stacks. I mean, well, he missed the Ancients, but that's fine.
Is it? It's not fine, by the way, just to be clear. Definitely not fine. Shadow Demon did not miss the Ancients. Well done.
Big.
That's my hero right there.
Braxy gets
And-
the rune too.
Yeah, they both just stack, get runes. Blessed Kid kind of has to chill for a little bit here. Doesn't have the support help. Jubei is busy pulling though, so he can't pressure. And he's doing great on the CS. I mean, all 3 of the alpha cores here, top of the board.
Yeah.
A decent lead over these heroes here. Coming from
my
Saint
God.
Gomez.
Down bottom, they're again a little bit frisky on Ducho. You got to be careful there. Does get Shadow Demon caught, and another waveform back up in 3. Vacuum, no follow-up. Going to end up falling and losing some of that int to Silencer. Always hurts on this hero.
Yeah, that head's going to get a little bit duller. He's at the early point there in the glaives.
Dire are
Oh, and the worst part of all is that 9 was there helping and not stacking.
It's true. True. Well, 2-0 start, 8 minutes in, not that much action. But another rune picked up for Jubei as Rune goes to farm up the jungle a bit more. It's going to be interesting to see what they try and do with this lineup here for Sankin Gomez, because obviously you want to make space for Medusa and, like, you know, try and fight as much as possible, but you still probably need that Blink Dagger on Tiny. It's hard to make a play with just a Surge.
He's Braxton got a lot of that farm. I mean, he's trying to do the arcades, which is sick, but I mean, yeah, you are right though. It is all on Tiny. That's why he needs runes, right? I mean, Jubei is trying to help him secure them, but unfortunately he can't give them off to the Tiny. DD
Right.
doesn't help that much anyway. It's not a big loss, but Invis or Haste is basically a free kill. You just TP to a lane and someone should die every time.
Well, they are bringing 3 heroes to the top side now, hoping to get at least some solid pressure onto this tower. Already has the Vanguard completed on Mag and pull Jubei back in a little bit closer, but the Hogs are going to be there for the disruption to start. They bring in 9. Unitas
Oh, this is a good
nearby.
setup.
Lund, avalanche toss, hits onto both of them. Bless Kid in a little bit of trouble here. Does not have a skewer for 10 seconds. Tries to TP out. Does he have a way to do it? RP catches onto all 3. But then the slowdown and the kill. So not what you want to see if you're Alpha, Sankin Gomez. Making it happen early here.
That was very ambitious. I think his skewer was coming back soon, if I'm not mistaken, so that's why I went for it, but then he was out of mana, I think is what happened.
Right.
So if that had worked out, it would have been pretty cool, but I guess early RP is kind of hard to make them work anyway. Oh, no. And he disconnected. Yeah, we don't have
Asda.
Funnick to spam at this time.
Asda.
It's not the best time for it to be happening. Obviously, much worse for Alpha than for Sankin Gomez, but I personally hate playing Dota when there are pauses. I'm sure everyone does. And it's not even that I'm upset at the person. Life happens. I get it.
I am.
But yeah, I know you're angry and hateful. But the flow, like the mental, like Dota is the greatest game, and you just all want to keep playing it because it just takes your whole brain. When you're like owning a Dota, you have all these little pieces working in your brain. All your RAM is being used the whole time. And then the pause happens, and it's like you come out of like hypnosis. And you're just like, what? Where am I? Oh,
True.
what rune's coming up next?
Yeah. And it's so much, again, by feel, like you're talking about, that, you know, even if you sort of intuitively know the numbers of what time things are happening, it's that feel gets thrown off a little bit.
Oh, yeah. That drives me crazy. Go, sorry. You know.
So it goes. Oh.
Oh. Maybe someone wasn't quite ready there. I don't know what that means.
Preguntare. I think
Google
that
it.
means.
Do you think he also didn't get his food order and they accidentally sent him Arby's for free?
I don't
Is that what that
think
means?
so. No, I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
that's
Just
what that
checking.
means. No, I don't think anybody knows what you just were talking about either. I don't know what you mean. So here's the problem. I know limited Spanish. According to the Spanish that I know, that means question king. Which I don't think is what that means, what he just said.
I think it might be a song thing.
Yeah. Probably. We probably just shouldn't speculate anymore.
No, I think we will. It's
Okay,
been
cool.
Yeah, we're on tiebreakers. You're right. It does say question kick when I translate it. Wow,
I told you.
your schooling's done wonders.
Yeah, but that clearly, although you know the thing is that
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Hold on. Sorry. Morphling's dead. Right here. Here it comes. Oh, he zigged when he should have zagged. He thought he was in the hot tub.
Big
wait,
living.
wait, spotted. Oh, but he's out of Invis now. Okay, yeah,
Big
never mind.
living. Oh, in some trouble. And there it is. The disruption. It's going to have a little bit of extra duration, but no, it won't be enough. The vacuum into nothing. Dude.
And they even saw the Tiny rotate back out of their bottom jungle thanks to that ward and go back towards mid. So they
Right.
even know that Tiny was wasting his time in the bottom half of the map, and that makes you feel even better about killing Darkseer. Like, they were
Right.
trying to set up to kill your Morphling, and you turn the tables, And their mid just wasted all their time. And their power rune that they finally got.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, it
tower
feels
is
bad,
under
man.
attack.
It hurts.
Radiant's middle tower
No,
is
this
under
is
attack.
going to be a little bit dicey here. What they try and do at this point, because like Jubei wants to initiate, but finding a good target, it's like you go on silencer. Does that even matter? So he's going to try and get him with the cogs. Doesn't have that many ways to run these heroes down, and just going to pop the Shadow Demon ulti and in trouble. The best news they got is that the courier for Pango died.
Radiant's top tower is
Well,
under
they saved their
attack.
tower.
True.
And they might hold this territory for 14-minute wisdom runes. Those are all good things.
True.
Coddle has just drawn a line saying we are moving through here and farming everything.
Yeah. I like
So
that.
they're going to try and farm these guys up here and I guess just get to Greaves.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
what do you think 9 should do?
on the coddle?
Yeah, also, what am I missing here with these boots?
This is they do like the disassemble trick because like if it breaks you have lower movement speed and there's something else with it. I don't remember.
Oh, I know, but he's just like so low in HP right now. I would think that he'd want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Anyway.
sure.
Because like we've seen a lot. I guess he just goes like Glimmer is pretty good. Force is pretty good. Hookshot's
Hookshot?
pretty good.
Jubei. Some trouble. They missed the wall though, so no Morphling illusion, and I mean that's just a dead Darkseer again. Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem. Trent Avatos though he waveformed into the wall.
Dire's middle tower
Okay. It's getting late, Trent. It's getting a little late.
Dire's
Man,
bottom
he needed
tower
that
is
one
under
bad. That's blank gold.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
Dire's
gifted.
courier has
Why
been
not?
Yeah. Oh, he didn't actually get the kill. So I guess he was close anyway. He only got a little bit of gold from that assist. Only 120. But just being involved there, very helpful. And that is a Manta. Okay. Oh,
He
no.
disconnected.
He disconnected.
He disconnected.
I hope someone's warming up their Magnus here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you have play it? Oh, it's definitely
I thought-
Silencer.
I think you.
What are you talking
Don't they just sub you in?
Okay. No, playing with 4 players is probably better than putting me in, if I'm going to be real about it. Especially with
Yeah,
the
that's
Silencer
fair.
in the game. Just put him back in Fountain. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Just press R.
There it is.
You got to get him levels though.
Fair.
You got to get rid of that 100-second, 6-second duration.
Yeah, that one's nice. That one's good.
Wow. All right, so this is so frustrating to play into because this is such a crucial part of the game. All these timings matter so much. We're about to go for Wisdom Runes. Tiny just bought a Blink. He's going to want to smoke it on the map and go for kills. Hookshot's back up in 12 seconds. So they also have 2 obs and 2 sentries on Jubei right now. So if I'm him, I just want to smoke with my Tiny. He's already smoked. He's just trying to do a solo warding mission right now, actually. But I
Yeah.
just want to get in there and get some good wards down.
Yeah.
So that my Tiny is going to have a good time. So where does my Tiny want to go? My Tiny wants to farm where the Morphling... my Tiny wants to go where the Morphling is farming. That scan just sniped exactly where Morphling TP'd to. Now they're going to see
now.
him on the wave.
I mean, he does a lot of damage to that Darkseer. This guy hurting at the moment.
Jubei. Secret Agent Jubei. Oh, he's warding first before stealing the Wisdom Rune.
Nice.
Now does he get out? Oh, he has no TP. Okay, he has to hide.
Hiding. Secret
Oh.
hiding, man.
Oh, Wisdom Rune, or the Watcher.
Does he see him? Yep.
He will
Hello.
now.
Yes! Yes! Oh, that's so sick. Let's fucking go. That was awesome. That was the best thing ever.
Oh,
Jubei,
he's
get
rolling.
out of there. His cogs back up soon. He's getting away. Steal, you don't know what's
Ulti for
coming.
me?
All right, he's dead. That's fine. Space created, honestly.
bottom tower
Yeah, take him on a walk. You're good. Pop your stick. You're good. Get out of there. No.
I thought I might pop it and try and make it to the camp.
Dude, that was great. Oh, man. Love to see that.
Galaxies of space being made here by Jubei.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Whew. All right. 15 minutes in. Making space for their Medusa.
Dire's top tower is
Waiting for
under
this Tiny to
attack.
have his chance. Here it is. Oh, they're going to find him.
Ava, toss. Dead? No! Living! Chase? Possibly? Has the wall, can drop it down, pushes him through, and another toss.
He's
trying
moving.
to find the finish. They get him. So global down. It was enough damage.
They needed every little bit there. Worked their way through. That branch was raindrops. I think he lives. Actually, that was his raindrops going up the tinies, but that was very
toss.
close.
Alpha. The pushback.
Nice harpoon.
Tries to kill him off. Do they have enough? RP onto 2. The Ion Shell still doing some damage, but not enough. The hook shot not really connecting for the hit, but now the vacuum pulls them all back into it, and Jubei doing the damage that they need. He's Ion Shell too. No, he's not. Never mind. Just his own little clockwork man.
That was pretty sick, though. Not only does he save his Darkseer and get him out, he turns and helps ensure the kill onto the Pangolier. So a worthy sacrifice there. Could have been worse, but they still get a good kill onto the Tiny, who is, of course, very much needing to snowball in this game. And he's currently the lowest of the cores. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities this game. All he has to do is get kills. That is a problem with mid-Tiny.
Yeah.
You know, Darkseer is taking up stacks and farming them. He's got a Medusa who's taking up stacks and farming them. Not easy.
Not a simple task by any stretch of the imagination.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this whole time, too, you're sort of thinking, like, okay, if he doesn't get off the ground on this Tiny, what does our mid game look like when Medusa's getting hit with this diffusal blade coming from Pango? It's getting there pretty quickly. And of course, Morphling later on going to be thinking about that Aghanim Scepter. Big problem.
I will say it is kind of annoying. Oh, Braxley looking pretty dead. Oh,
Toss back onto the clock. Got him caught. Disruption keeps him alive for a moment. Ion Shell on 1. Do they have any extra damage here? Ooh, pull back. Pulling his illusion. Jubei, Chase, hook shot. Connects. And Blessed Kid in more and more trouble. Steel comes in to try and salvage a life, but then the toss 9 right on top of Blessed Kid. He's in trouble. So they get that finish onto the Meg, and Sankin Gomez, they found their mojo.
man, great chase downs here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I do think this comes back to this idea of just like how much easier it is to play with their heroes
Yeah.
compared to the. I mean, the Mag is doing a lot of work. He's trying very hard with his early harpoon. He is making the most of it, but the two supports just don't offer a whole lot. And I think the itemization for Braxy is very hard this game because you want to go Aether Blink, I think, in most games, especially versus Medusa, who's going to be very successful, but Blink versus Clockwork is just so risky. You ever get flared, you just, fight's just kind of over. So has to go for this Force Staff instead. It just means that he can't be this like lurking hero. Because like when you have Blink, you basically guaranteed you get to cast your spells on Medusa, which is the whole point of this hero. But I'll be curious to see how successful he is later on with just the Force Staff trying to do it with the Aether.
Right. Yeah, if he can still sort of find that positioning, because there's a lot of dangerous stuff in this game that might catch him randomly. You've got the Pango spells. There's, the other team. What am I talking about? Clockwork.
That's the one. Tiny, There's a lot of random damage everywhere.
True enough. And of course, the big
Dire's
one.
top tower is
The
under
vacuum.
attack.
Well, he's going to try and make some more illusions of his own there with the
Radiant's
potential
bottom
normal
tower
punch.
has fallen. Dire's
Oh, yeah.
top tower has fallen.
I mean, it's pretty huge. In terms of damage output, everybody thinks about like creating the illusion, but the big thing with this Darkseer Ags is that if you get max range, it's 450 damage on
That is a lot.
9-second cooldown. It's crazy.
Reduced by Coddle.
Yeah, and you just spam it.
Punch it.
Punch. Get an Echo Saber. Make it happen.
All right, slow down.
Dire's top tower
Dude,
is
I did
under
have a build
attack.
for a little bit. The Harpoon Darkseer. He's universal,
Hey, that's honestly, I'm sure it's fine, frankly.
The other thing, too, is that he has one of the highest stat gains for universal heroes with the exception of Void Spirit. Only Void Spirit's higher than him. It's
He
disgusting.
also has one of the coolest attack animations, so it makes it even more worth it.
Feels good.
He's just chopping people. Best one is the PL kick, though. That is, I think, that's my favorite one in the whole game. That was just so
Very
sick.
Braxy. Oh my god, he's smoked. Dude, if he dies right now, oh my god, he's gonna die. Braxy used the smoke for this. No!
Is Braxy stuck in a well?
Braxy's done.
Oh, that's gonna
just in the
poison
game.
the water hole.
Oh, but look at this. Steel. Cutting waves.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is indeed. Uh-oh.
Doesn't get it off in
good.
time. So Steel will manage to TP out.
Okay, nicely done. Cute play. Has this turned into a Medusa game now? Leonidas has gotten the space. He's had the time. There is the Shadow Demon, so this is where it certainly comes into play. Shadow Demon basically has been a stacker so far this game.
Right.
What we want to know is how much can you do
Is under attack.
to get your chance to actually copy this Medusa? But
Oh.
can you survive a fight? What's up?
They're also swapping up the build for Darkseer. He's going Crimson Guard instead.
I do think that's better than Eggs. I think
Yeah.
Eggs was very ambitious. I feel like just pushing and rolling this game is way better than going Eggs.
Yeah. Apparently Crimson's still a good item. I mean, particularly like you're talking about those Medusa illusions. Like it actually kind of mitigates the counter that is Shadow Demon in a way.
Yeah. No,
Hook shot. Push back. Banish. But Braxy in trouble yet again and going to drop. King Gomez doing good work, but Blessed Kid, he says, I'm done with y'all guys' stuff. I'm going for high ground.
Tower is under attack.
he just like saunters away.
Is under attack.
It's just such a aha. It's not very often you see someone just hitting a tier 3 at 22 minutes, but he just refuses to give up his push up here.
Well, Trent. Argus has it. The Aghanim Scepter on Morph.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, he does, and Pango also has it too.
Yep.
So this is a big spike for them right now. Global's ready. They got Harpoon with their RP. I feel like they could go for something. Maybe they're waiting for the Roche engagement there from King Gomez.
Right.
It is King Gomez's Roche to control because they have the clockwork. Obviously, they're the ones who should know whenever it's going down.
right.
How good are they actually doing that? I mean, they're pretty good at this point. Deuce is huge. They can just roast whenever. They have Solar Crest.
Sounds pretty good. That's what they wanted to go for.
Those are the flares. Yeah, it's flying out now. Scouting that
Yeah.
Roche. Because Radiant can also do it. Of course, they have Morphling. They have Empower. You know,
Yeah.
This would go very quickly in their favor. Who is better at fighting around the Roche pit? Caudle is very solid when the ulti is up, when you're just like shooting out these Illuminates and just like having to heal people and stuff. Very good. Clockwork, of course, nice. Darkseer, I mean, damn, they have a lot. And Mag has no blink, too. It really comes down to the global timings.
Careful, careful. They're running in. Wanted to take this fight. Medusa breaks on it. Thinking about going. The jump in. Avalanche is pretty good. Looking for the follow-up vacuum. Only on one. And he got the global off. But they get the Morphling illusion. Now turns. Tries to take him down. Out of mana on the Morph. RP onto 2. Do they have the damage that they need? They're in Medusa form on this Morphling. He has so much stolen stats. But then waveforms into the wall. Not so sure about that one. Medusa trying to stand her ground. 4 staff gets away. 9 gonna be caught for the moment.
illusions.
Steel in trouble. And yeah, the illusions, they're starting to rack up the damage. Leonidas in trouble. Pulled in. Killed off. Alpha taking their spot in the top of the Roche pit.
Oh, he tipped him.
Oh my god.
Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Don't believe those numbers. Those are fake numbers. The damage is much higher.
It is very much higher than that. Oh man, and now they get it. Aegis in hand. That Morphags did a lot.
It did. Yeah, he kind of got in, had to back his way out a little bit. How about, like, Tokaya barely getting off that global, too, before the buy. Did have buyback. Shout-outs, by the way. Any silencer, position 5, that does not have buyback, I despise you. Always have buyback. It's global. Just have the damn buyback. But it's at their outpost, who immediately gets back in the fight. He's spamming his spells. But we saw the counter. We saw it come into play big time. Make illusions, they do big damage.
Right?
We talk about like the butterfly being bad because obviously you can't clear your illusions. The Scotty, obviously not bad, but it is hilarious to see that happen. Like she was
Oh, yeah.
being slowed.
Blessed Kid trying to help out Takaya, but ends up losing his life there. Jubei gets the kill and then is dead. So the rest of them head away. Still only 3K gold difference between these two teams. And there are some other big items that are coming out now. Halberd on the mag is going to be super impactful.
Shadow Demon Aghanim's is also just about finished.
Oh my god.
He's even got some Medusa illusions that they just farmed up the rest of it for him.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
This Ags is crazy. I mean, this is like Shadow Demon 4 in the perfect game feels so broken right now. Because I think in some games it's actually worthless. But whenever there's a Medusa and you have someone that farms stacks, he suddenly becomes one of the best supports in the game.
Right.
Because if you can get to this Aether Ags, like 2 charges every 60 seconds.
Well, and like realistically, it completely destroys Darkseer. Like SD ulti takes away everything that this hero does right now. You don't have Surge, you don't have Ion Shell, you don't have Crimson Guard. Like this hero is just useless at this point. If SD gets ulti on him, it's over.
That's the plan. Him and his little friend too.
Yeah. Trent. Alpha, they have beaten Sand King Gomez 2 times in a row. If Sand King Gomez want to stay in Division 1, they have to find a way to beat Alpha. They have to do that. And so far, they have come up empty, looking for answers.
They're just kryptonite to their Superman.
Okay. Yeah.
Out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Alpha, ready to take advantage of this Aegis, step up, and gonna start to pressure this tier 2 tower down bottom. Could take the Tormentor if they want after the fact.
Man, Steel is almost into the Basher, speaking of crazy good items. These fights are gonna get really high. Like, Dusa is, I mean, Leonid's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor.
Imagine.
Did they snipe it?
My god. Oh my god.
Oh.
No, they got it to Shadow Demon, dude. Life's not fair. It's too good. Brax is having the
Yeah.
greatest game.
Dire's
That's
bottom
crazy.
tower is under attack.
He buys the eggs and then gets the shard. I mean,
Oh, Jubei's mega dead. Yeah. Oh, he
it's so
just
close.
wants the rune. He wants the rune. Oh, he gets it. That's awesome. I love that.
Jubei's out of control.
All right, if they win, he's MVP.
Okay. Sure, man. Not Leonidas or something.
No,
Somehow
definitely
carrying
not.
this game through. Actually,
Definitely
I'll be
not.
down.
Illusion on illusion yet again as Leonidas heads off to the other side of the map, starts spamming right clicks.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, I'll be real. He needs to get something to deal with these. Ooh, that's big though.
That's
the Lincoln
it.
Sphere
That's
is
what
huge.
he's getting. Good thing you have Disseminate.
Dire's
Finding a use for this spell. Sucker.
Well, also the Morphling though. You know, that's going to be the other nice part about it.
That's true. But this is what Disseminate was made for. It's just for popping Lincolns.
Fair.
That's why it has a cast range that scales, because it's balanced.
Okay. Avatos.
Bro, that Tiny did like that wasn't
Nothing.
even half his life.
Yeah, that was nothing. This is a problem. Global is out. They kind of have to fight on this terms now. They can go in for a big vacuum if they want, but the disarm is there for Medusa. Hook shot in, connecting onto the Morphling. Vacuum out, RP interrupted, caught for the moment. Do they have the damage though? It doesn't look like it. It does not look like it, Trent.
Dude,
Trent,
he can't kill the Shadow Demon.
They don't have it. This game is impossible.
He just chased him the whole time, and he's like, I have Ags, man. Like, I'm huge. I got 2,200 HP.
Yeah.
I almost got as much HP as you do.
This guy is a
Get off of
monster.
me.
God, the buff did so much.
Oh, I just hate mid tiny. I hate it. It's like
Mr.
until you
Mag.
get Ags and Crystals, you just win the game. But
Oh no. It's like,
like
please don't leave
Tiny
me.
and Kunkka pickers, man, just get out.
Please don't leave
Find
me.
new
Don't
heroes.
forsake me. Oh. No. No. Very sad. Man. trend. It ain't easy for him here. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, it ain't easy being treesy, especially when you don't have the Agnums for it. So when the volleys come, maybe there's a chance. But that's what it always feels like with mid-tiny. It's like, well, if you get to the Agnums and crystals, it'll do something.
All right, Valve employees, I know you're thinking about nerfing Darkseer, but look at this game. Look at what happened to my boy. Look at what happened. The disruptions. They create illusions of his illusions that are better. Demonic Purge. It takes away everything that he does. It takes away all of those items.
Oh, look
at him.
he's
They
feeding.
run in for more. He's doing nothing. He can't even get away. This poor guy just dies. Listen, this is the real problem here. He needs buffs. Please help him out.
You might be onto something here.
That's right. Oh, I just saw that
Disarms there.
little thing. The king is coming, it says on the ground. It's kind of cool.
I think they're trying to get Sumail for saying King Gomez. That was the whole point on the name.
We needed to change
I
that
guess
out.
he made it to the major though, so it might be busy.
Dude, these SC illusions just took the tower. They just took it. It was like at 1400 HP or something. Oh, that is
more
so
illusions.
sad.
Oh, that's a lot of gold. Ooh, yeah, there you go.
That was nice.
There's the comeback.
Braxy, go get him again. You got disruption up again soon. Well, we are coming up now on the 9th hour of these tiebreakers. And there is still the exact same result so far that we have seen all day. Can Sand King Gomez turn it around, or Alpha gonna beat yet again their kryptonite? Hook shot in. Jubei says, I'm not done with you. Okay, maybe I am. Oh God, he's gone. Just
Max
like
coming
that.
with the blink now.
They're in more trouble. Disruption broken. Tried to pull him in. He'll do it. Leonidas gets away.
Swoops. He also didn't notice the Lincolns yet too. He threw the disruption on the Lincoln's pop. But now he'll know. And alert his Morphling. In case they weren't aware.
9 hours.
9 hours of tiebreakers?
That's right. We're not leaving.
No, we're not subbing
No.
out. Blind the illusions, push them back.
That's right. Never give up, Sand King Gomez. Never surrender.
Eventually, your opponents will get tired or disconnect.
Yes.
Hold the line.
Hold the line.
They've had connection issues. Just draw out the game until you're 5v2.
He disconnected.
That's the play. That is the hope. Usually, I would say that is a joke, but this time it's kind of real.
Ooh, look at that. Braxy got some lotuses.
Okay, all right. Some greater healing lotus there. That's nice.
So
I reckon it's almost rapier time here.
it's 33 minutes, dude. What are you talking about?
I mean, they're going to lose. He must have been rapier.
You know what? I actually am more down for rapier than like some other stat item that makes their illusion stronger.
Yeah, you're just going to lose. You just buy rapier. You're going to lose.
Yeah.
My problem is you can't. I mean, the problem is the silver edge slots in a lot nicer than a rapier right now.
That's true. It does help a lot. All right. Silver Edge, then rapier.
Then rapier. Yeah, we'll get rid of those boots.
I like that. This seems right. Now, the unfortunate part is that they are on Alpha are taking everything away. And he adaptive strikes and then immediately pops the morph. And now Medusa does not have the same amount of stats as she did before.
It would appear that he's simply better than the Medusa because he has Empower and her stats.
Very much better. Like a lot better.
Yeah.
Maybe she can deny her racks. Nope, not going to happen.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There we go.
Disconnected.
There we go. That's what can't go into time.
Time? How much time they got, guys?
What do they add here on the pauses here?
Yeah, how much time we got?
Listen, guys, you got to make a living here, all right? That's
right.
what it takes to stay in Div 1. You read that rule book, you follow it. I hope they got a little stopwatch there on the desk.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Jubei.
He's just doing frames. It's fine.
Okay, that's fair. You want to make sure that PC runs a little faster, right?
Yeah.
Disconnect, reconnect. Or it's a show of solidarity.
That's right. That is maybe what it is. They have the Aghanims on Lund. So
Okay.
Tiny is becoming a hero soon. So that's something.
That
Does
is.
need to get to the Chrysalis for the big deeps, but can be done.
He reconnected.
Get him in.
Can they do it? Dare they dream, Trent, of trying to play at this point? Oh, they got a little tip too. Love that.
I dare to dream of a world where these tiebreakers just never end. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Wasn't there a land once where they flipped a coin? That did happen, right?
I mean, there was the there have been a couple like that, I think. That was Nanyang, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There were just like too many tiebreakers, too many things. But one of them was for like qualifying, wasn't it? It wasn't just like seeding.
Probably.
I don't know. It was something bad. That might not have been a Dota. That might have been something else.
Yeah. I think you're thinking
Yeah, you're right,
Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was the Super Bowl. Yeah, I bet on it,
Yeah. Yeah. Man. This is
you
an
ever do
important thing, though.
Oh, yes. Sorry, we're staying with Dota?
Well, it's sort of, yeah. I mean, because,
Okay.
everybody talks about the North American region and, how it needs to grow and stuff. And I think one of the big problem is that there
We
hasn't
don't have
been...
a Super Bowl ad.
Well, that too. He disconnected. Part of the problem is that some of these teams don't have that much experience. And because this tiebreaker is going to go forever, they're going to have a lot of experience, They just get to keep playing. They have
That's a
infinite
great
experience.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my God. They're losing their mind a little bit. Poor Braxy. Look at him. He can't handle it.
No, he's okay. This is a rare instance where you feel like you're absolutely owning as a support Shadow Demon. So he's just basking in it. He's like, this game going forever.
Yeah.
Well, except for the whole pause time thing. That would be an issue. Jubei has reconnected. That's good.
Very nice. Love to see
Can
that.
I get a Magnus?
One time for the Magnus.
Can I
us
get
in
a
here.
Grandmaster chess player?
What?
No, not that Magnus.
Oh God.
Can I get a great rock climber? Oh, wrong Magnus. Oh, there's the Magnus I wanted. Bless
There
him.
he
That's
is.
the guy. Not Magnus Mitbo. Not Magnus Carlsen.
Nailed it.
This guy.
And we're going.
We're in there.
Dun, 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 dun. 35 minutes. Did the math.
I like
Ready
this.
for that?
Instant smoke. Catch him off guard. Everyone's Dota brain is lacking. Oh, he's vulnerable. Oh, I flared the wrong way.
Oh my God, they scanned him.
Dude, he flares left.
Oh no, he hook shot his butt.
Nobody saw it.
All right.
It's like the butt fumble.
Yep.
Now, speaking of great sports moments, that was great.
Darkseer Iron Shelled that. Okay. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, he just mind showing the radiant creep. It's fine.
Good.
Yep. Okay.
Into the pit. Big play. Ready to
Jubei,
run.
looking for an angle. Protractor's
Find
out.
it.
Still
Rocket
needs
flare.
12
Rocket
seconds,
flare.
though.
Rocket flare. Rocket flare. Rocket flare. Rocket flare. Gets the vision. Ready to jump.
He doesn't have hook. He doesn't have hook for
Alpha.
5.
Gotta be careful. Leonidas showing on a wave. Is vulnerable. Disarmed. Tries to back away. They're morphing. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but the Avatos isn't gonna be enough. No Global is down.
save?
They do have the wall out though, and the RP9 goes down. Darkseer is gone. All the heroes are falling by the wayside. Oh, it's a massacre. Alpha gets another kill on to side of San King Gomez, and now head on back for the pit.
Yeah, great respect there coming out from Alpha. Just leaving the pit, taking the fight out in the open space. It's gonna, you don't want to be in there versus Clockwork. They don't know if the blink, or rather the hook shot's up. The Tiny with that Aghanim Scepter as well could murder them in there. They have the capacity to kill them if they are grouped.
Right, and like you said, showing a lot of respect to the team. I mean, they're taking it very carefully, considering that the Shadow Demon is ahead of the Darkseer and about to be ahead of the Tiny in terms of net worth. They have really
Well, when you put it
respected
like that,
potential.
it doesn't sound so nice.
No, it's a little bit crazy. Braxy is having a good game. Or as they say, GG.
Ah, yes, I've heard people say GG before.
We might hear it again.
I might, yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, this one's tough. This is a tough one. A toughie, as they say.
That's what they say.
Oh, yeah. Ready for more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you lost your top racks, eh?
All right,
that's
just
no good.
ready to go. Buildings start to fall. They have an illusion, but the waveform is in. The break. Oh, the Hurricane Pike, the pushback. Wait a minute now. He still has Aegis for 4 minutes, Trent. But they do find the Shadow Demon. Gets all of his ultis out, but he does die. They manage to find and kill. As they back away, Morphling still is alive. Darkseer not so much. Avalanche onto everybody as Steel rolls back and forth. Jubei down. Jubei dead. Double kill for the Morph. Steel on top of the Dusa, losing all of her mana. Nowhere left to go. Down to the south. They're chasing down that tiny 2
Dire's middle tower
and hoping to do anything, but buildings are falling. This is going to be mega creeps. Most likely the game, barring some miracle comeback here from Sand King Gomez.
Need some disconnects. Fight for the disconnect.
Toss back, finds him, but that just sets up for the skewer. Medusa isolated away from the rest of her team. They find the real one, start beating into her. Leonidas in trouble. Leonidas was sleeping earlier, but he shouldn't have been sleeping on the Alpha Boys as they run down and try and kill this pesky Medusa. Buildings falling, not megas yet. Backs away, no mana. No mana, still big problems. And gonna just wait for that Aegis to be reclaimed. This fight's
Leonidas,
been
wake
going
up.
on. It's so long.
It's time for a game versus Alpha.
Fight's been going on so long that they almost have wall back up. Jubei wants it desperately, but can't quite get there. 1 Rax is all that remains.
Yeah, Shadow Demon did not buy back, guys. He's just here again.
Woo! Damn. Oh God! Oh God! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! He got punched! He got normal punch, Trent!
Sir?
He's dead for 90! Oh, by gum, by gumption, by golly. Alpha, they gotta get out of here. Braxy in a little bit of trouble now. Chase, dead. Gone. The old me's dead and gone, Trent. Dead and
That
gone.
was a little YOLO for Megas, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Plus the kid's just chomping down mangoes over there, getting the old blood sugar up though. Wants to come back into the backside. Catch this wave, perhaps? It's risky. Yeah, okay, I wouldn't recommend it.
Damn.
Still a tier 2, they can chill out. Now, Medusa though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
She's gonna have a rapier.
Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs?
Big gaming
Does
moment.
Arby's spell SpaghettiOs? Did you get SpaghettiOs?
That's Chef Boyardee, sir.
has fallen.
Oh, it just kind of seemed like something Arby's would have. The rapier's done.
Rapier's done.
She sold treads, I guess. Is that what it was?
All right. Draw a line in the sand. They will go this far and no farther. Or they might run around a little bit. It's tough to tell. Tough to know.
Okay, imagine the recall though.
Okay.
They get recall. They bring Dusa back in on the push. She picks up her rapier unexpectedly.
Oh, big. Okay, it's clockwork.
Honestly, jetpack's great. I'd rather have the jetpack. I don't even want recall. It's fine. Actually,
I
recall
didn't
is
want
way
it. I didn't
better.
even want it.
Recall's way better. I feel bad now. Because like,
Okay.
if you're pushing it with megas, it's one push, right? Like,
Yeah.
you kind of go one chance. You got to kill. The recall
One
is huge to
opportunity.
facilitate that one. Yeah,
One
Mom
chance.
Spaghetti.
To really do it.
Nervous.
In one moment.
His recall is ready.
He's weak.
Yep. There
Okay.
it is.
Good. Very good.
That's a dire outpost. They can take that. You don't have
True.
to just walk by it, Braxy.
Yeah.
Or Tokaya. Anyone helping? No? Okay, it's cool. Still just do it himself.
They're gonna get there. They're thinking about it at least. Decent. Oh man, 42 minutes in. Average game length has been pretty long. Now, how much does this rapier change things? Will we see the spaghetti?
I mean, it comes down to the vacuum, the Ava. Tiny rolls a couple crits. There's a chance.
Telling me there's a chance.
So I'm saying there's a chance.
Jubei goes on a mission, collects the wisdom rune, and then TP's out of there. They did also manage to find themselves a blink dagger on the Darkseer. So, well, he didn't just
They
find
need that.
it. He bought it. But
No, he bought it. Yeah, he didn't just pick it up somewhere. That's good. They don't work very well if you just pick
No.
them up somewhere.
that's true. On sale. DD Morphling. You want to see a dead body?
This is a good way to do it.
Shield rune about to wear out. And they find their man. He has the BKB, but the DD is there. Back wall onto 4. And there isn't a follow-up because Tiny's dead. They were just a second too late. A second too late. It was right there, the moment in front of them. But they have buyback Tiny. They don't have Wool for Darkseer. Not level 20 yet.
I feel like that play only works if you have Swift Link on Medusa.
Oh, he has a rapier, Trent.
Yeah, no, I know, but he just couldn't do anything. He couldn't hit
Yeah.
anybody.
True.
It was just a
Interesting.
little bit too far for a Darkseer setup there. He is close to 25, although so is Morphling.
Oh, punch. Hook shot in. Cogs not there for the pushback.
Oh, they got him.
Satanic.
He's stone gazed.
Satanic already popped. Saved for a moment. Disarmed for a very long time. And pulls in 1. Misses on the Medusa. The punch does some damage. And now the turn on to Mag. Doing a pretty good amount of this. They have no buyback on Darkseer. Saving that buyback for the Tiny. What more can they do?
He's just tickling him.
Disruption popped, vanished, jump forward. Oh, it's a lot. Leonidas is stuck in no man's land. Nowhere left to go. Leonidas down. And the rapier is picked up for the Morphling. 45,000 gold lead. They want to end this one here, even popping the cliff at this point, as they are not willing to give up without a fight. But the fight will not be had. Everybody is gone. And the story remains the same, Trent. Alpha take another win over Sand King Gomez.
North American Dota is nothing but a simulation. Yes! Look at this jump. Braxton. Yes! Shadow Demon versus Medusa. Yeah, Leonidas just had the worst time.
Yeah.
He did not get to play his hero, which, I mean, we're all thankful for because I know it's Medusa.
True.
That's not a lot of fun. There is some weird stuff with the. We tried to look at this before in terms of like the total damage and stuff. The numbers don't add up right. It adds something
Right.
to the Medusa's totals. You can't trust the breakdowns, but
She did a lot.
it was very impactful. It was crazy. He just kept disrupting her.
So
Every fight.
what you're telling me is that we need to buff Darkseer. That's what I'm hearing from you right now.
Well, I mean, Shadow Demon gets 2 illusions, so it seems about right.
Yeah.
Look at them go.
You know, Fog told me a interesting story that in Dota 1, it used to be that the wall would drop down and you would get illusions of your own team.
That was in Dota 2 for a while. It was your eggs.
Yeah, there you go.
I remember one time I was playing Darkseer and I bought eggs and my Luna went through it and it was
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool if we just got that base now. You know, Oracle got all these buffs. That's just something
I
that
see.
should happen.
I see your play here.
Exactly. But anyways, beyond that, the thing that we should notice is that, you know, Sand King Gomez, they continue this sort of dynamic that exists. And now, if Alpha can take the win over Bait, they are through. Those other 2 are gone. I did happen to see, I was just opening up the chat real quickly. Dendy was talking a little bit of mess. So, you know, some strong words coming out while they're waiting for their game to get started. We'll see what ends up happening.
He's trying to keep himself awake.
There you go. That's what's happening. Unbelievable. I don't know what else to say about this game, really.
It felt pretty decided early. I think the drafting definitely got away from them a bit. They had this Medusa Coddle, but I don't know. The mid Tiny, I feel like Tiny and Darkseer just don't work that well together. I think there's a reason why you see Darkseer with the spirits a lot more. You need someone who has some more natural mobility to try and abuse the Ion Shell. I mean, Tiny can work if you just start rolling. I get it. You want a mid matchup where you feel you can win and try and get something going from there. But yeah, I don't know. It's the same story every time I see mid Tiny. It just does not go well. They're not able to snowball those kills too easily.
not able to make the plays. You know, it's a painful thing that goes on, and still a lot to be decided yet. Maybe some more pain, because 2 of these teams are going to be eliminated from Div 1 for next tour. Whether it's Alpha, Sand King Gomez, or Bait, it's all going to be decided in this next round as we get ready for it. MVP for you.
Well, you did say about making plays. You know who made a lot of plays this game?
Who did?
Bless Kid on the Magnus. I
Dude,
think
it's gotta be Brax. Come on.
Dude, I call for the Shadow Demon.
Bless Kid.
I call for the Shadow Demon. I've already given all my love to Shadow Demon. I need to spread the love a little bit, okay? The mag was solid because he makes the Shadow Demon work because he's going to abuse those stacks the Shadow Demon's creating. If you have an off player just wasn't enough this time. But yeah, I mean, he was on point, right? Like, he used that early harpoon very aggressively, and the few plays they tried to make when they felt pressured to come into them as Sand King Gomez, he was just always there. And he had great harpoons early, great skewers back, very consistent the whole time. Well played.
Goodbye until the next game, everybody. We'll see you in a few. Absolutely. Oh, I've seen you before, and you've seen us before, and we've seen this before. It is going to be a continuation of the tiebreakers. And Trent, my brain is coming out of my ears, but we are still going to have some great Dota 2 to be played today. You freaking ready for this, man?
Yeah, I made mistakes.
What mistakes did you make?
I bought pistachios because they were like really on sale. Because a little pricey, but they were like half off. And I love pistachios, but pistachios are very calorie dense.
Oh, no.
But we've been sitting here through 4 games now and pack of pistachios on the
5
desk, and now
seconds remaining.
half of this is filled with pistachio shells, and that's
a lot of
doing
pistachios.
some rough calculations. I think I'm over the half cup serving, which is 290 calories. I think I'm closer to about.
That's nothing.
Well, I mean, when you're closing on a full cup, you're getting like 600 calories, dog. And 31% of your fat. Oh, that's the good fat, though, right? That's what they say. Is there really such thing as good fat when you're getting 23 grams? So I've had like 50 grams of fat from pistachios. Holy shit. I mean, they're really good, though.
Yeah.
I
think that's very good. That's very
I got
good.
some fiber in there. That's nice. All right.
Look
Oh,
at
it's
you.
sea salt. It's not just normal salt. Well, now I feel better.
That's good.
Yeah, what a relief.
I know.
Do you think
Better.
they're snacking on pistachios?
Radiant
Dendy
team picked.
was
mean-
out of his chair. He's back now, though. That's why we're going.
I think that there might be some salt amongst some of these people, if that's what you're asking me. You're not wrong about that.
Wild card
Is it
games
sea salt?
turn
Only
to
if they're
pay.
Maritimers. I don't
Well,
know.
no, it's NA salt.
Fucking got me. Fucking boomed me. That lyrical boomed my ass. And we all know NA salt. Sodium. That's right.
So I would just like to remind
10
everybody
seconds
that the
remaining.
first game of today started
5
9 hours and
remaining.
40 minutes ago. So these players have been playing or watching games get played for the entire day, the entire night for these particular ones. And the sun has risen. Stoneman was in the dark at the start of this, series, at the start of all of it. But now the sun is up and he's ready to face the day. Oh my God, that's awesome. I love that.
I wonder what changed in 9 hours. Like, what has the world
Wild
gone
card
through
gaming's turned
in this
Well,
time?
Master.
Certainly not the scoreline. Apparently they decide to first phase the Beastmaster.
Hey, I remember way back when, I think our first game we were casting, I was like, this is like a Beastmaster game.
Yeah.
And then he didn't come out. They did try for bait earlier. It was not successful.
Right.
They're not able to. I mean, I love this combo though. To be fair, the Techies Beastmaster. This has been very successful globally.
True.
But do you remember who just won again,
10
my friend?
seconds remaining.
What do you mean who just won? Oh yeah, the Coddle Man.
No, he lost.
5
Oh, he
seconds
lost?
I psyched you out. I freaked you out. That was
did
my
psych
bad.
me out.
Yeah, I got you good. Yeah, he lost. He did lose the game, but Alpha, despite having just defeated the Coddle first pick, immediately picked Coddle after. Because you know what? This hero's been doing them real nice over here in Northern Americana.
True. I'm curious. I want to look at this real quickly.
Radiant
So
team
game one,
back.
Alpha won,
In
and
the
then Alpha
spirit.
lost, and then Sand King Gomez lost. So every time the person that just played is the one that loses. That's been
That
the
is
theme
logical,
so far. There's
Okay.
been no wins back to back at all this entire time.
10
No
seconds
two-time
remaining.
champions here.
None. Not a single
None.
one. Not even on the reset.
5 seconds remaining.
You know,
Well-
you might imagine that could happen.
So we talked about Storm.
Yeah.
Storm won a bunch of games in a row. Coddle Storm did
Wild
not
card
lose.
gaming's
Right.
turn
Coddle
to
Storm,
bat.
the first time Storm lost, it was to Coddle Ember. Coddle Ember also won 2 games so far.
Okay.
So when Coddle finally lost, didn't have a spirit. All those other
Radiant
wins, Coddle had a spirit.
I think you're not even saying words anymore.
So we're just moving the goalposts. It's not Coddle that's winning. It's not the spirits that are winning. It's teamwork
The
and friendship.
viewers. The
And
viewers
the
are winning.
viewers. Mostly the viewers.
Wild card
True.
gaming's turn to
Well,
ban.
Beastmaster hasn't lost. That's something
Yes,
to
he
consider.
did. He lost.
No. Oh, he
Yeah,
did lose.
yeah, they picked him. Picked him and lost.
All
and you
right,
know
well-
what? They can complete the cycle by picking Dendy's puck here again.
Oh.
But
they
I
won't
mean,
have
it's
the
an
bat.
Ember. It was versus
10
Storm last time,
seconds
so it
remaining.
makes more sense why they'd go for it.
I think it's a good idea to ban out the loading bat,
5
though. We didn't talk
seconds
about that much,
remaining.
but he was absolutely owning on that earlier.
That is true. Do you
Radiant
think
team
he
back.
should try the DK again here as Dendi?
No. I don't like that as much with Beastmaster as the offlane. Although I guess you could go Beastmaster Ags and then maybe it's a little better. I just worry you wouldn't have enough damage.
It's true. He liked it last time versus the Ember. They have the last pick again. We were teasing the idea of keeping this DK as flex to go nuclear Huskar. Maybe they actually do it this time.
I like that idea a lot.
Phonic has been wild in the 2 games we got to cast so far with him. He played a great Timbersaw game and then a really nice Mars game, to be honest, that was close to working. He was really snowballing hard with the Aghanims, but couldn't quite take control thanks to the bad RNG of the Tormentor, or I think they would have won.
So then I guess the question is, do you think that they
10
want to
seconds
save,
remaining.
since we already know what Phonic's hero is, do you want to
5
save
seconds remaining.
last pick for Dendi, or do you want to save last pick for Stonebank?
What do I want to do? I
'Cause
don't
I'm-
know.
I think if they Huskar, then you give last pick to Dendi. I think if you don't Huskar, then you give it to Stonebank.
Well, here's the thing. You can just pick the DK now and then throw it as 5
Ugh.
for the true glory of the Huskar last pick.
I'll tell you something else. Dendi has one professional game of Huskar in his career. And it
I
was
didn't
in
even know he had
2014.
won. I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were gonna say 0.
He won with it in 2014.
So what you're saying is he's undefeated on
Yes.
Huskar. You know, this is why stats are bullshit, guys, because Denny's undefeated on Huskar professional play. That's just
Yeah.
facts.
It's
All
true.
right.
It don't lie.
Always get the
10
numbers.
seconds remaining.
It don't lie, but it is bullshit.
Yeah.
5
He
seconds
probably
remaining.
won that game before some of the people in his pubs were even born. You know, come on now. They picked Sky
no.
though. You don't think there's 9-year-olds trawling up in those immortal ranks?
No.
He's in NA. The player
No.
pool's not that big. You know when he's
No.
when he's queuing
The
over here.
closest we got to that is Little Nick.
Yeah, he's like he's like 12. It's
Oh man. Trent, are you there? Did I just DC
Yeah.
myself?
No, that would be great. That would be
Oh god.
that would really help everyone. Can you not hear me right now? Hello?
Hello, I'm back.
Oh,
My-
I can still hear you that whole time. Did your
No,
headset die?
Yeah, my headset died.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're good. Now. I
the
plugged
the
it
day
in.
is long. The batteries are giving it. That's going to be at least one pause this game to someone say headset
Yeah.
or mouse.
yeah.
Hopefully these professional e-gamers are not playing a wireless mouse.
True.
That seems sacrilegious. I just couldn't have it.
Dude, a lot of them do.
How? You know what? They're young guns. I mean,
That's
my
right.
mouse still has the rubber ball in it. I just pop it
I
out,
use
give it
a
a little
trackpad.
clean. Or those ones that had like the pool ball on top of them. I don't know what those things are
Right.
doing.
Enchantress.
All right, after a million years, they bring
Wow.
out the Ench, a counter to the Beastmaster, just keeping things nice and simple.
Is this good? I feel
Yeah, I
like
think
this
it's
is
fine.
bullyable.
10 seconds remaining.
Wildcard Gaming.
It doesn't like Techies in Sky necessarily, but Beastmaster has a bad time. They grab the Bloodseeker. So this was Argius's big game for us earlier. He crushed.
Right.
Absolutely crushed. Let me be very clear on that
10
game versus
seconds
Hank and Gomez.
remaining.
He had a really good time. Now, the thing I'm worried about is I feel like
5
this Ench is like
remaining.
very squishy. I don't know. Like into Skywrath Mage already and having like, you know, a Beastmaster there, I feel like there's a big potential to just blow her the hell up.
Radiant team.
Okay, but if
back.
Sky kills Ench, didn't she do her job?
Yeah,
So that's fine. You know, if she
Okay.
tanks a Mystic Flare, I'm okay with that.
that's fair.
Let's keep an Ember alive. They do go back for the Denny DK, but you know you were concerned about damage, so
Yeah.
they did try and mitigate that. I'm sure
10
they had
seconds
DK in
remaining.
mind when they first picked the Sky, and we're just gonna wait to see if it still looks solid after
5
all
seconds
that.
remaining.
It's got some benefits here for sure. It puts a lot of pressure on the 1 to be a pretty big hero, but that's there's still a lot in the pool. There's still like Naga Siren. That's it. No, there's Naga, there's TB. But they do have to contend with the Bloodseeker, who's a bit of a nuisance here. We got to think about our annoying counterpicks here.
Yeah. What is the big answer
Wild
there for
card
him?
gaming
I mean, I
turn
still
to
think
bad.
that like if they want to, now that they have Stonebank's hero last, Naga could be pretty freaking solid. They could just do like an Alker or a Slurk or something too.
Yeah, I think all in Jug's kind of nice, to be
10
honest.
seconds remaining.
Is that crazy?
I don't know about
5
Jug. I never
seconds
like.
remaining.
I can never know when to read if that hero
Radiant
is sick
team
or not.
I think they banned Faceless Void, probably. I think Faceless Void looks kind of okay. It's like annoying versus Ench and kind of versus Caudle, but I think it's pretty good versus both Ember and Bloodseeker.
Right.
You know, because like Blood wants to, he just wants to move. That's his whole thing. He's
Right.
in, he's out, he bobs, he weaves.
10 seconds.
It's like a butterfly. He's got sharp points like a bee.
Wild card gaming's turn to
Bend the
bad.
Lifesteal instead. Another solid option. Just a brawler.
Well, and Alpha still have that first phase pick, so they can kind of counter it on bait, depending upon what they run out with. Which I think is another nice part about this, the double counter pick.
Yeah, and they did this
10
whole Wind
seconds
Ranger
remaining.
off lane slash, you know, I mean, they were both just cores
5
in the end.
seconds remaining.
Last time for Argius and Blessed Kids. They're going to let that go. Ban it out.
Radiant team pick.
And then the Spirit Breaker. Take away some of the potential aggression here. This would be a pretty wild. I was gonna say Darkseer actually again would be kind of okay, but they have the counter pick. You don't know what the carry is. It's again not the melee hero, but the Darkseer comes to mind because of the Ember combos with the Iron Shells are
10
pretty nice.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I
But-
could see it. I
don't
like.
think you need that.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I think the only thing is, like, you can't. You're definitely still burstable if you just get
Wild
roared or
card
whatever. That's gonna be true for
gaming.
almost anybody, except for that guy. Well, no, it's still very burstable.
It's pretty solid.
I really like that pick because I thought that bait could just alk and like what the hell does this lineup do against it? Now I think it's a lot harder to do that.
10 seconds remaining.
Same with like the Naga or something too.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
And even like TB is kind of annoyed by this too, right? Like I don't know. Those are the kind of heroes I was
Definitely.
gunning for. I wanted those like stand and deliver heroes. So they'll still take it. I mean, it's a bit of a classic versus blood, but I mean, this is TB into Ember and Ember Saw. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty serious problem. And I think that they were left with very few options. And it's like, this is kind of what they had to go to. I mean, it's a bold move. I haven't liked what I've seen from bait in terms of like some of the draft choices, but they end up coming up with wins against Alpha. They keep on doing it. So I'm not gonna. I mean, we thought the same thing with the Timbersaw pick that Funnick had before, but he ended up pulling it out. We'll see if Stonebank can do the same.
Yeah, as this draft ends, Funnick is still pretty well set here. His roars are just huge this game. Roaring the Ember, roaring the Bloodseeker, that could ruin their time. And again, there is the potential for the blow up there. Glimmer Cape, going to be huge. Force Staff, going to be huge. You want to, like, they're going to have this stun setup into Mystic Flare or into Blast Off, and you need to get those guys either moving or covered with a magic barrier.
Well, and the other thing too is just the tempo at which bait I think want to play in this game. Terrorblade fits that combo perfectly. He's going to be that hero that, he's going to get bullied in the lane by Timber probably, but eventually just retreats back to the jungle farms while the other four run at him. And then eventually, like, second Aegis, end game. We'll see if it works, though. A lot on the line. And bait put in a position, again, where they have to win. Otherwise, these tiebreakers are over. It's done. And we would no longer move on. Alpha would just be the only team going through the Div 1. Let's see what ends up happening, though, as we get ready to hop into this game number 7? 8?
8 for the day. Yeah, 5 for
8
us.
for the day.
Yep. Dondo number 5.
What?
Dondo number 5? Like Mambo number 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody play Dragon Knight, and then we'll ride. Stone Bank playing a Terror Blade.
He's the musical one, guys.
I
Do you know? Okay.
Lyrical, you might even say.
That one could say. My wife's family is very musical. Okay, she's
really?
done instruments her whole life. violin, all that stuff. And when we were getting ready for our wedding, we went to. We actually had a trio do some of the wedding music. Lovely classical people, whatnot, and we were organizing it. And the woman looks at me, she's like, because she knows my wife's family, so she says, "So what instrument do you play?"
Yeah.
And I'm just there like, I don't play. She goes, "Well, someone has to be the audience." And I feel like she just slapped me down with kindness.
Oh, that's so sick.
I never recovered.
Somebody has to be. Did she pat you on the head afterwards?
Yeah, pretty much. And now, guys, that's us. Watching these. All you all Twitch chat. Somebody has to be the audience. I know you've been grinding for that MMR. We've all been there, but guys, there's pro players, and somebody's got to be the audience.
That's sick. I love that. Oh, he disconnected. Oh, so good. Damn, dude.
Yeah.
That's a sick line.
I know. Yeah, you can feel free to use that one.
I mean, the problem is that it's very hard to get that exact usage down for something else. It's like you're not going to go to the doctors and then be like,
Someone has to be the patient.
or something like that. But I think the idea of just sort of the dismissive nature of it is really great. He disconnected.
Oh, bless kid. No, not
He
again.
disconnected. All right, so what's another version of somebody has to be the audience?
Well, I mean, literally this. Just saying. Like pro players in Twitch chat. That is definitely one of them. Somebody has to watch the games for them to exist. It's a pretty good one.
That's true.
Yeah.
Somebody has to make the Reddit thread.
I mean, sports, you don't make the team, but someone's got to be the audience there.
Somebody's
Son,
gotta
I know
get
you
the
didn't
water.
make varsity or junior varsity or the intramural club this year, but somebody has to be the audience.
I think you can change out the word audience for other things though. Like somebody has to get the water,
Somebody has to get the wisdom root.
Yeah. Somebody has to buy the words.
Hand on
There you
shoulder.
That's a good one. I love that. Yeah, because if you're playing in a stack, there's maybe a difference in MMR. This was me a lot of times.
Yeah.
Somebody has to level the CM Laura.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That's good.
Alrighty. Well, we're back. No one has died yet. Quick refresh. There was a pause. Nothing happened. All right. Goals. Hashtag hopes, dreams, and aspirations here in this laning stage. Don't let the Timbersaw get out of control. We saw the Coddle Timber kind of get a little nasty before with some chakras. Not even necessarily for quick double whirling deaths, but more so just keeping him moving. Because a lot of times you see Timbers just run out of mana. They do this Vanguard build, and they just can't get it. Yeah, I just saw him standing still. So they also run out of internet, apparently.
Yeah, not good. A little rough there. Poor blessed kid.
He's not blessed. He's cursed kid today.
Oh, no. Okay, it's going to be fine. It is connected.
Destroyed. Down you go.
These internet services are a disgrace.
Oh, I feel so bad. That's rough, man. That one hurts. I can empathize. Tech issues are the most frustrating thing in the world. It's it should be working. It should be working. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't end up happening. Could you have this issue against us, guys? Oh, well, that's a way to think about it.
Maybe he means because they gave them pause time last time.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because they had it last time too. Obviously, their last game. It's not just good bait.
True.
Just to be clear, they didn't get all three of them disconnected.
That's
good.
Good.
An improvement. It's just been blessed kid now.
Yeah. Absolutely. Blessed with the internet.
Every once in a while.
True.
Alrighty, so anyway, keeping his mana up. I'm keep doing his thing. Obviously, level 1 can't do that. Man, Lodine, he is good. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, imagine.
Oh,
thanks, Timber.
Radiant's
Yep.
courier.
That's that one.
Swoops.
Well, he has a lot to think about. He's trying to keep up with.
Of course, Techie's going to do the exact same thing here. Oh, no, Braxy doesn't get there in time. Kurt went the other way. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Soma died to neutrals.
I don't think that was. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
no,
he
it was intentional. He was being
Okay.
attacked by Bloodseeker.
Okay.
He jumped in there.
Big plays.
Yeah.
Well, all of the lanes right now going quite well for bait. As you can see, 7 denies on both Terrorblade and the Dragon Knight. Getting what they want, and Steel definitely struggling on that Ember. As Blessed Kid, he just died there.
Yeah, that is a little surprising.
That's not supposed to happen.
That was post-meta? I guess the meta had just ended, so he did a lot of damage during the meta. And then the reflection, I guess, it seems. But, I mean, it's early level Timbo, right? This is what can happen. This almost happened to Funnick. He almost died before he was level 3, and then... or, sorry, level 4, because he didn't put 2 points in reactive until he was level 4. And he almost died as well, but because he didn't, and he got over that hump, it made a big difference in the lane. So it is those little things that can cause big problems.
Yeah. Well, that's tough to have happen, definitely. Ooh, could they pull back? No. I was thinking maybe a hurricane back into the blood right, but no such luck. Big gamer hours. And a lot of voice lines being used in this one.
Yes, Bait are using them to keep themselves motivated.
Yes.
It's been key for their
Braxy.
strats, I believe, here.
Got the courier. Big play.
Oh, yeah.
You like
That
to see
merry-go-round horsey. He also gets the bounty before Lodine gets there, and will also ensure that Steel gets the water rune.
Oh,
your
Lodine.
courier, though.
Lodine's a massacring him. All the
Get the
dude.
wards off. Yeah.
You know, like, I feel like people.
Oh my God, Timbers. Oh wait, never mind. That's the same team. I'm an idiot. Never mind.
You're
Scratch
good.
that.
Don't worry. You just
Yep. No, we're not
freaking out.
looking there. Thank you, Houston.
Perfect.
Yep.
You know, I feel like with all these couriers going down, it's sort of like, you know, when you're driving and you're really tired, like you're like, oh my God, I haven't paid attention to the road in like a mile.
Yeah,
know what
you
I
just
mean?
keep like hitting those mailboxes.
Yeah.
You're just like, another one.
It's like, who put the speed bump on the highway? What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah. That's sort of what it feels like a little bit. Big destroyed coming out. Dude, he's feeling himself on Dendy right now. 12 denies. Or is the 18 CS as they do find that kill onto the Skywrath Mage down bottom.
Yeah, no neutrals this time. Funnick was busy pulling the wave, so they are doing their best here
Oh, the ghost
to
creep.
spread this out.
God, did they get the deny? No. But yeah. Pulls him on in.
With the ghosty lady. Freeze.
Summons a boar. Steel moves in. Now, Stillman trying to make something happen, but Funnick in some trouble, gets stomped by the creeps, tries to turn, tries to run, Funnick to die. They find that kill. And now looking for more as Dendy pushes mid-tower with that level 6 online.
Trying it again here.
Fortified.
See if he can push this down while the Ember's rotating. Part of his matchup here, and the damage on Takaya.
They missed the blood grenade, though. Stun comes out from Dendy. Still good damage is there, and they managed to find the kill before Sky goes down. Not bad at all.
And now the haste rune is over on their side. He takes it to go home. Dendy says, go ahead, I guess.
And Lodine
Mostly
finds the
'cause he
kill on
doesn't-
Braxy.
Yeah, he's got wand. He doesn't even have the bottle, so that's a pretty good reason.
Okay. Big. Interesting. And Argus is going to pull the wave down bottom, so that way they do maximum damage to this tower before Funnick comes back in. Interesting. Well, a good start for Bait, who again have had Alpha's number this entire qualifiers.
And they're trying to salvage Steel's lane a little bit here with the TP in with to refill the bottle, but Dendy is just big with this build. He did go bottle last time, right? I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure he did.
Look at
So I think
Lodine.
he's mixed it up now.
They ready. They know what's up. Double wisdom runes. the techies. He made the move on over, and I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what has happened with Blessed Kid, but this has been a horrifically bad lane for a Timbersaw, which I don't feel like should happen.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Oh, well, that's one problem. He's literally just standing there. I mean, sometimes Timbers do stand there, but that one was a little too long.
Why is he standing there, Trent?
Well, because he disconnected.
Yeah, there it is. That's the one.
That was Phonic, not me.
No, true. Wowzers.
I mean, I think you can definitely attribute some of it to this. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I would excuse him a bit for that one. It's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of hard to play your game when this is happening to you.
When you're disconnected.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Hey,
oh, man, crazy. Maybe he didn't go bottle last time. I mean, typically we don't see it there. We used to see the soul ring all the time. That was always fun.
Yeah, that item sucks now.
That
400 gold.
We're out on that
freaking
item.
recipe. What the hell? Enchantress did pass by that big stack of creeps, but now they see the Ench walking back that little pathway with the hawk that's down. So they knew that he was over there. Phonic, not quite level 6 yet, but does have help nearby as they want to try and pressure this tower. Mid. Bit of a go. And still playing down bottom. It was a TP away from Dendi that kept him alive.
It is mine.
800 gold, so making his way pretty fast. Up these items. The Blink into the Midas previously. Upscale. Right. They did not win that game, though. I guess, I keep bringing up like what the build was and everything, but
it's true.
I don't know. Things were looking pretty okay. That was just a strange game. That game got a little bit wild.
True.
The
okay.
old San King Gomez, the old IO Sven. What do we go to? An hour and 2 minutes.
Right.
We're gonna try and avoid that this time here. And if things do go late, they're looking pretty solid, obviously. With the Timber having a rough start, it's a Bloodseeker position 1. Although the Bloodseeker does have a fast farm to begin with here. We'll be going in towards that Maelstrom too. And we've seen how fast this hero just starts moving through the jungle once you have the Maelstrom up because of the Blood Rays just juicing you up.
I will say that a lot of these other games we've seen from Bloodseekers, though, it's been higher kills. It's been, more heroes sitting low. He gets involved earlier and not really feeling it this game so far. Just 2 and 3 in the scoreline and not easy heroes to kill once Terrorblade leaves the lane and goes to just farm up jungle. So tough stuff a little bit, though he is top of the net worth at the moment.
This mid lane is just degen. You just have techies throwing sticky bombs over. Braxy is just shockering the Ember for double slights. Just group farming.
Argus is going to TP up to the top side to play with his Timbersaw, while Terrorblade pops the meta and comes down here to finish off the bottom tier 1. So trading off the map, keeping things cool, calm, and collected, while Dendi spams out the mid wave and tries to get some damage onto that mid tower. So trading off
I'd like
towers.
to see Blessed Kid get some of those stacks too.
Yeah,
because he is doing a good job. Like Timberblade leaves the lane. He wants to hold this. He's got his Vanguard. He is really low on mana right now. He might be dead. I thought they were going to rotate more heroes. Never mind.
Yeah, he needs 6 on Sky, and then that rotation from Beastmaster could set up for an easy kill. But Beast, he's trying to farm up also. Spamming out.
I thought they were.
space.
It looked like Dendi and Lodine were like smoking up there or something, but instead they're just gonna push the tower because Dendi has ulti in 4 seconds. So he almost has his blink dagger. He's not gonna finish treads first or anything. He's just doing that.
Okay.
Getting his blink, and Phonic is farming those ancients while Bloodseeker is going to be taking the ones that were set up in combination with Steel there. So they're not going to save any for Timber, but they don't really need to because Blessed Kid actually just got way more space up top than I was kind of expecting. And they're even going to try and gank onto the tower. Looking dead.
As Mango ends up falling. But yeah, Timber tries to get away, and Bless Kid hides out, finds his way away.
Next time.
It is going to be the Enchantress dead for his trouble, though.
But a lot of heroes rotating up there, obviously.
Yeah.
Like Dendi TP'd, Funnick TP'd as well.
Right.
So that's pretty costly, especially because Funnick was still farming the Ancients. If you look, his Ancients are still like very low. So
Right.
I'll be a little disappointed.
Well, as is the tradition, he disconnected.
Yes, he disconnected.
And he is middle of the pack in net worth now. It's really Ember, the one that's sort of been hurting here. That counter pick out of mid and a whole stack of denies coming out from Dendi made Steel feel a little bit sad. But he will have the Coddle to play with later.
And I believe the Maelstrom is done for Bloodseeker, so that's gonna be flying out here in just a second. Didn't have a whole lot of stacks to work with, unfortunately, on the side of Alpha either. He had some from the Coddle, but I feel like there's a lot more stacks coming up from Bait this game.
No mana.
No mana.
Oh, sorry.
Oh man, this is good. You know, this is good. I feel like we're going to see the teams continue to unravel in their sanity a little bit, as
Yeah,
we
like
also
us.
unravel a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
It's good. It's I look forward to him having better internet tomorrow when we start round 4.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Okay, and also his allies. I'm sorry I wasn't clear. I apologize.
Oh dear God. Oh no. Y'all, this is not great. This is not great.
Okay, now let me just do some quick maths here. Now, who needs to win this one?
Bait need to win this one.
And then we're done.
No, Alpha win this one and we're done. Bait need to win this one to continue this series of tiebreakers, which is what we want to see.
Oh, because Alpha beat. Yes, of course. My brain is melting very slowly. Yes. Mhm. Oh well, good sir. It's there's another way to get a win other than killing the throne, and that's with about 6 more minutes of pause time.
That's true. More than one way to skin a cat, as they say.
Yeah, that's a weird saying.
It is. Because
Yeah.
I feel like there probably aren't that many ways. You know what I mean? That's the weirdest part about that saying. Is just that there's more than one way.
I do know that we have the the animal friendly idioms.
Okay.
So so instead of saying more than one way to skin a cat, you're supposed to say more than one way to peel an orange. So I wish you could be a little bit more sensitive lyrical.
The hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like instead of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you could say feed 2 birds with 1 scone.
That's sick. All right, I like that one more because it has a scone in it. All right, quick question. Trent,
Yeah.
tier list.
Do you have any other animal idioms you need me to check out for you?
Tier list about baked goods.
All right. Yeah.
You got to choose one. Scone, croissant, English muffin.
Croissant.
You like croissant, you dirty Frenchman?
Croissant.
Unbelievable.
Get rid of the other 2. Actually, I do like scones. English muffin is definitely far third. It's
What?
not even in the
Dude,
conversation.
English muffin is my top tier. You kidding me?
You're just wrong. I don't even
You
know
are
what to say.
crazy. Dude, do you know how
What
good
if an English
is?
muffin does not have an egg, bacon, and cheese in between the English muffin? It is pointless.
Have you ever had an English muffin fresh that has butter and jam on it?
I mean, yeah, but it's not as good as the croissant.
You're crazy. What do you put in a,
A fluffy croissant. You don't have to
You
put
bite
anything. That's why they're
into
so
it.
good. You're like
As you
piggybacking
eat
off
it,
the help
it
of
loses the
condiments.
value.
Like an American. You need have you ever had it with jam? You don't need jam with a croissant.
Yeah, you do. Because here's
No.
the problem. If
They're
you,
just
if-
buttery and delicious because that's how they're made.
when you bite into a croissant,
Croissant.
a croissant, you have 4 minutes of
Croissant.
pause time left. it immediately breaks the best part of it, which is the fluffiness of it. It just starts to fall down into a little vat of sadness.
I just don't even understand how English muffins in the conversation. They're not real. They're not even a thing.
What do you mean they're not real?
Compared to a scone and a croissant, at least those take talent and skill to make one. An English muffin is just
legitimately you're dumb.
It's like, oh, I ran out of sugar, but I want to make muffins.
Do you know you even know what an English muffin is?
I thought I did.
You don't know what an English muffin is.
Is it just a thing that's made with like cornbread? Or not corn, like cornmeal? It's just like a muffin with cornmeal.
You are
on
not
it?
qualified to have this
No, it
conversation,
is.
but
It's
it's
just
okay because somebody
it's
has
just-
to eat the food, Trent.
It's just bread.
Somebody has to eat the food, Trent.
I'm right.
Focus on that.
What are they then? What's a corn muffin? Or what's an English muffin? It's just
An English muffin is a type of bakery baked good that you make on a cast iron. You actually grill English muffins to make them. So you have to take the dough, you get it to the right consistency, you add cornmeal to either side of it as you're making it flat. That is
like a
only
pizza.
so that way it doesn't stick. And then you put it onto a griddle and you let it cook.
These are not equivalent. You cannot compare that to a croissant.
You're right, because that's not a real thing. It's a croissant.
Oh my god.
And they're only good with
English
chocolate in
muffin?
them.
I just can't believe they're in the same conversation. I thought you were gonna say like donut or something next.
Unbelievable. Trent. Terrible. Well, on that note, we're going to go into
hopefully
the game.
McDonald's breakfast will be open soon enough. I'm gonna get a McMuffin.
It is going to be still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Can you believe that?
I wonder what they would spend that 1,000 gold on between croissants or English muffins. Oh, how about a new buyback for Steel?
Yeah, he goes down. I forgot that they were smoking at the same time. I was looking at the top lane.
They forgot too.
Yeah, it happens. Happens to the best of them.
Okay, so Dota broken. Internal clock's dying. It's almost 14 wisdom runes. I get so tilted when pauses happen when I'm casting. I actually can't even imagine if I was playing. This would drive me crazy in a pro match. It must be so hard to deal with.
Poor guys.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for everyone. So, yeah, you need to like instantly reset, look at the clock, figure things out. Even just like power runes and stuff, right? Like this is a game where Ember really wants to get these power runes, get back in the game. You know, DK, no cares, no bottle, whatever. I'm just ulting, hitting tower, brain dead caveman, one track mind.
Right.
Ember player, just so big brained, you know, so suave and smart.
So, Trent, can I tell you something else about the psychology of this type of a game here now?
As long as it doesn't have to do with the English muffin.
I actually believe that Bait are going to start to become the favorites of this the later that it goes now. Can I tell you why?
Yes, please.
Because there comes a point where the tiredness no longer affects you. You go so far to the other side that you actually catch your second wind. And then
The overtired.
Exactly. And then that's when the real creativity comes out. And we're already seeing it. This is where they go into the flow state. They're going to be ready for action. Bait are about to get to the next power level alpha. They got to end them quickly because otherwise it's all going downhill.
I do think there's something to say about the simplicity as well of Bait's draft. I was thinking that as they are picking some of these heroes.
Yeah.
It's just like Roar, you know, DK Stun, Mystic Flare. Everything just kind of stacks nicely on top of each other.
Right.
And if things go late, it does look pretty good. That being said, Rupture from RGS played quite a few good parts for them earlier. Like, he would just Rupture someone, and that was kind of just it. It was great. It seemed very successful, so maybe he can just do it again here on this Bloodseeker. Because he is farming up a storm and keep pace with the TV.
I will say that in that game, he was playing against a Naga Siren that did not ever really join the fights. Terrorblade, I feel like, is a hero that's much more capable of joining fights with like 1 to 2 items than the Naga Siren did in that last one that he played and looked really good in.
That's a pretty good point.
So we'll see.
Oh, we got mid coddle going on here. Got the Spirit Vessel build.
Big plays.
Braxy.
Braxy. He became a core last game.
Why is he going Spirit Vessel?
DK?
God, I don't know. I feel like Force and Glimmer is just so broken this game that Spirit Vessel feels like it's just not going to have the same impact.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there because there isn't really anybody else
never
on the
mind.
team that wants to build.
No, there is the Beastmaster eggs. That's why.
Oh, right.
That is why.
Koya gets caught. Lodine, the one that gets the kill in that one. And yeah, Beastmaster Axe is going to be a problem for them, which is about to be completed. Funnick going to hit a very strong timing here.
Yeah, that explains the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's got to do that one. Ember does not want to have to buy it this time. We had one earlier.
It's ruptured, TP's away, but has the Midas done. Along with that Blink Dagger, are they going to come to defend this? They're bringing numbers. Funnick shows up, roar, stun, and look at that. The blinding light pushback is not enough. Funnick lives through all of it. Where's your Spirit Vessel? You don't have it. But Blessed Kid, enough damage there to end a life. Can they find any more? Deflection.
Why didn't he just pound the drums of Slum?
Well, he was pounded. He was drumming.
He needed to hit them harder.
It's not enough. Sad.
All right, a little unexpected there. I wasn't thinking they were going to win a fight at this timing right now. Things were kind of lining up really nicely for Bait. Now they're pushing forward here. Remnants are coming back up soon. There's still a regen rune. So Ember doesn't really want to have to go anywhere back home. He is being pressured. Blastoff going to miss, though. He's out of there.
Yeah, he gets away. Still keeping some vision on him right there. But it's still plenty of room on the map right now for Stonebake to get his farm on. You can see that he's fairly just AFK farming, not really under that much pressure. Blessed Kid is going to head over to the direction where he's at. And actually running into him right there. Yes, and runs away. So 17 minutes. Next round of neutrals. Guess who's going to get it quick, Trent?
I don't know.
Dendy, because he has a Midas.
Oh,
Which also
good
means
answer.
if they get to the 60-minute mark, he will be able to get those items very quickly.
Okay, it's
Top.
all right. Well, made off earlier.
Stonebake, Sunder, in some trouble, is going to get dove all the way and brought down. But at the same time, they find Lodine. Funnick, roar, turn, blown up. Oh my God. Yeah, that's both carries dead.
All right, well, I mean, big, deep invasion for Alpha there, and immediately that ward is getting pinged out. Yeah, very likely to lose that. Surprising they still have this tower, considering the lineup they're up against. They immediately jump on the Funnick, but the silence.
Oh my God, he's just gone. Dude, Funnick is so strong. Oh my God. And they have to back away. Funnick trying to get the kill there. Can't quite connect. Steel down low.
Surprise
Chase is
Dendy.
coming in. The drums. They're drumming. They're slumming. And he got slummed on. Oh my goodness. Bait. They're starting to move.
Oh, they're slumming hard. Slum jam. Yeah. That's like the for your English muffin.
God damn.
like a slam dunk, but slam jam, slum jam, English muffin. Boom. Nailed it.
This is some great
that-
contributions.
I tried. That's a solar crest now here for Stoma, so
Okay.
very helpful here.
Love
on his
that.
TV wants to go and fight, but just a little bit extra protection here. And I mean, I shouldn't even say protection. It's mostly damage. I feel like this is a damage solar crest this game,
True.
and a roasting one at that.
You know what else
Now,
is
what-
nice about the solar crest for the sky? As
What's that?
Timbersaw not able to catch on to Dendy there. It allows Beastmaster to drum faster and slum harder.
It also allows him to have 2 shields when
That's
he
pretty
gets his
sick.
Shield of Scion.
I like that.
Yeah.
So towers taken, mid and bottom gone, while mid and top are gone for bait. But a 6,000 gold lead. And again, this is the outcome that bait need to achieve and we need to achieve if we want to go to another round of tiebreakers. And guess what? Those types of pickoffs, that's how you get there.
He doesn't need the Shield of the Scion to say sayonara to steal, because he just gets him again with that Mystic Flare. He can't even play the game.
Sayonara. That means goodbye, Trent.
Well, he's gone to the grave, and they're smoking up top. Wait, what? Hark, in the distance, what do I hear?
Argus. Oh, God. They find him immediately. Dude, that Hawk. I mean, this is what you get with the Beastmaster, right? Like, easy pickoffs. Better than clockwork.
Beast mode. Better than clockwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a rough game earlier.
Bottom tower is under
I like the noise the Twin Gate makes.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little springy. A little boing. Of course, they've sprung up behind Blessed Kid here. Oh, he shows.
Blessed.
Oh, okay, never mind. There's let him go.
He's running. They sent out the Hawk, but won't be able to connect onto him. Could think about a play now, though. Alpha
They're smoking.
anticipating the head-on in towards the Roche pit.
And they're going to TP the Bloodseeker to the Outpost and try and fight them here. And they're coming down here with the Solar Crest. They are on this. Okay, what is the fight for Alpha? They need good remnants in. He has all 3 charges.
Loading. Spotted. Thought about the roar. Thinks about it. They got on the other side, but he's in trouble. Ember gone. Just like that. Stonebank. He's down on the low ground. They do get a pushback, but I mean, the Hawk is right on top of him. They have to get the hell out of here on Alpha. Ember just like, see you later, y'all. I'm out. Jump in. Stun. Tries to stop it. He has another Centaur stomp on the Centaur, but ends up dying too quickly. And Bait, I think they're ready to Roche. Trent, it's happening.
Ancient Sealed, Dragon-tailed, and Primal Roared at the same time on that Ember. In case he thought he had any chance of surviving, and yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah, lyrical it is.
It's happening. Oh my God. It's gonna happen.
So they did they line anybody else up yet, or?
I don't know. I don't think so.
The worst part is I'm feeling kind of good.
I know, exactly. I'm ready. I am curious if it goes to a 4th round, if we'll play it out or not.
Nah, it'll be tomorrow.
I mean, but you mentioned like Div 2 is already going. Div 2 starts tomorrow.
It does. Surely. We got a lot of channels, right? You got another Twitch channel out back, don't you, PGL?
God. 11K gold lead right now. And Bait on the verge of pushing this to the 3rd game in these tiebreakers. And what would be, if it happens, the most amount of tiebreakers that have ever had to be played in the DPC. NA has never been a closer region. Real competition here.
Funnick. Roar. Slom. Oh, he got slommed on.
The slom continues.
Slommed and gone.
Away from the Blessed Kid. Oh my God, Blessed Kid, no. Blessed Kid, not like this. Don't go in there. There's not a good place to be. And Bloodseeker, the BKB is not keeping you alive. You gotta run away. Way too much damage. Takaka is going down too. Oh, the stun is there. The blood. They're seeking it themselves. Please restart your camera, Stonebank. You're beating them down too hard. You broke their camera.
This is important.
It's true.
Integrity.
Get in there, buddy.
Oh my goodness. How much did he slom on? Oh my God. He did 5,100 damage.
Fight recap. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. All right, now we get to see Stonebank taking them apart in real time with his camera. Look at him. Look at that man.
I think I'll just read you guys the description. I don't know if you've ever read it. Nature's rage is timeless. And for those who know the secrets, it's easy to stir the echoes of ire that rejoiced in the downfall of Slom.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
And that's not A-U-I-R. That's I-R-E. Ire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause the echoes of ire could go either way.
Oh, wow. Maybe it does, and you ruined it.
That's true. I might have. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you might ruin someone's imagination out there.
That's my bad. But nature's rage is timeless. You know?
It's getting worse. Whole
Yeah.
climate change thing.
That's true.
Nature be raging. Nature's
right.
about to rage quit.
We
Pretty
need
soon.
more thing about nature's wrath. That hero's dead too.
That hero's real dead.
Oh,
It's pretty
look out.
shocking to see that hero be dead, honestly.
They take over the boars, but they can't take over this game because They're taking down buildings, Trent. All the tier 2 towers gone.
Return it to nature. Destroy these heathen constructions upon the radiant terrain.
You know, there was a great poem about that. It's named Ozymandias.
Should I just read it for the class, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it is a good one.
Lodine does get the shard there. So help with the reactive taser, and they're not messing around here anymore.
No.
They're on bait. They're just come on, clap, clap. Let's get going here. Like to move
Ready
on with
for
our
it.
day.
Well, it's, it's starting. They're getting ready for it. And Timber, dude, this Beastmaster, there's a reason that we said everybody should just pick Beastmaster. It's owning. It's looking
I mean,
great.
honestly, we also just Funnick's owning today. Like, even in the game they lost, I feel like he's just crushing.
The Moon Lord.
Yep.
The Moon Lord cometh. Is he going to go Bloodstone? Oh my God, I love that. Dude, Bloodstone is so sick.
It's so disgusting.
I feel like I want to see him go Radiance afterwards on Beast. Just make it happen. It's the worst that could happen. It's going to be fine.
That's right. Unfortunately, Tiger's not in this game, so he won't use your voice line.
That's true. Yeah. Well, Bait waiting for that next Roche, it feels like, because I don't know if they want to go up high ground with 30 seconds remaining on this one. And we have seen what can happen with Bait trying to go high ground too early. They've previously thrown away huge leads that they had. So gonna try and play this one as cool as a cucumber.
Oops. Steel's gonna run into them. Finds
Or
the techies.
They're just gonna fight. They're just gonna fight, Trent. Not cool as a cucumber. Instead, murderous as a
sea
murderer.
cucumber.
As a murderer.
Murderer. Okay. I mean, sea cucumbers probably murder really small things.
That's true, and a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Disconnected.
All right. This TP has 2.7 seconds. All right. Up top. Does he die? Well, sorry. Let me just say, does his TP get canceled?
Yes. His TP gets canceled. I think
What if
he
Funnick
dies.
just immediately just like runs down because he doesn't care anymore and he just wants to hit buildings and he forgets? What if the pause is so long he forgets? Look at him. Does he look like he's gonna remember
that the Bloodseeker is there?
Yeah, he's like, what was I doing? It was like feels like years ago now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good point. It's a good thing to consider.
He's gonna look at the clock and be like, "Ooh, ancients are almost up. I should go stack them."
All right. Well, he reconnected.
All right, let's see.
Dun 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 dun. His
All right, now
TP got
doesn't care.
canceled.
No, he just need. Touche.
Yeah. Stonebake. Trying to get this tier 3 tower taken. But Enchantress taking over the illusions like a very annoying person. Dendi decided to go for that Silver Edge instead of the Aghanim Scepter, but still gets some pretty good damage onto these towers. While Timber is just trying to farm up. Blessed Kid trying to become more blessed.
He's gonna need a lot of holy water. Probably a couple exorcisms to deal with his cursed internet.
Right?
Yeah.
Seems pretty reasonable. Ooh, tier 2. Starting to get that next round of tokens up. We're ready for it.
Dum 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 dum. Or just, he just doesn't even care. He's not scared.
Not even a little bit.
I ain't
even
scared no
slightly.
ghost. Dun, 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 dun,
That, I mean,
dun.
you said you weren't musical before, but that's just beautiful.
Thank you. You're right, actually. You can be the audience now.
Yeah.
I'll
Funnick.
be lyrical.
Funnick has the Paladin Sword, so he's got more spell lifesteal and is about to have a Bloodstone. This man is going to do so much. And the Roar, first part of it. Bang, bang, bop.
Dendy's
Big
in their
kill.
base.
What's that? Oh, yeah. They are
Dendy's
losing.
in their base. He's just hitting buildings. He's coming back even.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Killing base. They don't have an answer to this. Well, Blessed, he's getting chased. Funnick after him. Does not have Roar, though. And they blink forward and stun. Throw out a couple of abilities. Dendy suddenly in a weird position. They show up with Funnick, but he doesn't have Roar for 20 more seconds. Stonebank has Sunder. Does he need to use it there? Seal starts to drop down low, but Dendy just stands his ground. Survives through it. They do not actually survive through it as he dies the second time through. And now Timbersaw in more trouble. Tries to get out of there. Force Staff keeps him alive. So Bloodseeker goes down for the cost of Techies, Dragon Knight, and a Range Rex.
Oh, okay. Not the greatest start to a comeback I've ever seen. But this Roche is going to respawn in 33 seconds.
Okay. I think you're wrong.
What do you got?
12. 12 seconds.
Oh, my God, another two? Our
I was
second
close.
two of the night?
Dang, man.
You were very close, yeah.
Funnick. He needs to get the drums going. He's got stick charges. He can activate Bloodstone, but he's not drumming.
Well,
No drumming.
Yeah. He's Spirit Vesseled as well, right? Like, it's working.
Big plays. And scary stuff. Now, Bait, they need to be careful. If they drop this game, they're going to Div 2. They have a big lead, but
Dude, there's no way.
Found an answer.
Surely. It was 3% at one point. It's now 4%. Oh, sorry. It was 2% at one point.
It's like milk.
2% milk, baby.
Yeah. Well, time will tell. We will see. For now, Bait want to secure this Roche, which was a quick spawn. So no Beastmaster for 30. Can Alpha get anything going?
Uh-oh. Okay.
Looking.
Oh,
couldn't
that's a
find anybody.
daedalus. That's a lot of damage on Stonebank here.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
All right, time to head into Roche. Hit it with that enchanted quiver, Lodine. Get it.
Oh, they're going to see this. They're going to see that Roche is up. Yeah, so now they know, most likely. Can they take it, though? It does not look like Alpha are interested in contesting, so they're just going to push this top lane mega hard. As well as mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure.
Abyssal almost done for Arceus.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, like, maybe it, like, catches the Terrorblade off guard, but I mean, now he's Aegis, so obviously that kind of ruins it.
Right.
I'm trying to think of all these ways that you can, like, win a fight, and oftentimes, I mean, that's why Aegis is so good. When you have to come with these desperate situations, it relies on mistakes, and Aegis helps you forgive a lot of those mistakes.
Dendy.
Funnick
spots him.
is doing the wraparound.
They're looking. They're going to go for the Enchantress. So don't even want to use the Roar there. Just drop down the Mystic Flare and Ench gone.
Dire's middle tower
So
Tried
Aegis
to hurricane.
cheese.
Yeah. Yep. I feel like Dendy hasn't had much opportunity to use this Silver Edge because they're just hiding in their base the whole time.
It's true.
It's too bad.
So sad.
Funnick's Hawk here. Oh, the TP in.
They just find his
Hello.
pickoff so easy.
That was a good use of the Silver Edge.
Caught him, Roar, and the full combination is out. All right, just going to go down.
Timbersaw?
Looking for him. Gets away, but down to about a third HP. Stonebank, ready to walk high ground. He's feeling strong with these illusions.
Oh, Dendy's down bottom as well. They're splitting the defense.
A lot of damage in on these buildings, and with meta pop, that should be at least the one set of wrecked. Can they go for the second after? Fake takes over an illusion, but the turn and the BKB out from Dendy. He survives as he backs away. Well, Stonebank also going to retreat. So they managed to get a full set of racks in the tier 3 tower bottom. Still not feeling fully confident walking around, even when Bloodseeker's dead.
They really don't want to drop this one.
Yeah.
It's been a long night. Timber gets into the 20% magic resistance.
Okay.
I was kind of big this game, actually.
True.
Considering the situation, it's going to feel kind of good.
Dendy. Invis. Steal. Jumps in. Cheese. Pop. Turn. Still down low. Needs to get out of there. Not going to happen. Dendy. Gone. Loading. Now also in trouble. They're going to find
And
this
just popping
Techies.
off.
And immediately tries to jump away, but there is no saving this Techies. So 2 dead. Showing maybe why Bait were a little bit right to be afraid of going high ground.
Well, you got to keep in mind, this Enchantress is the answer, right? Like, versus the high armor of the DK, high armor of the TB. She gets in there. She pumped out almost 1,000 damage and they killed Denny.
It's pretty crazy. And
oh, sorry, more than that. 1,200 damage on Denny. Damn.
I mean, she doesn't live that long, to be fair, but if she manages to get her spells off, it's pretty freaking good.
It's also just hard to contest her in the way all these fights are happening.
Right.
Because like they're just like drumming and slamming, and you see how they sort of like collapse on top of wherever Dendy's positioned. Like she's often going to be pretty far away, but yeah, if she gets hit by like a blast off or something, she's dead. That's true.
Well, and Sky is about to finish off a hex here on the Skyreth Mage. He's kind of crazy.
And has Blink Ogre Seal too.
Yeah, he's mega farmed.
Flopping all over the place.
The old floppy. Very dangerous.
That's what they call him.
Speaking of flopping, Funnick here, not doing it that much. Does have the Blink Dagger coming out for himself as they're trying to finish off this Tormentor. Beastmaster gets the dive bomb.
Very good. Radiant Tormentor is also up. Is there any shard of consequence that would really help them? Not
The little friends.
particularly.
The little friends, man.
Just the little. I guess recall would be nice. It can maybe set up for some random ganks.
Oh, God. You know what? I thought for a second that the little friends was actually good because you get 2 charges of it and then you can get 2 illusions of Terrorblade, but actually you might still be able to. It says max enchant creeps. Does that mean also illusions?
Yeah, you can control 2 different ones at once, yeah.
So
But
you
it
can
still
get
has the
that.
12-second cooldown. It's not charges.
Yeah, you should get charges.
That's what I thought, too. I actually thought it was charges at first. I was like, oh, that's kind of nice. Like, nice for, like, double dispels in a fight, because dispels are so good now. But
Oh, he's about to get dive bombed. Look out. Here it comes. Dive bomb. No. Dive bomb? Maybe? No dive bomb.
not yet.
They have
Patience.
a hex on Timbersaw now, too. Big item pickup. Decide not to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Force staff in. BKB out. Rupture is there. Stonebake backs away. Walking wall ruptured. Does not appear to care even a little bit. Sunder waiting for it. Where's the root? Where's the turn? Never mind. Pops the Satanic says, I don't need a Sunder. The hex is there from Blessed Kid, but Stonebake still very tanky. A Blessed Kid is just going to get ran down. Do they quite have the damage? Funnick staying on him. Chase, but not enough. Blessed Kid gets out. Problem is their base. Took the ranged racks. Creeps now back in it. Stonebank ready to clean up this melee racks. Still
Magic
has Sunder.
resistance. It came in clutch, but now Kaya's got the big damage on the edge. With that Hurricane Pike.
Do what he can. Silence.
Oh, pike him! You might get him!
Caught. Damage. Out. Hex. Follow up. Where is it? With the heal. It's not enough. Stonebank goes down. Wait a minute, though. The stun, the turn, the damage out from Funnick. He's drumsing. He's slumming. He doesn't have roar back up for a little bit. Stick charge just tries to survive. Not going to happen. Dendy chasing. He goes out of the form. He doesn't have enough left in the tank. Bait, they're losing everybody. A triple kill for the Enchantress. Sprike.
Dude, she just sprunked all over their faces. More like the drum's a sprunk right here. Look at that damage. 5,586. And the thing about that damage to the Ench, that's not like, he's just ember damage. He's slaying on a bunch of people, right? Blood rights are hitting. He put out 5 blood rights. All that damage, that's all just random ass damage. Impetus, that's not random damage. That is pure pointed. We want this hero to die, and it's pure. He destroyed that TB.
That was crazy. I mean, TV doesn't die if not for that Enchantress. and becoming more and more of an issue.
He did 2,000 damage to TV. Oh, that's so sick. It just pure.
Dude, he is on the hunt right now on this Skywrath. Who does he find? Oh, Enchantress, some retribution about to come out now. No, does he not go for it? Never mind.
It was 2% milk.
Do
Do they have a 17% milk? Because that's where they're at now.
17% milk.
I think that's
Just
lard.
like chunks of it. It's called butter.
Yeah, slap that shit on an English muffin. That's a good day.
That's a good day. Gotta love it. All right, there are many hexes in this game. 3 hexes online. Timber, Coddle, Skywrath. They're ready for action. But they also have the DK Aghanim Scepter done now.
Okay, that is big. Oh my god, dude. There's no way. There's no way.
Suddenly down to 8K.
I don't even know what to
lead.
believe in right now. If Bait win, we have the chance of continuing. If Alpha win, it's just over.
Yeah.
But it was 2%.
It was 2%. Look at that graph now. The swing.
Not now.
swing.
There's a fight coming.
Oh, no. Okay. Don't look at it now. Also, don't look at this.
Argius.
They're thinking about it. Blessed Kid, again, he has that hex at the ready. Bait, they're not taking the bait at the moment. Instead, they find themselves this Ember. It's big. He rose himself, though. Is it going to be enough? He's down low. Steel first step, but dead. Blessed Kid tries to BKB and get out of there and will manage to escape. But Alpha, they lose a big one. The Ember gone. The Enchantress gone. Navi is back, Trent.
Yeah, okay, I'll allow it. It's long enough in the night. All right, well, Dendy's leading the charge here. Is Navi make their way?
It's bait.
Of course it's Bait. It's Dendy's team. What could
That's
be better
right.
than that? That's right.
Ooh, but they want to find somebody here. Alpha trying to cut waves. Gonna run right into Lodi. Hello, sir. I hear you like abyssal blades and hexes. Allow me to give it to you. But mid,
Bless Kid.
in some trouble. Yeah, he's not long for this world. That is a dead Timber. Godlike, Honest Omen. 10, 3, and 12 on the Skywrath Mage. Don't give it to him.
We can give MVP to him pretty much at this point. Jeez.
That's what it's
He
feeling
is,
like.
I mean, he had to carry parts of this lineup, especially for Dendy. Like, he had to be the clutch damage, and his Mystic Flares have been so good throughout this entire game.
It's been amazing. You can't even see him.
I know, that's the best part. Oh, the Martyr's Plate!
Whoa. Did he misclick? The hell?
No. You get the Martyr's Plate, and wait. Oh, that was on Techies. I thought it was on Timber, and he was a god. I thought he was doing, like, Timber Ags, Martyr's Plate. But no,
Sadly.
he's doing Martyr's Plate Cued Rapier,
There it is.
which is not the same thing. He also has 2 pairs of boots. So
It's been a long night.
it's been a long day.
All right, Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Scepter, Dendy. He takes the Ags himself and then passes it over. Stonebank, he gets the Aghanim Scepter. The terror wave cometh.
Oh, a tsunami of horrors.
Very dangerous.
Be afraid as all your earthly fears rush towards you in a sea of black.
The guy down there, Steel, they're waiting for them to come high ground, and they say, bring it on. Raxi, pushing out topside. Well, Bait, look for a pickoff. Who can they find?
Ooh, Wisdom Rune. Ooh, a piece of candy.
That's nice.
He didn't get it.
There.
He didn't go for it. He just let it go like a little gumdrop. What do you call those things? Jawbreaker? It's like a big old jawbreaker just sitting there.
Everlasting Gobstopper. That's the one.
I forgot about those.
Yeah,
The little
that's a
tiny
good one.
ones. It's almost dead. That's a big streak. That is a
That-
big streak.
that
Streak
is-
alert. Streak alert. Whoop, whoop,
That
whoop,
is
whoop.
1,300 gold.
Holy moly.
Top tower.
Of course, they just got
Mjolnir.
a 6,000 XP swing with those
Oh
Wisdom
my
Runes.
God. Well,
So-
it gets 4,700 XP from Bloodseeker. That got him 25. That's double rupture charges.
That was kind of insane. For finding a random Skywrath mage thanks to that ward on the gate. So well played, Takaya.
This is one thing to be concerned about. Bait, can you close this game out? They have this lead, but again, looking at the graph, look at the way it's swinging. This is not insignificant. If they lose, oh, maybe this is a big kill.
Dude,
Can they
he's
get him?
just getting walked on.
Yeah, they got him. They got him pretty good. Steel does manage to get away for a moment, but Funnick right on top of Braxy starts to fall lower and lower, slowed down from the boars, trying to escape, but the dust is out.
Nice.
The game is in their hands. Double buybacks available for Alpha.
The bot's in dust. Immediately buys a gem, buys it again. I don't know why I showed up twice.
Going high ground. Take over illusions. Do what they can here. Kill off that hawk. Enchantress
They're trying to
bought
deal
a
with the waves.
Hyperstone.
Oh, okay. All right.
They have a wave in up mid. Hexed. Force staffed. Stonebank still fine. Meta from the low ground. Tries to hit these impetus shots onto Dendi. Kaya doing a lot of damage. The untouchable attack slow is the 20 talent of choice, but Meta worn off. Now Stonebank still has that Aegis. Terror Wave at the ready, but that's Aegis down. Needs to pop BKB and Terror Wave right at the start. The roar is going to be there. On to this. Ember isn't enough damage, though. They don't quite have it, and they need to get out. Stonebank, you're in trouble, sir. What is happening? You already lost the Aegis. Now you're going to lose your life. Does have Sunder. It's at the ready. The turn. Take that, Enchantress. How do you like it? With the hits coming in, the Hex is there. Stonebank in trouble. Second round.
Downtown.
This all comes from the kill, but the misses. The misses. He doesn't have it anymore. Stonebank is dead, stunned now onto the Bloodseeker. They have buyback ready on the Terrorblade, but they don't want to have to use it. A dieback could be the end of the game, the end of Div 1. Instead, Bait, they wait this one out. They take down another kill. The buyback comes out on 2. They want to get into this and end it. No buyback on the Bloodseeker, no buyback on this Ember. Bait, they might have finally done it. Dendi jumps in, finds that stun. Enchantress, can she do it all on her own? Cheese eaten. Dendi stays alive. The turn now onto Timbersaw, the silence, the Hex, it's all there. The game is theirs. Bait are going to push us right along the merry path that we've been before. He disconnected.
Oh, they are not the 2%. The 98% win again. As the collective hearts of chat. Look at them. Look at them.
Oh my
dude.
God.
Oh, look at their faces.
Oh,
Well, they're having fun. I mean, you can't say, yeah, you guys make the same face.
yeah, man. Me and Stillman, we're right there, right there together. What a guy.
All right.
He
My kids wake
disconnected.
up in like 4 hours. So, we
Okay.
just, you know, we do one more round. That's pretty good for me.
Fair.
That's chill.
Oh my God. What a game. So Bait, for the third time, managed to beat Alpha. It comes down to this, Trent. Can they do it one more time? Can Dendi get the win? Can he take down Sand King Gomez and end this tiebreaker, this madness that we've been seeing? Or are we going to go to the longest tiebreaker in the history of the DPC?
They probably can't. You know, I think we'll just, tie break. I think we throw in a tiebreaker, call it a night. You know,
Yeah.
everyone rest, R&R, relaxation. Yeah, I think we go there. Jeez, that kill late game was actually kind of great. How much damage did he do this game on Stoma? He owned. Yeah, just a casual like 25. Both supports, honestly, they hit the same amount of damage as the TV.
Yeah, it's nuts.
This was a very well spread game, particularly though in the early game, because that pick was so crucial for them. They couldn't open with the DK because they were too worried they like wouldn't have the damage to go with it. So they get the Skywrath first, then they're still confident in the DK. They grab it and just did an excellent job. Great rotations the whole game. Clutch on the Mystic Flares and the silences too. I think the stuns as well, just like the way that Bait were layering them and just constantly recognizing like when Steel wanted to jump in. He had a really hard time trying to set up these mid game fights, and it just helped them snowball and control the entire map because of that. So could really point out to good moments from pretty much everyone on Bait.
They killed it. And I think that, if it had been Alpha that was the team that ended up coming away with this win, we'd be praising Takaya like this entire time. This guy on this Enchantress absolutely popped off. It was really, really impressive. Super, super solid performance coming out from them. In the end, it was not enough. And as we talked about, this is pushing us to the 9th game of this tiebreaker. These players are exhausted and delirious, I'm sure a bit like us. At this game has gone on like crazy. But also excitement. Who knows what could happen? I mean, I think that one of the problems in like these types of mode is managing your emotions and making sure that like you don't let the next game impact you as much, which is hard to do. And it's why every single time a team has won, they lose the next game. Every single time they lose the next game.
Oh, this is good. This is the call, eh?
Yeah. Can they do it?
Did you see Denny's face at the end of that game on that camera? He looked so happy. Like
Yeah,
he
he
was
did.
still just completely popping off. Like he's back in True Sight or something. Like he's just having fun, enjoying himself.
No, absolutely. It's what you want to see.
This is the good stuff there. But here is your MVP, and well deserved, frankly. I think that his play was clutch. I think it was definitely necessary in the draft to get this big damage coming from him, especially in the earlier parts, to help him snowball things through. When your DK is going blink and then wants to farm in towards the Midas, you need someone to help him along the way. He's not tiny. He doesn't have the damage. Not that our last tiny did very well, but this guy just secures the kills and constantly roaming. I can't believe how big his streak was, considering how much he was just roaming around the map too.
Yeah, he was making moves, finding those pickoffs, playing together with the Boots of Travel Beastmaster. Funnick, I mean, as much as we were giving praise to Stillman, I think that Funnick would probably be a very close second, if not third, because I forgot that he was a hero in the game. We were talking about MVPs, so that's fine. But yeah, an impressive showing. So again, the games that we've got still to go, there is potentially one more series. We're going to check in with our producers afterwards and find out what will happen if we go to another round. But for now, we're going to go to a break and we'll let you know on the other side. Welcome back. We're here, and wouldn't you know it, we have what will hopefully be the final game of the night. And I'm saying hopefully not because I want Bait to lose and for us to go to a fourth round of tiebreakers, although I do secretly kind of think that that'd be pretty cool and funny. But it's because I think that if this is the last game, or if this game ends up even going to the next round, we're still going to not play it out anymore. We're going to play the rest of it tomorrow. That's the hope, at least.
For tonight,
yes,
this is the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. You've made it. Shout outs to Mike and John for doing the first 3 games and setting us on our way.
Yeah.
Now we're ready to close it out.
That's going to be crazy. Can you even believe it? Here we go, right at the start. And Medusa banned out as well as the Monkey King. Now, Trent, I have to ask you, can you hear my dog going crazy in the background?
A little bit, but it's adding to the scene. I feel like it kind of fits everything that's been going on tonight. I don't really think it's an issue.
I'll cover the microphone. There we go. You can't hear now,
my
can you?
dogs are barking.
It is connected.
Yeah.
It is connected.
We can just blame one of the players. Surely one of them has a dog.
True. That's very true. Love to
Yeah.
see that. Wow. But it's going to be the Coddle picked up now. Love to see that.
Coddle, Keeper of the Light
Heard he's
is a
pretty good.
hero that we've seen. I mean, it lost again, so that's 2 games in a row.
Not good.
But it has been in every game except the first,
Okay.
which is kind of crazy.
Look at it.
Can we get rid of it?
Look at. Oh no, Leonidas.
Wild Card Gaming's
King.
King. It's pretty good.
There is no Dusa. There is no Storm. There is, however, Ember. And to prepare for said Ember, they're going to start Bat Riders. And, ladies and gentlemen, will they also pick Techies once again?
I can get down for that. Sounds pretty cool.
5 seconds
Sounds
remaining.
very,
they're gonna
very
do it.
cool to me.
I think they're going to pick Techies.
Is there anything else that like really feels bad here?
Dire team pick.
Oh, they just do it. They just bring it out. They don't even care.
Okay.
And they still Ember. They don't care.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Bat Rider Beastmaster as an opening normally feels very weird, but player hero combo, Loading and Funnick have looked the best on these 2 heroes tonight, with the exception of the one game where Funnick played Timber and he had a Coddle with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, can Bat Rider support be that good that you pick it with no flex? I mean, I guess it flexes between the 5 and the 4, but like,
It's
is
loading.
this really that good?
I mean, I think again, it's like player hero combo. That's the dynamic that I'm seeing. They feel comfy on these heroes, and when you are just about to be 12 hours into a tiebreaker, comfort is king. Look at Dendy. Look at him there. Look how comfy he is.
That's true. He looks ready to go. He is not tired
He
at
looks
all.
like a gremlin. What the hell?
He's laughing about something. He's having a grand old time.
10 seconds remaining.
That's what you need. He hit his second wind.
Yeah, yeah, he's in there. They don't believe it. They're just like, this bat's going to be a core or something. Like, no one's first phasing support bat and Beastmaster. So they're going to cover their bases and still get rid of that Techies we pointed out before, because it is still a very strong hero.
Okay.
But so obviously now it's still value, even if they wind up making it support. You got at least 1 Techies band out of it. They'll have to pick something out of this phase, and that'll probably be a very basic generic 5.
Remaining.
Nothing too wild.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
What sounds good?
Wild Card
Or just, you know,
Gaming's turn to
they
pick.
could even Sky again, honestly.
I mean, yeah, you got
Like,
double
why not?
hard
Dire team
disables.
pick.
Yeah, there it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix
Why
it.
wouldn't you?
Now, the bigger question, why would Sand King Gomez not ban that?
I don't know. I guess because Wind Ranger is pretty solid versus the Spirits as a position 1. It is very annoying. They ran into problems with it
5
earlier
seconds
versus
remaining.
Alpha when they had a Void Spirit, and they wanted to go for their Naga Siren, and